studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Shawne and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. This is the Hump Day edition.
Hump Day
of Shawne and RJ, Bobby Belt, and Choppy's chair the rest of the week as we try to get you to your Friday as quickly as possible here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Sean Sharif, Roberto, we got Peyton and Brian in the back. We are live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And Pepe, today's your mail it in. What point in time in the show do you think you're going to go on vacation mode?
Well, thank you to you. You moved the payload up from Thursday to Wednesday at 6:40, so
7 o'clock.
7:05, baby. There will be no bed music being played under segments. Audio will be played a little delayed.
Oh, it'll be like Ross is here.
Have you guys noticed that everyone is already, because like Thanksgiving, I noticed that people are like already off on Monday through that entire week. Have you guys already noticed that people are off for Christmas vacation?
I mean, if you listen to the afternoon show, you'd know that, because every year it's Dawson takes off the last 2 weeks of the year. So this is already the start of people kind of being out a little bit. Obviously, we've had Chop
so
in here.
Like the freak every month. Take off two weeks every.
Best stuff suck.
I don't know. I'd have to listen.
We vacation when we want.
It's when you look out there on the road. I think when you look out there on the roads, you can see people are already there's some folks already in vacation mode a little bit. Kids are out of school. Like my kids have been out since Friday, and so they get the last 2 weeks of the year off, and so it's I think you're starting to notice people taking their time. What are you doing while you're off? Are you just
well, so I've put the deadline down that June 1st I have to be out of my parents' house. I've put it down. I've said it's gonna happen. Now it could very well be June 1st that I move out, but like by June 1st. So I have been looking at apartments, places to move to. So I've grown up a little. Now I've looked for the last year, but it's been look at a couple and then don't look for another couple weeks. But no, I've been on the apps looking around.
Didn't put that in the payload. Didn't have that as a lead or a team.
Yeah. This is again. What I don't know why we always have to adjust. It's like the payload last week. He just tries to throw in a quick line, and it's like, nope, stop. This is what the payload is now. So, is this you're just gonna be bachelor living solo, or you're looking for a roommate or maybe a lady?
Well, I am taking Bobby.
That's what I mean. I'm talking about.
I know. I was going along with you.
Yeah.
There,
okay.
So. We're still early in our relationship. If things go till June 1st and everything's fine, then maybe something happens. But again, it's still early on. But right now, yeah, it's just I'm just looking for me right now.
What made you decide on June 1st?
Right before the summer, just a date that I could just, I get through the spring, get to the summer, and then I just put a deadline, really.
Where have you been looking?
Mainly.
Where would you ideally like to live?
Dallas, right around here, somewhere closer to work. Because if I stayed in Rockwell, it's I could just stay with my parents. It's why would I move 10 minutes away?
Yeah.
Paying all that rent, So yeah, around Dallas, maybe Plano, somewhere around there. But yeah, right now I would like Dallas.
So back in the day, when I was living the apartment life, living the Bobby life,
it's the only life I've known.
I think the one room in Uptown was around $1,200 a month, and then 2 bedrooms was $1,800 a month. How do those prices compare? If you're talking about Dallas and you're talking about being right here around the station, and I lived in 4 or 5 different apartments, so those were the price points. Has it gone way up, way down, or just about the same?
Yeah, it's right now I can't find anything less than $1,600, $1,700
for a 1 bedroom.
Yeah, in Dallas, uptown.
Damn!
And that's that's not even the freaking condos that are skyrocketed out here. It's not a broken down apartment. It's a nice apartment, but yeah, that's what we're looking at right now.
You need to go to Las Colinas, just something that's easy 114 shot into the station, something that's accessible and quick, but not Dallas proper. You're gonna pay $300-$400 more a month to do that.
Yeah, for the ease of waking up, and he wakes up at an ungodly time.
Yeah.
But where was Walchuk, and where should Pepe look to live? And this is perfect for the Tolos who are up at this time. The traffic, the straight shot. We're at 75 and Fitzhugh. Where should Pepe go and reside? Tell us if it should be near you at 877-881-1053.
The apartment next door to us just came open, Peyton. So if you're
yeah, we could be neighbors.
Exactly. I mean, look, this is June. If June is the date, we're talking about that's post-graduation for Jacob. We'll be kicking him out as soon as he graduates, and so we'll have a room if you want to come pay us some rent.
How much would you charge me for rent?
It's a good question.
To live with Bobby?
Yeah.
Ooh.
I can clean too.
Oh, if you clean.
I'm the only one that knows how to clean my house. I know.
I can. Whoa! Shots fired at Kristen. I'd charge you $300 a month.
Oh, deal.
Just a bed and some
Do
cleaning.
not want to go live with 3 kids.
No, it'd be 2.
And the belts.
Or unless you're saying I'm a child.
That's right. Did you get an update on the domestic violence situation next to you?
No, I did not. Other than what I heard the cop say. It was funny yesterday. Kristen went up to the office and she was picking up a package or something. And the office was apparently, I guess they are not required. The police are not required to tell the office anything, even though that happened on their property. And so the office is kind of in the dark about, well, what exactly happened. And so they know less than we do. And they just know, well, that apartment's open now. That's what they know.
Yeah, I would say you should put the heat on them to kick them out. But unfortunately, it may be the poor young girl that lives there.
Oh, so they're like, I guess they're like leaving. Like I think it was like, I'm confused by the whole thing, but they're under the understanding that apartment is coming open now.
So Mackenzie lives with her family.
Yes.
Has she tried to put a deadline on moving out herself, or she's good and comfortable?
She has. I mean, her parents have talked to her about, hey, that's the next step is moving. they want her to move out because I think her parents are trying to move, in a little bit as well, away from their house. So, but she's still just.
It sounds like they're telling her get out.
Yeah, I mean, they're not gonna kick her out, throw everything on the front lawn, but they're saying, okay, you need to keep looking. But she's more into the house than anything. She doesn't want an apartment.
Oh.
So.
It sounds like my wife.
She's been listening to us mock Bobby endlessly. What are the Tolos saying? Where are they saying to go?
I love some of the suggestions. First one that came in here, South Oak Cliff. That was the first suggestion for
Martin
Peyton.
Luther King Boulevard, okay.
Home of the champs. Well,
2-time
champs.
469 South Dallas, 214 Duncanville Cedar.
Not South.
There's some cheap properties over there.
469. I live in Las Colinas. It's super expensive. Don't move here. It wasn't that expensive when I lived there, but that was 6 years ago. Denton from the 940.
Ooh.
Come down to Corsicana, only an hour drive into downtown. 972 says the shops at Legacy. We got a lot of suggestions here. Yeah, 214 sunny South Dallas off of Martin Luther King. So a lot of suggestions there.
Where's Ryan live? What area?
Ryan's in Fort Worth, Southwest Fort Worth.
He drives way far every morning.
How far is that drive every morning? Right.
Ryan, is it 45 to 50 minutes in the morning? Yeah, so that's.
See, I've made it to where when I flip on the GPS in the morning, it tells me it's 32 minutes from Flower Mound into the station. The way I drive, I know I can get that down to 26. So I'm generally 26, 27 minutes.
I don't believe that because, and I don't drive like a maniac like you guys do, but whenever we have these firehouse tours, I can maybe cut off 3 minutes. Now, I'm not driving 80 or more.
Okay, well then you're not driving like me.
Okay.
I'm going minimum. I generally will drive between 80 and 90 on the way in.
Dang. Yeah, don't do that.
And if I'm late, it's between 90 and 100.
We don't need to talk
Which
about
is once a month.
877-881-1053, chartwright.com text line. That is also the number to call to win our Cowboys Lions tickets. We have it in the 7 o'clock and we have it in the 8 o'clock. Cowboys, Lions, last regular season home game, right?
Mm-hmm.
Of the year.
Jimmy game.
The Jimmy game. RJ will be there as well, mooching off of my liquor connection for him. All brought to you by jackpot.com. 7 o'clock and 8 o'clock hours. Just another reason to turn it on, leave it on. Just when you thought there wasn't any sports to watch last night, Morant changed all of it. The Ja return. Steph Curry and the Warriors may be catching fire. Bobby's head is safe from Aaron Rodgers and inside the star as well. It's the Hump Day edition.
Hump Day.
Just getting started on the Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag. return. Here goes Morant. He spins. Morant scores! And the timer expires. Count the basket. And Ja Morant wins it for the Grizzlies.
Incredible drama last night in the NBA. Good morning, Metroplex. Shawne and Bobby with you on DFW Sports Station. The Memphis Grizzlies came back from down 24 points against Zion and the Pelicans. Ja was starting to cramp up. They're talking about a different play in the huddle for somebody else, and Desmond Bane is like, nah, screw that. You are getting the ball. So Ja Morant finishes with 34, 6, and 8 assists. The first game-winning buzzer beater of his career. The first one in New Orleans. They're booing him, and Ja had 3 go-ahead field goals in the final 90 seconds, all on ISO drives. That matches the most go-ahead buckets in the final 90 seconds of a fourth quarter in the past 25 years. The previous one to be that clutch, Luka, in 2019. So Ja Morant returning in spectacular fashion.
Yeah, look,
Gun wasn't mine.
exactly. If you need a shooter, you need Ja Morant, and that's what Desmond Bane knew. Was like, we need a shot. Who else? Who's better to take a shot than old Ja Morant? No, he was. Look, it's
amazing that from a cardiovascular standpoint, right? Like, he just comes back. They put him in the starting lineup, and bam, just go out there. He just can run like a deer.
Look, I mean, we've seen how many different NFL players take boxing during the offseason or whatever else. Like Ja Morant getting in street fights on the basketball court with 17-year-olds, like while he's away, that probably gives him some pretty good conditioning. No, this is somebody who we do see that there's a lot of guys who, when they come back from suspension or long layoffs or whatever else, that they don't look very good or that it takes some time. Like, Ja Morant does deserve a ton of credit, just objectively speaking, for clearly keeping himself ready to play and clearly being ready to step in, play 35 minutes, put up 24 shots, play as efficiently as he did. I mean, he was impressive last night. You got to give it to him. Now, that doesn't mean I'm not going to get jokes off because, like I said, I've never read a story about Ja Morant that wasn't objectively hilarious. And so that's, something that I will always enjoy about him is talking about what a head case he can be at times. But he was impressive last night.
Here's Ja on finally being back.
I've been putting work in, man. I ain't played a game in 8 months. Had a lot of time, learn myself. A lot of hard days, where I went through it. But, basketball is, my life, what I love, therapeutic for me. And I'm just, excited to be back.
And now I look to see how dangerous the Grizzlies can be. I'm like, are they around? Are they lurking? Because they've been one of the top 2 or 3 teams in the Western Conference. When they have everybody there, they're 7-19, thankfully. They have 1 win at home. They're 1-11 at home. I'm looking around the rest of the league. I'm like, is there anybody else? Yes, the Detroit Pistons are 1-13 at home. So as you look at the West, can Memphis be a factor? They can go on a crazy winning streak or 2, no doubt about it. But I'm hoping that 7-19 kind of takes them out of play. Minnesota's still 1 in the West. OKC is 2nd. They're 3 games back. Denver is 3rd. Sacramento's 4th. The Mavs are dropping down to 5. Right in back of them, the team they play tonight, the team that Luka owns. It'll be the Mavs and the Clippers at the AAC at 7:30. Then the Pelicans in the 7th spot. The Lakers 8, Rockets 9, Suns 10. The Golden State Warriors starting to wake up a little bit. Steph hit an insane 3. Steph Curry finally broke the streak the other night. He did not make a 3-pointer. Last night he hits a crazy clutch one as the Warriors beat the Celtics in overtime. So Golden State is the 11, then Utah, Memphis, Portland, and San Antonio has 4 wins, 4-22.
Yeah, but they snapped that, 60-game losing streak or whatever they had the other night. Now they reset that. They're only on a 2-game losing streak now. The thing with Memphis is they've played so bad without Ja this year, and they were it's not the case that they ran into last year where when they were without Ja for stretches, like they played pretty well. This year they've been really bad. ESPN had a big breakdown on some of the turmoil that they've had where veterans who have been there, Derrick Rose, Marcus Smart, that they've looked at and just been like, this is a train wreck right now. You guys are, and they've obviously run into some injuries like with Steven Adams, but man, the Marcus Smart had that issue a couple weeks back against Houston where he's on the bench and it's picked up, like you can hear it within the mics in there, and he says, he's like, this is effing embarrassing. Like a guy like Marcus Smart who comes from Boston and all the winning that he's done, that he's just like, this is embarrassing. Like do you guys care about winning at all? And so Ja's stepping back into something that honestly has been a little toxic, and they've had a lot of turmoil, and he's going to give him a boost. But I mean, you're 7 games back right now of the 10 spot.
Have you guys been following every day? I get a daily update from my wife on this accident in White Settlement.
Dude, this is so bad. This is the one where the guy flew through the windshield?
Yes.
Yeah.
So this guy's driving, apparently hits someone. The person that he hits ends up flipping into the vehicle. Okay? Then this guy goes to a Jack in the Box. He's like leaning over the steering wheel. People inside the restaurant are like, this is kind of weird. This guy's just sitting here and sitting here. Let's call the authorities. Authorities show up. The person that he hits is dead in the passenger seat. And now I'm seeing like limbs were missing. The body was upside down. Like, this is insane.
Yeah.
This is crazy, and it's a daily update.
Which apparently, and it makes sense. The guy was drunk. The driver was apparently drunk. And, man,
I got in trouble for previous drinking and driving.
Yeah, and Kristen had, like, told me about this story when she first was explaining it to me. I was like, is this just, like, some stupid Facebook story you're reading that's, like, it's not accurate at all? But, man, no, this is a wild story. And when you see the image of the car, like, they've been showing pictures of the car afterwards. It is just this giant hole blown out of the glass in the passenger side. But it is an absolutely wild story.
Officers found what appeared to be 2 human legs in different areas around the accident. A man had walked inside covered in blood to the Jack in the Box asking for a phone charger. Officers found the vehicle, noticed a human body in the front passenger seat next to the passed out driver. Officers saw the body laying upside down in the seat with its head laying on the floorboard and both legs missing below the knees. So it was a 31-year-old from Arlington, and the police were like, yeah, this was like a truly disturbing, like we see a lot of crap. This was like over-the-top disturbing for our team in dealing with this accident and this incident. So this guy got in trouble for previous drinking and drivings, but driving, hitting, body landing in the car, limbs laying around the scene, upside down in the vehicle. Insane.
Yeah, I mean, and this is there have been a lot of instances lately, and it's probably, in a lot of instances, it's got to do with, just the texting and driving and the distractions and everything else that people have. But there have been a lot of instances lately where, like, I'm driving by an accident scene, and it's like, we had that happen in our neighborhood just the other day. Somebody had gotten hit and died. But, like, there's just been a lot of, like, pedestrian accidents around DFW lately. This one, though, was by far, like, each new detail you read about it, it's like, this is like something that would be drawn up in a scene in like a Coen Brothers movie or something, just where it's like, this is so wild and unbelievable. And so to serve, like, Ryan again always has the photos up on the fan cam that quick. That is I've
never seen a window look like that. It
No.
looks like something just sucked a big hole out of.
I mean, it looks like one of those wrecking balls, like a wrecking ball was dropped on the window.
Yes. Like it was just open and peeled back for a body to go into the passenger seat. Good job, Ryan. Well done.
And what was that? The claim has been the driver saying he thought he hit a deer. Yeah. That's his claim, which there's zero chance he thought he did that, unless he was just that inebriated.
Micah Parsons is not happy that he thinks, because he thinks all the media is just sitting back and waiting for the Dallas Cowboys to lose. And I think we got to give a lot of credit to Mike McCarthy. We don't have to do it for the offense, Bobby. We don't have to do it for Dak Prescott MVP-type season.
Coaching staff for the MVPs. Jerry told us yesterday.
We got to give McCarthy credit because of more crying and accusations in Philadelphia. We'll take you inside the Star for Dolphins Week next.
Let's go, Cowboys.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Shawne and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Right now, the experts in Vegas favor who and by how much for the Cowboys and the Dolphins Sunday on this radio station. Good morning, Metroplex. Shout out to the 6 a.m. Club, our best audience of the entire show. I'm Sean Sharif alongside our Cowboys insider. What is the spread?
Miami -2.
Pepe?
Miami -3.5.
1.5.
Closer.
Bobby closer.
Suck it,
Miami
Peyton.
-1.5. Obviously does not surprise you because you guessed 2. But I feel like if I was a betting man, which I'm not until the Cowboys play San Francisco in the playoffs, and I can get that spread down to as close to even as possible, I think I'd be betting Miami in this one. You think these two are the same teams, though? That's what RJ has said.
Yeah, I think that obviously they do different things well, and I think that they, their areas of, like for instance, Miami runs the ball a lot better. Miami's got better team speed. I think that Dallas is probably a little better defensively. But in terms of just the makeup and the way that they, approach big games and the struggles that they have on the road versus at home, yeah, I think that a lot of it's very similar. So I don't know how much either team winning this week proves anything or answers any questions that the rest of the league has about them, because it's the same question for both of them. You beat a team that had the same exact question. How much does that prove? So I think that this is pretty evenly matched. I would not be surprised either way. Similar to Buffalo last week, I wasn't going to be surprised if either team won. I was going to be surprised if it was a blowout, which it was, but I wouldn't be surprised if either Miami or Dallas won.
Where are you on Tua?
I don't know.
I have that same exact reaction, and I'm trying to figure out why. It's like, yes, they have the big explosive plays and the high-octane offense, but I'm just not sold yet. I'm just not sold yet that like RJ said, there's no second guessing Tua over Justin Herbert. Same draft. Tua has made the case that he was the better pick, and if you're picking today or tomorrow, that should be the selection, and I can't bring myself to it. I just can't. Tua is
this is unfair. They're not the same player stylistically or anything else, but he is a you know how people say, oh, they're off-brand whatever? He is name brand Jimmy Garoppolo. I feel like he's actually he's like, it's the same hesitation that I had with Jimmy, only he makes more plays and I believe in him more. But it's the same question of like, who are you outside of this system and these players that are around you? And I don't know. Like, does he, if you put Jimmy or if you put Tua in Oakland, if you put him in Vegas, are the Raiders any better? Like is he playing that much better? Because I think that a lot of it is just, okay, pitch and catch, easy looks. McDaniel draws up things that are easy to throw to. Again, it's the San Francisco system, and you've got so much speed on that offense. I don't know. He is very accurate, so, I mean, you get that out of him. But
Peyton, are you a Tua believer? Franchise quarterback?
Yeah, I'm more on Tua than you guys are. I mean, I think he definitely he'll need the weapons to win games, to compete. But I mean, I see him as a higher listed quarterback than others do.
25 touchdowns, 10 interceptions. The QBR is 11th at a 59. He's first in the NFL in yards.
Yep.
First in yards. So he's a difficult one to judge. Truckwreck.com text line, please do it. 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. Prime time. Deion Sanders was on the Nightcap pod, man. The clips that came out from him going on with Shannon and Ocho. Shannon and Ocho's show is producing gold every single week. Deion was talking about his single life now that he's in the transfer portal. I mean, they're talking about women passing gas, and Ocho and Deion trash talking about who would win the matchup between each other. It's so good. Shannon's accent and just delivery. Tuba toothpaste. It's gold with him and Chad. Just the accent, the way that they deliver.
We had somebody text in yesterday on the fan text that said, like, I don't even care if it's relevant for the drop. Like, I need to hear once a show you guys play the Tuba toothpaste drop.
I go through a tube of toothpaste a week.
And Shannon's grimy. He real grimy, talking about some of the things that he does in his personal and dating life. But this was Deion on the Nightcap pod. He wants to see a little more consistency with America's team.
When you watch the Cowboys, what do you not like about them, Tad?
I love them. I'm not going to say it's one particular thing I don't like about them. I love them. We've all had in our careers just one of those games where it just wasn't right offensively, defensively. It just didn't work out. You just got your butt kicked. Let's flush it. Let's move on. Let's go. Don't even talk about it. Let's don't even meet about it. I don't even want to watch the film. Let's go on to the next game. I just want them to continue to be consistent. Don't fool me, man. Don't tease. We don't like to be fooled. We don't like to be teased. Don't take me all the way to the altar and then you're going to dip on me. Don't do that.
Fair. I mean, I think that's where everybody's at right now with the Cowboys, is that you want to make sure that they are who we think they are. Like that they are a team that can compete with the top-tier teams in the NFC or the AFC.
It's not consistent. It's worthy. They are consistent. We know what they're going to do against scrubs. They're going to beat them down more so than any other team in the National Football League. That is consistency, and that counts for something, counts for a lot. Maybe why Jerry yesterday was suggesting that the Mike McCarthy extension is coming when we asked him about it. It's not, I need you to be consistent. I need you to be worthy. I need you to be worthy of an actual true Super Bowl discussion. I love this back and forth between this Tolo and Broadus yesterday. CFW said, help me understand why year after year we can't stop the run. Is it scheme of personnel? And Broadus answered back, your coordinator is trying to mask the injuries that he's had to deal with. Bell, Curse, Wilson, they're safeties. He's asking them to take on blockers who have them by 100 pounds. It works when your offense is scoring 30 or 40 points a game. So that was a good answer back from Brian. And then yesterday, how many times did you get hit up by the Tolos asking about Justin Houston, the 34-year-old that was released, the 4-time Pro Bowler released by the Carolina Panthers?
Yeah, it happened a lot. There were a lot of different tags I got on social media asking about, like, oh, please, Jerry, please go get him. We need him so bad. It's like, do you? Like, is Justin Houston your problem? Like, does he fix problems for you? 7 games this year, he has a half a sack. He has 3 quarterback hits. He is 34. This is not the same guy from a decade ago that had 22 sacks for the Chiefs. It's not the same player, but I also don't feel like pass rush pressure has been an issue for the Cowboys. They generate pressure. Like, I don't know that, who's he taking snaps from? Dante Fowler? Dante Fowler's good as the situational pass rusher. I don't need Justin Houston. Now, if you're just looking at it and going, you see linebacker next to his name because he's an edge rusher, and you somehow think, well, here's a former Pro Bowl linebacker. That's not what he's doing. He's not coming in here. He's not helping this team as a linebacker in the run game. So, no, I have zero use for Justin Houston.
They're missing linebacker, but I do need to call out this defensive line, in my opinion, overrated. When is the last time you guys have noticed Dante Fowler, Dorrance Armstrong? When is the last time you've noticed any other DN besides Micah or Tank Lawrence? Dorrance has 5 sacks on the season. Sam Williams has 4. Dante Fowler has 2.5. Chauncey Golston, 1.5. I can't remember hearing Dorrance Armstrong's name throughout the entire year, and the same goes for Dante Fowler as of late.
I noticed Fowler and Sam Williams.
Yeah, you noticed Sam for the wrong reason.
Well, yeah, there is that too. But I do notice them generating pressure. Now, are they finishing plays? No, not always. But I mean, I do notice them generating pressure, bringing heat, flushing the quarterback, making him, force throws. So I mean, I think that's pretty solid group of 4 there. That you're getting Micah, DeMarcus Lawrence, Sam Williams, Dante Fowler. You're getting pass rush there. Dorrance Armstrong is not consistent. He'll flash occasionally, but he's just not consistent.
Inside the Star, here on Shawne and Bobby. It's the home of America's team. 105.3 The Fan with a Cowboys-Lions ticket giveaway in the 7 o'clock hour and then the 8 o'clock hour on top of it. Micah Parsons on his own podcast. I think Cowboy fans now have turned on this. All right, we were like, oh my gosh, we're going to get unfiltered Micah. He gave the middle finger to Skip Bayless. No, I'm not coming on your fake show and your network that generates a bunch of BS and garbage. So Micah decided to get his own microphone. But I think we're all like, okay, enough. Stop. The other night when Marcus Spears was talking about him needing to learn how to play the run, people were like, yeah, stop talking less on your podcast and learn your run fits. This is Micah complaining about how the media treats the Cowboys.
Everyone just waits for the Cowboys to lose. I saw multiple analysts, people who are fake analysts who somehow got jobs on TV saying, there goes your boy. Like, oh, there he is. That's the person we've been waiting for. It's almost to the point where it's like almost sick. Former players are waiting for other current players to fail so that way they have something to talk about. It's not even to just get into names. I mean, I feel like at this point you kind of know who you are. And it's like, why do you want a person to lose so bad? It seems that a lot of people are just waiting for people to fail.
Who's he talking about? I think there's 2 people he's talking about. I think he's talking about Orlovsky, and I think he's talking about Shady. definitely talking about shady.
Yeah.
When he says they're your boys or whatever else, that's shady that he's talking about there.
Well, on Shady's show, they finally let your boy, David Hellman, back on.
I know. It was a birthday present for him, I guess, since his birthday was recently. They were finally willing to give him a microphone back.
And David Hellman responded to Micah, thinking that everyone nationally is just waiting for the star to fall.
Is Micah Parsons right about the media wanting the Cowboys to lose?
Micah Parsons is 100% right. But let's reframe it, because I think people balk at the idea of like rooting for the Cowboys to lose. Maybe you're not rooting for the Cowboys to lose. People root for engagement. People root for eyeballs, maximum attention. I mean, we got bills to pay. We want people watching. We want people reading what we do. I write stories. I do podcasts. Cowboys losing is good for business. Why? They're the most polarizing team in American sports. It's the Cowboys, it's the Yankees, it's the Lakers. If you don't love them, you hate them. If you're not a Cowboy fan, you know a Cowboy fan. They're at your office. They're in your family. They're annoying. If you're not part of it, they're annoying. So what draws the most eyeballs? The team you don't like going down, and the team with the biggest fan base being pissed off about something. So yes, people root for it because it drives the most conversation. I'm not saying that you, Joy, hate the Cowboys. I don't think that's true. But I think the Cowboys losing is good for everybody because the fans are pissed off and the people that don't like them have something to crow about.
He's right, other than what he said about, like, Joy, I'm not saying you hate the Cowboys. She clearly, like, has some sort of weird issue. Either that or she's just...
playing the role.
Yeah, she's just not, like, smart enough to have an actual take, and so she's got to, like, default to that, I guess. But, no, I mean, Hellman's right. Like, that's true. How often do we talk about it? Like, we come in here, the engagement that we have here, just within our own, like, listenership, is way more when they lose than when they win. When we sit down and we talk about it, or at least I've talked about it, when is it? We have so much more to ask Jerry when they lose than when they win.
Yeah.
Like, it's like, okay, what is there to you guys won. You did what you're supposed to do. What is there to talk about? That doesn't mean necessarily that, like, I mean, everybody's cheering for it or anything like that. But when they lose, it's like, yeah, engagement goes up because, like Dave says, you've got the fan base that's angry about it and wants to complain about it. And then you've got the haters and the people who just can't stand the Cowboys who are celebrating, and the Stephen A. who are dancing out there. Yeah, or Shady McCoy or whoever. So he's right in that sense. What I think is funny is that Mike is just now realizing people root for them to lose.
He's whiny. He really is. I mean, it's just, oh, why? Oh, my gosh. He wants to get in the media game eventually, clearly, and this is part of it. Now, maybe you can go the player route, like Steven Jackson, Matt Barnes, right? They're talking about the game of basketball and stories and getting on stars and former stars of the game. And maybe that's what Micah will do. You know, he won't have like this talk show type format because you're either like the pivot or you're like first take. And those are the two directions right now in the media world. And your first takes are going to do this.
Well, and Micah's little thing that he has set up here is just, I don't like the format of basically you've scripted out like talking points or you basically scripted out like rants to go on, which these are very clearly in a lot of instances for Micah just thoughts that he's written out and scripted out and like just talk off the cuff. That's what I want. I want to hear Micah off the cuff and unfiltered.
Bobby's head is officially safe. He wouldn't shave it for the kids with disabilities, and he's not shaving it for Aaron Rodgers either. Plus, the guy who wanted to be a Cowboy, we need to thank him for keeping the NFC East alive. And Mike Tomlin could be on the hot seat next on The Fan. But let me go ahead and get you.
Brought to you by Ciroc Vodka and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214-817-333-3333 or just go to truckwreck.com.
Good morning, Metroplex. It's Shawne and Bobby. Thanks for being a total. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. This is the 6 a.m. Club, our best audience of the entire show. Let's go around the rest of the NFL. Well, let's kind of stick with the NFC East for a second. There's more whining and crying in Philadelphia. A.J. Brown lashed out at fans when people are criticizing the Jalen Hurts footballs being thrown in his direction.
The YOLO balls.
The YOLO balls. Thank you. I was thrown off there by throwing something at your head when we were returning from break. AJ, y'all fans swear y'all know everything. It's a shot play to me. I'm the first read. He just missed the throw. Of course, we could have threw it 6 because it didn't work. When the S works, everyone's happy. Quit all that buddy ball S. I'm decoys on many plays. And all that he's forcing me the ball stuff, I'm in his head stuff. When I make plays, everyone's happy. But when it's incomplete, it's I'm making him throw me the ball. I get blamed for more S than anything. Tired of y'all playing with my character. So this is Eagles fans saying, oh, Jalen Hurts is force-feeding A.J. Brown so A.J. doesn't throw a hissy fit and cry and whine on the sidelines like he did earlier in the year. And this is A.J. explaining the play the other night. Man.
Which both things can be true. Like, AJ's explanation could be absolutely true, and that's I'm sure it is. I'm sure he is telling you, like, I was the first read there, everything else, whatever else. It can also be true that he is a massive crybaby. Like, AJ Brown is a diva. Yes. And I don't know if it's because he played in Tennessee before, and so it's a different level of attention, but like, obviously he was unhappy and wanted to trade, but I never felt like he was just a diva or a problem child. Like, since he got to Philly, it does feel like there's a lot of just, let's manage AJ Brown's emotions. Let's make sure AJ's happy.
I have in my life right now is Philadelphia sports.
I know, John or whatever, they're in Philly. It's something where Sal, yeah. This is this feels very much like a Odell Beckham, like, personality management with A.J. Brown the last couple of years.
And this makes me look at our own house, right? Don't throw stones from a glass house. We can throw from here in DFW. The Cowboys have a worse record and are behind Philadelphia when it comes to winning the NFC East. The Eagles are probably going to win the division. We don't bicker like this. We haven't had these issues. This stuff doesn't get out into the public, out into the media. We're not sitting there quietly changing coordinators or play callers. And you can argue over the offensive credit and Dak with McCarthy and Kellen and all that stuff. You got to give credit to even Jason Garrett. Even going back to Jay Jeezy, you could talk about him as a game manager and not creative with the offense and stuff like that. We generally have not had meltdowns like this unless it comes from a knucklehead. You know, like, who's the D lineman?
Jay Ratliff?
Smoking. No, David Irving.
Oh.
Unless it's from like a David Irving type. You have an incident with Joseph Randle. Taking things to the media to complain about touches.
We had Dez. Dez was like that a little bit. Yeah. And I love Dez, but Dez used to air things out.
Yes. But nothing like what the Eagles are doing right now this year with us.
No, not like the entire roster, like Darius Slay going like, they look like they're having so much fun. We don't have fun over here. Or AJ Brown going, I'm tired of the fans. I'm just sick of you guys.
Imagine if they were 9-6. Imagine if they were 8-7. Like, does this show that Sirianni... See, there's a fear that at least I had that the Eagles have everyone else beat when it comes to the head coach and general manager combo. Every year during the draft, what happens? Howie is trending. Howie. Howie Roseman runs circles around Jerry Jones, Stephen Jones, and everybody else. I said a few weeks ago that Nick Sirianni has been the closest thing to Bill Belichick in terms of figuring out little nuances and loopholes within the sport compared to anyone. Like, the tush push is an unstoppable play. Their offensive linemen cheat and don't get called for false starts. Jason Kelsey moves the football forward. It doesn't usually become a thing. So I was terrified. He got Jalen Hurts to be an MVP candidate at some point in time. So this makes me feel better that Nick Sirianni doesn't have at least the attitude, character control that I thought.
Well, I mean, if you listen to Philadelphia radio yesterday, which I subscribe on my podcast feed to WIP and all of their shows because I like to.
You have to subscribe?
No, just I make sure that it's in my podcast feed so that I can see new episodes coming. So that's what I was doing on my drive in this morning. I was listening to Howard Eskin in the afternoon show, what he had to say about things.
Did you tell Howard to text me back?
I didn't tell him because I was listening. I wasn't talking to him. Joe, I was listening to Joe Giglio do their WIP podcast, and Joe Giglio there saying, "Look, the reality is that." Nick Sirianni is he is a below average offensive mind when it comes to scheming things open. The Eagles just have to accept that they have a below average, scheme.
Wow.
And that what are we supposed to do about it? And then Howard Eskin just going off on, Jalen Hurts and Jalen, I appreciate you taking the attention off of the defensive issues with your poor play the other night. That was really good leadership from you to play the way you did.
Was it really negative?
Oh, he went off on Jalen Hurts for the whole, I don't know if everybody's bought in comments or committed thing. He's like, you can talk about a lot. These guys are committed, Jalen. You need to watch yourself there.
Yeah, tell the quarterback who's there practicing.
Stir it up, baby.
Oh.
They're all, oh my gosh, I sent you guys last night the Reddit thread of all the Eagles fans coming to acceptance and talking about what stages of grief they're in. One guy on there said they have the stats of a 5-9 team. Now they're just starting to play now the record's just starting to reflect who they are.
So was it as bad and negative as us on Monday after Buffalo?
Worse. The Eagles fans it's so great. This is one of my favorite posts on Reddit yesterday. I don't have any more enthusiasm watching this team this year. If we score, I'm not even excited or happy because I know what's going to happen. These are Eagles fans right now. This is the reality of what they're facing. Somebody goes, this isn't a very good team. Hasn't been a good team all year. Somebody else. I've been an Eagles fan for 42 years. Acceptance is easy. That's where I am. This team is going nowhere.
And that one call.
We got the Sirianni nod up on the fan cam.
No, that one caller yesterday in Philly was like, no, on to next year. Start Mariota and on to next year.
Most of the fan base on Reddit yesterday for the Eagles was talking all about how this is it. Somebody said that was the nail in the coffin. This team's done. They've been looking fraudulent all year. Now it's over.
Tommy DeVito made good as now everyone in DFW is doing this emoji that we're all going to be doing this on Christmas Eve to hope that the Giants, or whenever they play the Eagles next, they play them 2 out of the next 3 games. There's some controversy after Tommy DeVito's agent set up an appearance for the quarterback to go to a New Jersey pizzeria. It got canceled when the pizzeria came out. Caniglio's in Morristown said, you know what, we had agreed to $10K. And after DeVito had one of his good games, winning NFC Conference Player of the Week, they upped it to $20K. So they doubled the appearance fee on this poor pizzeria. Pizzeria said, nope, don't show up. We got to cancel. After it hit the news and they got all the bad press, DeVito made an unpaid appearance at the pizzeria yesterday, according to Darren Ravel.
Good for him. Good for him showing up. Because this was... him. Yeah, this is if you want anybody to deal with you into the future, if you want any sort of endorsement deals, and this is your window to get it because you're not going to be an NFL starting quarterback after this year anyway. And so if you want to take advantage of the Linsanity moment that you have, you better not establish with businesses that you're going to, well, yesterday's price is not today's price. You can't be doing that. And if they already had an agreement in place, Sean Stellato with his little Matt Drudge fedora or whatever he wears over there, you can't have that. You can't be pulling the rug out from under businesses.
How is this pizza place going to generate $10,000 in slices by getting DeVito there? I mean, $10K?
That's the thing. They probably were already paying through the nose and just going, well, it'll be good for future business. Like, we're not going to make it back here, but it'll be good to generate some interest moving forward. But then when you go 20, it's like, well, you're literally putting us in the poorhouse doing this.
Isn't it amazing how stereotypes fluctuate? We're playing Italian music. They got DeVito.
Mamma mia.
We got Sopranos. We got the Tommy Cutlets. Can you imagine if this was an Asian person? Indian person? Or we're sitting here setting up different appearances. I'm not even going to give an example. I'll give it for Indian because I'm brown, so I can say it. You know, you got someone going to a samosa house, like we're doing curry appearances. They're doing stuff like that. It's offensive with everybody else. With this, everyone can make the Italian
Sounds
jokes.
about white.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, are there other like analogies you can draw? Because that one I don't like. I mean,
did you just hear me say?
Yeah, I said,
And
are there other ones? Do you have some other ones?
Do you remember the other week when I said I could tell your troll face?
Peyton, do you have any other ones?
No, you don't open your mouth. Be quiet.
Well, the segment yesterday about the Pro Bowl, you know, that was a good one. That was a good discussion.
Yeah,
I had a lot
don't-
to say about.
Don't fall into it. But other ethnicities, you sit there with a Hispanic person, Asian person, and you're doing all these references, the world will blow up. Aaron Rodgers stops the razor from going to Bobby Belt's head.
Hell yeah. Y'all thought you were going to get my head? I'm not giving you my head. That's not happening.
What a joke. What a freaking joke. I've gone back to hating him now. This is Aaron Rodgers basically admitting it was all a bunch of BS on McAfee.
I think the whole time it's been, hoping that we're still in it because it was unrealistic to think that I would be 100% to be medically cleared at any point during the regular season.
What?
I do feel like, in the next 3 to 4 weeks, it would be very possible to get to 100%, but obviously not there. And so the conversation was away from 100% medical clearance to a willingness to play. And that's never been a problem for me. If I was 100% today, I'd be definitely pushing to play.
So this whole thing was a ruse?
Yes. Which I said the whole time. This is what my therapist was talking to me about the other day.
With a ball.
This is what my therapist was trying to tell me Monday about how I know football. I know. I clearly understand injuries and the medical response to them. This was always just a.
What a
this
joke.
Is who he is. He is a drama queen.
Dude, if I was a Jets fan, though, I'd be pissed. I'd be like, I do not trust anything ever coming out of your mouth again. For us, it's one thing, but for Jets fans, get all excited and maybe buy tickets to, the final 2 games or 3 games, and he's sitting here admitting the whole time he was just effing around.
Who would you trust more? The Rangers describing a pitching injury or Aaron Rodgers talking about his availability?
Good question.
My gosh. No, what this is just, Aaron Rodgers, it feels like, was brought in to help them as much as on the field as he was to help their engagement, it feels like. And so I wonder if it's just he was doing them a solid, like, hey, let's not tank the season for you guys. Had a lot of excitement, people buying season tickets. I go out on the 3rd play. I'm sorry I sold you that I wasn't washed and that I had an Achilles of a younger man. I'll do you a solid and make it seem like I can come back. I'll hop on the phone and get people to renew their season tickets and make it sound like I'm coming back. I'll tell reporters, hey, I could be back before the 3-week window. When in reality, then you go on there and say, it was always unrealistic, guys. I lied.
Yeah.
What do you want from me?
Good grief. What a joke. What a ruse. What a clown. What a fraud. What'd you call him?
Frodgers. Aaron Frodgers.
Aaron Frodgers. You can workshop it.
I think that's good.
Can you shop?
A fraud.
Can you shop for your girl with a girl? Part of the payload. Peyton Russell takes over on a hump day.
Hump day.
Next.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, we'll talk
And it's back to Shawne and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet is leading the way to finish #1 in America this year. They're racing hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. Shop them all today at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
Okay, am I hearing this right? The morning show is letting Peyton Russell have his own segment?
I just don't get it. We've known Peyton for years. He's horrible on the mic. I mean, gathering the foreigners, this is going to be a train wreck.
Daddy does work, and Peyton just does board hopping.
That is right. It is the payload here on a hump day.
Hump day.
I'm going to start saying it now because Bobby always turns off his freaking mic and tries to say it, and it's killing me. Yeah. He doesn't fist pump the right way. He doesn't do hump day the right way.
What do you mean? I fist the right way all the time.
Just like the cowboy, he doesn't know how to finish. He always turns off the mic, takes off his headphones.
He's checking out
early.
Oh,
I know how to finish.
But for people who are, this is a segment that usually is on Thursday at 6:40 at this very time, but I am out tomorrow and Friday, so Shawne was very nice enough to let me do it on a Wednesday.
Always got me.
Thank you, our benevolent leader.
So what it is I myself, Peyton Russell, the producer of Shawne and RJ, will take over a segment basically and just run through some lifestyle stories, usually about either myself or stuff I find on the internet, and we just joke around with it for about 15-20 minutes. So let's begin.
Yeah, we have 12 minutes left now.
That was a great introduction,
Peyton. Just reset what everyone knows you're doing.
Should I say the phone number, 877-881-1053? Look, guys, okay, holidays are
like
here.
A Kevin Gray introduction.
Read through the Rangers starting lineup twice.
As a taken man, as I am, I do have a girlfriend. Thank you very much. Do you get a free pass going shopping with another girl as long as you're shopping for your girl? Now, let's just say, now I know people go, well, you're probably cheating on her. Let's just say, let's make it as simple as possible.
Is that what we say?
Well, I'm just saying, because some people
your girl thinks that.
No, it's not.
Not
Mackenzie,
your girl.
Oh.
A girl would think that.
Right, yeah. So, Mackenzie, when you listen to this later on, you always listen to the payload. I told you it was today. You go back on the app and listen. I'm not trying to shop with another girl. It's just a generic question here for the taken men. So text in.
But where did this come from, the question?
Because I know guys that will do this. They'll like have, girls that they're like, well, I want their point of view. And it makes sense, but at the same time, like, it gets a little sketchy because it's like, does the girl have the right to be really mad at you and start an argument? It's not breakup material, I don't think, but it's enough where I think she can get mad at you for this. Yeah. So, Shawne, I throw it to you.
It's a great question. First off, if it's their sister or cousin, I think it should be cool. I think. And then I'm trying to think if it's for one thing versus
what's your one thing
versus like 5 things. Is one more justifiable than the other? Look, to boil it down, the answer in my house would be no. Now, my wife has girlfriends who are like sisters to her. If I went shopping with Elizabeth or Tasha, it would have to be for something where it was so important, so pricey that I couldn't afford to screw it up. And Amanda would also have to agree that they would be able to match her taste. Like, she would like that. Because I don't go on my own. Her real birthday is tomorrow, and it lacks some of the, surprise and everything, because I just ask her for a list and I go and get the list. I don't go and really get anything that's a surprise.
Everybody loves lists.
But in general, I'm trying to think of a way in which she'd be cool with it, and she probably would not. It for damn sure could not be any girl outside of them. If I was just randomly like, hey, this girl at the station, the sales girl, like, first off, she'd have to be ugly. And she'd have to, like, isn't that amazing how girls are cool? Like, once they figure out another girl's not a threat whatsoever. Like, but so-and-so is hot. You would have thought that all of us were getting ready to marry Plain Lady after she came in studio. My Lord, my word. But if Plain Lady was not attractive, no one would have given a crap back in our houses. So that's a long way of saying, no, not cool, but I'm trying to think of a way to justify it.
Yeah, if it was... So
you're the one who get the pass for this of any of us.
No, I wouldn't get a pass for this. The only one that would be somewhat acceptable to her would probably be like if I was
Slater.
Yeah, if Slater and I were working one day, and then while we were out and we had some downtime, if it was like, hey, I'm gonna go Christmas shopping, Slater's going with me.
But don't you think it'd have to be for like something specific? It couldn't just be random. Like, hey, I need to get you some gifts. I asked Jane to come with me to
Oh,
the,
yeah,
to the
no,
mall.
it'd have to be for a holiday. Like, hey, we got Christmas shopping coming up. I'm going
No,
to...
I mean like a specific gift. Like, I wanted to pick this out for you. I was scared.
Like, yeah, she's going with me to Grapevine Mills Mall, and we're just going to walk around the mall and just see. Yeah, it'd have to be like a specific
We love
store.
the pretzels there.
The
Yeah,
214 has a great point. He says he's proposing to his girlfriend and has to take another girl to measure a ring size. So
I still don't think.
You don't think a ring is acceptable?
How does he know that her ring size is the exact match of his girl?
Maybe he doesn't know how ring sizes work, and he's like trying to get the right. I don't know. I haven't.
You steal one of her rings and you take it into the shop, or because once you ask for the ring size, it is pretty much a dead giveaway. I don't know. This is a great question.
What spurred this?
Just I had around the holidays I have friends who will go shopping or people
And they've
that I
gotten
know.
in trouble.
Did you not hear the beginning?
I heard him set it up.
Is there something about this seat? Is there something
I need
about
to sit
this?
there. That
Is there
thing's a
something
lot of
about
fun.
RJ's chair that you have to repeat everything?
No, I
asked
heard
him
him-
the exact same thing. You've done this 3
I heard
times.
it.
You blanked out this week. What spurred this? Was that one of your friends? Yes, he already said it. You're wasting
No, I'm not
time.
allowed, Peyton. I'm not allowed to go do this.
I will say the one thing you cannot do is anything clothes wise. Even if it's like a shirt, pants, obviously no underwear, bikini stuff. You can't shop with another girl for that
shopping.
stuff. Could you imagine?
Oh my God! Yeah, try it on.
What'd
for
you get me? Oh, I just shopping for bikinis. Oh, did she try it on for you? Yeah, she did. So I want to make sure she looked good, so you would look good.
So how would Mackenzie react to this?
I don't think she would like it. And she's not. We know again we're still early in our relationship, so I don't think she would be like.
Try it out.
Let's flip it. She went shopping with a dude or one of your guy friends. Hang on a second, Johnny Jealous. Let's flip it.
Let's continue the Sean load here at 640.
What could they? What? Because you're deaf. Because you're deaf and you have ADD.
That took like 5 seconds.
I'm the hog of the segment because you don't pay attention. What could she be shop for you as a gift, where you'd be cool? She took another dude.
PS5.
Wow.
Anything?
That is an item.
It's got to be super expensive to weigh the options here. It's got to be worth it. If it's like
to pick out the color of the PS5? Do they come in different colors?
No, if she's spending a lot of money on me, then I'm fine with going with her going another dude.
Yeah.
But no, I don't know. I haven't really thought about that if like roles were reversed.
Yeah.
But
a watch? Like,
oh yeah,
I don't know.
I would never.
I could just ask me. You can just ask me. I think it's different with the girl. Go shopping for a girl than girl shopping for a guy.
I would never. See, that's the thing. If it's that sort of a thing, like a watch or something like that, like I wouldn't even enjoy that as a gift. So that wouldn't be.
Yeah, get yourself soda, like we hear in the commercial.
Exactly. SOTAweightloss.com. That's what you can do. Give yourself the gift of health and happiness these holidays. No, I would not be cool with her going and shopping with another guy. So, which she wouldn't be cool with.
If I found out that Amanda went shopping with you to get something for me,
She'd go shopping with Choppy because he's funnier.
That's right. I wouldn't trust her going shopping with Choppy. I'd trust her going shopping with you. All right.
So
back to my segment.
That's right. Well, this guy in this next story, he will not be going shopping for his girlfriend because his girlfriend dumped him. And emphasis on the word dump. No pun intended. They have broken up after dating for a little bit because after she had gone over to his house and noticed he doesn't have any toilet paper. Thought at the first couple times she was like, "Oh, you just ran out? Like that's fine. It happens all the time. Just go shopping." He's like, "Oh yeah, I'll go shopping." She went over a couple more times, still no toilet paper. He's questioning him. She's questioning him. What is this? You just keep forgetting. And she asked, "How do you wipe?" He goes, "Well, I use baby wipes." And she said, well, "That's it though? Like no toilet paper? You just use wipes?" And she thought she was so distraught over it, she broke it off. Broke off the relationship because he only uses baby wipes. Now, Choppy has said he uses the man wipes, the dude wipes.
Yeah.
But don't you use the dude wipes, then you finish up with the regular paper? Isn't that how you go?
I do.
So I have no idea how this works. I used to think that the dude wipes were the replacement for the toilet paper.
Right.
Then I thought the toilet paper was first with the dude wipe finish. But now you're telling me it's the dude wipe start with the toilet paper finish?
So if I'm going to use a wet wipe, it will be toilet paper, wet wipe, toilet paper.
Toilet paper, wet wipe, toilet paper.
Yeah, because the first clean off with something wet, I feel like just makes it too
it's
messy.
nasty, yeah.
So you got to go dry first, wet to clean away, and then dry so that you're not walking up with or getting up with like wet butt. But
All right,
I had a buddy who his whole process used to be when he was broken in college. he would go to the bathroom and then just jump in the shower so that he wouldn't have to buy toilet paper. And so that became his process was
that's actually smart.
Go to the bathroom and then just wash it off in the shower, which is disgusting.
But it works. I mean, it's fine.
But I'm not buying that she broke up with him because of this. What reason? That makes zero sense.
It's one of those weird flaws, I guess, because at first when I was reading
like
the story,
that guy is extra clean. You're breaking up with him because he's extra clean, and that shows he has money too.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm assuming that these wipes are much more expensive than regular toilet paper, so that's a sign of wealth, and that's a sign of cleanliness. And you broke up with him? That's stupid. I don't believe that.
Maybe he went shopping with a girl to buy the wet wipes.
Yeah.
Well, because at first I was reading the story when it was like, I dumped him because he didn't use toilet paper. I thought like he didn't use it at all. Like he just refused to use toilet paper.
Yeah.
That's a valid reason. Like, you should be broken up. You should not be dating anyone if you don't use toilet paper. That leads me to this audio clip of Stephen A. So Stephen A. on the Stephen A. show, he answers questions from people that watch the show just on Twitter. And this guy asked the very question, like, do you stand or do you sit to wipe? And Stephen A. Goes off on this nasty guy.
Josh Medro, right? Stephen A. What is the correct way to wipe yourself, standing or sitting? Needing to know. That is a nasty ass question. You're a nasty, desperate ass individual. You're a human being. What you asking me a question about how to wipe your ass for? What's wrong with you? First of all, you should be sitting because stuff might drip on you. That's number one. Number two, it's just a nasty question to ask a grown-up person. You have no couth, no class, okay? Knowing you probably on yourself. You need to get your act together for asking some dumbass question like that. Don't ever sit up there and tweet me again. Matter of fact, make sure y'all take his name down and ban him from tweeting this show because he's an idiot, a new fool. That's just disgusting.
I love Stephen A. now.
So I think the answer here around the room is sitting, right? I don't think
who wipes standing up?
Will Chambers?
Yeah, Will does. I believe Will does wipe standing up, and I've known people do it, and I don't understand why. The correct answer is roll up on a cheek, do what you got to do, because the problem is when you stand up, it closes and spreads. That's the issue.
I thought you didn't like this type of
I
talk.
don't. I'm just telling you objectively why that's a disgusting way to do it.
Stand up?
I don't know if it's because you get more. I'm trying to think
What's worse, standing up to wipe or sitting down to pee?
Oh,
standing up to wipe is worse, but I wouldn't do either.
I agree.
You don't sit to pee at all?
Never. Not one time. Even when I'm drunk, what'll happen is we have or at least we did when we were in our old apartment unit, not the new one that we moved to. We had like a cabinet up there. I would I would lean forward and put my head against the cabinet if I was tired. I would not sit down.
I did that at a bar and I threw up and got kicked out. So
that was where was that?
That was Lucky Lou's.
Lucky Lou's. Yeah, you threw up in a urinal and a bouncer came in and threw him out.
Payload. Hump Day edition.
Hump Day.
On Shawne, RJ, and Bobby. Choppy out for the rest of the week. We got Peyton and Ryan live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Let's see. Atolo just said, man, WIP and Filthy is playing some of y'all's interviews you did with Jerry. Well, tell us, are they making fun of it? So we can go back and listen to it, and I can get another free segment today as we head into the holidays. PF, tell us what they're saying about it so we can go spy again like we did yesterday. Is Jeff Bezos about to own Mike Bassick? Ja Morant with the epic return, and we're going to start giving away these Cowboys-Lions tickets. It's the last regular season game of the year in Arlington. Hump Day.
Hump Day.
I wanted to test him. He turned the mic off, but he was hovering over it to get back in the game. Cowboys-Lions ticket giveaway and everything else you need to know as we get closer to the expressway next. But you need to know the information.
and studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Shawne and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Morant's going to get ahead of steam with a chance to win it in his return. Here goes Morant. He spins. Morant scores! And the timer expires. Count the basket. And Shawne Merriman wins it for the Grizzlies.
What a return. The first ever game winner in Shawne Merriman's career as he comes back from the second gun suspension and the Memphis Grizzlies. Now, they're still 12 games under 500, but they go on the road and beat Zion and the Pelicans. He was gassed. He was cramping. He still had enough to score 3 clutch baskets in the final 90 seconds. That had not been done since Luka Doncic in 2019. Wow.
It makes you feel that like it almost makes you a little more angry at Ja. Because when you watch him play, it's like, dude, you take this from us. Like with some of the dumb stuff you do. Because he is so much fun to watch. He is just
I think he's Iverson. He's got Iverson type game with better hops.
Yeah, it's almost like Iverson with Russell Westbrook in his prime. And I know that's like a huge compliment or a huge description when we talk about that talent, but man, he is so special, just the things that he can do. And it's just you hope he can stay clean, you hope he can stay on top of things, because he is a lot of fun to watch.
Oh no, when I see the immediate shot of his dad and his best friend right after, I'm like, I wonder. We'll see. I hope he's there. Except if he gets in the Mavericks' way when it comes to the Western Conference. The Mavericks are going to take on the team that Luka Doncic owns, and that would be the LA Clippers. 7:30 tip tonight at the AAC, and Luka is coming off Western Conference Player of the Week. Luka won it in the West. Giannis won it in the East. What did Luka do last week and over the weekend? He already passed Dirk for most 35-point games in franchise history. Already did it. Over his last 8 games, this was before the Denver game, 40-12-10, 39-6-13, 33-6-17, 35-8-6, 32-6-10, 40-10-11, 36-15-18, and 41-9-9. Monster.
Pretty good, pretty impressive. Now they'll be going up against the Clippers tonight. It looks like no Kyrie Irving again and no Derek Lively again. So hopefully you get better contributions from the guys on the side. Grant Williams has got to start playing a little better when they're without some of these guys. Like they really need him to step up because it can't just be Luka and then whatever dozen points Dante Exum can throw in combined with, Derek Jones or whatever. They really need guys like Grant Williams to step up.
And what have the Clippers been doing? It looks like they're on fire. They've won 8 in a row. I was getting ready to bury them. I was rooting for them to die off when James Harden went over there. Go look at the Clippers catching fire in the Western Conference. They're the 6th seed, and the Mavericks are the 5th. Really, the Mavericks are just technically above them. They both have records of 16-10. But you're not used to talking about any other team but the Clippers being the ones missing people with injuries or availability. Kawhi leads the way at 24 a night. Paul George at 23. Harden at 17 with 7 assists, but the Clippers are rolling.
It's amazing what you can do as a basketball team when Kawhi Leonard doesn't miss any games, which is what they've had so far, is that he's played every single time. I know he said before the season, he's like, look, I don't think these load management rules, that's not going to keep me playing. Because I'm not just missing games to miss games. I've been hurt, but here he is. He's played every single game so far.
By the way, Bovada put the Dallas Mavericks as the front runners to acquire Draymond Green if the Warriors decide to trade him. The Mavs plus 210, Lakers plus 300, then the Cavs, Pacers, and Sacramento Kings.
No thanks. No, thank you. I don't want that at all.
Would you have taken him before this season? In the offseason before he signed his extension?
No, didn't we? I think we talked about this too. I don't need old triple single here.
I was down for it.
They got Grant Williams.
Not
Grant Williams
for 100.
I've already got the undersized big who kind of does everything. That's what Grant Williams does.
Called him out for being disappointed.
I know he needs to be more, but I'd take Grant Williams over Draymond Green. That's for sure.
Did you say that Ja had a babysitter? We got the Dez sitter for Ja?
He does. So he has the director of team security, Kevin Helms. His entire job this season, apparently, is to be Ja Morant's babysitter. They say that they literally have him shadowing Ja Morant everywhere, which it's probably reached that point if you're Memphis. Our investment is so deep in this guy, and he's clearly gotten into so much trouble. He's got to have somebody attached to his hip. So that was from Tim McMahon over at ESPN saying that Kevin Helms, the Grizzlies director of team security, his job has essentially shifted from team security to Ja security or Ja babysitter. So hopefully that'll keep him clean and keep him on the court and keep him away from the firearms.
Could Mike Bassett be employed by Jeff Bezos?
Boy, that would be absolutely wonderful. Not just because Bassett would have to work for Jeff Bezos, but mainly
have
because
to do Black Friday anymore.
I think it would save. I think it would honestly save Bally, and it would save some of these local sports deals. So that's one of the reports that's out there right now is that Diamond Sports, who obviously owns Bally and has had all these financial problems, that they're in talks with Amazon about a potential streaming deal. Amazon, of course, has had some success with the NFL. There's been talk of them getting involved in the NBA. They've been interested in NBA teams recently, that they wanted to do NBA games and have a standalone night where we own the night on Tuesdays, for instance. They wanted to create a Thursday night football type atmosphere for NBA games. And so this would make some sense that, Amazon's really wanted to kind of own the sports market, the sports streaming market, and that they've been in talks with Diamond Sports Group. How much they'd invest, how much control they'd have, whatever else, that's not clear, but the report seems to be Amazon bankrolling it, Amazon funding it, buying in, and then Diamond still operates Bally. So it's more just hey, we're the money in charge of all this. Almost like a Adelson-Cuban dynamic, that we're coming in here to be the money. You call the shots, you run everything, but we're the money behind this.
Which I heard that arrangement is not going to be the case in a matter of years. Mark Cuban will be phased out in a few years
and turn things over to the stepson or the young Adelson there. That was one of the reports that came out from the New York Post, was that the next decade would be spent with Mark Cuban grooming the younger Adelson, who's 20, to eventually take over the Mavericks.
Little college football since you're in Choppy's chair.
Yeah, let's knock out some college football, some different headlines this week. First, the NCAA may not exist here soon. So the National Labor Relations Board had a hearing beginning on Monday, and they're looking into this week, that ultimately could reclassify Division I football and basketball players as university employees under federal labor law. So the entire business model would then, that the NCAA currently operates under, would be deemed illegal, and athletes would be entitled to salaries, apply for a formal union, they'd get benefits. This would end amateur college sports. So the entire idea of the NCAA would completely go away, which this is what happens when the NCAA is so dug in against what was coming. They didn't prepare to live in a world where, hey, we can still exist with this model if we do this or do that. Instead, they fought so hard to just keep things 100% the way they wanted them. And now, depending on how this ruling comes down, they will be reclassified and ultimately be deemed illegal if this goes the wrong way.
I apologize. I did not give you your intro.
Did you forget to study up on Saturday's action? Well, it's time for a cram session, baby. With the good, the bad, and the ugly from this past weekend of college football, it's RJ Choppy and the College Football Kegger. Take it away, Chop.
Had to give Carter a little bit of love after I've been destroying him all week long.
It's time for a cram session, baby. He says it you guys never watched the show Schitt's Creek, but the Moira Rose, baby. That's the way that Carter says baby right there, is that way. But that's the setup this week, is that the NCAA could be in real trouble depending on how that ruling comes down. And you know what's also in trouble because of college sports is the housing market.
Oh.
Yep.
Listen up, Peyton. Apartment shopping.
Yeah, don't apartment shop in Athens, Georgia. So because of Georgia's success this year and because Georgia has become such a destination, this is a report from, I don't even know how you pronounce this, dnyuz.com. But they had an article over there this week that talked about these people, these lifelong Athens residents are being priced out of the area. Because what's happened is Georgia has become such a destination site for people that want to, come into town for the weekend, blow through, watch Georgia play whoever, Alabama, watch Georgia play LSU, whatever it is. I'm sure Georgia play Texas in the future. That real estate developers are seeing such high demand for people who come through town and want these expensive Airbnbs for 3 days that they're going, we're going to start buying up property and we're just going to, lease out these apartments and stuff like that and basically just turn them into short-term rentals. And because of that, these property values are skyrocketing, just going through the roof. And these lifelong Athens residents, it was this whole profile talking to people there who are like, I have to move. I can't afford to live here anymore because college football has completely ruined the housing market in our area. And apparently this is just a microcosm. It's something that exists in other parts of the country where you have these big football programs. So you better hope, Peyton, that TCU, SMU, UNT, places like that, if you want to live around Denton.
Well, he's moving to Lubbock. He's a Red Raider fan now.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
That's right.
Yeah, well, you don't have to worry about Lubbock ever, being a destination or anything else with the way that football team plays. So.
Also, stop it. I won't defend Joey McGuire. He goes to my godson. Chip Kelly came up with a solution that went viral the other day. He's probably not going to be the UCLA head coach moving forward. He may not be coaching in college. Maybe he should be the commissioner. Here's Chip Kelly's idea for realignment and scheduling.
I think they're all a problem, and I think we need to have a conference commissioner. I think football should be separate from the other sports. Just the fact that our school is leaving to go to the Big Ten in football, our softball team should be playing Arizona in softball. Our basketball team should be playing Arizona in basketball. But because football left, and they're saying, well, how do you do that? Well, Notre Dame's independent in football, and they're in a conference and everything else. I think we should all be independent in football. And you can have a 64-team conference that's in the Power 5, and you can have a 64-team conference in the Group of 5. And we separate it, and we play each other. You can have the West Coast teams, and then every year we play 7 games against the West Coast teams, and then we play the East. So we play Syracuse, Boston College, Pitt, West Virginia. Then the next year you play against the South while you still play your 7 teams. You can play a 7-game schedule. You can play 4 against another division opponent, and you can always play against one Mountain West team every year so that we can still keep those rivalries going. But I think if you went together collectively as a group and said there's 132 teams and we all share the same TV contract, so that the Mountain West doesn't have one and the Sun Belt doesn't have another and SEC has one and they have another, that we all go together, that's a lot of games, and there's a lot of people in the TV world that would go through it. You can sponsor each one. Instead of calling it Group of 5 and Power 5, you can call it Amazon, Nike, bid that out to things. You do a lot of different things. But I think if we still do the same thing and take all that money, and I would do this, and I think this needs to be done, that money now needs to be shared with the student athletes, and there needs to be revenue sharing, and the players should get paid, and you can get rid of NLI, and the schools should be paying the players because the players are what the product is. And the fact that they don't get paid is really the biggest travesty.
Did he say NLI? Yeah. We were so close. So close.
No, we were not close.
An ovation, to a great ovation.
We were not close. His whole point is rooted in the women's softball team should be able to play Arizona, as if anybody
I'm gonna back
is
away from
worried.
the mic.
Oh, you back away all you want. The reality is
two daughters.
The reality is that no, I'm just talking about
I'm about to be a girl dad. I'm not participating in this.
No, the reality is, and that's not anything that there's a problem with women's softball. It's just it's not money that moves the needle. The college football, we just drew the example. College football impacts housing markets.
Yeah.
And you're trying to say that the horror of our men's basketball team or our women's softball team not being able to play historic rivals. It's but it doesn't matter. This is what matters. It's the money. That's what matters to people. That's what matters to conferences.
Is the NFC East and the MVP officially over? Vegas knows. We'll tell you what they think, and we give away our first Cowboys-Lions tickets of the morning during the Expressway, commercial-free after this. And this...
everyone. It is the Expressway right now on the Fan, and it's brought to you by QC Kinetics.
Hurts drops back, has time, loads up, throws. A.J. Brown, the defense. It's intercepted. Does he keep his feet in? He does! Seahawks ball! The interception made by Love. This guy's going nuts for the Seahawks defense, making big plays.
Thank you, Julian Love, for keeping hope alive. But just as important, thank you, Jamal Adams, for being a knucklehead. Because according to reports, Jamal Adams was not in the stadium after learning he would be a healthy scratch. And then Pete Carroll on the radio in Seattle said, I think he was home. I think he was home. So Julian Love started in Jamal Adams' place, ended up having 2 interceptions late in the game to win it for Seattle and win it for DFW. Good morning, Metroplex. This is the Expressway commercial free with Shawne and Bobby. He is our Cowboys insider, Roberto Belt, and we're about to give away Cowboys-Lions tickets this segment and next hour as well. Thank you, Jamal.
Yeah, this is... Man, this has been an epic collapse for me. I really wanted Jamal Adams when those trade talks were going on, because it was like, hey, you are not very good at safety right now. He could be a difference maker here. Go get him. And this is why I don't make decisions for an NFL front office, because I would have traded a first-round pick for Jamal Adams, and that would have been stupid. And he has just gone from being like this hot trade commodity, somebody who was traded for big-time draft capital, to a guy who doesn't play very well, who fights with reporters in cities he doesn't even play in anymore.
Is a joke in coverage. Like, it's an internet. You want to see memes?
It's become Roy Williams like. Back when Roy Williams was with the Cowboys, everybody's like, the guy can't cover. Yeah. He's useless back there. That's what it has basically become the case with Jamal Adams. I do wonder... Part of me wonders, just with the way Dan Quinn has been able to shift guys into place or find uses, I do wonder if Dan Quinn, if he had somebody like Jamal Adams, would be able to do different things with him and make him kind of the hybrid linebacker like he likes to do with his safeties. Part of me wonders if Jamal Adams would play better if he were here. So if Seattle's going to walk away, I'm just saying, I wouldn't necessarily be opposed. Still.
Okay, so how is he as a run defender? I know he's a blitzer.
Good. He can play the run well, and I mean, if he's playing in the box, he can be effective. Look, I mean, Dan Quinn.
I mean, all we have is safeties playing linebacker anyway. Might as well add another one.
And Dan Quinn's always done it. Like, Dan Quinn turned Cam Chancellor into one of the best safeties in the NFL, and Cam Chancellor wasn't the guy who could cover because he was able to put him in the box and get stuff out of him. And so, I wouldn't be opposed if they were to walk away from this offseason if they wanted to cut him. But man, he's spiraling.
Yes.
The fights he's had with New York reporters, he doesn't even play there anymore. The pouting, it's a lot, man. And I like Jamal Adams, like, personally, but man, it's a lot.
Well, do you know him?
Yeah, I've been around him a couple times. I mean, he's from Hebron and he trains around here still. I know his trainers.
So that was Greg Bell with the report that Jamal was home. Thank goodness. So Jamal Adams plays. Are we able to celebrate like this? Laugh at Philly radio. You know, me troll Howard Eskin, the actual human troll? Maybe not. All right. Is the NFC East over? We're trying to figure this out. Kevin Hagelin, the self-proclaimed mathematical whiz, he was going through all the scenarios yesterday. I was listening to it on the way home with strength of schedule. Basically, the way Kevin summarized it, and I think I have this correct, we need to root for the Giants to lose their games, and we need to root for the Commanders to win. That way, when you face them at the time, strength of schedule factors in. Philly still has the lead when it comes to the strength of schedule argument, but we need to root for the Giants to lose so the Eagles win versus them is not as impressive from a strength of schedule standpoint, and the Commanders to win. I believe I have that correct.
So why can't we just root for the Giants to beat them?
We can. Why you gotta be a jackass about it? The man did all this work, and he broke it down for the fourth tiebreaker, and you just said, why can't we get you dead? Maybe if you would have had an answer on Twitter like Michael Gelkin, since you're the insider, we wouldn't have to rely on Hagelin. That's part of your job.
I mean, math is not part of my job. What am I was homeschooled. I think we've established this.
Yeah, so
point.
you should be smarter. We know you're more socially awkward, but I expect you to have a higher education.
Maybe it's because my mom died before I could finish high school.
No,
Shawne,
therapist said, get over it. No more.
Did.
Therapy said it was 17 years ago. Get over it. NFC East favorite. The Eagles are 4-11. The Cowboys are 11-5.
That's what their record should be, 4-11.
4-11 odds versus 11-5. So they have the Eagles in front, which makes sense with the schedule.
I mean, how do you asked this yesterday to Hagee? Like, how likely do you think it is they lose one of these last three, Philly?
I think one of the Giants games will be a scare for them. One of the Giants games, we will all be sitting at home and we'll get our hopes up, edge of our seat. Oh my gosh, it's really happening. Oh my goodness. Here's the problem. I have less faith in the Cowboys winning these next two games. They're going to. I have the Dolphins winning. I have the Dolphins winning.
Way to spoil Friday.
Now, what's up with Tyreek?
Tyreek is looking like he's on track to be back.
Okay, because that would have changed. That would have changed my opinion.
They're fast, man. They are so fast, and I don't know that Dallas. We'll dive into it like later this week, just how tough they are to cover across the field. But man, they are so fast, and if they're getting Tyreek back, and they've got Waddle, and man, that can be a lot for Dallas's defense to cover. But yeah, it would be a totally Dallas thing for the Giants to beat the Eagles this weekend, and Dallas loses to Miami. That would be what would happen.
No, lose to the Commanders.
Yeah. Oh, gosh.
That would be a Dallas thing. All right. Odds to win the Super Bowl. By the way, we have power rankings coming up at 8 o'clock.
I'm so good at these odds.
Okay.
Hit me. Number 1, the San Francisco 49ers.
Yes. Wow. We're so impressed.
Thank you.
What a great guess.
Thank you. Number 2.
Yeah.
The Baltimore Ravens.
Ding, ding. Ring them up.
Boom. All right. This is where I'm going to struggle. Number 3. I'm going to say they still have the Philadelphia Eagles.
No.
Damn it. The Miami Dolphins. Des Bryant? Okay. Number 3, the Dallas Cowboys. Damn it. Peyton?
Say the Chiefs. Come on.
Good job, Peyton.
Because the Chiefs suck right now.
They got Mahomes, though.
Kansas City Chiefs, 29-4. So in order, San Fran, Baltimore, Kansas City, then Miami.
That was my next guess.
The Cowboys are 9-1. So 9-1 if you want to lay down $10 to win 90. Then, now, why would the Cowboys have better odds than the Eagles?
Because the Eagles have a better shot of actually winning the division, but Vegas probably recognizes that Dallas is a better football team right now.
Or they want to steal Cowboy fans' money.
But wouldn't they want to give them? Well, yeah, I guess so.
That's I could hear RJ. He's probably listening right now, and that would be a money play to get in the wallets of Cowboy fans. So in order: San Fran, Baltimore, Kansas City, Miami, the Cowboys, Eagles, Buffalo, Detroit, Jacksonville, Cleveland.
They threw up a stat the other day. ESPN did, and I made sure to take a picture of it, and it was basically that. When you talk about starting 10-1 or better in the Super Bowl era and losing 3 straight, the Eagles are the 4th team to do that, to start 10-1 or better and then lose 3 straight. And only one of those teams, the 86 Jets, even won a playoff game. The other two had just lost, didn't even win a playoff game. Jets won 1 and then got bounced. So I think it's just Vegas looking at Philadelphia and saying Philadelphia is a vulnerable, honestly bad football team right now.
And ESPN Analytics threw up the odds for the Week 16 results between the Cowboys and the Eagles. Both teams win. Eagles 75%, Cowboys 25%. Dallas wins, Philly loses, 91% towards the Cowboys. Philly wins, Dallas loses, 81% towards the Eagles. Both lose. Cowboys category is 74%. I have no idea what any of that means. I'm just reading it to try to be smart. I have no clue what any of that says. Okay, Is the MVP race over? The favorite is
Brock Purdy.
Brock Purdy. Who's number 2?
Lamar Jackson.
Yes. Lamar's 4-1. Purdy's 1-2. Then
Dak Prescott.
No.
Ooh, Josh Allen. Tyreek Hill.
Go ahead. Peyton's flapping his arms.
Jalen Hurts.
Was that an eagle flap?
Oh, yeah, that was an eagle.
No.
I'm right. I have no idea who it is if it's not Tyreek.
Remember my Texas Rangers comparison the other day.
Oh, Christian McCaffrey.
Christian McCaffrey is 3. Then Dak, 4th at 19-2. So Dak went from 7-5 to 19-2 after the Buffalo game. Josh Allen is 5th behind Prescott. Then Mahomes, Tyreek Hill, Jalen Hurts, and Tua.
Jalen
Hurts went from, Jalen Hurts is off the board. Hurts went from 2-1 to 3-2 to 11-2 to 12-1 to off the board. Tua has also been taken off the board.
I was genuinely disappointed in Dak this weekend. That this is the second time in his career that it reached a fever pitch of Dak as the MVP. The other time was right after the Atlanta game in 21, where they beat him 40-3. It was right after the Denver game. He bounced back at the Atlanta game, and then people were talking about Dak is the MVP. He's playing better than anybody else. And then it went down the drain immediately after that. It sucks a little bit that as soon as these two times it's reached a fever pitch of this is the guy, the very next opportunity he's gotten.
Yeah.
It hasn't gone away. And I don't think that's indicative of him hearing noise and collapsing under the pressure. It's just it'd be nice to see you level it up when that talk started.
Yeah, but it's amazing
or maintain even.
Yeah, but we don't. It's amazing how our judgment is completely opposite and unfair when it comes to a starting pitcher. An outing as a starting pitcher versus a quarterback playing an NFL game. We give the starting pitcher a break, but the quarterback, you can't have any fall if you cannot have a bad game. It's like Deion Sanders said to Shannon and Ocho. He's like, we've all had these games where flush the tape. Let's not even review it. It was a bad game. You're going to have a bad day. Dak Prescott was playing absolutely lights out for 7 straight weeks, basically. 7 straight weeks. Is this just going to continue for every single game the rest of the year, including the postseason? No.
But don't be bad.
I know. Unfortunately, it also comes against I don't even want to say a real opponent. Philadelphia was a real opponent, despite what Bobby says. Seattle's not trash. They're somewhat of a threat, but it fit the Cowboy narrative.
Yeah, just don't go out there and throw for 130 yards or whatever you do. That's the thing to me is that you don't have to be all world, but threaten somebody. Don't go out there and just play one of your worst games of the season.
Coach of the year favorite from Bet Online.
It should be DeMeco Ryans.
He's 3rd.
Then we'll say Dan Campbell still.
2 buzzers.
Damn it.
Can you try not to curse 9 times in the segment?
The
boss is liking you. You know, don't get a text. Don't get a call.
I didn't feel like damn it was a cuss word.
It is.
Let's go with
you just did
Shane Steichen.
4 times. Yes, Shane Steichen is the favorite in order. Steichen, Dan Campbell, DeMeco Ryans, Kyle Shanahan, Mike McDaniel, Stefanski, Harbaugh, Zach Taylor, McVay, LaFleur, Sirianni, and Sean Payton have been taken off the board.
Disgusting.
No Mike McCarthy, and RJ Choppy would be disgustingly right now hearing that.
I think that's the betting market's telling you what the rest of the league believes, which is...
How can Zach Taylor... I mean, Zach Taylor above Mike McCarthy when you're sitting there with double-digit wins? Sean McVay above Mike McCarthy? Matt LaFleur above Mike McCarthy? That's ridiculous. It really is.
Why? Maybe that's the betting market's telling you what they know, which is he doesn't deserve a lot of credit for what's gone on here. Honestly, the first 5 weeks of the season were... Don't you buzz me for that.
That's ridiculous. Those other guys should not get more consideration for...
But it's the same question we've talked about. What does he deserve credit for? Derailing the offense for the first 5 weeks of the season?
No, he deserves credit to many people outside of this studio. everyone will give him credit for elevating the offense and Dak's game compared to last year. And
Erroneously.
making the offense even better than Kellen Moore's offense. That will be the national narrative. And listen to Michael Lombardi coming on yesterday. That will be the national narrative that Mike McCarthy, before the postseason, took them to another level. You can get mad at it all you want. You can disagree.
No.
You can try to pick a fight with me right now. That is the way it's going to be.
I'm not picking a fight. That's fine that it's the narrative. I'm telling you that's Vegas telling you that that doesn't reflect the reality.
Yeah.
The narrative doesn't match.
Defensive Player of the Year.
Myles Garrett.
Nope.
Really? TJ Watt.
Nope, man, you suck.
Max Crosby.
Peyton, you tell us.
It's Micah Parsons.
Good job.
Why is it still Micah? That is totally undeserved.
I was going to go
TJ
Watt, but then
that just tells you Vegas is stupid. You just called them geniuses for crapping on McCarthy. Micah, then Myles Garrett, then TJ Watt, then Danielle Hunter, Deron Bland. Remember him?
Mm-hmm.
He's fourth at 28-1. Actually fifth. So there's Deron Bland. So that's everything in.
Where's DeMarcus Lawrence on that list?
Why would he be in the universe?
Jerry said he was the only one who played good.
Or well, you were homeschooled. Let's hook you up. Cowboys, Lions, ticket giveaway this hour and next hour. Hit it, Peyton.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Call number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see the Dallas Cowboys take on the Detroit Lions on December 30th at AT&T Stadium in Arlington, courtesy of the Jackpot.com lottery app, an official partner of the Dallas Cowboys. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
All right, congrats to the Tolo who ends up winning that. And we're going to have another giveaway in the 8 o'clock hour as well. And thanks to Jackpot.com's lottery app for helping you win the tickets, for turning it on, leaving it on. If you're new to the show, the station, that stands for Tolo. And, of course, this is the Expressway. We're commercial-free all the way up until 8 o'clock. Last hour in the payload, special Hump Day edition.
Hump Day?
We asked whether your girl would be cool with you shopping with another girl for her gifts. And now Bobby has another one of these types of topics when it comes to the poll.
Yes. What was the topic again? See, I'm filling in for Choppy.
Are you being serious?
I'm being dead serious. I am filling in for Choppy. Which topic are we talking about here? Oh, this is the poll. The P-O-L-E. I was thinking P-O-L-L. I was like, we didn't ask a poll question.
Yeah.
That threw me off a great deal. Yes. So this was one that I had seen over on SciPost.com. And it's a new research study that says pole dancing classes boost women's mental well-being. It says pole dancing, a form of dance that combines strength, flexibility, and sensual movements, can significantly improve women's mental well-being and aspects of the sexual self-concept, including sexual self-esteem and anxiety, according to new research published in BMC Psychology. Dance has not only been recognized as an art form, but also as a means of personal expression and emotional release. Pole dancing, often associated with exotic dance, has evolved beyond its stereotypes and gained popularity as a fitness and recreational activity. So there's a couple ways you could look at this. The first one you could say is, look, if you're feeling a little down, your girl's feeling just a little upset, down in the dumps, get her a stripper pole for Christmas. Boost her mental health, keeps her in shape. You get some added benefit from that, I'm sure. But the more I thought about that, the less it became.
Or a class. You don't have to get the pole in your house.
No, but
I
think
classes.
Look, if you're going
to
go
socialize with other people.
If you're going to take the classes, you're telling me you're not going to then have the pole in your room, Sean?
They don't have to execute the moves. They don't have to have the pole to execute the moves. But it'd be nice. Fine. I'm not against it.
I mean,
do it.
Got to have some kind of pole. But anyway, what you're looking at, there's a couple different ways that you could look at. That's the first inclination. It's like, what could go wrong here? If your girl takes those classes, what's the big deal there? Then I started thinking about it a little bit more, as I tend to do. I started thinking about things, get in my head a little bit.
Yeah.
And I was sitting there thinking about, would I want my wife taking, like, classes like this? And I got to thinking about it, and my answer was no. I don't want her to.
Stupid.
It's stupid?
You're stupid. There's no reason to be against this. It is so beneficial for everybody.
Who teaches her?
Someone who's a master of the pole arts.
Master of the pole
arts. Someone who's got moves. Who's limber.
I look at this and I say, look, you're clearly learning.
Yeah, tell me how you overthought this.
Because you're clearly learning from a stripper, right?
Okay.
And I don't think that you
I don't
can
think
only.
She has to be a stripper.
I'll take a little sip.
Generally.
Well, fine. So what?
Because I don't necessarily want the stripper mentality being passed over to my wife.
Oh my gosh.
I think Peyton's gonna agree with me on this one.
I think you're the Hispanic one in the relationship. You're the jealous one. You're the jealous Hispanic.
I've told you recently I do have jealous tendencies. I know that. But it's just I don't know.
He's jealous too. Peyton, would you be okay if she said, what are you doing, dear? I'm going to my strip club, my pole dancing class. Not strip club class. Now you got that in my mind. Pole dancing class. Would you be fine with it?
Freud was right.
If the class is just women, the teacher's a woman, and that's all she does with it, I have no problem with it. Now, if she's training to be a stripper, then absolutely I have a problem with it.
Okay, but
if it's just
she's
the class
doing it for exercise and to boost up your future apartment life.
Well, then go ahead. I'll buy the pole for the apartment then.
Right? You see?
Okay, so 940, don't be a prude, Bobby. 817, Bobby, dumb as hell for this take. 469, Bobby's right. How long before the wife wants to show this off?
Where's she gonna go?
To me? I mean, like if it's to me, it's fine.
You think she's calling baby dolls to say you guys got an opening Wednesday?
Look.
So you think randomly
she's
she's like, it's not like paying off a bet at the Improv when you lose your fantasy league and you got to stand up and do 10 minutes of comedy. She's not. You don't randomly strip, Bobby. You don't just drive by the club and walk in and be like, you guys have any 30-minute gap openings? Like, I'd really like to go ahead and put this to use. All this hard work I've been doing.
I'm just saying the idea of this mentality being applied.
What's the mentality? Be sexy?
The stripper mentality. It's different. There are other ways. Which, by the way, where's this one? 214.
The mentality. And look at you insulting strippers.
I'm just saying. I'm not insulting strippers. I'm just saying, do I want to be married to a stripper?
They make really good money,
don't.
Bobby. Okay, they're performing.
Yes, exactly.
Would you?
What trait? What's second or third? I shouldn't even ask you. You're going to get in trouble yourself. What's second or third trait?
Standing, Ryan
would carry over with a stripper mentality to your wife. What do you think she'd pick up as a habit afterwards?
Habit.
Tell me what you think.
Not a habit. It's more a.
You think in the bar she goes $20 to karaoke, $20 a song? You think she's gonna start repeating random stripper things?
You are gonna get me in
You're
trouble
an
here.
overthinking
You are gonna get me in
moron.
trouble here with the take that I'm about to say.
Don't say it.
Look, 214. Bobby is the only human being that's ever made me miss RJ Choppy. 972. Dude, that's a straight insult. People saying I got LDE here. That this is LDE right here. I don't. That's not what this is about. It's just about the idea of she's 35 now.
Your wife?
Yes. We're married. We have our children. I don't know that now is the time. It just makes me think if you're entering into this and you're saying that this is the era where you want to start exploring things like this, it's it just feels like a little
midlife crisis.
Yeah, kind of. And is it making you want to pursue other things?
Like what?
I don't know, just a little bit more of a freer lifestyle.
Would she do it?
I don't think so. I don't think she'd have any interest in this.
Okay. She loves dancing.
Which is why it would be, yes, she does love dancing. That's gotten me in trouble as well recently.
Yes.
But no, I think that...
I love this music.
It would, yeah, in the club. It's something where if she were to... That's the other thing, is that I already know she wouldn't generally be interested in this. So if all of a sudden she was to have an interest and want to do it, I would start thinking then you're going through some sort of character change or some sort of personality change.
Spice things up. She wants to. It's a tremendous workout. Yesterday you started at physical therapy.
Sean, it gets pretty spicy as it is. I mean, we can go into details if you like. Yeah. That's the other thing about the 214 saying Bobby sounds like he just he wants somebody motionless there. That's not the case. 214.
All right, that's not. I think we've talked about this enough. I think you lose amongst the.
I do not lose. So you'd be okay with it. You'd be more than okay. You'd be gung ho.
Yes, man. Someone buys my wife a drink while I'm in the bathroom and they don't know that we're there together. That's a compliment. If my wife is walking and a random dude turns his head and looks at her ass or points at her or is checking her out and doesn't know that we're together, he's not trying to openly disrespect me. That's a compliment. That's security. That's praise for your girl. You should be happy that dude asked her to dance at Billy Bob's. Because that means you got an attractive, hot thing with you, man.
903 nailed it. Bobby is scared because his wife settled for him, and he's scared she'll find someone actually attractive.
Now,
exactly.
That's a great point.
Nailed it.
That's a great point.
That's probably look. She settled clearly.
What random club though or bar could she start dancing like a stripper at? Like where could she just you're not doing it at Billy Bob's, you know?
with clothes on?
Yeah.
Cowboys Red River. No, which she would
I've
never
never
go
been there.
She would never go there. Oh boy, when Peyton was single, I was trying like hell to get him to go to Cowboys Red River because I was like, that's where you go get your reps in, Peyton.
Reps.
That's where you get your training camp snaps.
Well,
in.
she has my location now, so I can't.
That's right.
No, that's not the heady play. What you do is you just leave your phone somewhere.
This is the Expressway, commercial free, all the way up until 8 o'clock. We're going to do power rankings and another Cowboys Lions ticket giveaway. You've been waiting to do this one. I want to make sure we do it before we break and don't see each other for a little while. The Christmas board game fight possibilities. The games you're going to gather around and play as a family that are going to cause the most possible fights.
Yeah, so
you're a big board game guy on vacation, right?
Yeah, I mean, we play
when
stuff.
You went to Arkansas.
Yeah, when we go there, we play with the kids and other things. It's always something that is good to do whenever you've got some downtime. If you're not filling it with going out, we generally want to do things while we're out on vacation. So if it's we're at back at the vacation house or whatever else, it's cool to do the board game thing. So this was some research that actually was done from the UK, but was really interesting to me, that they found that the board game that causes the most fights around the holiday is
Monopoly.
Nope. In fact, their research showed.
I don't really know board games, so I'm not going to have a lot of.
Sorry, one of them?
No, their research showed that Monopoly is one of the games that causes the fewest fights, which makes me feel like this is BS research.
Yeah.
The game they said causes the most fights, which I have no idea how this would cause a fight, is Clue. I don't know how Clue causes a fight. You can't cheat at it. You can't have any issues with it. Sorry is a good answer. Trouble is one that causes a lot of fights.
Shoots and ladders.
I don't see how shoots and ladders cause problems, because that's just go up and down. But I get how trouble causes fights, because you get to pick your pieces, and you may pick to move one that intentionally is going to send somebody back. That always gets my kids worked up. They get angry whenever I choose to move this piece and send them back to start. That upsets them. But clearly the answer is Monopoly.
Do you all play board games during Christmas? And if so, what do you play?
Monopoly. Monopoly is the one. So I always had the ones that I've always known have caused fights are Trouble, Risk, and Monopoly. Those, and I never play Risk because Risk will go on for 12 hours if you play it. Monopoly can go on for 12 hours if you play like Peyton. The way I play, the game will be over in 30 minutes because I just will wipe the floor with you. You'll be bankrupt just like that.
That is in Monopoly?
Yep. It'll be like the Athens housing market. I'm going to just destroy it with Georgia football. But that one causes problems because people get angry about house rules. People get angry about the banker. They feel like the banker can be cheating.
Yeah.
They don't like the tactics of, well, no, you're not supposed, you got to build property evenly. You can't just put one house over here. Yes, I can. That's the way I play. So I get how Monopoly causes problems. So I think this is BS research that says Monopoly is one of the games that causes the fewest fights. This seems like an attempt to try and get some attention.
So my family doesn't really do board games anymore, but we're still into
throw bread at each other
and tortillas now. We still play dominoes. The classic dominoes game, and we'll play like Uno, like card games as well. We're big into card games, but we're not
Uno,
big board
big
game.
fan of Uno. Uno's fantastic.
I've never understood people I see all these memes all the time with people with Uno, and they say well, that's the surest way to start a fight. There's a draw 15 card or a this or that.
I've never fought during Uno.
I have no idea. Every time I've played Uno, I've just been like, this is stupid.
We play athletic games. Not y'all's little board card games. We play pool. We play...
Is pool athletic?
Ping pong. And a game named Carom. My mom had to hide the ping pong paddle. She got rid of the board.
Oh, kick your ass at ping pong. Bro, I'm dead serious.
You can throw a football mile.
You've been in
Wait, is that what you mean when you say you played tennis growing up? It was table tennis?
You've been an athletic loser in everything you've talked about. You didn't win the football throwing contest.
I beat you.
We split.
I beat you.
I won the first though. You won the second. The second one, I guess, went longer.
The throw that went the absolute furthest was mine.
I I'm a state champion tennis player.
Not a table tennis player.
Beat me in ping pong.
Oh my gosh.
Table tennis.
This is definitely something we're doing now.
We played, ping pong. We did. So my mom got rid of it, but I'm trying to order. We had this real deal billiards table, but my dad got rid of it after we all moved away. So I'm trying to order like a fold out. My wife's like, get him a fold out pool table. I'm like, they don't make those. What are you talking about? So all I've been doing and researching the past 2 days for nostalgia purposes, I want to go back home, get my best friend Jake, my brother will come over, and we always play like 2-on-2. And I'm trying to get a fold-out pool table that's 7 foot. I don't want one of those little mini ones. I want like a 7 or 8 foot fold-out pool table, but no place will deliver them until like the new year.
Do you get angry playing like pool or ping pong? Like if you start losing, it makes you mad?
My dad gets the most petty. I don't get like that cutthroat with it.
I broke a window when I lost at ping pong one time as a teenager. Not on purpose. I threw the paddle
now
and
versus then, very different. We play Carom. That's like an Indian board game where you pluck like little discs around.
Somebody threw that on here. Somebody on the fan text had this here.
That's a fun game.
We've also got some, by the way, the games at the holiday that we got here. 817 says they play Yahtzee. 469 says Phase 10. 682 plays Spades. 812, the game that people fight about, Pictionary. Pictionary can get frustrating because if you feel like you have a stupid partner or something like that, that can get really angry. That'll really get to me. But now this is something that I absolutely have to do because I think that I am very confident. Like I know, like I'll do bits sometimes or I'll troll about my ability in certain areas. I am so confident that I would beat you at
You're not
ping pong.
coordinated.
I am so confident I would beat you at ping pong.
Are you good at pool?
No.
Are you good at darts?
No.
Okay.
But I would kick your ass at ping pong.
Okay. All right.
I mean, what do they call it? Love? You'd score love against me. Yeah.
877-881-1053 is.
I'd bring you to love, Sean.
After the pole dancing class. 877-881-1053 to hit us up. We had Cowboys Lions ticket giveaway number 1. We're going to do number 2, not standing up, Stephen A. And 1 through 5 or 5 through 1. Man, the NFL sucks. The NFC sucks. The NFL sucks. When you write down your NFL power rankings, do the Cowboys make your top 5? And where are the Miami Dolphins and the Philadelphia Eagles, if at all? Power rankings on a hump day.
Hump day?
They're next.
Boomer Esiason. studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Shawne and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the greatest show in sport.
The biggest football game in the history of Western civilization. What a ride it's been.
Oh, I'm buying tickets.
Two?
That's what that O is from that Peyton always plays. I go, oh, I'm buying tickets to the Mavericks next round.
This is NFL Power Rankings. We only have a few left. In this NFL season. Thank goodness they added Week 17, by the way. Thank you, Roger Goodell and all the greedy owners. You are appreciated.
You're pretty sure.
Gives me another week of NFL regular season viewing 1 through 5 or 5 through 1. Hit us up with your list on the truckwreck.com text line at 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. Before we give ours, we have to possibly embarrass ourselves by grading last week's winners.
Last week, Sean Sharif, we will start with you. You had 1, San Francisco.
Genius.
2, Dallas. 3, Baltimore.
Genius.
4, Kansas City. 5, Philly.
Oh, my. That may be my worst power ranking of the week. Who did Kansas City play?
New England.
Okay. Well, I was 3 for 5.
Yeah.
That's terrible for me because I'm usually winning these. So 3 for 5 for me. Let's move on to the next.
Bobby Belt, 1, San Fran.
Genius.
2, Baltimore.
Genius.
3, Dallas.
Idiot.
4, Miami.
Genius.
5, Buffalo.
Idiot.
Now you get...
I get 2 X's. Yes, I get 2.
X's.
Yes, I do. I get 2 losses because I had Buffalo below Dallas, and Dallas lost to them.
So 3 for 5.
Yep.
As well.
Now here's mine. 1, 49ers.
Okay.
2, Dallas. 3, Baltimore. 4, Miami. 5, Philly.
Okay. 3 for
3
5.
to 5.
And the guy's name who's on the show?
You want RJ's too?
Yeah.
He's here? Okay. RJ had 1, San Fran. 2, Dallas. 3, Baltimore. 4, Buffalo. 5, Kansas City.
Okay. Everybody went 3 for 5, basically.
Yep, but my top 2 won. Everybody else's top 2, somebody in their top 2 lost. So I ultimately have the best one.
All right. Around the country for the Cowboys, how far did they drop? Blogging the Boys had them go from 2 to 5. NFL.com kept them at 3. ESPN from 2 to the 3rd best team in the league. USA Today dropped them from 2 to 7.
Ugh.
They have them at 7. Yahoo from 2 to 4. CBS from 2 to 8. Who are the 7 better teams in the Cowboys in today's NFL? The Athletic from 2 to 5. Sports Illustrated from 4 to 5. So last week everyone had them at 2, and now we're all over the map from 3 to 7 to 8. So, how would you like to go? 1 through 5 or 5 through 1?
I think the drama is the back end of this to see how far we drop Dallas. So I think we should go 1 through 5.
Okay, let's go 5 through 1. No, we'll go 1 through 5. By the way, I saw the stat yesterday. Is it only 4 teams in the NFC are over 500? Does that sound right?
Wow, that's right.
Only 4 teams in the NFC are over 500. So we did end up being right about the NFC sucking this year.
Because there are 5 teams that are at 500 in the NFC right now.
When you're good at this.
Thank you.
Hesitate and
Thanks.
complimenting. You think this is like the least amount of teams over 500 at this point in time in a year?
For the NFC, for sure. The AFC has 9 teams above 500 right now.
No, just in any conference.
Yeah, probably. It's got to be pretty close.
4 teams over 500, and that is it. All right, let's go 1 through 5.
Number 1. It's easy. They've been number 1 for me like all but I think 3 weeks this season, something like that. It's the San Francisco 49ers who, again, just beat the snot out of Arizona. And I mean, there's no talking about it. San Francisco's the only team I feel like in the NFL this year who you could say they have a chance to be considered a special football team. So San Francisco's number 1.
Same with me, the 49ers. They have not 1 but 2 MVPs on their team in Brock Purdy and Christian McCaffrey. And right now, it would shock me. I get to the point where it shocks me if the 49ers are not in the Super Bowl.
Someone sent me another stat that Brock Purdy has like no passing attempts, but leads the league in yards.
He's last in passing attempts among qualified passers, and he's second in passing yards. He's averaging like 10 yards an attempt, which is absurd.
Wow, but he's system. But he's a system quarterback.
No,
according
don't say that around Boomer Esiason.
That's right. I heard the Sports Minute. We all have San Fran number 1. I know that Bobby and I have this team at 2. Peyton, I'm going to throw it to you. Who's your number 2?
Well, it would be the team that's going to play the 49ers in the Super Bowl, the Baltimore Ravens. Because the colors of the Super Bowl logo.
We talked about this.
Man, I've seen so many videos about that, and I'm starting to buy it.
This is the theory has come out in recent years that if you look at the colors of the Super Bowl logo, that every year in recent years, the colors that they pick for the Super Bowl logo at the beginning of the season matches the team. So last year, for instance, it was like red and green. And who ended up in the Super Bowl? It was the Chiefs and the Eagles. This year, the color scheme is red and purple. And so people said, okay, so what is that? Is that Chiefs Vikings? Is that 49ers Ravens? It's setting up right now like it's going to be Ravens 49ers.
When are you going to apologize to Lamar Jackson?
I don't think Lamar's been great. Lamar's been okay.
He's second in the MVP right now.
Right, and Jalen Hurts was first for a lot of the year, not playing very well. I think that Baltimore is a really great team, and I've always said Lamar's a good weapon. I just don't think as a quarterback that he's one of the best. I do think that Baltimore's the best team in the AFC, though, right now, and the second best team in the NFL. And this weekend...
You're talking about as a passing quarterback because you always eliminate the legs. You never count the legs.
If you are a really good runner at quarterback and a average to below average passer, I think that when you're considering how good of a quarterback are you, I think it needs to be at least 75 to 25%. The breakdown of like the passing needs to be 75% of what you do, like in terms of your ability. And the fact that it's not, I think, means that he's a reduced quarterback. But Baltimore's number 2 for me.
How many passing touchdowns do you think Lamar has right
now? 17.
17 on the dot. 17 touchdown passes, and they have played 14 games. He's rushed for how many?
I feel like he hasn't run as much as 6?
5.
Okay.
So 22 total touchdowns for Lamar, but we all have Baltimore too.
Yeah, we did. Did you like my stat yesterday that I tagged you guys in, by the way? Somebody pointed out Daniel Jones had more touchdown passes his rookie year than Jalen Hurts has ever had in a single season in his career. Oh, I love that.
The rushing touchdowns.
No, we're not going to count his 87 one-yard touchdown runs.
That's right. All right. We all have the same 1 and 2. Who's 3?
Number 3 for me last week, it was the Dallas Cowboys. This week, it is the team that the Dallas Cowboys will face. It is the Miami Dolphins. And I honestly don't feel good about anybody outside the top 2. I don't feel like I can totally trust anybody this season outside of the 49ers and the Ravens.
And let me take you back to 2 for a second. I'm still not believing that Baltimore will go to the Super Bowl. I don't know who's going to pick them off, but I don't have that belief. It's very much like my belief in Tua. Like, yeah, you can make the argument. All the stuff is there on paper. They've been 1, 2, or 3 throughout the entire season, so it's disrespectful to discount them. Baltimore is your AFC representative. How strongly do you feel about it?
Pretty solid because, I mean, Baltimore, like I said, the one thing about Baltimore this entire year is that they have 3 losses, and then any of those 3 games they very easily could have won. In fact, in 2 of them, I think they lost the lead in the final minute. So, I mean, they're a team that they've been really impressive the whole way, and their defense is fantastic.
But Lamar in the playoffs, when they force him to throw or they get behind, that's supposed to be the kryptonite.
And in years past,
that's not. I don't believe right now that is going to change.
I think that mattered. I think that matters more in years where you feel like they're really high-powered, excellent offenses that are consistent. And this year, that doesn't exist. And so I think there's a more vulnerable path for them. But I've got Miami number 3, and I don't feel great about that rank. And I do feel good about Miami being a top 5 team, but I don't necessarily feel great about them being the 3rd team. But that's where I got to put them.
Yeah, I copy Bobby here, Miami number 3, and then they face Dallas this week, like we've talked about, and it's going to be a tough one. And that's the thing is, this top 5, I mean, you have, a couple matchups in this already. You have San Francisco and Baltimore playing each other, Miami, and if you have Dallas, they play each other. So, I mean, this could be one of the worst or the best top 5s we've had.
Yeah, if you have Dallas in the top 5.
Is San Fran and Baltimore this week?
Yep.
Ooh, that is on
That's a Monday game, I think.
Give me the spread.
Where is it? It's in Baltimore?
It's in San Fran.
Okay. San Francisco -4.
I was going to go -3, San Fran.
-5.5.
Ooh.
San Fran is favored by 5.5 in the possible Super Bowl preview.
Would you fully buy into the Ravens if they win this game then? Like, would that calm your fears about them? Or is it still a January question for you? Like, you don't care what Baltimore does until January?
January, but I mean, if they do it with Lamar throwing all over the place, then it could change my mind, but I don't believe that is going to happen. San Fran by 5.5 in the Monday night game of the year. I also have the Dolphins at 3. None of us are going to feel good about 3, 4, 5, but I'm picking Miami to beat the Cowboys this weekend, so I'm going to have Miami over top of them so I can just win the power rankings. Number 4.
Number 4 is a team that I came very close to putting at number 3, but they've had a lot of inconsistency. It is the Buffalo Bills. That Buffalo, I think, is one of the better barely above 500 teams we've seen in recent history. Is that I think that team is so much better than 8-6. I think they are the reverse of what we've seen from the Eagles. That's a team that should be closer to 11-3 or whatever it would be. They're starting to put it together at just the right time. And I do kind of wonder if it feels like when you hear people talking out of Buffalo, that little report about the McDermott thing, because that had been something they had kind of put out of their history, this has become a rallying point almost. Like, hey, you guys are ganging up on our guy. Like
Osama McDermott?
Yeah. Gosh. Yeah, it feels like something that they've been able to rally around a little bit. The Joe Brady offensive coordinator change has been a massive boost for them. I've got Buffalo at 4, almost put them at 3.
Saddam Hussein. So if the Cowboys and Bills played each other on a neutral field 5 times, how would you have that turning out? Cowboys and Bills, 5 times neutral field.
Buffalo winning 3, probably.
Buffalo winning 3?
Yeah.
Okay. Pepe.
I as well, once again, have the Buffalo Bills at number 4. They weren't in my top 5 last week, but I had to move them in. Hey, you shut out my team or, play really well against them. That's what happens. And like Bobby said, there's so many games that they could have easily won. And I will say, if there's one team to knock off Baltimore, it will be the Buffalo Bills.
Then why don't you have the Bills 3?
Because I'm not there yet.
Man, the thing that's screwing me up here is Buffalo winning with James Cook. That's what's really screwing me up. I'm like, okay, are they more of a running team? Would they do that to the Cowboys again? 5 times on a field. Who would I give the edge to between the Cowboys and the Bills? I'm gonna stubbornly put the Cowboys at 4.
Oh my gosh!
Cowboys.
Is that offensive?
Nobody ever again can accuse Shawne of hating the Cowboys. You can't call me the biggest homer on the show. Shawne Bell.
I don't trust Buffalo. I don't trust Buffalo.
You trust this Cowboys team?
Not necessarily. I don't want to be the same as you guys. We can't all have the top 4 in a row. That's lame.
I didn't even hear. I told you
I would have probably put Buffalo up there if I didn't hear you two first do it.
I hadn't seen this. I don't know. So I don't know if you'd seen this. Did you see post game Buffalo Dallas? Shawne McDermott give out the game ball?
No.
Who did he give the game ball to?
James Cook.
Josh Allen. And Josh Allen instantly went, no,
what?
And handed the ball over
I'm on fire
to James Cook.
That should lose him the locker room. Forget about 9/11. That should lose him the locker room.
I saw Andrew Hawkins say it yesterday, and I was like, there's no way. I looked up the video. Shawne McDermott hands went, and Josh Allen, look at his face here. Look at how uncomfortable Josh Allen is. Like, okay, yeah, thanks, appreciate it. Now, where's James Cook? And he's like looking to give him the ball.
What?
He gave Josh Allen the game ball for completing 7 passes.
I'm in shock.
I am too.
There has to be something more to it.
That needed to blow up, but it did not.
And well, be careful.
We're talking about McDermott.
I had the Lions up here creeping in my top 5, but I'm going to go Buffalo. But Detroit was my first team left out. So San Fran, Baltimore, Miami, Cowboys to be different, and then the Buffalo Bills, even though I'm probably dumb for having Cowboys over the Bills.
I have the 49ers, the Ravens, the Dolphins, the Bills. And then at number 5,
Cleveland,
Dallas.
Oh, dang.
I do have the Dallas Cowboys. And you know what I really would want to do if I could just know that CJ Stroud was healthy, I would have really loved this week. If Stroud would have been playing the last couple weeks,
they would have run
healthy,
you out of Texas.
I may have thrown him up there, but
he's supposed
Dallas,
to miss. He's supposed to miss again.
I don't trust. Like I said, the biggest takeaway I had coming out of this game with Dallas was if they stepped on the field with San Francisco again, they're getting smacked in the mouth by 30 again. And so I just have a really hard time separating that when we talk about them as contenders. But they are number 5 because the rest of the NFL is weak.
My top 5, San Fran 1, Baltimore 2, Miami 3, Buffalo 4. I don't want to be the exact same as Bobby, so I'm going to put Detroit there instead of Dallas. I'll have Dallas outside. I did have Dallas in, but I was back and forth with Detroit. Dallas just scares me on the road.
A famous sports announcer says he's trying this food for the first time. Peyton has menu anxiety, and the most irrational belief you have in doing something that's not that hard. It's not that hard. It's not that difficult. Your irrational belief and another Cowboys-Lions ticket giveaway for the Tolos. Turning it on, leaving it on next.
and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214-817-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
Cowboys-Lions ticket giveaway, our final one of the morning, is coming up at some point in time here this hour on Shawne and Bobby. Thanks for being a total that stands for Turn It On, Leave It On, and you get rewarded to tickets, hundreds of dollars worth of tickets for the final Cowboys home game of the year, brought to you by Jackpot.com's lottery app. We have a new angle and take on the Race Bowl proposed by former Steeler running back Rashard Mendenhall.
Boy, this is a segment that when we talked about it yesterday, I wanted to keep as far away from it as possible, and we both wanted to keep Peyton Russell as far away from it as possible. Peyton, you don't need to have any
about white.
Yep, you don't need to have
Bobby. I got it.
You don't need to have any opinions here, Peyton. Now, if I said,
how many times have you hosted on the weekend?
If you count a holiday, I think 5.
5.
Yeah.
Have you ever gotten in like major trouble after one of the shows for
No,
something you said?
No, I think the biggest thing was just like staying on the clock.
Oh, the producer.
Yeah. Well, I was hosting at the time though, so
Yeah, but you're a producer always.
Not when I'm hosting.
Mm.
I'll
No,
I can
what
turn it off, turn it on.
What I'm trying to say is because of your usual job, you think you'd be on the clock more. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I get it, but like
Spittle. Spittle came, well, if Spits and Suds was on the
Spits and Suds
radio, you'd think he'd be, bam, all over the clock, like nailing it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I got you.
Back to you.
So, out of all the takes yesterday, I was most eager to click on one.
And Rashard Mendenhall, by the way, saying, analysts are stupid. We need to have an all-black versus all-white team to prove and show who really knows football.
Yeah, Rashard Mendenhall saying, like, I am better than any white player that's ever existed, is one of the things that he said. So we had talked about that yesterday, and I saw Deadspin had a column up about it. And normally when I see Deadspin, I include that in my prep. Like, I'll drop by that website when I'm prepping, mainly because I'm just curious what wild-ass, like, fringe take they have on a sports topic.
Are they the Jamal Adams of websites?
That's offensive to Jamal Adams.
Were you following along? Every day Choppy was sending a Chiefs update from Deadspin. Were you following along with that?
Yeah, what did they do with that? Deadspin historically has been one of these websites that just goes like, what is the most outlandish, awful take you could have? Like just aggressively turn this into a cultural problem. And they will take that opinion. Now, without like indicating which way they lean, they are going to take like their polar ends of everything. They're going to lean a little bit more on the left side, which is why I was surprised when the headline, as I'm scrolling by and I see this, that they're talking about this topic. I was stunned that the angle they cut at this, old Stephen Knox over there, was the headline, "A black versus white NFL game might teach league talent evaluators to give white players a chance at all positions." Rashard Mendenhall's comment about race in football was off base, but he might have an unintended point, is what Stephen Knox says.
Oh.
He says, I don't agree with Rashard Mendenhall entirely. In my humble opinion, people of all races and ethnicities talk entirely too spicy about professional athletes. No profession is above criticism just because the critic is not one. However, regardless of whether someone can dunk at an open gym or begins to pant while walking 3 blocks from a parking spot, that person should discuss pro athletes without venomous language. But the point that he brings up here is that white players have been put into too much of a box by talent evaluators. And so I was most stunned that Deadspin of all places decided to cut at this from the angle of the oppressed rich white athletes and the opportunities that they've not been given. And that's exactly the direction that he decided to take on it. He pointed out, he's like, look, some of the world's best best pass rushers are white. 2 best offensive players in the NBA were born and raised in Eastern Europe. He says white people can ball too. And he makes the point. He says an all-white team of NFL players would struggle against an all-black squad, but that's only because there's far few players in the league. This is about an opportunity question. They are not given the opportunity to contribute and advance the way that they need to, which is a wild take. This is why whenever this subject came up, I didn't want to say anything about it. I was Kevin Hagelin on it. I'm hands off.
Yeah.
I don't even want to weigh in on it because it's such a ridiculous premise even to begin with.
Well, let's just make you even more uncomfortable.
Damn it.
Why what would be your answer to why there's no starting white corner in 20 years in the league?
Because they just it's what's happened. They haven't been there hasn't been one that's been good enough. There hasn't been one that's been good enough.
Okay, so you just think
I think talent evaluators look at players and go, let's just find out if they can play. I think if there were white cornerbacks that could play at a level of whoever, they would be there. They just haven't.
Exactly. No one is.
It's not about a lack of opportunity, Stephen Knox.
No one's discriminating with a stopwatch.
Right.
If you're a white physical freak who can cover, and someone walked out here and saw you locking up Antonio Brown or Dez Bryant, that individual would draw interest to play corner on any level.
Sure.
So are we saying that the athleticism for white guys at corner is just inferior?
Yeah, I think that's just
that has to be what it is.
I mean, it's been what the reality, or just typically whenever there have been athletes capable, like that's just not the position they've played. Like a white player has just not played that position when they've had the athleticism. Maybe they've been a receiver, or they've done something else. It's just not the position they've played. So I don't think that's a function of talent evaluators just going like, well, we got to put them in a box. They clearly can't play cornerback. And I'm just stunned that was the angle Deadspin chose to cut at it. Was like,
this is like the white argument to counter the black quarterback thing.
Honestly, yeah, it kind of it. Like it's the
white running back.
It's kind of like just on the other side. It's the flip side of it.
All right, you escaped. Good job.
He's sweating too. Look, if he takes off that jacket, he's got sweat marks all over
jacket. The place. You did the jacket thing.
Oh, sweatshirt.
There you go.
Okay.
Oh, hoodie.
Called a jacket.
Hoodie. I Kristen had put up my clothes recently. I was not able to.
Of course. Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, you talk about discrimination. Yeah. You talk about put someone in a box. So
that's over here. Yeah. Look. The only pole I want her near is the one she's hanging clothes up on. That's the only one that she's allowed near. So no, but I was looking for those Tolo jackets we got. The ones last week. I wanted to wear it this morning. And I couldn't. She hung it up somewhere where I couldn't find it.
You couldn't find that at 4:00 in the dark. Choppy could find that in the dark with the way that thing blinks.
Yeah,
you couldn't find that red, white, and blue.
She must have put it in a different closet. I don't know. I didn't. But I was almost late this morning, so I was having to scramble and get dressed and do that.
All right. Speaking of Choppy, you wanted to save this topic for when he returns, but he's on his 40th day of vacation, so we're gonna do it now.
This is a great one, I think. TravelPulse.com had this story. Survey finds many men think they can land a commercial plane. It says perhaps it's hubris or it could be male testosterone. No matter what, almost half the men who responded to a recent survey think they could land a commercial plane. And it got me thinking about the things that we as men.
By the way, is it much simpler if I watched a video on YouTube than I think? Is it like 3 levers? It's, you have 4,000 buttons, but is it pushing the steering wheel in and out like you see in Top Gun? Is this maybe a lot simpler than I think? I know they have air simulators.
No, they asked experts here, and they're like, absolutely not.
Right.
Like it's a pretty impossible thing to do just by like, I can step in. And, look, sure, I'll put my headset on, air traffic control will tell me, and I'll be able to do this. They're saying, no, that absolutely would not happen. You're not going to be able to do that. So
men really are morons.
Yeah, and so it got me thinking, because I absolutely think if Choppy were here right now, he'd say, I can do it. Like I mean, what, like you hear all the time, like there are stories about that, right? Like a plane, the pilot passed out and somebody had to land it. Just tell me what to do. I can do that. So it got me thinking about what are the things we could believe we can do.
I don't even think I could drive an 18-wheeler, like versus landing a plane. Are you kidding me?
It is interesting the things that like we think we can do versus like at times like for instance, Kristen is convinced she can't drive a U-Haul. She's like, don't even like let me near the truck. You're gonna have to do it.
You guys have an SUV.
I know, and that's why she should be able to do it, but she was just like, I can't. When we got the U-Haul, she was like, you're going to have to drive it. I can't do it. Right. So, but it got me thinking about the things that we irrationally believe we can do, because I'm sure there are all those things. I have one that I know I can do that you guys tell me it's irrational. Everybody tells me it's irrational.
Beat me in ping pong?
But I know, no, that absolutely. Now, the only advantage you have there is that it's finally a normal size racket in your hand when you're playing. But the thing for me is that I believe that I could very easily shoot under 80 on the golf course.
Yeah, here we go.
Under 80?
But definitely these claims that Bobby, it's like, even if I had a bad day, definitely under 100. That's happening.
Bobby, listen to me.
I'm listening. Great Odyssey podcast, by the way. I'm listening.
Let me keep it to the 81. If we went out for 18 holes and there wasn't, we're not doing the rule where you double the par and you pick up the ball. If you shot under 85 over 18 holes, I would take out a loan on my 401k to buy you guys a house. I would mortgage, and you would have to give me
what an offer.
$100 in exchange.
I wouldn't have to give you anything.
$100 you pay me if you don't break 85. I would do it for 100 as well. But you can't pick up with double. What was the 140 thing?
I was just saying, like, during the break, I was talking, and I said, like, these people who are out there and telling me I would shoot 140 the first time.
And you've never played 18 holes before.
I've never picked up a golf stick before other than a putter. I've never picked up a driver.
Like, I would do that same thing to take out a loan on my 401k for 100. For you shooting 100 over under. It's not physically possible.
I would definitely shoot under 100 the first time. That's not a question. That is objectively
putt, yes. But
shut
if you go
up.
down the
That is
street
objectively.
golf club, there's no way.
It is objectively true that I would shoot under 100 the first time.
Why do you seriously think it?
Because just because everybody else is bad at it doesn't mean I have to be bad at it. I'm not going to tell you like it's what now under 80. I'm pretty confident I would. Definitely with some practice under 80. But under 100, that's easy money. You're buying me a house with your 401k money.
Peyton, what's yours?
Stick shift. I think if you give me one shot at it, I think I can nail it.
Oh, you've never tried?
I've never tried. But I think it's easier than what people think or what people say. I think I could do that.
That's a great one.
I got to hear some of the answers on the fan text. So you guys need to send in what you irrationally believe you could do. That is a good one because I have no confidence that I'd be able to do
Stick
that.
shift is a pain. I mean, I'll conk out at stoplights. You go uphill, I know I'm backing into the car behind me. What are the Twolos? YouTube fan text saying?
Oh gosh, the fan text is just inundating with like. Bobby is a moron. There is zero chance this would happen. Let's hear it. 214. My kid is 21 years old. He's been playing for 7 years. He just broke 80 for the first time. Look, that's probably just because he just turned 21. He's finally a man and he's able to do that. I am 34 years old. I'm shooting under 100. Like this idea of like.
Just read the others. No one believes you.
I have.
You won't go out and try it. Just stop.
Let's say
you throw a hissy fit on the 7th hole. You'd be blackout drunk. You wouldn't be able to stay away from the cart people to buy drinks. You'd walk out. You wouldn't even make the walk to 9.
817. What they're irrationally confident in? Their ability to please a woman. Let's see here. 702. Talking sports on the radio. Boy, there are a lot of people who think they like.
Oh, that's a great one.
That is, and I love the recognition that that's probably irrational confidence because I do remember the first time I sat down, not just here but in general, had to turn on and talk for 3 hours, and it's so much longer when you haven't done it before than you think. Bobby's out of his mind. Says
so Maverick's looking for some revenge today.
469. I bet Shawne McDermott could land a plane.
You should not have read that.
817. I could outrun a bear.
Okay, I think we're done. I no longer have faith in your judgment to read it. All right,
cancel the segment.
That was irrational confidence on your part that I would have good judgment.
That's right. 3 players the Cowboys most need to step up down the stretch. That's next and below the belt right here on The Fan. But it's the most wonderful time of the year at DFW.
And it's back to Shawne and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet is leading the way to finish this year #1 in America. They're racing hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. Shop them all today at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
The great Bobby Belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not. I ruined the morning show.
You told me to take it out, Bobby. You were complaining like A.J. Brown does.
Everyone else. Why am I?
You are
Look at me
soft. You really had him take out that caller saying you ruined the morning show. You're soft, man. That was how sensitive are you? You were actually for real, and Peyton actually did it. I had no idea that this had taken place. James, is that the guy's name? This guy really, Jimmy. You really let him get under your skin like that?
Damn it! That's all I want is the open moving forward. Is just that. I did not.
Put it on loop. Put it on loop.
Play
for
it
the
right
new
now.
intro.
Yeah.
No, just let it be.
Over and over and over again.
We don't want him to get. We need him for the next hour 20. We don't need him
melting
down.
You've lost me for the next hour 20 in 2 days.
We don't need him melting down because of a caller said you ruined the morning show.
Oh,
I just
my
had people
gosh.
attack my family from San Fran on social media.
You ruined the morning show.
I come in here and
you
I still
ruined the morning
show up.
Man. You ruined the morning show.
Therapy. You gonna take this to your therapist? The next issue?
And it's Carly said I ruined it. I have a meltdown. I get pay, take it out of my intro.
Go ahead, it's your segment. Sorry. I already hijacked the payload. Let's do this. I won't do this.
Yeah, let's.
Below the Shawne belt.
Yeah, no, not below the Shawne. Wait, what would it be here? Around the sheriff's office? That's what we're gonna do now.
Yeah. Take it out. I can't believe you took it out of the intro.
No, I flippantly said yes. I was like, take that idiot out.
You were kind of serious.
No, the fan text was serious. Yeah, put it back in, Peyton. Do that.
Yeah.
3 players who the Cowboys need to step up down the stretch, Shawne.
Between this and all the golf offers, like I don't even play golf, and now I want to play golf because all these openings you've created.
I don't want to take
people,
everybody's money.
With people who have volunteered to just shut down the golf course to have you come play for the 100 bet payoff over under with the par.
Yeah, no, I mean honestly. Oh yeah, and see, poor Jimmy's listening right now. You did ruin the morning show. Signed Jimmy. So there he is. Yeah, the 3 players who the Cowboys need to to step up down the stretch. Now I'm not able to talk.
The segment with your English.
Yeah, now it's ruined. Now it's done. This is something that I was thinking about yesterday when I was just looking at the way the Cowboys played in Buffalo. And it was a wake-up call in a lot of ways, I think, for the Cowboys in terms of how far removed they still are from San Francisco and from some of these tough teams and from some of these more physical football teams that you're going to run into down the stretch here in January. So, 3 guys that can change those fortunes for you. They've got to step up. They got to play better. Number 1, if there's one guy on offense, Shawne, and I'm not talking about Dak's got to play like an MVP. I'm talking about the guys who you need them to play better than they are. You need to get the most out of them. If there's one guy on offense for you, who would that be?
Are we even including can Michael Gallup even be in a conversation?
He's somebody that I think you could consider.
It's not Lamb. It's not Cooks. It's not Ferguson. I think Pollard has been playing better. Someone on the Terrence Steele.
Yeah. That's who I came up with. Now here's the thing. The first half of the season, Terrence Steele looked like the rookie year again. Where when we saw him his rookie year, we all remember it looked like he wasn't even a professional football player. And I don't mean that to be offensive. It's just genuinely he was not very good his rookie year. And that's what's been so impressive about the way that he stepped up and played since then.
And last year we were happy. We were giving the Cowboys credit for letting La'el Collins go to Cincinnati. We're giving them credit for it. PFF grade for Terrence Steele this year. I know you don't like their website. What do you think it is?
54.
52.4.
Yeah.
That's bad.
No, it's not very, and he's not been very. The first half of the year, he looked like the rookie season. The second half, since the bye week, he's found it a few times. Now, Mike McCarthy's told us, hey, he's coming back from injury. That's a big part of that. It's still the rehab period, everything else. He has looked better in this second half. It's just that it's not been consistent. The problem is that some weeks he looks similar to the guy we saw in the first half of the season. Some weeks it's, oh, there he is. There's 2021 Steele. There's 2022 Terrence Steele again. So we've seen the flashes, but it's got to become the standard again. So he needs to be more consistent. If you can get consistency out of Terrence Steele, that would go a long way to making the offense, make you feel like the offense is prepared to go up against any physical defense or do anything else. Because if he's consistent, that means the pass protection's more consistent. That means that he's working with Zach Martin in the run game, that they're having success, and that they're clearing holes for Tony Pollard. Because Terrence Steele is one of the most important players on the offense when it comes to making sure that the run game is working efficiently. The defensive side of the ball. You could stand to have Jaron Kearse step up and play better than he has recently. You could stand to have,
By the way, did you look into that yesterday with his address? Wanye Thomas getting involved?
It was very weird. Somebody had, I guess, posted Jaron Kearse's address after someone had complained about how he had played. Somebody was like, well, here he is, and threw up the address. And Wanye Thomas was not thrilled with that.
Come on, man. I should throw out this loser's social media account who posted his address.
You should.
You're a freaking loser. I think you've probably been blocked and thrown off of there, so I can't find the account. But I'll search for it right now.
Yeah, you run that down. Now, Jaron Kearse is somebody who does need to play better. The safeties in general need to play better. You can find some different areas. One of the big guys that stands out here that they need to play better is Damone Clark. And I think that the Cowboys never anticipated having Clark play as much of a role as he's already played this year. They had no intention, I don't think, of him playing last year. They had to out of necessity. Now that he's here this year, I think they wanted to work him in a little bit more. Out of necessity due to...
You mean Johnny Bananas?
Johnny Bananas is who?
That's Damone Clark.
Why is he Johnny Bananas?
That's his new nickname.
Okay.
Those who know... IYK...
If you know, you know.
IYK. Tweet me. I got a couple tweets. I was very proud of the Tolos, the MTV reality show reference.
I'll have to Google it. But because of the season-ending injury to Leighton Vander Esch, potentially career-ending injury, and because of the season-ending injury to DeMar Van Overshown before the season began, the Cowboys' intention was for Leighton Vander Esch and DeMar Van Overshown to be like the primary guys that they were using. Maybe not at the beginning of the season, Overshown, but eventually that was the hope, is that they'd be able to work in that. Definitely splitting time with Clark. Now it's come to the point where Damone Clark can't come off the field. He's got to be on there 100% of the time because he's the only true linebacker they have. They don't really have anybody else. They've got Rashawn Evans that they signed away, but in terms of like legitimate guys that they think can contribute, it's just been Clark. So out of necessity, he has to be on the field all the time.
Here's the clip I keep referencing. This is Johnny Bananas. So they were doing this. That's him in the blue shirt.
Oh, and he's getting carried. That makes sense.
Up and thrown into a...
I'm surprised Ryan didn't have it on the fan game. He has everything else instantly. I'm surprised
Carter's
he didn't
back here now. That's why.
Oh, okay. It's Carter. That does make sense. He's worried about his college football prep email that he's sending to everybody. But Damone Clark has played good football at times. It's sort of like the same thing with Terrence Steele. He's played well at times. It's just not been nearly consistent enough. If you got more consistent play out of Damone Clark, then you would feel better about that linebacker core being as thin as it is. You wouldn't have to feel like, well, we've got to lean on these safety hybrids. We got to lean on Jaron Kearse. We got to lean on, Marquise Bell. We need Wanye Thomas to play the slot, the safety, and linebacker. If Damone Clark could find that consistency, that'd be great. It may not be totally fair to expect that of him, but it's the reality of what you need. The Cowboys need him to be it, whether that's fair or not.
Why don't we just pick up some bodies, man?
I mean, they've done it with Rashawn Evans, and they've signed guys to the practice squad.
Man.
They tried with Darius Leonard or Shaq Leonard.
Because Broadus answered to Tolo yesterday. He said, why can't we ever stop the run? And he said, Dan Quinn is trying to make up for injuries by having safeties play linebacker. You're getting outweighed and outmatched by 100 pounds in these run-blocking matchups.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big part of it, is that they can't get off blocks. Like Marquise Bell, no matter how impressive he is, which Eric Wood came on with us and told us that was the guy that really impressed him. Was the Bills analyst, the former Bills center, he said, watching tape of the Cowboys, Marquise Bell was really, really impressive, but he's also 215 pounds.
Yeah.
You get a blocker on him, it's really tough for him to get off that block. The last guy that needs to really step up down the stretch, and again, it may not be completely fair, but necessity calls for it. And you know what? I'm going to say it's not even that it's not completely fair. It is totally fair to expect that he steps up and is a big-time contributor, regardless of what Jerry told us yesterday. It's Mazi Smith. And it can be really tough to grade Mazi Smith because the position he plays doesn't frequently show up in the box score. It's a lot of what he does is eating up blockers and clearing space for the linebackers, some of those undersized linebackers. You're not worried about Marquise Bell getting blocked up and the size difference as long as somebody like Mazi Smith is doing his job and taking the blocker away from him. They need him to be more consistent. He had incrementally progressed just very slightly the first several weeks of the season. Now it's kind of stagnant. It's flat. and you're not seeing much progression from Mozzie Smith anymore. He's got to get off the ball faster. He is consistently the last guy getting out of his stance. You know, he is like the polar opposite of a Lane Johnson. It's the ball snapped, and he still looks like he's sitting there waiting for the ball to go. It's evident. You can see if you hit play and pause and just kind of like pause it in the immediate aftermath of the snap, you'll see offensive linemen out of their snaps or out of their stance, 3 defensive linemen lunging forward, and Mozzie hand down looking like he's frozen in time. Live speed, it doesn't look as obvious, but if you slow it down, he is very slow off the ball.
So how different is that from his Michigan tape?
It's what you saw at Michigan. Michigan, a lot of times you do see those guys sometimes get slow off the ball, and I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's a coaching thing, it's an instincts thing. It's not totally clear, but he was slow off the ball at times. Like, he's just such a freak. He's such an incredible athlete that it's not something that had hampered him as much at Michigan, I don't think. And even still at times in the NFL, he's able to counteract it a little bit. But when he gets off the ball on time, he is incredibly difficult for people to block right now. Like, he eats guys up, and he will like penetrate really effectively as long as he's able to get off in time and get into the offensive lineman's chest. That's the biggest thing for him. So I think if you get those 3 guys playing better down the stretch, you're talking about more consistency.
Below the belt every day at this time when we don't have a better option as a guest.
I ruined the morning show.
Babe Love, man, sensitivity.
No, don't Ralph Tresvant me.
Choppy was the sensitive one around here, but man, Peyton.
You ruined the morning show.
Being told to take out and change the intro. How are you going to make a putt on 18 with that type of fragile mindset?
You think I'm even going to get down to putting?
Yeah, you said.
I'm going to shoot 18. Hole in one every time.
18.
Look, I understand I've triggered a lot of people on the fan text with this take. I'm sorry that this has been a lifelong struggle for you.
Peyton, hook up the Tolos with our final regular season ticket giveaway for you turning it on, leaving it on.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Caller number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see the Dallas Cowboys take on the Detroit Lions on December 30th at AT&T Stadium in Arlington, courtesy of the Jackpot.com lottery app and official partner of the Dallas Cowboys. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
You will not believe what NFL legend could be on the hot seat, and if he is, does Jerry need to wipe out everyone and bring him here? Final hour, Hump Day edition.
Hump Day!
Next on The Fan.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Shawne and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour, Hump Day edition.
Hump Day.
Here, man, we really got in Bobby's head this last segment. He's just crying to me here.
I was not!
In the commercial break. You're grinding your teeth now. He thought you had won the troll game of the morning, getting me in the payload. But no, we just got you in B-Load, the About Your Very Own segment. I'm Sean Sharif, alongside our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. Choppy out the rest of the week. We got Peyton in for today. And then we got Ryan in the back getting you set up on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com at 9:20, who you are co-hosting with tonight.
I am Cowboys Crosstalk tonight. It's me, Nick Eatman, Nate Newton, and my favorite former Cowboy in the world, Larry Brown, because he helped me win high-low. In fact, I'm pretty sure that was one of the tells, in part, was I'm pretty sure that clip you grabbed of Nate Newton last time was from a Cowboys Crosstalk.
Was it?
Because he says in it, and Nate knows this, when you won on those games, blah, 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 blah. And so I'm pretty sure that was from Cowboys Crosstalk.
Oh, no, it was like a pre or post game show because it was like televised and they were in the studio. But it was a good try.
I knew it was DallasCowboys.com, and I know there's only a handful of guys that would do DallasCowboys.com from that team.
Okay. Where? Shut up, Peyton.
Bring me up.
Shut up, Peyton.
I saved the morning show.
Where is this Mike Tomlin story rumor coming from?
This is so weird. So we've talked about this before. Like when we talk about the best coaches in football, in the NFL, we've consistently talked about, okay, it's like Andy Reid, it's Bill Belichick, it's Kyle Shanahan, but we've talked about before that there's a case you can make that Mike Tomlin's the best coach in football. Like just for the way that he has maintained that culture and made them competitive every single year. That's been the stunning thing about the team this year, is that they're bad. They have no business being any good.
All right, let me stop you right here. Babe Laufenberg brought this up the other day with McCarthy Hall of Fame. We always talk about it with Sean Payton.
Mm-hmm.
All three, Tomlin, McCarthy, Payton, have one ring.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes I get confused and think that Tomlin has two. But no, Cowher has one. Tomlin has one.
Yep.
Don't we agree that Mike Tomlin is like basically already in the Hall of Fame, even though he only has one, and we say that Mike McCarthy definitely needs another one to get in, and probably Sean Payton as well. Like, if you're going to put the Hall of Fame order out, you would easily go Tomlin, Payton, McCarthy.
Yeah, probably.
We agree that Mike Tomlin's like going into the Hall of Fame?
Tomlin's definitely above those two, I think.
Okay, why is Mike Tomlin getting to the Hall of Fame with one?
I mean, he's been to two Super Bowls, and he also, like, just the fact that he didn't have a losing record. This will be the first year he has a losing record, in all likelihood.
Well, they're 7-7.
But if they finish with a losing record, which I think is likely, I mean, they're negative 57 this year. They've lost 3 in a row.
I actually think that Mike Tomlin's legend, if you want to call it, or resume, has been helped out more. He secured this after he lost Roethlisberger. Because there were questions and some heat on Tomlin not breaking through enough when he had the great Steeler teams. And now that he lost Ben and it's been dog crap to watch offensively, I think that's aided him more in being over 500 with scrubs than when he had the better teams and he only, quote unquote, got to 2 Super Bowls.
You know what was a big... What really caused me to say Mike Tomlin's incredible was watching just how crazy it is dealing with Antonio Brown after he left Pittsburgh. Where it's like, how did Mike Tomlin keep that ship afloat as long as he did?
And now he's got Kenny Pickett, who Kenny Pickett yesterday was asked, why didn't you hustle again? This time on a block, he goes, I didn't want to get hurt.
George Pickens.
I'm sorry. Who did I say? Kenny Pickett?
Yeah. And George Pickens, same thing.
Pickens.
Where he's just like, yeah, look, I mean, you saw what happened to Nico Collins. Like, I'm not going to get hurt, like, blocking. Are you kidding me? And that's been a big...
Is that getting spun in any way?
No.
I'm not getting hurt.
No, he basically was just like, I'm not blocking on some plays. I'm not getting hurt out there. You guys think you have an understanding. I'm not doing that, though. George Pickens has been a handful for them this year. He's had some bad PR, but it's not often that you see players just completely owning up to, yeah, I'm making business decisions out there, bro. But this is something that I'd seen ESPN kick around the topic like last week. Like, should Mike Tomlin be on the hot seat? Should this or that? I'm like, that's ridiculous. No, the guy has never had a below 500 season. He still may not finish with one this year. It does not matter. In an era where everybody has down years as they kind of go up and down and float around 500, he doesn't have down years. In 20 years, he just doesn't. He makes it work no matter what. Bill Belichick is showing you right now how difficult it is to just always maintain that. And Mike Tomlin's doing it. But what was interesting was 6 simple words, no expanding on it, nothing else, just 6 simple words in Peter King's Football Morning in America article, which is one of still, there are times where Peter King can be a little odd, but it's still.
Well, because he's a liberal?
No. Still the best. To me, probably the best sports column there is.
I love it.
It's so good and so in-depth, and there's so many different things in there.
I'm more of a Peter King defender because of that column.
I love the column. It's so good. And he drops little nuggets in there that are like, oh, okay. And he's old school journalist who knows how to play the game of like tipping things he knows without burning people. So it's interesting that when you go through his just random thoughts at one point in the article, he drops 6 words in there. The seat's toasty for Mike Tomlin.
Woo! Wow.
And that's all it says. That's all Peter King said about it, included in just a series of random thoughts. And he just leaves it like that. And I don't know why in the world, if you were Pittsburgh, you would consider moving on from Tomlin. If you are all but 6 teams in the NFL, probably something like that, that's the type of guy that if Mike Tomlin hits the open market, I'm firing my coach to go get him. Including in this city.
Okay. Let's have a little fun.
Mm-hmm.
Our guest Friday at 6:30 will not think this is fun, but just for the heck of it.
It's just like anything, though, Shawne. We got to discuss it.
Just like anything. Okay, let's just say the Cowboys lose in the first round at Tampa. Let's just say they lose their first round playoff game. You have the order of Dan Quinn, Bill Belichick, and Mike Tomlin to be the next Cowboys coach. Everybody put your order down 1, 2, 3 on the truckwreck.com text line 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. Yesterday we talked about this subject twice. We talked about it with Michael Lombardi, former NFL GM who worked and is friends with Belichick. He goes, why wouldn't you want the greatest coach in history to be your head coach? And I was like, well, Mike, what about you have him as a GM, personnel guy? He goes, who is going to give Bill Belichick a football education on personnel? It's not a power thing, it's a knowledge thing. So I said, well, could they work together? And he said, who knows? Belichick, Dan Quinn, I wonder how these Dan Quinn answers now change after the Buffalo game, or Mike Tomlin, just for the hell of it.
817 has my order, and that's Tomlin, Quinn, Belichick. That's the order.
The greatest coach ever, you're putting 3.
Because it's like we've talked about. Bill Belichick would want to come in here and just all of a sudden control everything, and I don't trust it necessarily. And we've seen in recent years why don't
you trust it?
Because I think he'd, in essence, tear everything down to build it back up the way he wants it. I don't think he'd want to come in here and go like, well, you guys do things look. Mike McCarthy deserves a lot of credit for when he first came in here.
There's a difference in tearing down the way you do things versus tearing down the roster. If he wants to tear apart the way that things are done, fine. If he wants to take a step backwards and purge the roster, not fine.
Do you think everything needs to be torn down the way it's done here, though?
No.
And I think that would naturally cause setbacks. And so because of that, you're close. You want somebody to push you over the edge. Who's
the best football mind of the 3?
Probably Belichick.
Okay.
Yeah.
And your order was what again?
Tomlin, Quinn, Belichick.
Tomlin, Quinn, Belichick. Peyton, what would be your order of the 3?
Tomlin 1, Bill 2, and Quinn 3. I think Tomlin, I just think he's a genius. He's taken so many crappy teams to either the playoffs or above 500 record. I mean, I think he's won easily.
I guess I'm just amazed that the GOAT is not being put more at 1 on a lot of people's lists. You get the stain of what's happening here post-Tom.
214 says 1 Mike Tomlin, 2 Mike Tomlin, 3 Mike Tomlin, if those are the options.
Who has Dan Quinn 1? Where's all the fans of the Prince?
405 says Quinn, Belichick, Tomlin. that would be their order. 682, Quinn, Tomlin, Belichick. So, I mean, there are people picking Quinn, putting him number one right here.
Okay.
There are several people here picking Belichick, though, and saying, like, what in the world are you guys doing talking about Bill Belichick like this? But, I mean, that's why I think it's an interesting question.
Yeah, because I asked it.
Yeah, I mean, what's your order? And then you're going to tell us Belichick's third, aren't you?
No. Quinn's third. Look, I think that Dan Quinn is a great dude, lovable dude. I would question how much of a hard ass could he be, although I don't know if McCarthy's a hard ass.
I think McCarthy can be more of a hard ass than Quinn.
See, if Steven and Will could talk Belichick into staying away from personnel.
Yeah, I'm not sacrificing what Will's got with the scouts.
Yeah, Bill cannot come in and control personnel. He's destroyed it with the Patriots. I'm not trusting that whatsoever. So that's probably off the table. If you get him away from personnel, I'll put him 1 because I got to show respect for the GOAT. With personnel, I'm putting him 3. I would go Tomlin, Quinn, Belichick because I'm assuming he's not going to give up personnel control. I'm guessing. Yesterday, we asked Jerry Jones about the Ian Rappaport suggestion that a Mike McCarthy extension could be happening.
Well, he's been to coached 3 playoff teams in a row. I think he's done an outstanding job. I think the fact that he's your offensive coordinator as well as your head coach puts him in as high or higher stead than when he was the walk-around coach. All of those things are positive. I frankly said to the staff yesterday, you got us in this spot to be as disappointed as we are about the Buffalo deal and our loss there. It's your fault because y'all have done such a great job this year getting our team to where we, our fans, everybody, have the expectations that we have. You pushed us up here to where we get out here and play great this next 3 weeks, and we could absolutely have something great happen for us. Now, y'all caused us to be disappointed here on Monday by not living to that standard up there. But hats off to you. In other words, I didn't spend my day in there looking grumpy or looking however you might look, even though we were all disappointed. Part of the best part of our team this year has been the coaching staff.
Bam!
214 says McCarthy is cooking. Take McCarthy over all 3 of those
Ooh,
guys.
yeah, I should have. Dang it, I should have thrown Mike in there. Mike, Quinn, Belichick, Tomlin, and how many people who would RJ vote for?
McCarthy. That would, yeah. To me, it would be Tomlin, Quinn, McCarthy, Belichick, probably.
By the way, that liar, Aaron Rodgers, toying with the Jets fan base emotions, admitted yesterday, I'm not that close to coming back, so you won't be seeing me this season, and you will, I guess, not be seeing Bobby Belt with a bald head to pay off the Aaron Rodgers bet.
Damn right. But it's good to know that that's something that the Tolos got really engaged in that, and we're really hoping for it. So it's good to know that it can be on the table as bet payoff in the future for certain things.
And it would have been a win for you and a win for your wife.
It would not have been a win for me.
Bro,
I don't know
almost
how
everybody in your situation.
Mm-hmm.
Look,
what situation is that?
Hanging on for dear life. Hanging on for dear life. In your splotchy situation, looks better with a bald head.
Okay, look, it's
you're thinner,
not. Hold on,
you're thinner.
Look,
you got a jawline.
It is not that thin. It is thin, but it's not like hanging on for dear life.
All right, who's better?
Okay, the lights make it look so much worse right here than it does in person.
Who's in a better situation between him and Chop, Peyton? Oh, look at Ryan with the zoom in.
Bobby's in a better situation. Chops is bad.
Who's in a better situation? Who? Wait, I have to put my headphones on.
Bobby, you are.
Nothing. We're good. He gave you a
but
compliment.
It's still bad. Get it. Time to shave.
Yeah, I'm going to give you the same advice.
877-881-1053 is the chartwright.com text line. Let's start studying and previewing the Miami Dolphins before a lot of people get in trouble around here. Nick Eatman previews Miami next. Oh, but let me go ahead and preview your retirement. It's not happening. It's 40 years.
To you by Berkey's AC Plumbing and Electric and the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214-817-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
Getting set to be joined by Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort, proud to be the official casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. We will have crosstalk with the K and C Masterpiece at 9:40, but we need to start looking forward to the Miami Dolphins, who are favored by 1.5 points right now over the Cowboys. What are you chuckling at?
At old William, Texas William, for his latest line of toilet paper, which is a picture of me grabbing my chest, and it says ultra soft. So there's that.
Charmin Belt. There you go. That should be the name of your next child that your wife won't give you.
No, she won't give me one.
Nick Eatman joining us on the Boomer Jacks Bar and Grill hotline. Good morning, man. How are you?
Good morning. How you guys doing?
Doing well. Let's start previewing the Miami Dolphins. What is your initial feel on this game? Wild shootout? Are you terrified of their speed? Are you scared of the running game? What's your initial feel?
All of that. All of that. Honestly, I mean, I do think it's going to be a wild shootout. I think you have to be terrified of their speed. You have to figure out ways to kind of combat that. I think the Cowboys are going to win, though. I don't have to wait till Friday. I'll tell you right now, I think they're going to win. They're going to win.
You did get the Bills game. You did get the Bills game, right?
Yeah, I mean, I just didn't get a good feel for that one. And that was before the weather and all that. But I don't know if the weather factored in that much. I think they didn't play well. But I will say this: I mean, Cowboys won 40-0 against the Giants in the pouring rain. It's the only two games Dak hasn't thrown a touchdown. So, I mean, I don't know if that's something to do with it, but
he's never thrown a touchdown in the rain, Nick.
That's ever.
His entire career, 4 games it's rained in his career. He does not have a touchdown pass.
Maybe he should change his first name then.
Oh, more like Dry Dakota.
Okay. I think the Cowboys are going to win this game. I do think they bounce back well, and I think they're going to. It is going to have to be a shootout. I mean, the best way to slow down the running game is for the Cowboys to score points. And I really think the offense is going to be the best defense here. So they're going to have to do that. I don't expect it to be raining there in Miami. So I don't know. I don't even know what the stadium is. This one stadium has actually confused me more than anything. I don't even know if I've been there. Does it keep changing the name? Do they Is it a new place? I have no idea about this.
Sideline temperature differences. Everyone talks about being in the sun there versus not.
Yeah.
Miami fans are terrible in general anyway. Where do you stand on Tua?
That's where I stand because I don't go past anything other than that. That's how you say his name. I was actually trying to look at it. I was like, I don't even know how to say this guy's name. Tua, I think he's a Kirk Cousins type of will put up a lot of stats, but hasn't proven to me that you should really, really be worried about him just yet. And if that comes back to bite him, oh well, But I mean, he's a great player, but I just don't. I'm like, okay, I'm just not that worried about him yet. And you know what? People probably think the same about Dak. That's probably the way people, say, all right, puts up some stats, but not really worried about him at the end of the day. And that's fine. That would be fair, and it would be fair to say that about somebody like Tua.
So if you're not necessarily that concerned with Tua himself, how much in this game, though, are you concerned with just Miami's speed? Because they are so fast just across the board.
Oh, their second receiver and their second running back are stars. Waddle can kill you, and is it Achane? Is that how you say it?
Achane, yep.
Achane. Those two right there, and they're not even the starters. Mostert gets most of the carries. He's setting records there with all the touchdowns, and of course Tyreek Hill. He should maybe be in the MVP discussion as well. I don't think receivers will get it, but I do think he brings an element there that takes him over the top. He's still leading the league and receiving, and he missed a game.
Yeah.
You know he's not going to miss another, though.
No, there's zero chance of that. When we talk about this game, though, and you know, you like you said, you're expecting them to go ahead and beat Miami. Would this prove anything to you about this football team? I think we all felt like beating Buffalo on the road would mean something. Is there any meaning you think carried to just the narrative about this football team if they're able to go and beat Miami, or is it something like, well, look, you beat somebody who's a lot like you that gets the criticism that they can't beat winning football teams?
Yeah, I mean, I think it doesn't carry over. I mean, you can feel better about it, but we know this. How we feel about this team doesn't really matter. It's going to be how they feel, how they take it. But it would be nice to say, all right, more than just going to Philly and almost winning, you actually went to Miami and you did win. And they've only lost one game at home this year, and they're a good team. I mean, they've won. They're the only team scoring more points than the Cowboys. So yeah, this is a good football team. They're good at home. So it would be good to see that. But again, that won't help. I don't know if that will help them when they actually go to the playoffs. Maybe it does. The only reason I say I don't know is because the Washington game last year in Week 18 was about the worst football game you could absolutely watch. It was just terrible. Nobody had a good feeling about anything. And then they go to Tampa and end Tom Brady's career and in that 30-year streak of road games. I don't know if it matters, but it would be nice for us, but I don't know if it would matter to them.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com on the Boomer Jacks Bar and Grill Hotline. Nobody talks about this Miami defense, but in y'all's preview, they rank 5th overall in total defense.
Yeah, and they're really good against the run too. I mean, they which is a little surprising. No, actually, it's not surprising when you consider that they're 10-4 and they're leading and they're it's really not surprising when you think about the fact that they're getting leads too. They get the lead, they get the ball, they score points, they're putting pressure on teams. That's how they stop the run. They stop the run by getting a 14-0 lead. And that's what the Cowboys have done. The Cowboys are doing that in the first quarter, second quarter. They're outscoring. Scored 153 points in the second quarter alone. So I mean that right there it's putting pressure on them. So that's kind of what I think some of it is. I mean, teams have scored points on them. I think Buffalo put up 40 on them. So it definitely can happen. But with their MVP Josh Allen, leading the way there.
Can you believe they gave him the game ball?
God. I mean, the other guy, seriously, I mean, I know I've said it a couple times, but I mean, he was like Barry Sanders. I mean, he was like the best running back that they faced in a long time. But I mean, it doesn't matter. He won the game. They won. They executed. They did what they needed to do.
Did you hear Jerry with us yesterday?
Yeah.
That was interesting.
Why was that your first, tone?
There was a lot going on there. I mean,
there was a lot. Weird answers, I thought.
Yeah, a little bit. I like the 4 a.m. one. I kind of that's what I stole for our.
Was that he was up till 4 a.m. celebrating?
I don't know about celebrating, but I mean just thinking of the possibilities, or probably just trying to figure out the scenarios, And it's still not that favorable, but the thing is the Cowboys and the Eagles are both, I wouldn't say reeling. Eagles are reeling, but I think that they can figure it out. The Giants usually help with that, but I just don't know if either one of them are going to win 3 in a row here. I just don't see that happening.
You have any thoughts on the McCarthy extension topic?
No. I'm sorry.
No, I just wanted to see whether you thought okay, this thing's going to happen or this thing will be determined by the postseason.
I think it'll be determined by the postseason, and that's just where it is. Sometimes coaches, you get judged by the creation, by the expectations that you create, and that's what's happened. I mean, and he didn't create expectations. This is the Dallas Cowboys. They expect to win. Jerry expects to win. But I do think if you have another season that ends just, the same way, a 12-5 or whatever it is type of season, and it doesn't go to the championship game, I think he's going to have to, evaluate things. I think at the end of the day, I think he likes his coach to give him an opportunity to win, put him in a position to win. And that's what Mike McCarthy does. I think the players really like what how he takes care of them. But I still think a lot of it's going to be determined by the postseason.
Nick, is there excuse making going on for Mozzie Smith right now?
Yeah. He's a first-round draft pick, and I think when you draft a guy in the first round, there's 20 guys that you probably like and could take or in the range.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the reasons you take the guy there is because he's ready to play. That's what they always say. You expect your first-round pick to play. So sometimes you take a player because he is better than these 5 guys because he can come and step right in and be better than what we have. And that has not been the case. And he hasn't been better than the backups. He hasn't really gotten in over Gallimore and those guys. And they play different positions a little bit, but I'm just saying he hasn't gotten that playing time. And that's what you expect. You expect a first-round pick to go. If that's not the case, then I just don't see them drafting for development. I don't think they draft him to say he'll be ready when Hankins is done. He was supposed to play this year, and he hasn't played as much. And there's different reasons why and all that, and I've made some of those. But at the end of the day, the guy isn't playing as much as you thought he would play.
I want to go back to you saying, what you hijacked from us. When I go to all of your articles and I credit them and talk about them on the air from DallasCowboys.com, sometimes I don't know if I've ever seen Shawne and RJ in there from where the quote came from. It's
because Jerry doesn't know y'all's name.
Am I missing something? I mean, is that?
No. It would be from the website 105.3 The Fan. Our partner.
Okay.
Our partner.
Okay. All right. I just wanted to clarify.
Team, Sean. It's a team.
I just wanted to.
Jason Garrett made shirts about it. The team.
I just wanted to make sure. I wanted to clarify. You ever get in trouble? Have you ever gotten a phone call after this appearance on after the radio? Because yesterday, Bobby, this is a credit to you. Bobby's like, oh man, today would be perfect for Nick to decipher and break down because Nick says it. Broadus would say things even while working over there, and you say things to your credit. You got the stones. I was just wondering if you.
I not really, but there are people that will say. Actually, and if we're going down this road, there'll be people that kind of reference things that said that I'm like, oh, okay, he must be watching or listening, or obviously he's listening, and not really too bad, but yeah, there was one where somebody said, yeah, they were talking bad about you after you hung up. I'm like, oh, really?
Oh,
okay. It was something about C.J. Stroud being the MVP.
Oh yeah, that was a dumb take.
And how then we hung up, and then it was like then y'all were blasting.
Yeah, that was Peace-a-thon.
You can apologize that. No, it was a different one. It wasn't.
Oh, it was another time.
It wouldn't have been me, Nick, because we're teammates and we're co-hosts tonight on Cowboys Crosstalk.
Oh,
we got a Super Bowl MVP in the house tonight.
Hell yeah, he was. I won high-low last week because I correctly identified Larry Brown's voice.
Really? Oh, that. What was the category? I mean, what was
Cowboys Bills the Super Bowl teams?
Lucky Super Bowl MVPs.
No, it was guys who were on the last time the Cowboys and Bills played the Super Bowl.
Okay. You went high-low on that?
Yep, I did. I won the tiebreaker question.
I listened to that, and I would suck at that game.
I was just about to ask, would you win Dallas Cowboys trivia there in the building?
No, I don't think so.
Trivia
I don't know
you would
what
win.
It is about that. I mean, maybe once you're starting to get in that frame of mind, you guys did it once when it was Cowboys-Eagles players. It actually, that high-low game actually led to an article on our website. It gave me an idea. I was driving, I heard that, and we do a top 10 Cowboy games against the Eagles or top 10 against the Dolphins. We already played the Eagles, so I said, why don't we do top 10 players that played for both teams? And I stole that basically from that idea.
Did you list the show for that?
No, I'm not going to. I don't even write the article. I don't even write the article. It's just an idea. You just look at stuff.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Nick. Love you. Thank you. Nick Eatman.
See you, Nick.
See you guys.
Tonight, Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by WinStar. We crosstalk with the K&C Masterpiece next. But let me tell you about the My Computer Career Campus.
Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet is leading the way to finish this year #1 in America. They're racing hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. Shop them all today, ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
I should have stayed in the production room doing my commercials.
The stuff Hagee was just saying during the break about Shawne McDermott.
But shocked. Actually, yeah, because that's what I said and not somebody else in this room. Sean,
yes,
we have some things to discuss with you.
Okay.
We were talking about and listening to your segment earlier about like half men folk think they could land a plane.
Oh, yeah.
Which is preposterous.
Yeah, that's what led to you saying the thing you did during the break.
No, that is not what I said, Bobby. That is what you said. Is
irrational confidence
yes.
in doing a task
I think,
or act.
And this used to concern my mom when I was younger. Then I got arrested for shoplifting, and I think her concerns were well-founded. I still, to this day...
What were you stealing?
Baseball cards. Shocker.
Oh, well, it was a passion.
It was.
It was a crime of passion.
Yeah. And here's the whole reason that we got caught, is me and a buddy of mine, this is when I was in middle school, we stole an entire box of cards from the Tom Thumb the day before, and we got away with it. But then we got greedy, and we went back to that same Tom Thumb and tried to do the exact same. It's stupid. Don't steal to begin with, but then like what we did was really dumb.
So just hit different stores across the Metroplex.
Don't steal.
Canceled
was
unethical
the lesson
life hack.
that I learned. Now, with all that said, I still think irrationally I could rob a bank. And that's what I used to tell my mom is I was like, if I had enough time, I think I could figure it out. And it made her worried. And then when I got arrested for shoplifting, again, I think all her concerns were well-founded.
All right. I love this point from you. Have you checked? Have you just watched The Town, or you actually know the second and third kind of crucial things that happen during a bank robbery that you would be able to avoid?
For sure, because the one issue,
mask. You going with the mask first, or
of
a hat?
course, you got to go with the mask.
Okay.
And one of the things, oh, maybe
Reagan.
actually.
Yeah. Because it's ironic, because I am not a crook.
But I am.
Wow.
We're
really in sync.
Also, it feels like in all these movies, they throw together their distribution plan very hastily about where they're going to meet up or, how they're going to distribute the money. That's preposterous. That needs to be done way early in the process. Yeah. We don't need to be at the meeting point. You don't even talk about it. You know the plan. You execute the plan, and we all know what to do after that.
Well, I'm glad that you view splitting up the money as the big problem, but what about the security, the cameras, getting to the vault?
But hear me out. That's the big problem that takes people down in the movies and stuff, is what I'm saying. Is usually they figure their way to navigate their way, whether it's heat or whatever, out of the bank, and then they run into problems. I realize a lot of more research would go into the rest of it. If you have your crew ahead of time and there's bickering about the distribution method, you need to bounce that person out of your crew.
How many people would be in your crew to rob a bank?
I feel like 6.
6. Okay, so if you had to make it up with people in the station, who all's on your crew?
Higglin 6.
I feel like if you're talking about research and stuff like that, I feel like I need to be in your crew.
Oh
no!
You're loud.
Well, I'm
You're
not.
the last
I'm out.
one.
No, why would I be the last
First
one?
off, you're loud. You'd probably be
Run! Somebody get the car!
It'd be Bobby, the loudest voice, most identified. Your head's the biggest.
He'd
so
be like,
when they're
Hagee, I got the money. Here's the bag with the dollar sign.
You're right. I do get recognized the most outside the station.
And
I
your
probably
walk, your
would.
walk is a dead giveaway too.
Yeah.
You do this
the swing.
You do this Adderall duck walk.
He walks with a purpose.
Gosh.
It's walking with a purpose. That
It's
is
the
Bobby.
it's the Connor. Look at him making a lap around the studio here. Well, I think I should be in your crew for at least research. Even if you keep me in the back of the truck, I need to be there.
Can't trust you to keep your mouth
This is a
shut.
good question.
What?
Tolos.
All right.
Who do y'all
It's
think
a
would
it's
be
a
best
mouth
for
it's a
bank robbery?
big mouth thing.
Well, you got to go Corey. He's like your radio brother.
I trust Corey, and I'm on the hook for things that Corey might
Yeah,
commit
if I
down
ever
the
get
line.
convicted of murder, Kevin knows where the weapon is.
I would get Alec. He's small and strong.
He'd be my
He is a little
flexible
brick.
person
Yeah.
to get
Is he
around.
bendy?
Yeah, do not lift
The
your
line.
leg up there like that again, please. My gosh. Chiafalo?
No, because of
a lot of long hair in our crew.
Yeah.
You need a big beanie. Like
you can't have Mike.
Kyle Yeomans.
You can't
because because Mike, if somebody touches him, we're like, hey, fart head, get your hands off of me.
No, yeah, exactly. Like whenever you see in the movie where it's like no one was supposed to get killed and you just snapped, like that would be Mike.
Broadus,
yeah.
I feel like Broadus would be back as like the Professor X of it, like kind of designing. And
Broadus would be the one who, like, when they're talking to the police later, the teller's like, he kept calling me ma'am.
Yeah.
Like, well, thank you, ma'am.
You need Broadus
very
to ask for
polite.
the money.
Sorry to ruin your day.
Or
Yeah.
he's
Ma'am,
the
I'm really
distraction.
sorry.
He walks in and somebody's like, "Oh, it's Broadus," and then they want to talk football with him.
Dude, Dawson is a high drive.
Dawson is so
Even.
even.
Yeah.
Like Dawson has to be in the crew.
Dawson's in the crew. So
They
is
find a Diet Coke bottle as the evidence left behind in the corner.
so is Reggie, because Reggie
Got that Reggie.
He thinks.
has morals, but he would be okay with going after big banking.
Yes.
And he'd be like, you know what?
He's Robin Hooding it.
Yeah.
Reggie Hood.
okay with
Reggie Hood.
He would be, so he's on my list.
He's like, cut
too.
the check and I'm there.
Yeah,
that's how
for
Reggie
sure.
is.
And he's like, who are we taking down? Wells Fargo or what, like a bigger bank? In.
Sandler. I could go.
Ooh,
I could
Sandler
go
would be
Jared.
good.
I don't know what
'Cause
that
I think
Hey, I
you can
just
trust
said him
him.
because
I
he
think-
gets mad whenever we leave his name out of these
I think
conversations.
you can trust
He's like,
him.
I'm part of the station
You can
too.
trust Sandler.
Will Chambers always wants to be involved in everything.
Will-
So I think
No.
his
No.
eagerness.
Will's motivated too.
I think his eagerness. No,
Why
I think
not?
He start yelling about like Ashley
could be
Judd in the middle of the bank.
distracting,
Like,
yeah.
Yeah.
somebody is wearing like an who's Kentucky's rival.
was robbed in 92.
Yeah, that's
You know
right.
what? Choppy would fit. Like Choppy
No.
would be a risk because Choppy would feel guilty and like say something the next day.
He's not willing to go far enough because he'd be like, all right, well, there's a cop. I guess we're caught.
I mean, I guess it just depends on whatever Sarah would want him to do. That's what he would do.
Corey, what's coming up? I
Oh,
think we
man.
exhausted that. That was a good
No,
topic.
we're not done with that.
Oh.
What's Corey going to do?
Yeah, my
I'm sorry.
my irrational belief is that I can gain 5 yards in the NFL. Now, everybody did suggest that I'd be a running back in this situation, and I'm better. I have good hands, so I would be better off being like tight end kind of thing and finding
Wow.
some space in the defense.
All right, because someone texted in 5 points in the NBA, and I think
I can't do
5 points from a random person who could shoot is more attainable than you getting 5 yards.
Agreed.
What's your speed?
Oh, 4.6.
There's no way.
No.
That was my last recorded.
In high school?
Yeah, in high school.
Yeah.
That's 4.6 in the 5 yard,
And
right?
and then you got to pick it up probably on your first touch because
Yep.
absorbing the hit.
That's not what he thinks.
You're going to go back and
I
get
think
the
it
hit.
take- I
That's
think it
not
could
what
take
he
like
thinks.
2 hits and I'm done.
He's gonna get that Zeke
But you
yardage,
guys are
20
also-
carries, 5
Y'all are
yards.
acting like that I'm not going to have a good offensive line blocking for me. Like there's no holes. All I need is one hole.
Yeah,
And
run
the-
behind
All you
Terrence
need is
Steele.
one person to fill that gap and destroy your body.
Yeah.
Masterpiece of the week right
But
there.
if it's Jalen Smith over there, guess what? He's missing the gap.
And
Picking the wrong one. I'm wide open. We do
I
have
had
Shawne
3.
Merriman.
Thank you. Take it. I got too many Jalen
I'm
jokes.
still mad I'm not in the bank robbery crew.
We have Shawne Merriman joining us at 12:20
Changed my
today. We'll talk with him about some MMA and also some of the stuff that's going on with Micah and all this holding that's not being called on him.
Well, he has some hot opinions about old people being NFL coaches, too.
Yeah.
Oh. I got hot opinions about.
Would he
about,
recommend injections for Micah to maybe get past the holding?
What was the end of that sentence?
It is amazing to me how like 70-year-olds, 75-year-olds outside of politics even coaching and having the energy for like a professional sports team. It's like I'm at 42 and I'm like almost done. Like, and imagine 65, 70, you have the energy, you're trusting someone to have the sharpness. Like I used to put my dad on the radio for funny bits here and there. I don't trust him to be put on live radio. I'd have to pre-record it. Now he's like almost 90, not 70, but that was my Shawne Merriman follow-up.
Is your dad really almost 90?
Yeah, he's 87. Wow. He's like, would be like me and you,
That's
Kevin,
right.
as parents.
Dude, that's what's so he could have the Fireball 105th birthday, with the Fireball and the Bengals.
Was that a lady
That was
or
a lady.
guy?
She turned 105.
And she said she wanted Fireball and firefighters.
Yeah. Uh-oh.
Hey, there's a good text here from the 214 in terms of back to the bank robbery crew. CA needs to be in there because CA probably knows somebody who's got like the bank floor plans or something like that. Like he's so well connected, he would know somebody and somebody like have a favor that they owed him or something like that.
That's not you're dead on with that.
214 nails it. CA absolutely needs to be in the crew.
That is a good.
What was it that he was? What's RJ's song he was singing during Sailors at Bat?
This is how we do it.
Do either of you think that you could land a plane?
No.
That's how this topic started.
No. And that's why I was shocked to hear that you said 50% of guys said they could do it. I was like, there's no way.
The 50 that think they can are like Bobby's golf thing, where it's just like, no, I can.
But I
You can never
can.
prove me wrong. But with like, if everybody on the plane is like, I'm not raising my hand, and I'm the last one, I will try. But we're probably in trouble.
Choppy would beat you swinging left-handed.
No.
With you swinging your natural right-handed in golf.
No.
He beats you with the opposite club.
Zero chance he's beating me with a stranger. I am going to.
With a
I'm going to.
stranger?
Yeah,
With
I'm
the
going
stranger.
to. I am going to crush him by 30 strokes.
So, Sean,
Am I missing something?
Do you not know what the stranger is?
Is it like
is when you sit on one
megging?
hand.
It's when you use the opposite hand.
Or you sit
on the other
on your
hand
regular
until it goes-
hand
until it goes numb. And then
I'm going to the production room. I'm going to record my commercial.
What? You asked. We were just giving you clarification.
You can't go. We got a couple of minutes
Yeah.
left. There's still lots of
feels
time.
like it's not your hand.
And that's in reference to golf. That's what we're talking
That's
about.
what he's saying with
That-
golf.
Yeah,
Do you-
it's in reference to strokes in golf.
Do you play golf, Corey?
I the first time I ever played, I shot a 128. And
So no one else has been able to remember their first score
Yeah.
because it was so bad.
the first swing I took on a golf course, I hit the building to my right, and it bounced back and hit me in the shin. So I was like, "This is going to be a bad day."
And you
I
still
tried
shot
chipping.
128?
I chipped
That's impressive.
on the first time I got near the green that day. I chipped 7 times before I got onto the green. So I was baseball swinging. I was trying to do it like that.
Yeah.
But I play golf. I'm not great at all, but it takes a lot of work. It takes a lot of effort to
I just
get
know
the
myself.
consistency in your swing.
It's not going to take 100 strokes to finish. I know myself.
He thinks he's the ping pong champion of the station. Too.
That
Can
I'm
you play
dead
ping
serious
pong?
about. I would absolutely win at ping pong against
Hold on.
anybody here.
Does that mean you're not serious about the golf thing?
No, no.
Got him.
No,
Got
no,
him.
No. I'm just saying I don't have that's a belief of mine. I have I have experience knowing I would kick anybody's ass here at ping pong.
If my grandmother was right of mind completely, she would whoop your ass. Because I'm really good at ping pong. And she used to beat me at the family reunions every year and laugh and talk trash to me.
Nobody's
She never talked trash until that
Your
day.
grandmother?
Yes.
I'm acing the hell out of everybody here at ping pong. Nobody's even returning my serve. It's not happening.
We got to find a table.
Yeah. We can get this.
We need a table.
His dumb ass would order one up here.
I'm
you don't have
genuinely thinking of putting one down in the little the
You
empty
don't have
Odyssey
the
suite where we don't
balls
have
to do
concerts
that.
anymore.
You don't have the balls to do that.
Okay.
Oh my God! What are you, Marty McFly?
Yeah, I
over
know.
here?
He's such an idiot.
Chicken.
We're back tomorrow.
Life preserver sticks against drought.
The KNC it might get stolen up here the way this building is lately.
Holy crap,
the
dude!
KNC masterpiece is next right here on the Fan.
Take your turn it on, leave it. on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin, Corey Majors, and with us, Chris Strong running the board. Remember, Mike is out on vacation.
What happened?
You've seen the videos. He's skiing and snowboarding.
You call that skiing?
Look.
He's attempting to ski.
He's doing his best.
He's trying really hard.
Okay.
You know what? He says that all the time. Well, they did their best.
Yeah.
And that's what Mike is doing. He is trying to accomplish his best skiing.
Now, here's a group that is not doing their best. If you can go and fire off cut number 3. I'm not trying to start an argument here, Corey. I'm trying to have a dialogue. Seriously, though, why are the Cowboys so bad on the road this season?
They're not tough enough.
Second down and goal. And they're going to try a tush-push lineup. And in they go. Josh Allen walks it in, and it's about to be 21-3.
It would be 21-3, and then eventually it would be 31-3.
Yeah.
But we only lost 31-10, so moral victory.
Yeah, and my theory is that they're not tough enough. The teams that they've lost to on the road decided that day they were going to be tougher. They were going to try harder, and that's one of the things that I think is a huge factor. I think it takes a mentality to be a bully team and say, we're walking into your house and we want to hear your crowd shut up today.
Okay.
And I don't know that this team, it felt like when Dak started playing for the Cowboys, go back and look at his road record early on. It felt like it was fantastic.
Yes.
And he used to talk about that all the time, about how much he enjoyed hearing their crowd be quiet. And this team, for whatever reason, I don't know if it's mentality that needs to start with McCarthy or if somebody, within the locker room has to do it, but they just don't have a we're going to be the bully today mentality.
I'm really glad that you brought up McCarthy because I was hoping, I went back and did the research as requested. I was hoping there might be like a clear line. And like maybe when McCarthy got here, they started struggling on the road. Or once they started making the playoffs, then they did whatever. That's not the case at all. So this is the third straight year the Cowboys have made the playoffs, right? The first year in this current streak they made the playoffs, 2021, 5-3 at home, 7-2 on the road.
All right.
Last 2 years, 15-1 at home, 7-8 on the road. Now, there's a decent shot that they end up finishing 12-5 again. I know the dream is still for 13-4, but it feels like there's a decent shot they go 12-5. So let's say 12-5, 12-5, 12-5, or even 12-5, 12-5, 13-4. And they go from 7-2 on the road in that first run to 7-8 in the last 2 seasons. And what's been remarkable is they also went from 5-3 at home to 15-1 at home. I get it.
Yeah.
You're going to have a better home record than road record. Usually, you see that all throughout sports. Maybe hockey is a little bit of an outlier compared to the other ones, but that is an astonishing difference. And so you've got toughness at the top of your list for reasons for the gap.
Yeah, that's the number one thing for me because in each one of these games, it's felt like, I go back to San Francisco. That's where it's really started for us, right? Well, I guess Arizona was the first one that we were like, man, you're just getting beat up today. They took Mike out of the game. And that's where I think the attitude and the everything about this team, the heart of this team is Micah's play. And whenever he looks like, hey, I'm not getting to the quarterback today, so I'm just going to kind of jog around, it gets frustrating. And I'm not accusing him of doing that at home or all of the time. But whenever in these losses, Kevin, I think there's been a big distinction and you can see it in the play where it kind of feels that way. And so if your best players are all having bad days, if all of your best players are having those moments where they just kind of look loppy, then that's what
was that word you just used?
I was going to say lopsided, but
okay.
Loppy's. What do you think loppy is? Have you ever heard it before? Is it a word?
Yeah, I could see something that is not only lopsided but also sloppy in its lopsidedness.
Limp, hanging loosely, or limp is what loppy means.
All
so
right.
yeah, that's kind of what I feel about them.
But you already knew that, and that's why you used the word, and you just need to educate us.
Absolutely.
Got it. All right.
But I guess number two thing I would probably put is irresponsible game plans or no backup game plan. Because whatever happened in San Francisco, I'm just going to clearly chalk that up to they came out and whooped your ass.
Sure.
With Arizona, they were doing something specific, and I don't know if they had any other plan other than what they were going to do, and they did it and executed it well, and you never were able to adjust to it. So they said, all right, well, we can't beat them today, and game plan never went to plan B of here's how we're going to stop that or combat what they're doing to us. And same thing happened in Buffalo. Offensively, you didn't combat the fact that they were like, we'll leave the middle of the field wide open. We're not going to let you do these other things deep and take advantage of that. And Mike McCarthy didn't call the plays necessary to get the yardage, to keep drives alive in the short passing game, something I thought they could do. And on the defensive side, they ran the same play 3 times in a row on you, and you couldn't stop it. So what was the adjustment there? So that would be the 2 things that I have that I think are their biggest problems and factors.
Corey, if somebody sends in a text that is spectacularly wrong, do you think we should go ahead and highlight it real quick?
Depending on how spectacularly wrong it is.
Okay.
Which one is it?
From the 214, they are not struggling on the road. 20 teams have 4 or more road losses. Only one is undefeated at home, and that is the Cowboys. Okay. Well, that
is true.
No, it's not.
They're not the only undefeated team?
No, that part is
okay.
That part is correct. The other part that is spectacularly inaccurate is there's 11. There are 11 teams in the NFL that have 4 or more road losses.
Okay.
All right? So you're way off about that. Now, let's dive a little bit further into the numbers right there. They don't struggle at home. I mean, on the road. Obviously, they don't struggle at home. They're amazing at home. All right. That is spectacularly wrong as well. I at least need us to all be on the same page that they struggle on the road. And I get it. You played Philly both at home and on the road. But you played San Francisco and Buffalo on the road. That's an inherently a tougher schedule. I understand that. But take a look at some of these differences. Do you want to start with the team as a whole or go Dak?
Teams as a whole first.
Okay. Team as a whole, point differential when at home, plus 171. Whew. On the road? Yes, that's historically good. On the road, -4. And I get it.
So that, and just to be clear here, that is points scored versus points against.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. Thank you for that. They have not scored -4 points on the road.
-4.
That's a good point. But so again, I realize San Francisco and Buffalo are part of that road package that are not part of that home package. That does not make up the 175-point difference. Now, let's go to Dak specifically. At home versus on the road. Completion percentage at home, 74. That is astonishing. Completion percentage on the road, 63.2. All right. His yards per game, 216 on the road, 303 at home. In turnover ratio, 8 touchdowns versus 5 interceptions on the road for Dak versus 20 touchdowns and 2 interceptions at home, which again, much like the completion percentage, that is amazing. That a 10-to-1 touchdown to interception ratio is absolutely incredible. And his QBR drops from 122.5 at home to 84.2 on the road. So we just all need to at least be on the same page that this is a different team on the road than they are at home. And if you don't think that's right, I don't know what to tell you.
But here's the other thing is I also think that's correctable.
Okay.
So that's the reason where
even the toughness part?
So one of the concerns I have about that is I don't think you have the physical size because you're running out so many safeties. I don't think you have the physical size at linebacker to be bullies the way that you really want to be. I do think that a consistent mentality, a rallying, I don't know what it is. I really don't know exactly how you get everybody there. But I also know it's tough to do that for 17 straight games and be that physical of a team and it not take its toll on you. Staying healthy from here on for the rest of the season might be the most important thing for the Cowboys. Am I wrong? Like, I know you want home field and everything, but wouldn't you rather have all of our guys healthy going into the playoffs?
Yes.
Rather than, you know what, we were able to do it and we lost 3 of our most important. We lost Tyron and Micah and CD as we were going down the stretch. That would be very tough on this team to make up that in the playoffs. But I do think that at some point you can make the decision of this wasn't good enough and we have to be better. How are we going to do this? Maybe it takes a team to have the conversation. With the Rangers, it was just being on the road for 700 days straight. Like, that was all they needed to galvanize their team. So maybe it's going to be something. Maybe somebody puts out that corkboard material and that turns the switch on for them. But I do think they're a little light still, and I think they need to find that place, that motivation to be the big dog. If they're going to be the Lions, if they're going to be a pack of lions, then they really have to be that, man.
And then the question came along to go.
Somebody says that it's not because of their country club facilities, and I was like, well, I mean,
but wouldn't you think that would make them soft at home too?
Yeah, maybe so.
I hear you. I'm not here to argue that, like, when we talk about what a beautiful art museum we have for our football stadium, that's like maybe not the number one thing that you want. But wouldn't you think they would be soft at home too?
Yeah.
They've been an unstoppable juggernaut. I know people are like, you can't beat San Francisco. I think the Cowboys might be able to beat San Francisco at home. Now, they're not going to get that opportunity, clearly, because in the playoffs, they would have to go on the road. This team is so shockingly different to me. And I know we had this conversation with, and it's okay if people disagree with me. I'm totally fine about that. We had a conversation with Mickey, I want to say on Monday, is he said that the outcome of the Buffalo game would have happened at home or on the road. I just fundamentally do not agree with that.
And that's okay to disagree with.
Sure, for sure.
Like, I think if what he's saying, and this is a lot of like our differences on the Greg Olsen thing too. What he's saying is,
for sure,
if they executed the game plan they were executing and the Cowboys did exactly what they were doing too, there was nothing going to stop what Buffalo was doing against the Cowboys. Just why couldn't they do that in Dallas? Like, why is it that Dallas is like, you're not doing that here? Is it because are opponents weaker that the Cowboys have played? I mean, Kevin, you're the one that's all knowledgeable on strength of victory.
Actually, that is true. And remember, here's the key thing that you need to know on strength of victory. With 3 weeks to go, the Cowboys trail the Eagles by 5 in the win column. You need to root against the Vikings, Bucks, Chiefs, Bills, and Cardinals, and you need to root for the Lions, Panthers, Chargers, Seahawks, and Jets. Assuming both teams went out, if those teams can win 6 more games than the first column I gave you, you will win strength of victory. You're just going to have to take my word on it. But can I point out a game that you have brought up quite a bit that is not a high-level opponent, that is another example of the road struggles, is the Cardinals. You beat the Cardinals at home by 30 points. I don't know why. I can't explain it, and that's what I've been trying to figure out, is you lost that game, and they were in control for most of that game. I just don't think there's anything like that would conceivably happen in a home game. And I can't wrap my mind around it because it's the same personnel, same theoretical game plan. I just don't understand it.
From the 214, this team is all bark and no bite. And they say it starts with Micah. And Kevin, I told you last year, I thought the mentality I wanted my team to be was Micah. And there is this relentless pursuit of everything, and he never stops, never slows down. And that's where I'm kind of questioning that right now. Is I'm like, I know what you're capable of. Why isn't it there every day? And if he's like, look, man, we're going to lose 4 games a year. You're going to have to deal with that. Then I'll say, you know what? All right, thanks. I appreciate that. We'll move on from that. I'll take 13-4 every single year. But whenever it comes to, y'all talked so much trash.
Right.
Week 5 is the only thing that matters. Week 5 this, San Francisco this, week 5, it's circled on our calendars. They talk so much trash. And when they showed up, they looked stunned. And that's where I'm like, that's where I question the toughness factor is. If you're going to talk that, you have to show up as the better team. What you did was you talked it, and then they showed up and knocked you out.
And can I tell you, just for me, that's why this Dolphins game is so important. I realize the importance it has in the standings. Like, I think anybody can figure that out. And Corey, what you said yesterday is right. You lose the Dolphins game, you're still going to make the playoffs, and you're not just going to give up. But in my mind, well, good thing I don't have to play in the game. In my mind, it would really hurt that I would look at the slate of quality opponents on the road and be like, Eagles lost, Bills lost, Dolphins lost. That doesn't mean your season's over. It just, for me, would be a big hit to the confidence if they couldn't get that road win against Miami. But on the flip side, if they do, not only does that keep you alive to win the division, to take the number 2 seed, but you can say, I went on the road and I beat a quality opponent. So what else you got?
Yeah. And now, again, that doesn't help you the next week.
That's true.
I mean, in reality, other than mentally. And we've talked about, and, you know, I've used this. I know Broadus uses this term, but Kevin, I used this when we were talking about the Mavs in 2011 when they were on their run to their championship. you got to know things you can hang your hat on. You have to know that things that you're like, if anything else fails, I can do this. Toughness is something that is all about you. It has nothing to do with design, nothing to do with anything else. Being tougher than the opponent is all about the way you show up that day.
You know what I would love then in that case? I would love a run play in the first series by the Dolphins where Micah Parsons knocks someone on their ass. Not a quarterback, not a pass rush, not a pressure. I want to see a run play go in his direction and he knocks somebody down.
He finds the gap and puts it right on him.
I would love that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, how about some NFL overreaction or not right here on The Fan?
The Fan.
responsibly. Must be 21 plus.
Now the Ravens at the 16-yard line. Lamar wants to throw, lobs to the end zone, looking for his man. He's got him! Isaiah Likely! Touchdown Ravens! And John Simpson should be the first one over there to hug Likely because he just got him out of the doghouse.
Yeah, and he should be hugging Lamar.
See, Corey, that's not a 49ers highlight. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where, yes, I did already apologize to Atolo this morning for my lack of reading comprehension. I will try to get better.
Now do it on air.
Yeah, I apologize for my lack of reading comprehension. I will try to do better. Truckwreck.com, text line 877-881-1053. Better. Is NFL overreaction or reality? Chris, you can feel free to participate in this as well. Arthur Smith should be fired as the Falcons head coach. I know Carter's going to give a big thumbs up on that, but the Falcons owner is like, hey, let's just wait and see how the season plays out, which it feels like is not necessarily the best endorsement in the world.
Is this his third year now with them or his second year?
It is his third year, and he is 20-28, and they've never won more than 7 games in the NFC South. I think that's what kills him from a job perspective, is they're such a
What do you think kills him from
I don't want anyone to be
human
like
perspective?
killing. It's
Okay.
not funny, and I'm not joking about that.
Yeah.
Is they're in a terrible division, and I think being incapable of winning more than 7 games so far is what's going to take him down.
Here's the problem is that he wanted to build this team as a run-first Tennessee Titans type team, and that's not necessarily the NFL, but he does have Bijan Robinson, the player capable of doing that. But he has this vision for it. Now, whatever new coach you decide to bring in comes along with all sorts of different, will he have he's got to shed talent. You might be looking at 2 to 3 more years of mediocrity. Now, or it could flip and turn with just the right person. I mean, even Mike McCarthy didn't do great his first year. So I get it. He's been trying to build something. He's not very good at it. I thought he was really good at running the ball, and he proved he was with Cordero Patterson. He was like, look, I just need a big back. Because I do know that our Carter was like, yeah, but he had Derrick Henry. And I'm like, all right, I forgot about Cordero Patterson being an awesome running back one year.
Pseudo back, yeah.
Right. I don't think this is an overreaction at all. Unfortunately, I did watch a bit of that Panthers-Falcons game. And anyone who watched that game, I don't know. I just felt like...
Because Red Zone forced me to?
Yeah, it was in solidarity with the 5,000 fans out there, just in the rain.
Okay.
So,
all right.
Anyone who watched that game and thinks this is an overreaction, come on, get out of here. I truly believe that giving a new coach a couple weeks before the end of the season could bear fruit for this team. Giving a bit of a transition time where this coach can really get some leadership in the locker room before the offseason, that would benefit this team.
NFL overreaction or not, perhaps most controversial question I will ask in this segment. Overreaction or reality? Just change the name of the segment. The Cowboys' winning streak was simply a product of their schedule.
Yeah, okay.
Oh no!
I mean, they're a good team. They're a really good football team. And they played a lot of really bad football teams in that stretch. I guess the winning over Philadelphia but look at Philadelphia right now.
Yeah.
So they got them at the right time.
Hey, they beat Seattle.
It's a big game. I'm not lying. That's an important one that they won. Because that game, they could have very well lost that game. So, but I will say for the most part, yeah, their schedule lent itself to a good run, and then they ran into a team that is trying to make a comeback right now. Now they got to figure themselves out against another really good team.
Chris, what say you? Because some of the teams they beat along the way, like the Giants and Panthers at the time, had a combined. Or now have a combined 7-21 record, and they beat them 82-27. There's another team to throw in the mix there. What say you?
Hey, I'm in full agreement with Corey here. I feel that even going into the Eagles game, I don't think we would have won that game if we didn't have the confidence of the several weeks before that, just annihilating opponents. So I do think it was a product of the teams we played, and then that's not discounting that Eagles win either.
Now, the Cowboys will definitely have an impact on this one way or another. Overreaction or reality, the Baltimore Ravens will remain the number 1 seed in the AFC going into the playoffs. Bonus question. It should, in fact, be Lamar Jackson and not Brock Purdy, who is the favorite for MVP. Double overreaction.
I would take CMC over all of them at this point.
Okay.
But I know it's a quarterback award, so
the NFL decided that in the last 10 years, I guess.
But I need to look at the standings real quick, Kevin, because I do believe that Baltimore has
they have San Francisco and Miami,
and that could be a big factor.
But we're
and
Miami. Miami, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, the Dolphins are on their tail as well, just a game behind. So I think I would pick the Dolphins at this point with that 49ers
that one right
game.
out of his blowhole. I like that, man. That's good.
He's got fits. I like it.
I think, the Ravens do finish as the number 1 team in the AFC because the Dolphins will lose to somebody.
Say the Cowboys.
Somebody.
Say the Cowboys.
That's an uncommon opponent, dude. And they can run the ball. And then I think the Ravens could lose to San Francisco.
I agree with the 469. All of y'all are Judases. I was hoping that you guys would support this. Now, Corey, yesterday you got accused of being a homer. Now you're a Judas to the Dallas Cowboys. So
okay.
Need you to figure this out.
Well, here's what I'll say. I have to be authentic to myself. If you want me to do fake radio, I mean, you could just watch ESPN TV and you'll be all right. But if you if you want authentic radio, I'm just going to be myself, and so is Kevin, and so is Chris Strong. And would you ever want Mike to be any different than Mike, y'all?
I mean, do not
come on.
believe he can be for a prolonged period of time. All right. What about from a bonus question? We've established, you said CMC. Lamar Jackson should, in fact, be the favorite for MVP. Overreaction or reality?
I think that's an overreaction. I like Brock Purdy. I think that what the 49ers have here is special. I think Lamar Jackson is a glorified running back. So I have to go Brock Purdy here.
Oh, wow.
So this is how it's
going to be. He's not a fan now.
Chris?
He is not a fan of you, Chris. He loves Lamar Jackson.
What is the primary job of a quarterback?
It's to throw the ball.
Wrong. It is to move your team down the field and score points. How you move your team down the field, not relevant.
Oh, then Josh Allen's the MVP.
Well,
he scored the most points
without turning the ball over.
Hey,
you didn't say that. You did not say that.
I wasn't done.
The turnovers don't matter if you score the most points.
Hey, in my fantasy league, sure, because I'll take those touchdowns versus the interception from a score perspective every single day. I actually don't think Lamar Jackson should be the favorite for the MVP either. I think he should be number 2, but I understand why people say it. I'm not a fan of the glorified running back. He now has a higher completion percentage than he did his second year when he was a unanimous MVP. He's throwing 7.7 per attempt. That is very good.
Oh, now, what's Brock Purdy throwing?
You look. We'll get to Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy is 2.1 or 2.2 higher than that. Brock Purdy is throwing at an unbelievable rate. That's why I don't dispute that he should be the favorite for the MVP. All right, let's go from that to another quarterback. And I actually want to ask Shawne Merriman this at 12:20. Justin Herbert will never make an all-pro team or get a single vote for MVP.
Wins are important to MVP.
That is true.
That is a huge factor. And at the moment, his team can't win football games. And he is just as much to blame as his defense is to blame, as his coaching staff. He's got a lot of that blame to go around with him. I think the dude has all the talent in the world, all the ability. It just is not coming together. So until he finds that coach, the one that can organize it, until he gets like a Dable, I think he's going to be in a bad position.
I really like Bill Belichick coming over to the Chargers And I think
because he's done such wonders with the quarterbacks in New England.
Yeah, but Justin Herbert is different from freaking Mid Jones over there. So I really think if they can get Belichick, sorry, I'm being a hater this segment, but if they could get Bill Belichick over there, I think he is still MVP level talent with the right coach.
Interesting.
And Tua still belongs in that conversation, dude.
So Justin Herbert, though, is a juggernaut of quarterback awesomeness. Just a quick note for you right there. Lamar Jackson's completion percentage this season is, in fact, higher than Justin Herbert. His yards per attempt are, in fact, also higher than Justin Herbert. Just a quick note for you there. All right, let's go from that. That's right. I'm ready.
Where are his yards?
Don't worry.
I'm trying to find. Hold on, no. How many? Where does he rank in yards?
Who are you asking?
Lamar
Jackson and Justin Herbert are next to one another.
Oh, I was just looking. Okay, so he's 15th.
And Herbert is 14th.
And Purdy and Tua are first and second.
Yeah. Purdy is amazing. I'll mention the stat again later. He's second in the league in passing yards. He's 30th in attempts.
God.
Think about that.
Efficiency.
That is bananas.
Yeah.
No, I definitely see
Now,
why he's
the question, somebody did ask the question, Kevin, couldn't that team function without him? And
Which team?
The Niners.
Oh, the 49ers.
I mean,
because I don't think the Ravens can function without Lamar.
The Niners did lose in the playoffs to the Eagles last year without him. Now, did they have to go to Josh Johnson? Yeah, okay. But I still think you need a reasonable quarterback. Purdy makes fantastic decisions with the ball. That's been his MO since he came up.
NFL overreaction or reality? The Los Angeles Rams are gonna make the playoffs. I will admit, this is a team much like the Broncos that I wrote off very early in the season.
Before the season, I thought they were going to be garbage.
And yet, here we are. Technically, right now, they would make the playoffs. I realize the next 3 games obviously influence a lot of that.
It'll be a tough one at home against the Saints. Saints defense is good. Their offense is weird. But it's going to be a tough game at home. But I think they can win that. I think they can take the Giants. And then it comes down to, do the Niners need that game to end the season?
Yeah, don't know.
I mean, do they really need to win the game? Are they like, oh, we've already locked up first place? We're good. We're just running out everybody else. So, I mean, the Rams definitely could do it with 10 wins. Wow.
I'd say if it weren't 49ers bringing it up the end of the schedule, I'd say they could do it. But I think they're going to get to that point. They could certainly win these next 2 games and have a shot at it in the final week. But 49ers, man, I don't think that's going to happen.
Now, this last one is a broad question, so you can interpret it however you want.
I don't know if you can use that word, Kevin.
Never mind. I'm not going to answer the rest of that. Now, this particular individual lost one of his biggest supporters in Mike Bassick. So my question is, NFL overreaction or reality? Trevor Lawrence ain't it. That's up for your own interpretation, how you want to describe that. I can give you stats if you would like.
Let's hear him.
All right. His touchdown percentage has dropped from 4.3 to 3.7%. His passer rating has dropped by almost 5 points. His interception percentage ratio has gone from 1.4 to 2. So we all loved the jump from, what did he call it, Fingers Magoo as his coach in the first year to a great last year. But I think the natural assumption was you would see another, maybe not identical jump, but another jump this year. And you have not seen a jump at all.
Yeah, and that's disappointing because there's still moments where you're like, dude, can he even make that throw anymore? And all the things that you saw in college, maybe that was he maxed out in college, and there's nowhere else for him to go with his skills in the NFL. It's just too tough for him to see it now. He has some pretty interesting receiving options, and I don't love their game. I don't love their game at all.
And I'm not saying he's terrible or anything, but he was going to be the dude.
Yeah.
So you say not it?
I'm not ready to give up on him.
Okay.
But he doesn't look like it right now.
I agree on that. I can't give up on him, but it's not like the O-line is terrible in Jacksonville. They've only given up 34 sacks this season, which is middle of the pack. It would be one thing if the O-line weren't protecting him at all, but he has a decent O-line and still not performing great. So give him one more season, and I'll have an answer for you on that.
Corey, you did a great job as always. Chris, you did mostly a great job, except for that one part. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Buckets with Corey Majors.
Let's talk about one very key piece to this team that could be on the move. Next on The Fan.
Hi, Babe Laufenberg here from my friends at Permit Pier Foundation Repair.
leftovers from restaurants.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
There you go, my boy.
Like, I'll take leftovers from other people from restaurants.
Oh, my God.
Wake up having some fun with Shawne and RJ right here on The Fan.
This segment on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet is leading the way to finish the year #1 in America. They're racing hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. Shop them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Pitch is on the way. Sedaris hits it deep to right field. Back goes Tucker. He turns, he looks, and that ball is history. There's the first postseason home run for Leody Taveras. It gives the Rangers a 2-0 lead.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Not related to the segment we're about to do, but Corey and I were just having an off-air conversation about mental health. NamiNorthTexas.org. If you are interested or you've been thinking about it and you just need somebody to give you that little nudge to go do something about it today. I just had Talking Doctor yesterday, so NamiNorthTexas.org has a lot of great programs. And you don't have to do them in person either, which I know is a big deal for a lot of folks.
Let me add something to that, Kevin, because this is a time of year that can get very lonely for people.
True.
So that's, I think that's a huge factor. Loneliness, finances, relationships, those are all big factors in what, where people land with their depression or what they're dealing with. And so this time of year, I know it because I know it's different, but my parents split up right after I graduated high school, like 2 months after I graduated high school. And I had to relearn the holidays. Like everything's different now. You go. I got 3 different families to go to now, in that my in-laws as well. But that at 18 years old is really difficult to deal with and learn how to get over.
Sure.
And so, sometimes I would just be like, I'm not going anywhere. I'm just going to stay home alone. And that's not, and I'm not saying it's not the best thing for you, but don't make yourself feel lonely. Get that, reach out to somebody, and Nami North Texas is a great place to start.
Now, and by the way, sorry, I don't mean to be cutting in your time here. If you want to reach out to us via social media or on the fan text, we've been through this many times. I brought somebody to church with me and my wife a couple of years ago. Is if you don't have anybody to talk to, you feel like you need somebody to talk to, reach out and we will do our best to bridge that gap for you. Now, baseball nuggets.
Your attention, please.
Buckets.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Buckets.
Now batting with baseball buckets, Corey Majors.
Buckets. See, we all make mistakes. That's at least 2 for me today.
Thank you, Kevin.
Okay.
Did you see Jeter is going to wear pinstripes?
What?
Jeter Downs is now with the Yankees.
Okay.
And so he was named after Derek Jeter. And they claimed him on waivers from the Nationals yesterday.
That just makes sense, right?
It's weird.
I don't even know if he's going to be any good, but that just makes sense.
Yeah, there's more to know about him. Yeah, as a player, he's 25-year-old. Spent most of the season in the minors, batting .222 with 3 homers, 20 RBI, 11 steals in 60 games with AAA Rochester.
Okay.
Over 2 major league seasons with the Red Sox and Nationals, he hit 182 with a home run and 5 RBI in 20 career games. So just because your name's Jeter doesn't mean you're any good. But the Yankees intend to change that.
And shouldn't they have named him Derek? Or is that too basic of a first name?
Yeah, Jeter's kind of a cool name, dude. You're walking around, who is that, Jeter? What? Jeter.
Okay.
If you were Derek, they'd be like, Holland?
That's fair.
That's the first Derek I think of whenever I hear the name Derek. 877-881-1053.
Stop it.
Are you the same?
Stop it.
No, I'm dead serious, dude. Like, what's the first name you think of whenever you hear Derek? I guess when I was a kid, it would have been Derek Thomas because he was awesome.
That's true.
Or Derek Kennard.
I think Carr is the only other that I can.
And I'm not thinking about
No, I'm thinking about Derek Holland before Derek Carr.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. Oh, now I think about Derek Lively.
Oh, yeah. And then that makes me think about Blake Lively.
Stay focused.
All right, guys. So one of the things,
Jared?
one of the things that we have been waiting on is for the Rangers to make a move. And Kevin, I know we have a conversation about Diamond Sports Group and Amazon and everything as well to dive into. But one of the reasons, aside from that, I think that's a huge factor in why the Rangers haven't made a move yet, because they don't know where their money's going to be. And they're like, well, we'll just kind of sit back and wait for that to play out and see if we can make some under the radar moves while we're doing it. One of the other things that could be a big factor is other teams are also dealing with their money situations and trying to figure that out. So maybe the Rangers are just sitting back saying, look, we want to make a couple trades to make this roster even better. I know it was a World Series winning roster because we won the whole damn thing. But are they looking further down the road and saying we have some things that we could make happen? Now, my big question to you is, are you willing to go into the season with 2 rookies in the outfield? Because we're all excited about Wyatt Langford. And I think Evan Carter is here to stay. Nothing's changing there. He won a World Series. He was a key contributor to it, even to the point where there was a left-hander on the mound and Boch was like, I don't even care. Put him back out there. So that's happened. Are you willing to say, it doesn't matter, we saw enough of Wyatt Langford, let's go ahead and move on? Because the name would be Leody Taveras that they would be looking to trade.
So the issue with, and I'm not saying this is definitely going to be an issue, is let's start with Evan Carter. Because I know the logical argument is going to be, well, what's going to happen pressure-wise that's going to get to Evan Carter? Remember, he was like, all right, we're going to be in the World Series. How tough is that? It's baseball. It's fun.
Yes.
And you're like, yeah, okay, so he's fine.
He looked like he was having fun.
So I'm not concerned about his talent ability. I'm not concerned about his ability under pressure whatsoever. What I would be concerned about is not the talent or the pressure, is now you're putting 2 players as 2/3 of your outfield to play 162 games.
That have never done it
Exactly.
before.
And that is a massive step up, especially for Langford coming from the college season. And I realize nobody, except for Simeon, really plays 162 games, but that feels like a lot. I can live with the scenario where you see Wyatt Langford in May or June. But if there's something available for Leody that you can make a move on, then let's give it a shot. The talent is no question there.
Now, Leody was a hero for you in Game 2 of the ALCS. Game 1 of the ALCS. He hit a home run in that game. And they won 2-0 in that game. And I think Jonah may have hit another one late in the game. It didn't matter. That was the game winner right there. You beat Houston there. And he had, he had 2 hits, 3 hits. He had 5 hits. And all of a sudden, Kevin, the last game against Houston, all the way through the World Series, Leody Taveras was hitless.
Right.
And this guy, there are stretches through seasons where he'll hit damn near 400 the whole time and then go into a 0.085 stretch. And you're like, what happened? He is fast. He plays, I think, a really good outfield, except for he doesn't dive headfirst. And
sometimes he takes curious angles to the ball.
And yes, he does take some curious angles in the outfield to the baseball. He has a fantastic arm. And when it comes to assists, the benefit of having him and Adolis Garcia in the outfield is fantastic. Because, don't get me wrong. Adolis Garcia's arm that's one of the reasons you're probably going to be paying him soon.
Yep.
But, Leody Taveras in center field that's a bonus to have that type of arm out there for put out. So I know he was part of this roster. But my big factor is definitely questioning whether or not I'm willing to have 2. I'm more willing right now to say my starting outfield is Evan Carter in left field, Leody in center, Adolis Garcia, Wyatt Langford is on your bench. And I'll find places for him to play. He is an athlete.
Okay, so you would still have him in the lineup more often than not.
He's getting spring.
Okay.
He's getting spring to prove that what we saw during fall ball here was real. All right, so he's going to get the spring training to prove that he hits the way he hits. That's not going to change.
Okay.
And I think the big deal when everybody's talking about Wyatt Langford, you feel comfortable because Evan Carter's natural position is center field. So you feel comfortable saying, well, that's the future. Let's go ahead and do that. Now, it might be fast-tracking it. That might fast-track it a little too much. But I do think there is an idea that Leody Taveras either now during the offseason, again, because this could be the time where they're like, well, we'd rather trade money than we would spend money.
Sure.
So we'd rather trade a player at a low value and get a low value in return, something that could be good, and get that in return. But the reality is, I don't know if I can handle having 2 rookies out there. I have the luxury of having Leody right now. What can I get? If somebody comes to me with a Dylan Cease and they're like, "Here you go, we're ready to make a trade, Dylan Cease for Leody Taveras. We need a center fielder."
Sure.
I get
it.
Prospect or something.
I get it.
If somebody wants to do that, it really does depend on where I am. And Rangers, they are still in position where they have to get pitching. You have to add that.
For sure.
But Leody Taveras is the name. Are you willing to part with him?
I think so. I'm just curious as you go up and down that final determination from you, because I say yes if you find the right deal. Are you in the same spot?
If you find the right deal, I would probably be more likely to trade him at the deadline.
Okay.
This year.
Okay.
Because that gives me enough time to see what I got and maybe even find a Jankowski along the way that could be the guy. If Langford is it, man, then let's go ahead and rock that thing and get the future out there.
Okay. I like it. I like it. Coming up next, we'll talk some Shawne Merriman. We'll talk some Dorian Finney-Smith, plus some Stars minor league hockey, perhaps. And we will talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
DFW's #1 Cowboys podcast. 1.2 million downloads and counting. Love of the Star with top insiders Brian Broaddus and Bobby Bell on Odyssey or wherever your top podcasts are found. K&C Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We will talk with Mickey Spagnola in just a minute. But before we do, he is back.
Mickey.
Not yet.
Oh.
Let's go to cut number 11.
I was like, that was quick, man.
No. Yeah, what a ridiculous stall for time that was by me. Hey, I need 10 seconds. Here's some grandiose thing.
Back.
No, Shawne Merriman is back, and if you were watching the game or on social media, you knew he was back. Let's go to cut number 11, and here is how Shawne Merriman finished his day out.
Morant's going to get ahead of steam with a chance to win it in his return. Here goes Morant. He spins. Morant scores! And the timer expires. Count the basket. And Shawne Merriman wins it for the Grizzlies.
Now, the Grizzlies win 115 to 113. I'm going to give you a stat, and you may or may not be impressed by it. Shawne Merriman scored 34 points. That's the most points ever scored in a return game after missing 25 or more games. Now, I understand your skepticism and possible follow-up question.
I'm skeptical, and I have follow-up questions.
How many NBA players have been suspended for 25-plus games and then came back into the league? I didn't get that answer for you, Corey. I anticipated the question, but I didn't do the legwork to figure out the answer.
I'm going to say 0. I'm going to say it's never happened before.
Well, I mean, I know Roy Tarpley was gone for like a couple of years.
Okay.
For his first lifetime.
But was it 25 games?
It was definitely more than 25 games.
Did he score that many points that night?
No. Shawne Merriman was the most. So Shawne Merriman, 34 points, 6 rebounds, 8 assists, 2 steals, and the game winner. That's a hell of a game right there.
Look, man, it's never been questioned his ability to play. That's never been questioned. It's his ability to stay out of trouble.
Did a 17-year-old intimidate him in the parking lot? And that's what you need to stay away from.
And did he, after being told, hey, don't do that anymore, and then he did more stuff, did he learn anything? And can he be, I guess it's an interesting take here is, do you want all of your players in the NBA to be upstanding citizens? It sounds like that's what they wanted.
I'm sure the PR department wants that.
But then you have a Pat Bev every once in a while. You're like, that dude, he's a dog. And so it's weird. But whenever you're like leading the franchise, you kind of have to have a lot of these clean things going along with it.
No, you're right. I just also think about like my family, and I'm like, is everybody in my family an upstanding citizen?
No.
Probably not. No. And so like
my Carter is probably, I got some questions.
Yeah.
Man.
What are the odds in any group of 15 people that every one of them is like, never run into
drinkers,
any difficulty? And we've discussed I'm the problem maker on this show with my arrest record and everything. So you seem skeptical and maybe not impressed. Are you more impressed by Shawne Merriman?
I am impressed by him. I want to point this out.
Okay.
I am very impressed with it. But it's never been a question whether or not that dude can be a player. And the question is, could he be comeback player of the year? I love these. Could they
Gotta be, right?
I love this, like Aaron Rodgers. Could he be comeback player of the year? Not now.
Yeah, that's a good question. Gotta be. All right, so more impressive, Morant, or let's go to cut number 12. This is the Texas Stars hockey team. Don't think that I misspoke or anything like that. This is one of the minor league affiliates for the Dallas Stars. Take it away.
The Stars 3-on-1 if they hurry. Stankoven to Bork. Now it's a 2-on-1. Bork skates in, shoots, he scores! 4-score, and Maverick Bork wins it in overtime.
Maverick Bork, or honestly, let's get it together and call him Maverick Bork if we want to be fancy. But Maverick Bork scored 4 goals in a 4-3 overtime win. So I don't want you to have to do the extra math. That means he scored all of the goals. Opponent 3, Texas Stars by themselves 0. Bork, he scored 4.
Wow, that is impressive.
More impressive than Shawne Merriman?
Nah.
4 goals?
Yeah, it's Shawne Merriman, bro.
Yeah, Shawne Merriman. In the return game,
yeah,
I'll give it to Jaw too.
Yeah, dude, come on. This Bork guy's been playing forever.
Hold on, I did not do this study. What do you think happens more often, a 4-goal game or a 34-point game in the NBA? I feel like it's probably
a 34-point first game back.
Okay, well, obviously that's the only time that's ever happened.
Yeah.
I'm sure somebody in minor league hockey has scored 4 goals.
Yeah,
before.
it's happened before.
Surely, right?
I mean, maybe not often, but
Right.
but you know.
All right, so you say advantage Morant.
Yeah, give Ja the love. He deserves it. He needs it. Okay, look, Maverick will have his day in the sun. I promise. And it won't melt the ice.
And you won't support it.
What do you mean I won't support it? I will be there. Will I be there? That's a good question. I'll watch it from home.
All right. Now, to go along with this, since we're in the NBA space, Corey, I'm hoping we can trot this out right now. The 5 most embarrassing banners in sports.
All right.
And what would you hang a banner in your house for? 877-881-1053.
This is going to be an amazing. If you say what you said in the conference
You
room.
want me to? I can.
All right. So the Lakers, let's go back. The Lakers hung their banner, right? They hung their in-season tournament banner, even though we have audio of Kobe Bryant saying this city doesn't hang banners for division championships.
True.
Only championships. The 5 most embarrassing are, and this is from Barstool Sports, Kevin, the New Orleans Saints selling out their season ticket allotment.
What?
In 2006, they have a banner that says first season sellout to season ticket holders. Not even to, like, we're sold out every game. It's just the people who bought season tickets. We're out of them. We're out of season tickets.
Okay,
so let's hang a banner up.
That is stupid.
We did it, guys.
Who's that banner for?
The Saints.
That's
because they were like, we need a banner.
That's dumb.
And number 4, the Rays unveiling a 2022 wild card banner at the Trop. In a series, they were swept 2-0, scoring just 1 run. So they put up a banner for a series that they lost. But hey, they were like, but we were here.
I'm very
we made it.
Look,
and we were here.
I'm very conflicted on this because at my football stadium in college, we put up fake national championships. But I will tell you this. At least we shot big with our fake banners. We didn't say we sold out a section of our tickets to some people. I still think that Saints one is worse.
Okay.
That's what I'm going to go with for now.
All right. So not a banner that we just made it to the wild card round.
That's pretty bad.
And
I'm going to stick with Saints for now. I'm conflicted.
Number 3.
Okay.
Indianapolis 2014 AFC finalist banner.
And it was weird because, you know what? Actually, yeah, that one's not great, right? Because they had won the Super Bowl like not that long ago.
Yeah.
If we put that up now, I'd be like, good. Good for us.
That's what we needed.
It's been 28 years.
We needed that.
The Colts had won the Super Bowl, what, like 6-8 years before that?
Yeah.
It wasn't that long.
And then they decided AFC finalist.
Stupid.
Number 2 is the
Hold on, quick question.
All right.
Would you have respected them more if it said AFC Championship game loser?
No.
Okay.
No, I don't like finalist banners.
Okay.
If it's a banner, it needs to be for something big.
Okay. What do you think about the Stars who have banners up to say we won the President's Cup for the most regular season points?
Nope.
Okay. Okay.
Look, I'm a Stars fan.
Okay.
And that history belongs in a book somewhere or on the internet, depending on where you look for your information.
You just said books so disdainfully.
Not on a wall.
Okay.
Or a rafter.
All right.
The Lakers, number 2, winning the in-season tournament. It's now hanging up there with 17 World Championship banners.
Look.
And I guess, Kevin, it makes sense that the Lakers would win the first ever in-season tournament because of the history of the NBA.
Yeah.
And it also kind of makes sense that since it's the first one, they're going to put the banner up because they want the future to love the in-season tournament. That's what they really want.
Look, it'd be different.
Plus, LeBron needs to
right
have that extra
now,
one.
If the Pistons won a game, I think they should raise the banner. If they would have won the in-season tournament, I'd have been like, hey, it's been a minute. So, but I'm surprised about the Lakers just because the Pistons are so awful right now.
And then the number 1 most embarrassing banner. The Washington Mystics in 2002 led the WNBA in attendance. So they have
They put a banner up for that?
2003. I'm sorry, Kevin. Back to back. 2002 and 2003 WNBA attendance champions.
Okay. let's go ahead and pretend you didn't read that one because you're giving Jerry ideas.
And the Heat retired Dan Marino's jersey.
The Heat? What?
Looks like Michael Jordan's jersey was hanging up next to it. So that's even weirder. What's going on?
Okay. First of all, I just want it known I hate that they would retire Dan Marino's jersey. You know why? Because he didn't play basketball. Secondly,
Michael Jordan
double
did.
hate that they retired Michael Jordan. He wasn't even in that city. At least I don't understand the Dan Marino one, but at least I get their thought process. Now, we've had a bunch of really interesting other people that have suggested the banners that they would hang up. Some of them I cannot read.
I got a couple of my own that I think we can hang up.
Okay. Yeah. No, I was going to throw one out there too. From the 469, I would hang a banner for highest HOA fine in the history of the neighborhood. All right. I'm going to warn you just real quick. If you're eating, just like turn your radio down for like 15 seconds. Okay. And you might think this is gross. And that's what I'm trying to tell you ahead of time. And I apologize for this, but I think it's impressive. I would hang a banner in my bathroom for that time I pooped and wiped, but didn't need to. You know what I'm talking about? Like you saw.
I have no clue what you're talking about.
Yes, you do. You're a liar. And it was
called a phantom.
It was the immaculate poop. And I don't know. There's no video of it. But
it is an exciting time when that happens.
Because you were hygienic. But you were like, what?
But I didn't even need to be.
Yes.
Yeah. And you have this feeling too of now I have all this extra time on my hands. And
oh my God. How long is
you
that?
like allocated like 3 minutes of just wiping?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. That is
just making sure everything's all cleaned up, So
long.
But and then it makes you feel like maybe you ate well that week. And that's why. And that's why. Like now, because it just was like, hey, I'm just getting out of here and boop, right into the water, taking a dip.
Okay.
For me,
I appreciate how much immediate feedback we got for that. I apologize. I tried to warn anybody who might have been eating or considering it, but there you go. I appreciate all of the feedback.
I would like my wife to unroll one. A banner that says I finished the laundry. Because it's never done, dude. It's never done. There's always something in the dryer. Every time I get home, there's something in the dryer, and a kid has already put something in the washing machine. It's probably their shoes. Get those out of there.
What bothers you more? The clothes that are dried in the dryer that are just sitting there, or the clothes that have been washed but are still sitting in the washer?
Oh, that annoys me. And the reason is because now you got to wash them again because they're going to smell. They're going to end up smelling like mildew.
Yeah, they're musty. Yeah, when they're in the washer for extra time, dryer is fine. I mean, they'll stay dry. They're not going to get
annoyed
wet.
that I want to use the dryer now, and maybe you're like, why didn't we just take these clothes out?
Yeah, no, that is frustrating. But what I end up doing is I take them all out and throw them onto the table, and I yell at the kids, and I'm like, I don't yell at them like aggressively, but I yell, "Time to come get your stuff."
Okay.
And they get excited thinking that I brought home something to them. And they get there and I'm like, you're already here. Start collecting your clothes. The other one I would like to hang out in the backyard, Kevin, is cleanest pool. Because now that I have become a pool owner, which was something I always wanted to try, I take pride in my pool.
Okay.
And I really don't think that it's like that much of a I don't think anybody cares. Like,
do you
nobody
see a couple
in my house
leaves
cares.
and you spring into action?
Yes,
and
that is me.
Okay.
If there's a leaf in there, I'm immediately going to it. And I'm always making sure it's hydrated or whatever. Like it's got the chlorinated the appropriate way. Every Saturday I'll do a deep clean. So yeah, man, that is something that some people might not even care about. My kids don't. My family does not care. They don't try. They'll walk into that pool if it's full of leaves. They'll be like, "Oh, I'm swimming anyway." But for me, I want to make sure that thing looks good for anybody that shows up and sees the pool.
Okay, I like that. Chris, is there a nonsensical thing that you would raise a banner for?
Yeah, we're going back to the topic of restrooms here. So I'm going to have people out there, the Tolos, turn their radio down if you're eating. I'm sorry.
Wow. It's early for eating.
I just moved into my first apartment and have some cats along with me in the apartment. So personally, I'd raise banners for my cats. And I'd raise it for just not urinating on the couch for once.
Pause that for just real quick. Hey, Corey.
What?
Do we need to do something about Chris? He said he moved into apartment. He has cats. Do we need to be concerned about him?
Are you a cat man?
Are y'all not cat men?
Mm-mm. I'm a dog guy. I love my
pets
dogs.
that don't actively dislike me.
Yeah.
Hey, I mean,
I had a cat once. It was awesome. It died, and then I cried. But
oh my god,
it was a
How
sad
many
day.
cats do you have?
Okay, we have 2 cats, and I'm just saying, like, if y'all ever met Susie and Oski, and all the Tolos out there who want to come meet Susie and Oski, you'll be a cat man
What's
right
your
after
address?
that. Ooh, let me give that out.
Don't give that out on radio, Chris. He was trying to trick you. He was trying to trick you.
Just wanted to check. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, this time we really will talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, plus a really interesting note about Dorian Finney-Smith we want to throw out there. We'll do it all next right here on The Fan.
This segment on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable and accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-817-333-3333.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 Through the Fan right now, brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. It is our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
What's going on?
Oh, just living that dream, hoping that we start winning games on the road. How are you?
Well, you know what? Funny you would say that.
Oh, no, are you?
I was listening to you guys this morning, and I decided to see what other teams were doing on the road.
Yeah.
Teams with good records.
Okay.
All right, you ready?
I'm ready.
Buffalo. They've lost 4 of 6 on the road. Philadelphia, 3 of the 4. San Francisco, 2 of the 3. Tampa Bay, since they're in first place, even 7-7. 4 of their 7 losses on the road. Seattle, 5 of 7. Miami, 3 of 4. Now, the Cowboys are the worst. They lost 4 of 4.
Right.
I mean, on the road.
Right.
But it seems like for some reason, and I don't know why, teams are having problems winning on the road.
Yeah, and a lot of my fear of that would go away for a couple of different reasons. One, if you win Miami, which would be connected to number 2, if you can pick up the number 2 seed, because then you'd only be facing one potential playoff road game. And I have no fear about that first round against the South. It's just traveling in the second round, I would like to avoid because of the struggles.
Oh, no, I understand. But it's not just the Cowboys having trouble on the road.
Yeah.
Now, we know it because we live it, right?
Sure.
But the other teams, I mean, I wonder, in Philadelphia, are they all over the Eagles for losing, 3 times on the road?
It's interesting. The team they're playing, I think, is a very good comparison in the Dolphins because the Dolphins have a lot of the same, either real issues or perception issues as the Cowboys in terms of, they got smoked by the Bills. They lost to the Eagles. They lost to the Chiefs. When the Dolphins play a good team, they lose.
And you know what? They have not beaten a team with a winning record. The best they've done is Denver. Denver's 7-7. All the other 9 wins against teams with losing records.
Yeah. So, yeah, you're right. I don't want to point it out that it's just the Cowboys, but you're also right in terms of I don't care as much about the struggles of the Dolphins.
No, I know, but I wonder why league-wide. I mean, this is not college, right?
Yeah.
Why such a disparity home and away?
Yeah, that's what we were trying to figure out.
Not just with the Cowboys,
but
league-wide. What's going on there?
And maybe and I don't know if the Cowboys are the only team that have perfect at home.
They are,
because those other teams, obviously, they've lost games at home.
Yep.
And the Cowboys haven't.
Yep.
Now, does that have to do with only playing 2 teams with winning records this late in the season?
It helps.
Or overall,
right.
Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
They beat Philly and they beat Seattle. Everybody else is basically either 500. Well, I don't even know if they're 500. They probably all have losing records. But the majority of the games they've played on the road against teams with winning records and the team with the best record in the NFL. So yeah, it's just I have a hard time getting my hands around, can't win on the road. But does it have? I mean, I heard what you guys said, and you're probably right. They could have played San Francisco at home and lost.
Yeah.
Right? And I still believe the same thing with Buffalo.
And
they just got wiped out totally.
And I think Corey disagrees with me about that too. And I totally understand it.
Yeah, I'm more in line with you on that, Mick. I think it would have happened Arizona too. Arizona, the way they played that game and the plan they had against the Cowboys, I think it would have happened the same way if it would have happened at AT&T.
And as long as they had 3 starters on the offensive line missing.
Right. that is very
true. So valid. Sometimes you got to look inside the box, right?
Sure.
You can't just say, oh, here's a nice box, let's put a bow on it. Well, let's see what's inside. And I'm sure some of these other teams might tell me, okay, Seattle, well, we lost 5 of our 7 games on the road. Well, we had this person missing or that person missing, right?
Yeah.
And they'd have a reason for it.
Yeah.
But overall, it's just kind of weird that, the good teams, and you're not going to win them all, right? It's impossible.
Sure.
That's not going to happen again. Do you agree with me on that?
Of course.
We're not going 14-0 or 16-0 anymore.
I would be inclined to agree. Well, Corey can.
Until we do.
Until we do. That is fair.
I will say,
Yeah,
Nick, like,
and if someone does, then burn this tape, okay?
Fair.
I am the question still to me, and I don't know how to ask Dan Quinn and Mike McCarthy this was your plan any different on the road than versus when you're home, and how much different? Do you include things that you don't typically, or did you take some things out whenever you went on the road or not make adjustments the same way? I'm not sure.
Or maybe in those particular games, whatever the plan was, might not have been a good one.
Yeah. And
it had nothing to do with being on the road.
I distinctly remember whenever I was working with you as an intern at the website, there was a Bill Parcells day where he walked up to Drew Bledsoe and was like, "We're going to let it fly today." And the plan all week had been they were going to run the ball. And then he's like, "Nope, today we're throwing the ball." Or maybe it was Romo, and then they did, and they had huge success. And it was just one of those, I got a feeling today. So
Yeah.
I don't know.
And sometimes, however you scheme it up, the other guy might have schemed you better. I mean, it happens. You're not perfect. And obviously we saw what Buffalo's scheme was, right? We're
Right.
gonna attack the Cowboys on the edge and see if they can stop the run. Make those, defensive ends play the run. And for the most part, the only one that played it well was DeMarcus Lawrence.
Yeah.
And they took advantage of the edges, a lot. Micah Parsons got to do a better job against the run if he's going to play defensive end on the edge.
And that counter play, Mickey, whenever knowing the pursuit of this, the aggressiveness of this defense,
right?
That counter play is a big factor.
And that's what Arizona did.
Yep.
If you think about it, they used the Cowboys' aggressiveness against them, and I thought Buffalo mostly did the same thing. It's just so hard to lose a game when the opposing quarterback just throws 15 passes.
Yes, and yet here we are.
Yes, right. And I bet Miami throws more than 15 passes.
I don't know.
Right?
I don't know. Mostert and Achane. One of those two guys can tear it up, man. I know they have Tyreek Hill and Waddle to go to.
Now,
and everything.
do they have Hill? Have we?
I think I've seen that he's
ascertained
back. Let me go confirm.
But that's that's a load. But you know what? So is CD. Everybody. Most of the stuff that Hill has done, Lamb's either ahead of him on some of the stuff or just right behind him.
Yeah.
When it comes to stats, so Lamb's second in receptions. Hill is fourth. Now the yards are different, right? 1542 to 1306, and so are the touchdowns, 12-8, but not a great disparity, right? So. But again, when I looked at their schedule and saw that they, the only team they beat that was at least 500 was Denver early in the season when they were struggling.
Yeah, we've known that for a while, just because the parallels between the Cowboys and the Dolphins have been pretty remarkable in terms of both teams have been very good. Both teams have been dinged for their schedules, and both teams are electric, just on different sides of the ball, with the Miami offense versus the Cowboys defense. So it's been an interesting parallel. Since you brought up CeeDee Lamb, I wanted to bring something up that it kind of astonished me. I realized football has evolved and gotten different, but Lamb with 103 catches this year and 107 last year, first player in franchise history to have multiple 100 reception seasons.
Yeah.
That's crazy to me.
Well, and think about this. He's only 9 catches away with 3 games to go from topping Michael Irvin's single-season reception record.
But you got to feel like that's a pretty good bet, right?
Irvin had 111 in 1995. And what did I say? Lamb was at 103. And it comes now receiving yards probably a little different because Michael had 1603 in 95, and Lamb right now is 1306. So he's 300 yards behind with 3 games to go. So yeah, I mean, and he's already got more catches than his. Well, he's only 5 more, and he'll set a single season record.
Yep.
At break it at 100. It's 107.
Yep.
And even Jason Witten, he's second with most catches in a single season with 110. So that kind of gives you and Lamb's third with 107. So that kind of tells you the season he's having. And the reason that caused me is we got a mailbag question, and the question was why aren't everybody, the national media making a big deal of what Lamb's doing? And it's like, well, that's a good question. And I looked up the numbers and look where he's at. It's truly amazing the season he's having.
I think the number of 73%, and I know, Mickey, this number varies in a lot of different ways, but 73% is the catch percentage he has right now.
What do you mean? He drops 27%?
well,
not necessarily. That can be a variety of.
See, that stat should never be used.
Whoa!
It is divided by targets. Catches divided by targets.
Targets. Okay, so if the quarterback's throwing the ball away and he has to throw it at a wide receiver and he throws it 10 yards over his head, does that count?
Yes, it does.
Yeah, and it shouldn't, right? Because it's
I
not
agree.
a target.
Sure.
He's just trying to dump the ball. Or what if the quarterback just throws a bad pass his way? That's not his fault. It's not like, oh, he can't catch it, right?
Our quarterback doesn't throw bad passes, man.
It's a positive number, though, Mickey. It is a positive thing.
I understand, but
the number has gone
I still
up.
think it's a BS stat.
Man.
There's too many things that go into it. It's like, who's figuring that out? Is it a computer or a human being?
I'll start doing it from now on.
Yeah, like, okay, did he really get targeted with a good pass and he, didn't catch it, or he couldn't get open?
Okay, you trained Corey. Would you vouch for him if he put that stat together going forward? And he's like,
I would trust him more than the unknown.
Boom.
Now, I don't know if that's a compliment or not.
I take it as a compliment.
I'll take it as a compliment. That's a feather.
I'm guessing some of these stats they come up with, is it computer generated? Excuse me. I don't know, because I know there's not one person watching every play of every game, right?
Yeah, no. And again, that does come down to what they consider targets, but the number at 73 is the highest he's ever had. I think that goes along with the fact that the dude is just, you're getting him the ball in great situations.
Or does it reflect that, he catches everything or he gets open that much?
Both.
Yeah.
It always feels like he's about 10 yards open.
Well, sort of like Tyreek Hill, right?
No,
that's true.
That's 15.
Or Brandon Cooks on that second play on Sunday.
Yeah, right.
Thank you.
I wonder what the percentage is on 50-yard passes.
Oh, my God. It's got to be.
Like completion percentage.
It's got to be like 12, 15%. I can't imagine it's particularly.
So we keep talking about that second play of the game, right? And
for
it was
sure.
the only one they tried, right?
You're right. I just keep thinking in my head, like if
they had completed it,
I
right?
created an alternate timeline for what could have happened in that game, which is probably not realistic. All right. Thank you very much, good sir. We'll catch up with you again tomorrow.
All right. Good discussion.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Mickey Spagnola right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy, a staggering stat that is both impressive and depressing for the Cleveland Browns. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
I'm a big
by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet is leading the way to finish the year #1 in America. They're racing hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. Shop them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Play action fake as Flacco drifts right, throws, and he's got Cooper open. He caught it. 20, 15, 10, 5, touchdown! I don't believe it!
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. We're going to talk about one of the craziest Cleveland Brown stats you'll ever hear. Maybe football stats you'll ever hear. As we go.
Catch percentage?
No, that's a BS stat. You know it and I do too. Right now, let's go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip.
And let's start with a continuation of something we were talking about with Mickey. Is one of the, not catch percentage. One of the struggles the Miami Dolphins have had this year is perception about the quality of opponents that they have played.
Yes.
The Dolphins are 10-4. They're 0-3 against teams that currently have a winning record. Your boy, Mike McDaniel, said this morning, I instructed the players that anything other than concerning yourself with the next opponent, which for us is the Dallas Cowboys, any other narrative that has to do with good teams or playoff seeds or the next 3 games, all that stuff, I gave them clearance to tell all members of the media to, with all due respect, F off.
Okay.
With all due respect. So, but that just does feed into what we were talking about is whether it's road perception for the Cowboys or general strength of opponent, you're going up against a team that is facing the exact same question.
Their other stigma is December. They had a terrible December last year, and they want to combat that this year. That's been a big focus for them. So I think that goes right into the mindset of that. I do wonder, Kevin, I don't know exactly what the years are on this, but I do wonder if that falls in line with him just saying stuff for this Hard Knocks in season that they're doing. Because there is somebody texted in and said, hey, does it feel like he's acting a little bit?
He does bits a lot.
And when I'm watching it, like, he does cuss. But it does feel like when the coaches are standing in front of all their players, they're giving extra motivational speeches that they don't necessarily need to do. And so maybe he is trying to fight all these stigmas while having cameras on him at the same time, Kevin. And that's fun, especially on Cowboys week, right?
Yeah.
I just told everybody to F off on Cowboys week.
I really want a string of Dolphins players telling media members respectfully F off. Respectfully. Yeah, I would love that. All right. Guys, I think you should be able to get this question. Who do you think has been named the AFC Offensive Player of the Week?
AFC Offensive Player of the Week.
AFC Offensive Player of the Week.
Are we going to Cook here?
Lamar Jackson.
James Cook.
Hey!
Oh, I would have been more aggressive if it was Lamar Jackson. James Cook, unfortunately, who, as we said, became the first Buffalo player with 200 yards from scrimmage, a receiving touchdown, and a rushing touchdown in one game since Thurman Thomas in 1991. He gets the honors as the AFC Offensive Player of the Week.
That is impressive.
Sorry. Yeah.
I mean, he was pretty good, bro, for my fantasy team. Yes,
Okay.
I started James.
I don't want to hear that.
I started James Cook in fantasy in the playoffs.
You starting Achane this week?
I don't have him. I would. I mean, why wouldn't you do that? That's how you win. You start the good players against the bad teams at things.
Oh, let me ask you this. You had 2 running back spots.
All right.
And for some reason on your roster, you had both Mostert and Achane.
I'm starting them both.
Oh, my God.
You know what? I'm probably scoring 20 points apiece with them.
And then we're going to lose.
No, that's not a guarantee. I mean, if the Cowboys play like they did last week, then yes, that is a guarantee. If they play better, they could win. Except for it's on the road, and Kevin, you pointed out we can't win on the road.
Facts!
Which means
against good teams.
Which means the Cowboys can't win the Super Bowl.
But that could change after Sunday.
That's a road game.
No, that's a neutral site game.
Technically, it's a road
No, that
game.
is a neutral site game.
Technically.
You know that's a neutral site game.
But it's on the road. It's not at AT&T.
It can't be on the road if it's on the road for both teams. That's why this nonsense about the Jags are playing, or whatever. I guess the Jags now, they play in England every year. Whatever team is like, oh, they're going to play in Spain. It's a home game. It's like, no, it's not.
Home game?
It's not. They're both in Spain. They don't play there. All right. Let's go from that to, we told you that Arthur Smith, who's definitely going to keep his job, was going to start Taylor Heineke. Not only that, he's going to start Taylor Heineke the last 3 games of the season. And you probably didn't need to know that, but I told you anyway. Now, let's talk about...
That kills my other fantasy team because Heineke doesn't like throwing to running backs.
You know what?
He likes pushing the ball downfield.
I hope your fantasy team fails, even though you don't have Mostert or Achane. Just the fact that you said you would start both of them, now I'm rooting against you. Kevin Stefanski. This is amazing and sad all at the same time for the Cleveland Browns. Kevin Stefanski has 2 winning seasons as the head coach of the Browns. This year and 2020 when they were 11-5. All right? 2 years. That's it.
Okay.
He is the first Cleveland Browns coach since the 1980s to have 2 winning seasons.
Wow. Do you know?
Not consecutively, just at all.
Do you know the head coach that did that?
I do. It was Marty Schottenheimer.
He did do it consecutively, by the way.
He did 3 straight.
Yeah. Yeah, that's you know what? That's an impressive run of sub-mediocrity. Like to be that sub-mediocre for that long, impressive.
That checks out.
That being said, double-digit wins is a number like when you go look at Brady and Belichick together was insane. Like how many years in a row and all that. And the Cowboys have some stretches where you're just like, whoa, what they've done the last 3 years is very impressive.
And keep in mind, it's not even double-digit wins. It's just a winning season.
Yeah.
You just had to go 9-7. Sorry, that was probably too loud for that.
Okay. I was about to say, the last 2 years he has not done it. So it wasn't consecutive.
Not consecutive.
Just in general.
Just at all. In your tenure, at any point since the 80s. All right.
That's rough, man.
That is bad.
That is rough.
Are you ready to talk about Tommy DeVito?
Man, can you imagine being a fan of the Browns from 46 to 55?
Yes.
God, what a run they went on, Kevin.
You won all of the world championships, and then we developed this fancy new concept called the Super Bowl, and it all fell apart.
Everything changed.
Tommy DeVito is a man of the people. I told you he was a man of the people. He proved that he was a man of the people again yesterday. Remember, I told you at Caniglio's Old Fashioned Pizzeria, real name, where he was scheduled to be there for $10,000, and his agent jacked up the price to $20,000, and they were like, whoa, hey, yo.
I don't know if you should do that, Kevin.
Really? I play the audio for it if you want. I don't have any audio. And he fixed it, and he said, I will show up at Caniglio's because I'm a man of the people. And as I told you, as I predicted yesterday, Tommy DeVito was unaware. It was his marketing agent.
Of course.
Who tried to go into business for himself, and he had no idea.
Wow. So do you think then in this instance that he was going to skim, his marketing agent was going to skim that other $10,000 off the top and just give DeVito the other $10,000 and be like, all right, we made a profit?
It's not skimming. It goes back into sanitation.
Is that how you work the system?
I don't know what system you're talking about.
The government, Kevin.
Oh,
is that how you work over the government?
Well, look, it would be foolish to be on air.
How do I do the taxes where I get to work over the government?
I'm not answering that. You know how we were talking about how a lot of teams are struggling on the road? Here's the weird part about it. Unless you play on Monday Night Football, where it's not always the road team, but the underdog has now won 7 straight games on Monday Night Football, which that's incredible, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, that is impressive.
It is the longest winning streak of outright winners that were underdogs in Monday Night Football in history, going back to 1970 when it started.
Is that, what do you think the reason is? The extra day of preparation? Is it just the act of being there?
Well,
or just the luck of the schedule?
Part of the reason was Tommy DeVito.
Okay.
Because they beat the Packers. The Titans over the Dolphins, I can't give you. I don't think rest had to do with their falling apart at the end, but maybe some of it. I agree. Now, here's the question, Corey. Do you believe that streak will go this Monday when the Baltimore Ravens are 5.5-point underdogs against the San Francisco 49ers?
Baltimore's on the road. What's their road record?
Ooh.
I think it's like 6-1 or something.
And by the way, Lamar Jackson rules against the NFC. Now, that doesn't help in the playoffs at all.
Yeah, I think this is when it all changes, Kevin. I think the San Francisco continues to rock it against the Ravens.
But you're clearly going to root for the Ravens, right? For that hope of keeping number 1 seed alive.
Yes.
Plus, you should just root against the 49ers.
Yes. Yes. I want to watch the Niners go down. Somebody pointed out and said that they thought the Lions had the Browns beat on crap records. And this last 2 seasons, Kevin, winning record. 2017, 2016, winning records in back-to-back seasons. So when it goes to that, the Lions aren't as bad historically as the Browns. At least we're.
But I'm sure that listening to that fan base argue it out would probably
be a blast.
Be monumentally entertaining. From the 817, can you all give a shout out to my daughter for her birthday? Her name is Elena, and I'm making her listen to you all on her birthday. Elena,
allowing her to listen to
happy birthday. Tell your dad to let you do whatever you want. Within,
as long as it's
within
to
reason
us.
and legal, while keeping the radio on.
And wait till Friday for these shout-outs, all right?
Oh, my gosh.
Shout out Friday, not shout out Wednesday.
So rude. A couple more
joking.
quick updates. The Colts suspended Tony Brown and Isaiah McKenzie for the rest of the team for the rest of the season due to conduct detrimental to the team. They were both surprise scratches this past week and now suspended for the rest of the season. And it's still not looking great as CJ Stroud is likely out Sunday against the Browns. So you remember a couple weeks ago we joked about whether or not you bet the college fund. This is why you do not
bet the college fund. Anything could happen.
Very unfortunate for CJ Stroud, who's obviously been having a hell of a season.
Hey, will you do me a favor for the rest of the week? Keep an eye on Zach Moss and Michael Pittman injuries, whether or not they're coming back.
For your fantasy team?
Absolutely.
I'm going to sabotage it. Do you have them, right? Oh, yeah. Here it says they're both going to play. They're good to go.
I'm playing Sandler this week.
100%.
Sandler and I are the top 2 scoring teams in the league, and I need to beat him. He's been first place all year.
Do you really like the Sandlot Charitable Foundation?
All right, I'll donate $100, Kevin.
If you win?
If I win.
Well, then I want you to lose because I'm going to wager that against Sandler giving money to my possibilities.
Oh, man.
We're the KNC Masterpiece.
$200.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next. 3 reasons for a Cowboys bounce back in Miami. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
and studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We've talked a lot about Cowboys Dolphins, but I wanted to go through a couple of different aspects that have me feeling very confident in the Cowboys' ability to bounce back against the Dolphins. Because as we've established, I am very concerned about the Cowboys' ability to beat a quality team on the road.
Okay.
However, there's a lot of positive stuff happening with this team in the month of December and after losses.
Okay.
All right. Since 2021, the Cowboys are 12-1 following a loss.
Okay.
That's the best record in the NFL during that span. And in the last 2 seasons, they're 8-0 following a loss.
Okay.
And so
it seems pretty good.
That seems very good,
Yeah.
right? So overall, the team has very much excelled in scenarios just like this. What about the head coach? Let's go to the head coach. Since Mike McCarthy arrived in Dallas, the Cowboys are 12-3 in the month of December. That winning percentage of .800, third best in the NFL in that span, behind only Buffalo and Green Bay. So it makes sense that you lost that Buffalo game.
Yeah.
You lost to the best December team.
Okay.
You're only the third best December team. All right, so another positive for the head coach.
Did you play Green Bay last year in December, or was that November?
You would have lost that game because that was when Green Bay was in the midst of their December winning streak that has now been snapped.
Gotcha. Okay.
But what? And you might be like, "Hey, team, it's great. Coach, it's great. What about the players?" All right, let's talk about Dak Prescott.
Is he good?
He's played 27 games in December. If you just had to guess, what do you think his record is in December? He's played 27 games in December.
22-5.
Woo! Not that good.
Okay.
But close.
19 and whatever it takes to
8.
get to that number.
He's 20-7. Now, here's the interesting thing about that is that's the 4th most wins by any quarterback in December since he was drafted. He's only 1 win behind Aaron Rodgers, Tom Brady, and Patrick Mahomes. Now, I realize that's a weird group because Tom Brady is retired, Aaron Rodgers hasn't played this year, and then Patrick Mahomes is the best quarterback in the NFL.
Says you.
Fair enough. Says me. Is if Dak wins on Sunday, he has the potential to tie all of those quarterbacks for the most December wins in that span. And so I realize history, that's all history stuff. Like that's not necessarily a trend directly going into this game, but it is a December trend that this Cowboys team, their head coach, and their quarterback have all been nails down the stretch for this team.
Yeah, no, and I do know last year against Washington at the end of the year, you're like, what? Why? We lost to Sam Howell?
This is a January game.
We
didn't care in January.
That's right. And I know they played Tennessee, and they beat Tennessee, but they didn't do it in a decisive way.
Right.
But guess what? That was against Josh Dobbs. We're just not good against Josh Dobbs. It's just the way it is.
We are not good.
So, like, if the Vikings make it to the playoffs and they have to play the Cowboys, just start Josh Dobbs.
By the way, have you seen the weird argument that's broken out between Cowboys and Eagles fans about who should be more embarrassed, losing to Josh Dobbs or Drew Lock?
Oh, that is a... Yeah, that is a weird combination. Look, the Josh Dobbs one, it could happen at any. That happened early in the season.
Hey,
losing to Drew Lock is in the middle of a 4-game losing streak, bro.
Don't lose sight of what's happened since then. There was like a 3-week period where Josh Dobbs was taking over the NFL. All right, I don't know what happened before then or after then that really threw that off track. But for those 3 weeks, whoo, it was something. All right, so I'm confident because of all of those reasons. Because it's only fair, Corey. If I'm going to go back through the rest of the season and be like, hey, they've lost to this team on the road, lost to that team on the road, I have to take a look at other key December performances.
Yeah. I do question, though, Kevin, if they lost, if let's say they won to the Dolphins on the road, lost to the Lions at home, does that change your opinion about things?
the reason
that breaks everything that you're in right now.
It kind of does.
Okay.
And I'll tell you why. Because first of all, you killed off their invincibility at home.
Yep.
But probably more importantly, you no longer will win the number 2 seed. And because you'd be third, right? Like even if you won your division, best case scenario, you'd be third. And guess where that would leave you? That would leave you theoretically going on the road to Detroit in the second round. And yes, I will admit, I'm looking past the first round of the playoffs in a variety of circumstances. We'll focus more on that when we get there. But one of the reasons is because there's a lot of people out there is like, if you don't go to the NFC Championship game or win the Super Bowl or whatever, this season was a failure. So if you're just looking at the second round, which you have to get past for this season not to be a failure to a lot of people, you would probably go on the road to Detroit. And if you lost at home against Detroit, well, you know how I feel about that. So you're right.
Even though that does put you in, you've won your last 2 road games, because I'm just assuming you beat Washington.
Sure.
And then lost 1 at home. So you flipped it. Now you're good on the road in the last part, and most recently.
That is true, but I have to tell you.
If it happens, again.
If it happens. If you can win the Dolphins game, I think you're going to win the last 2.
No, I won't talk about the playoffs until the playoffs start. Deal? I'm going to talk about the regular season through the regular season. Deal with it.
Okay. I have to deal with that too?
Yes.
Okay. If you beat the Dolphins, I think you're going to win against Detroit. And I think there's going to be something on the line in the game against Washington. And Washington is trying to protect their draft picks. So you're going to win that game as well. And so then you would be 13-4. Then you would have a real shot at the number 2 seed. And I think you're going to go to the NFC Championship game. Obviously, if you want to go back through recent Cowboys history, well, you can take all kinds of assumptions. And that doesn't necessarily work out super well for you. Also, I did see somebody else throw this out there, and I don't know that is supposed to be like the burn that you would think from the 817. Yeah, because y'all play the NFC least every December as of late. I don't know if you've been watching football or not.
Oh, no.
But last year, the NFC East was the best division in football. Last year, you played the Philadelphia Eagles in December, and you beat them. And, turned out pretty well for the Philadelphia.
I think didn't you sweep the Giants last year too? And not in December, but I think you did sweep them.
Yes.
And they were a playoff team as well.
And so,
although maybe they didn't deserve it late in the season.
Well, hey, but that's how you knew that division was best. And that's a Philadelphia team that made it to the Super Bowl. So you can't look, there was absolutely a place and time where you could burn the NFC East every day and twice on Sunday. But it ain't been the last 2 years. Like, you have 2 of the best 3 teams in the NFC or in the NFC East. I realize the Eagles are spiraling right now, but at worst, 2 of the best 4. Last year, you had the best division in football. It's not because they play just a string of unending weak teams in December. And even if they did, that's still a huge deal being able to win in December. It just is.
I think, when you're talking about some things that kind of give you promise for this stretch that they're about to go through, is they are a good team. They wouldn't be 10-4 if they were a bad team. That's just where they are right now. Now, versus other good teams, you'd love to see a better record. You'd absolutely love that. And I don't know, Kevin, they beat Miami, they beat Detroit.
Yep.
What's their record against good teams then at that point? Is it like 3-2?
Or 2-3?
2-3, something like that. So,
well, that depends on if you think Seattle's a good team. But 2-3, 3-3, maybe something along those lines.
The Cowboys are a good football team.
Yeah.
And like, that's a reality that you can get all upset about, or you can just say, you know what, that is true. And that's why these 2 games here in December, I'm looking at them positively. They're a good team going up against another good team. Now, the thing is, what I always loved about Rick Carlisle in 2011 was whenever they had those opportunities, Rick Carlisle would say this line, and I loved it. And it was, it's a great challenge, but we look forward to the challenge. We look forward to the opportunity. Mike McCarthy's been saying this weekly, and I don't know that his team heard it last week, but this is football where everybody is playing for something right now. The Bills were playing for something. You have a good opportunity against really good teams to establish who you are and what your identity is, and I feel like they need to have a couple of those moments where they say, we want to go out there and prove it, not just to us, but to everybody else.
Okay, then...
Or maybe even just to themselves.
Probably. I could see that. Then here's what you need to do. Let's talk about this game specifically. Is the Dolphins they do have a quality defense.
They did not last year. They trade for Jalen Ramsey, which was a brilliant move. And they have been better in their pass rush. Losing Jalen Phillips stinks, but Andrew Van Ginkel has really come alive for them.
And so I know the offense gets most of the attention, but they do have a quality defense. The magic number appears to be 20 points. When Miami is giving up 20 points or less this season, they're 8-0. When Miami is giving up 20 points or more, they're 2-4.
Okay.
What's particularly interesting about that is these are the two highest scoring teams in the NFL. So theoretically,
should be a 48 to 48 game.
Yes. And theoretically, you would, I think, feel good about being in a shootout because you were in a shootout against Seattle and you came out on top of that. I mean, I know obviously a lot of Cowboys games this year, both positive and negative, have not been particularly competitive.
Yeah.
But the shootout you did get into, you won. And Miami has been poor in shootouts this year. So I will tell you, I keep thinking about what Mickey said earlier in the week about deferring the toss, which is usually the way you go. But this is a Cowboys team that is uniquely different in terms of their ability to jump on top of teams and continue to hold a lead throughout the game. I hope if they lose the coin toss, Miami defers. And if they win the coin toss, they take the ball first. I know that is not usually how it's been done over the years, but obviously this is a different Cowboys team this year. I hope they get the ball first, and obviously that first drive will be key. If they can start piling up the points, you've seen what happens to Miami's defense in these instances. Or you've seen that their offense can't keep up with their defense in these instances.
Yeah, and somebody asked, can Miami do what the Bills did defensively? I mean, if you're going to drop 7 and force the Cowboys to play underneath, yes, they can do that. I mean, they have a really good – Jalen Ramsey's really good. They have a good front four. They'll make it uncomfortable for Dak if they do that. That's essentially what they did. Can the Cowboys adjust is what the bigger question. Do they have a plan for it? Because that was Kellen Moore's downfall, was whenever teams did this to him and Dak, they didn't have another plan. Mike McCarthy has talked about evolving throughout each trimester, Kevin. So trimester 1, we added this. Trimester 2, we added this. Each team is going to find out something looking back at your film along the way that they like. How do you adjust and then counterbalance that whenever they try to take away what you're good at?
And I have to admit, I would be alarmed if relatively similar defensive game plans were rolled out and we didn't have an adjustment ready this go around. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That would be really concerning.
Panic.
We're the KNC Masterpiece. Yes, I would panic.
I'd panic.
Coming up next, no, you wouldn't. Former NFL All-Pro turned MMA promoter Shawne Merriman. Plus, we'll get into some Christmas movies and maybe that one time Michael Jordan told Julian Edelman to get it done. All of it next right here on The Fan.
come.
And on a delay, here comes the blitz. Merriman got him. The ball is loose. And who's got it?
San Diego Superchargers.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, we bring to you the man who made that play. Former NFL All-Pro turned MMA promoter. It's Shawne Merriman. Good afternoon, sir.
Hey, what's up, my man? How's it going?
We're doing good. We're doing good. I know we're prepping, getting ready for Lights Out 13 on January 6th, and we're going to talk plenty more about that. I promise you that. I do have a question, though, and we've been thinking about this a lot with Micah Parsons. What's the frustration level, and how did you respond when folks are committing penalties on you again and again, week after week, but they aren't getting called?
You have to accept it, man. That's going to be the case, especially when you're playing at such a high level as he is. He'll get some calls if it's blatant, but he's been getting held, man. It's been. I know we talk a lot about the NFL officiating being bad this year, but those have been some blatant, extremely blatant holding calls. It's been happening on him, and it's unfair. And two, if I'm the D coordinator, if I'm seeing this overall, you have to almost, in a sense, put Micah Parsons on a move, right? It's great. He's a great pass rusher. He can line up from both sides. He can put his hand in the dirt. But to me, when you put him in one place and you don't give him the chance to move around, he doesn't have a running start, he's going to keep getting held, because as long as these offensive linemen see that they're not going to call it, it's not going to let up. It's only going to get worse. So that would be what I would do, only because I experienced it. I know what that feeling's like. And so you got to get him off that line of scrimmage, put him around when he's blitzing different gaps and off the edges, and keep those guys guessing.
31 straight quarters without a holding call against Micah Parsons. And it doesn't feel right, Shawne. It just doesn't feel right at the moment. So we'll keep an eye on it, though. We'll keep trying to move him around. We'll let Dan Quinn know.
Yeah, and you know what? Dan Quinn is great, because he has a great mind, especially dealing with great players. My only thing is that they have such a great defense, and they're just lining up and beating people without being exotic, right, in their style of play. Sometimes when these things don't happen, come on, what you just said, that sounds ridiculous. Nobody held Micah Parsons to 31. That sounds crazy. You don't even have to be a football fan, watch every game to know that, okay, Micah Parsons, no holding calls, 31 quarters. Okay, that doesn't sound right. And so, with that being said, if I was Dan Quinn, that's what I would do. And sometimes when you got players that's great on that level, you have to do just that. Get them off the line of scrimmage and move them around.
When you have a game where you get run on like James Cook just did to the Cowboys, what do you need to go revisit whenever you have that kind of game within yourself, within your team? Because a lot of people, myself included, are calling the toughness out for the Cowboys at the moment.
Well, I'll tell you this. Playing the run is a mentality. It's not a skill set. It's not how big and strong you are. I played with guys who wasn't that big, wasn't that strong in the weight room, and for somehow, some way, they were good against the run. Running is a mentality, and that has to be instilled into the guys up front and saying, we're not going to let this happen today. So that mentality from rushing the passer, because we all know they can get after the quarterback, you have to have that equal same mentality when it comes against playing against the run, because if you can't stop the run, it opens up everything. And when you have a guy like Micah Parsons and Lawrence, all these guys who can get after you up front, nobody wants to throw the ball. No one wants to get into a third and long situation with them. So let's see how long we can keep it on the ground and keep them guessing where these guys can't pin their ears back and go. So let's run the ball and keep turning the clock. So it's just a mentality that has to switch, and that comes from within the organization, within that defensive scheme.
Do same mentalities like that apply when it comes to winning on the road? Because I have to admit, I've continued to panic about the Cowboys' inability to beat a quality opponent on the road this season.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I used to use the words road warriors, right? And we used to be very gratifying to go into somebody's house, right? We would tell them, hey, we're going to take your food, we're going to drive your cars. Like, we used to say this stuff on the way to the game, right? We're going to your house, we're going to put our feet up in your coffee table. We're like, this is our home. And this is the mentality that we had going on the road. Like, hey, we're in your house, and we're going to eat up all your food and drink all your juices and your milks in the fridge. And there's nothing you can do about it. And it's really the mentality you have to have on a road because it's a hostile environment. They've been in a few different hostile environments now, but it's and that starts really, in my opinion, on the defensive side of the ball, because if the defense is playing well and you're going there, you're stingy, you're taking the air out of an offense. At some point in time with that offense the Cowboys have, they will score some points, but that starts by getting turnovers, getting the ball back, putting the ball back in Dak Prescott's hands, and letting them turn away on that end.
I will say this about this Cowboys offense, and we just saw it with Buffalo. There have been a couple other moments where teams have tried this, and that is drop into coverage and try to force them to play underneath, try to force them to have efficient drives but do not let them get a big play downfield because Dak will make you pay. How would you, if you're that defense, how would you not want to be combated? How would you, if you're the Cowboys, what do you do to take advantage of them dropping so many in coverage to try and keep you from being good?
Well, for one, you just have to be aware of situational football, right? And what teams are scared of what positions and what they're scared of you doing going in there. And then you force their hand, right? So if a team doesn't want you to throw a deep ball, they're going to line up and cover three, put their heels on the first down marker somewhere deep and keep everything in front of them and come up and make the play. If a team is worrying about you, stretching the seams of the field, they're going to line up and cover two and do certain things, whatever. So you almost have to have this mindset of playing that coordinator coming in and saying, what are they most worried about us about, right? Is it us getting the ball down the field? Is it running the ball? And then you force their hand early on and force them to do things they want to do so they get out of it. That's the whole thing about, when you playing really good coordinators, you want to get them out of whatever scripted plans they had within those first 12 to 15 plays early on in the game, and that way you can settle in after that.
Talking with Shawne Merriman right here on 105 through the Fan. I was curious because we haven't really got a chance to talk about this much today. It is National Signing Day. I was curious, everyone has a unique story. What was your experience leading up to signing day and then signing day itself?
In college? Well, for us, for me in particular, I committed to the University of Maryland my junior year, so I knew that I wanted to go there. I wasn't going anywhere else. And I grew up in a rough neighborhood in Prince George's County, Maryland, in Washington D.C. And we didn't grow up in the best means. So I actually didn't want my coach to see how bad our apartment was and how bad our neighborhood was. I told them, I said, guys, I'll just come there to the school. Don't worry about coming here.
Wow.
You won't like it around here too much. But I'm looking at all the signings, man. And it's one of those things where all your hard work is paying off. It's like the end of a beginning, if that makes any sense, right? You got all your high school days behind you, your memories, those things, but it's a new beginning because now all the work you did in high school doesn't matter, right? It goes like you start from every level, you become a rookie again. You become a freshman. You become a new guy. And so the signings are great. They're big when you get to 4- and 5-star recruits. You send a lot of these guys having the last second flip, which adds a little bit to the drama and the chaos of signing day. Guys putting taking one hat off and putting the other one on. It's a lot of hard droppers, but it really is a special day, man, especially for guys that came from where I came from, that had this opportunity.
So we used to cover a lot of high school sports back in the day, and I was really excited that I got the scoop on one particular signing because I looked really hard at the 3 hats that were on the desk, and 2 of them had clearly not been touched one single time, while the other one had definitely been like bent and stretched out to fit. And I was like, all right, so he's about to commit to Texas. I'm 100% on that.
Hey, you know what? Move over Adam Schefter, right? Because we don't need him in that case. Because that's a great eye, man. I mean, look, a lot of people wouldn't think that way. But now that happens, I'm sure you just dropped a nugget for a lot of people out there listening about signing day.
You're welcome.
Yeah. All right, so I am kind of curious how you're feeling about, because Kellen Moore, our former offensive coordinator, goes over to the Chargers, and he's there. That offense still kind of, the team struggles. They lose their coach now. What's the future look like for that Chargers team?
I think right now there's a lot of blame to go around, a lot of finger pointing, because they're not playing well in a lot of facets of the game, both offense and defense. And they went back and forth. Early on in the season, I thought Kellen Moore did a great job. They were, averaging close to 30-plus points a game. And the problem was that they were letting people score 35-plus points a game and losing. And so when that happens, no one's really going to get the credit they deserved. And then you had a switch where, they had a game against against New England Patriots where they won 6-0, right?
Mm-hmm.
They didn't score a touchdown at all, and they haven't been moving the ball on the offense side of the ball. Now I know that Mike Williams went down, and Austin Eckler hasn't been completely healthy, and Keenan Allen was a little banged up. They were banged up at the center position. So there's been some reasonings for it happening, but bottom line is this roster is talented enough not to play the way they've been playing, and whether that's the offense side of the ball, the defense side of the ball, the head coach, which they obviously moved on for Brandon Staley. They have to get it right, whoever they decide to bring in this time, because you know what you got and what you're dealing with when Justin Herbert and some of these talented players.
Well, speaking of Justin Herbert, then I guess how alarming or concerning or whatever your word is that they've just about wasted his rookie contract now.
Well, they didn't waste it because he's going to get he's fine no matter what. Right?
I mean, for salary. I mean, for the Chargers salary cap purposes.
Yeah, he's always thinking like a GM and an owner, Shawne. So I
need to save that money.
No, and I'm thinking like the player. You're gonna pay me regardless because you know how I can play, and there's a lot of problems on this team outside of Justin Herbert. But I think you kind of have a point there. This game, the football game is short, right? The average career is 3 to 5 years, somewhere around there, and then it's hard to keep a great team together for that period of time. You got that. If you got a great team, it's that 3 to 5 year window before guys get new contracts or go somewhere else, traded, cut, injuries, coaching staff. So you have a 3 to 5 year window where you have a real shot and opportunity to take it all. Other than that, you're going to be looking at some way, shape, or form of a rebuilding process, and nobody wants to deal with that.
Now, we're talking with Shawne Merriman right here on 105 through the Fan, getting ready for Lights Out 13. By the way, you can go to lightsoutxf.com for more information about checking that out event or just streaming it or whatever else you want. I'd read something that you had said, I think it was maybe 2 days ago, and I was hoping we could dive back into that. And it wasn't necessarily just about Bill Belichick, but it was more the concept of maybe getting younger head coaches in place. Can you walk everybody through kind of your point on that?
Yeah, and it was no shot at Bill Belichick. I think we all know that he'll go down as one of the best, if not the greatest head coach of all time. So that's not a shot at him at all. And I brought up Jim Harbaugh in that same light, right? They both big name guys. You would love to have them in a building. You know that they're going to put a decent product in there. The difference is the game has kind of transitioned a little bit. The game has kind of moved where you have the league has just gotten younger, right? Quarterback friendly. A lot of these head coaches are typically quarterback friendly guys that know how to score points, offensive minded, driven. And Bill Belichick is old school, man, and sometimes that doesn't sit well with this new and younger generation. I'm not saying everybody. I don't want to make it a blanketed statement and saying everybody can't handle Bill Belichick, but it was the same thing I said about when Sean Payton went to the Broncos, right? Sean Payton's an old school guy. What did he do when he got there? He started calling out Russell Wilson publicly. And I said, the first thing I said, oh, man, that's not going to go well because these guys nowadays, they care about their brand and social media, how they're presented to the public and the whole nine. And these old school guys, they don't care, right? They want the best football player and football product that they can put on the field. They don't care. And so sometimes that just doesn't resonate with this new and younger generation, even though I love an old school coach. I love playing for Marty Schottenheimer and all the old school guys that's been around the game for a long time. I love that. But this day and age, you may want to look at someone who can relate to the younger generation.
Now, we're still a couple weeks out from Lights Out 13. And like I said, lightsoutxf.com for tickets or more information. You can stream it on Fubo. I want to know about this event, but I also want to know the change from Lights Out 11 to Lights Out 12. Y'all had a 90% viewership increase. What the heck happened there, and how do you keep that momentum going?
Yeah, I scratch my head and say, what in the hell is going on? Those are international soccer jumps from what I heard. But, I think the biggest thing is we're starting to get on the map where people finding out more about us. And I've always been very fan-oriented. The fans drive everything we do, right? And so when we have jumps like that, it's kind of telling me that the fans are first of all, liking what we're doing. They like the production, the fights, but also having the opportunity to come on platforms like this to talk about it because we have the next up-and-coming superstars. Is just getting it out there, letting people know, like, hey, we're building the next great talent of this sport, and have those numbers jump like that on Fubo TV and Fubo Sports is unheard of. And so we want to just keep on going, man. We have I'm going to make some announcements pretty soon here. Some big things we got coming about former athletes is transitioning from former NFL guys is going to be taking some fights with us. Working on that right now, and then growing our roster. And growing our distribution. We want more and more eyeballs on what we're doing. We think we got something special with Lights Out Extreme Fighting. So, big fight Saturday, January 6th. We'll be live on Fubo TV Sports, Fubo Sports. If you guys want to check us out, make sure you have Fubo, man. But this is going to be our biggest one yet.
Now, as you talk about some of those, I know you haven't announced it just yet, some of those former NFL players, I know a couple of different times you've told us that you've thought about, you've trained about, you've considered perhaps jumping in there yourself. What are we looking at here?
I did. I played the celebrity flag football game about 2 weeks ago, and I just recovered yesterday. So my mind thought process with that has kind of changed. And I still, even later on today, I'll go and spar a little bit with some of the fighters, get me 3 or 4 rounds of sparring in. I always believe this, and I still say it again. I think that a lot of former athletes, especially when they get done with their sport, should transition and pick up some kind of discipline, whether it's jiu-jitsu or boxing or Muay Thai. I think they should pick up something because we all struggle trying to find that next thing, man. It's part of it. And combat sports, MMA, has just been my thing to kind of keep me on my toes and keep me young.
Shawne, the first time we met you in person was at the Super Bowl in Arizona last year, and we've had you on a few times, and our listening audience always says, man, he was great. Really enjoyed having him on. We always appreciate it. Will we be seeing you in Las Vegas this year at the Super Bowl?
I'll be there for sure. And it's a lot of Raiders fans there, so I might have to walk in with a bulletproof vest. So if you guys see me look a little heavier than I do, I got a bulletproof vest up under there. But I can't wait. I think this Super Bowl is going to be special because, truthfully, there's no clear-cut winner, right? Somebody that's team-wise is separating themselves from the pack of anybody else. So I think that we're in the surprise on some people, some teams that we're not talking about being in this year's Super Bowl.
Glad that you brought up the Raiders. A few years ago, the Cowboys and the Raiders had a joint practice, and I went out and did a wireless mic with the Raiders fans, and I asked every single one of them how long they've been out on probation. The second person I asked said it had been 6 weeks. So I'm with you on that. I really get what you're saying there.
That's awesome. You know what? You could say it if I can. If I said that social media, they would drag me dry somewhere. But it's the truth, and I love poking at them. They got a great fan base, aggressive fan base, but that's what makes sports what it is.
That's for sure.
The event, Lights Out 13. You can get more info or tickets, lightsoutxf.com. If you want to check it out, you want to watch it, it'll be live on Fubo Sports Saturday, January 6th. Always appreciate the time, Shawne.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for having me on.
There you go. Shawne Merriman right here on 105.3 The Fan.
And we'll see him at the Super Bowl. So
yes!
Look forward to that whenever we have him on.
I am absolutely excited about that. Now, I'm also hoping that people are excited about what we transition into right here because we're going to do a little masterpiece theater. What are your most favorite, and perhaps more importantly, least favorite Christmas movies? 877-881-1053. Now, I'm interested in this because I believe Chris is excited for this segment, and he has brought some fire of some Christmas movies he has been waiting to take down. So 877-881-1053 on the truckwreck.com text line. Also want to hear from you on Twitch, on YouTube. What is your favorite and least favorite Christmas movie of all time? I'm going to go to cut number 14 because I would have thought before we did this segment maybe a year or two ago that this would have been an unquestioned favorite. But then I found out there is actually a faction of people who do not care for this movie right here. Cut 14.
What can I get you for Christmas? Don't tell him what you want. He's a liar. Let the kid talk. You disgust me. How can you live with yourself? Just cool it, Zippy. You sit on a throne of lies. Look, I'm not kidding. You're a fake. I'm a fake? Yes. How'd you like to be dead? Huh? No, he's kidding. You stink.
Sorry. He said you stink like beef and cheese.
I thought you were going to continue that right there. I really like Elf. I thought Elf was universally appreciated. Apparently, it is not.
Why not? I know there is a contingent of people that don't like Will Ferrell. And so I think that kind of is embroiled in that discussion. I love that movie, man. I think it's a blast.
Yeah, that one's shocking to me. Elf feels like A tier at the lowest. I mean, if we're talking the tier list here, it's way up there.
And as soon as we say that from the 972, I'm sorry, Elf is overrated. And I told you, I'm going to have to disagree with this person. From the 817, my favorite is Christmas Story. The worst is Elf. I will get back to your favorite in just a minute. Elf is no good. Elf.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, there's some. I told you.
What do you not like about Elf?
There's some haters out there.
The prevailing wisdom I've heard, aside from the offensive song that Zooey Deschanel sings in the bathroom, you know what I'm talking about. We got rid of that
Baby,
song.
It's cold outside.
We got rid of that song several years ago, thanks to our campaign. I don't know if you know that, Chris. We single-handedly got rid of that song. And no, we're not bringing that segment back. Aside from that, I think people don't like it because they're like, it's Will Ferrell playing Will Ferrell like he does in most Will Ferrell movies. I love that movie, but I know there are a lot of people who don't care for it.
From the 940, I like Will Ferrell as an actor, but I've never seen Elf. So
really?
Yeah, Elf is usually the first Christmas movie we watch every year in my house.
And that's just surprising to me because they said they liked Will Ferrell. If they were like, I don't like Will Ferrell, I'd be like, well, this movie's probably not for you. But if you do like Will Ferrell, you should probably check it out.
Kevin, in my top 3 list of Christmas movies, Elf is there.
Okay.
I also have Love Actually.
That's great.
Which
is
a
good one.
An absolutely wonderful movie that I haven't seen this year yet. So I'm going to need to watch that before Christmas Eve.
This could be a different Masterpiece Theater at some point. Is that your favorite movie filled with the most terrible people? There are a lot of really not great people in that movie. Is it the guy who's actively cheating on his wife? Is it the lady who goes around like a man trap trying to bring that guy in? Is it the fella who is actively in love with his best friend's girlfriend and they end up, or best friend's wife, and they end up kissing on Christmas Eve because he professes his love to her? I didn't know.
Yeah, she didn't have to run out there and kiss him, you know?
Yeah.
And then she goes back. Why didn't she tell the truth at all?
Yeah.
You know, hey, your best friend just hit on me in the most romantic way.
They were conspiring because he said, say it's carolers. And so she said, it's carolers. Is it that one fella's brother banging his wife or his girlfriend or whatever?
Yeah.
That's why they had to break up and he eventually falls in love with a way better gal.
But I think we can all agree that if we landed in whatever town, Wisconsin, that the dude landed in, and we ended up having to go to that house with the 4 girls.
Yes.
It'd be a tough night.
Yes.
But my favorite one, Kevin, is Polar Express. Polar Express, I love that movie. It is weird looking.
Despite Tom Hanks' dead eyes.
I love that book growing up as a kid, but I've just always, the whole vibe of it is fun. It makes me think of that spirit, that mentality of Christmas as a kid that we were growing up with. So I do love that, and the kids love it. And my oldest used to act out scenes, like the one where he's putting snow on his face and telling himself to wake up, wake up, wake up. He used to act it out. So that is a movie we purchased on Amazon Prime.
Oh.
And I don't purchase a lot of movies on Amazon Prime, but I did that one for sure because I wanted to make sure we had it every year.
Now we're going to get to more best and worst. I promise, Chris, you'll get your chance to shine.
I do have my worst, yes. I have one worst.
We're going to get to that. I'm shocked. I hope that we have helped the sentiment change over the years.
Somebody did say, y'all are hilarious. Elf's okay. So we're funny.
If you think we're better than Elf, I accept that,
Yeah.
even though now I'm learning maybe not a lot of people love it. From the 865, my least favorite Christmas movie. This person listed it as way overrated. From the 214, this person listed it as the worst Christmas movie in history. Another person listed it as boring, and they are all right. The worst Christmas movie is A Christmas Story. That movie sucks. I know it might be TNT, TBS, I don't know, whatever.
Both.
They try to pretend like they consecutively show that movie for 24 hours. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. That's a lie. You just watched that movie one time and felt like it was 24 hours long because it is so long and boring.
Well,
that movie sucks.
Last year during the holidays, Adrian was in Cleveland with Lucy, and her Uber driver goes, "Hey, do you want to go see the house from Christmas Story?" And she was like, "Not really." And he was like, "Gonna drive you there anyway." And so he drove her to the house, and she was like, "Well, I mean, that's cool and everything. Can we please go back to the hotel now?"
I mean, it'd be a great time to take a nap, because I assume when you even
I
get
usually
close
do.
to that story,
Yeah.
that house, you fall asleep. Hey, look, if you like movies, here's the thing. Everybody who thinks I have a theory about this, because there are movies that I feel the same way about. You like the movie because you saw it as a kid, and nostalgia always will carry the day for you. I get it.
Yep.
We all have movies like that. There are many movies I love that do not stand the test of time, but nostalgia carries them through. I saw A Christmas Story the first time, like, I don't know, 7 or 8 years ago. I hated it. And I contend, if you see that movie as an adult and that's the first time you've ever seen it, you'll be like, thumbs down.
I like the new animated The Grinch over Jim Carrey's, by the way.
Let's fire off cut number 15, because I don't actually know which version this is yet.
My son died. The Grinch! Well, that worked out nicely.
Now, that is the Jim Carrey version. I will tell you, the animated, it's Benedict Cumberbatch version, right? From
Is that who it is? Yeah, the
Minion Studio.
I watched it the other night along with The Littlest Reindeer. I don't know if you've ever checked that out.
I don't know
You
what
should.
that is.
But Lucy was. I'm just trying to watch as many animated stuff that Lucy can get in on, but she wanted the Jim Carrey version over the new one.
Ooh.
And I
That's
was like,
bad, yeah.
I was like, no, and she was like, no, it's. So I had to settle for whatever Lucy wants.
Yeah, I'm a lover of the Jim Carrey version myself, but I haven't seen the animated version. So
it looks excellent. I think that is one of the appeals. Thank you very much to everyone. I know it'll turn, but thank you very much to everyone on the truckwreck.com text line who's backing me up.
Oh, there are a lot of people that disagree with you. I agree with you. I'm not a huge fan of that anyway, but either way, I will say, did you see Spirited?
The animated horse movie?
No, that was Spirit, not the Spirit or Spirit.
No, I know.
Spirited.
No,
this was Will Ferrell and
Ryan
Reynolds, and we watched it last year on
watch
Apple
a Vanity
TV.
Project?
Terrible.
Adrian was like, "We need to watch this," and I was like, "All right," and we got a third of the way through it, and I was like, "Can we do something while we watch this? Because I'm not sitting here watching."
And it's also like 2 hours and 15 minutes. Like, what happened to the editor? Did he have to take a different job? Or I don't know what happened. Now, this could be controversial, and I know a lot of people always bring up Die Hard. There are a lot of other movies. For me, a Christmas movie can just be set at Christmas. And I know people might disagree, because somebody asked, could Just Friends be considered a Christmas movie? Yes. I think the movie Gremlins is a Christmas movie.
What?
Yes. He gets the Mogwai for Billy for Christmas.
Who knew it was a Mogwai?
And Phoebe Cates has her amazing monologue about, well, if you haven't seen it, you need to check it out, because she tells a shocking story like late in the movie about why she doesn't like Christmas. Yes, I do think that's a Christmas movie. I think Die Hard's a movie. Christmas is a movie. I think Die Hard's a Christmas. Don't mark that. I think
Friends is a movie. That's a TV show.
Die Hard is a Christmas movie because it's set at a Christmas party. I think The Ref is a Christmas movie because I love it, and it's set at Christmas Eve. It doesn't have to have your traditional It's a Wonderful Life plot to it.
You did this was a moment, Chris Strong, where I told Kevin in July, dude, I just got done watching The Night Before. It is so much fun. And he said, I will not watch it until December.
Yeah, that's evil. Watching a Christmas movie before.
Can't do it.
I didn't care. It was on. It was out. I watched it. It was fantastic.
You know what he said repeatedly? You're going to love it. My response? Be that as it may. Like, for example,
that makes sense.
I just watched Violent Night maybe a week or two ago.
Is it worth it?
It's not bad. It's not going to win any awards.
Neither's Candy Cane Lane.
That is true.
It happened, though.
That is true. But if you're just looking for an entertaining time of people getting their asses kicked for like 2 hours, it ain't bad. I'm not saying it's great, but I missed it in the theaters last year, and I wouldn't watch it during the year. You're right. The Night Before is awesome.
Yeah.
But I didn't watch it until Christmas time.
I don't know if you're bringing this up, Chris, if you're bringing this to the table. Actually, go ahead and bring what you have to the table, because there's a movie that we haven't even mentioned.
I'm going to say, we haven't mentioned this one yet. I think it's S tier. I think it's the best Christmas movie of all time. Tolos, let me know what you think about this one right here.
There it is. The Griswold family Christmas tree.
Isn't it a little big?
It's not big, it's just full.
Dad, that thing wouldn't fit in our yard.
Not going in our yard, Russ. It's going in our living room.
There you go. Yeah, that's the one that is, I don't care how many years in a row I watch that, because I do. I always laugh at the jokes. It's still, and that was the gift I wanted to get Mike for Christmas this year, was the Griswold jersey, the Blackhawks jersey.
that would be sweet.
I couldn't get it here in time, so I'll have to wait till next year.
Do you still think that one gal at the underwear counter in the mall is really attractive?
Like back then or like today?
I was just going to ask you. If
Every time I see her, yes, I'm absolutely like, oh my gosh, I can totally see why he thought what was going on.
This was shocking to me, as I just saw an article like a couple days ago that lady is 70 now.
She is. Still got her fastball?
I don't know. I didn't look up what she looked like. It was just like, you always hear things along the way about how old somebody is that's just like a punch to the face about however old you think you actually are. And you're just like,
no,
reality check.
Nicolette Scorsese. Her name's Scorsese.
Yeah. All right. So that's your best. I would find that pretty hard to argue with. That is a damn fine movie. What's your worst then?
So sequels are very much a hit or miss, and the one that I'm going to mention here is the biggest miss of all time, in my opinion. The Santa Claus 2, starring Tim Allen. And right here, the whole movie is just about finding a Mrs. Claus, and apparently Santa Claus can't function without Mrs. Claus. Let's hear this one right here.
This is all happening so fast.
Well, there's no pressure.
Good.
I mean, if I don't get married, I just won't deliver the gifts. Then children everywhere will stop believing.
He is threatening ruining Christmas if Mrs. Claus doesn't get with him. That's crazy.
I love it.
Man, that's a heavy
I don't
burden
love it.
to
Yeah, that is
carry
a
right
lot.
there. And I have seen, you know what? I have not seen this movie probably since the year it came out. I need to go back and watch it again. Is from the 972 and the 214. Friday After Next.
Love it.
Because I know that movie
awesome.
is set at Christmas as well. I haven't seen it since, good Lord, again, probably the year it came out. So I need to go back and watch it again.
Yeah.
It's been a while.
Did you ever see Jack Frost? Not the Santa Claus one, but the animated one from, I think it's in the same vein as Claus.
Ooh, I haven't, because there's also a murder Jack Frost movie.
So it's about Jack Frost. It's about Santa, the Tooth Fairy, the Easter Bunny, and all of them trying to save Christmas, and the Sandman and stuff. It's fun, man. Check that one out. Or maybe it's just called Frost. I'll let you know.
Okay, and also if you want to count Batman Returns, yes, I approve of that as a Christmas movie as well. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 Through the Fan. Man, I know we got a lot more to get to right there. Maybe we'll pick up this conversation again
Rise
tomorrow.
of the Guardians. My bad. It's Rise of the Guardians in 2012.
Okay, and then maybe we'll get into songs tomorrow as well. Coming up next, though, it's time for the C Block, starring Corey Majors. That was for dramatic effect.
We got some information we need to discuss about Diamond Sports and the most important person that ever trusted you. Next on The Fan.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Don't forget tomorrow, Corey, we're going to be at Noah's. Not baby Noah's, but where Noah's.
Will baby Noah make an appearance? And we'll have two potential Noahs
that is a
to
good
be there.
question.
Yeah, man, it's going to be a fun day tomorrow. There's a lot going on. All right, just understand it's an event. There will be a lot going on tomorrow. It's right there in Frisco. Very easy to access right off Dallas Tollway. Looking forward to doing the entire show out there. And there's some stuff being given away.
I heard they're going to give away a car?
Yeah. So keep an eye out on that. We will be there doing the show. I'm telling you, they have a luxury lounge to hang out in, and they also have a bar. So
what?
Yeah, if you want to come in and buy a cool watch, and then you're like, you know what? I'm just gonna hang out and just mull it over here. And I'm like, can I get an Eagle Rare? Like, they have some stuff. So just enjoy the day. With us tomorrow. We'll be there from 10 to 2, and I'm looking forward to working with them because they're good people, man. They're really fun to hang out with.
And that kind of insight is brought to you as part of the C Block starring Corey Majors.
All right, we will begin with the most important person that ever trusted you. Now, here the reason is there's a Julian Edelman story out there. He was on with Bert Kreischer, who is
the
hilarious.
comedian?
Yes. And I'll have to read this audio because it's fun. But I don't know if you happen to see.
Why do you really have to read it?
Well, Chris, I don't know if I didn't send this email to you.
I got it. I'm grabbing it now.
Okay.
Oh, do you want to rearrange?
I will actually. Here's what I will do while he's grabbing that audio because I just got to make sure there's no cuss words in it because I did not listen for that. But Bert Kreischer is, his history is he is Van Wilder. That movie's based off of his life.
What?
And whenever he sold he was getting ready to do that movie, and a studio came in and said that they already had it, and he was like, "But that's my life. So I'm going to sue. We're suing."
Oh yeah.
And then his agent came to him and said, "Look, man. After a long discussion, just remember this: there are two people in Hollywood: people who work and people who sue. Which one do you want to be?" Many years later, I think about 15 years down the road, Bert Kreischer is going in for his own sitcom, and he sits down, and the two producers that walk in say, "Do you know who we are?" And he's like, "No, I have no clue who you are." And he says, "We're the ones that did Van Wilder." And he's like, "I could have sued them, but I wouldn't have my own sitcom." So I guess it works out in the end that I didn't do it.
Bananas.
It is a wild story, but he also, if you get a chance, he has the how to drink throughout the holiday and how to make it last all day long, and it is hilarious. So check that out if you get an opportunity to. We'll listen to that audio momentarily. Actually, you're right, Kevin. Let's go ahead and adjust. Diamond Sports agrees to pay most MLB teams in full in 2024.
Okay. So this story is wild, man. We talked about it yesterday with Amazon. Amazon's now swooped into the picture, and I saw somebody's like, "That's not for the streaming rights." Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Amazon wants the streaming rights. They're not looking for anything else, and they can procure them because Bally had them. If they're going to set up this deal, and you could see it on the Bally Sports Network, their parent group is the Diamond Sports Group, so it would all go through them. However, we told you that NBA, they'd approved of taking a little money off. NHL, taking a little money off. MLB, per Sports Business Journal, which has been all over this. Diamond Sports Group agreed to pay all but 3 teams in full under its umbrella in 2024.
Likely at a lower rate?
No.
Okay.
I guess but not, maybe just a little bit.
Okay, all right.
Close enough to the full rate. The teams they did not agree with. Minnesota Twins, who their deal had expired at the end of the season, so not necessary.
They need to, they can move on.
Which leaves you 2 others. The Cleveland Guardians, and you probably guessed it, hence why we're talking about this, the defending world champion Texas Rangers. Now remember, the Texas Rangers were one of the teams at the forefront in this lawsuit where they were like, well, what guarantees do you have in place that will make it through this season? Now, they might have to accept a lower rate, probably by the end of this week. Here's what Major League Baseball is trying to do to hold Diamond Sports Group accountable. Check out how crazy this is. Are you familiar with the Yes Network?
Yeah, that is the Yankees, right?
Yes, correct. Now, they do other stuff too, but that is correct. Diamond Sports Group owns 20% of that.
Of Yes?
Yes. Major League Baseball has put forth a proposal on the table that if they default on any of these teams, they want the 20% of the Yes Network. Now, I don't believe...
And Diamond Sports Group says no.
I don't believe Diamond Sports Group will agree to this, but it's interesting that while all these teams make a deal and they struggle with the Rangers and the Guardians, MLB is still blatantly like, I don't believe you can do this.
Wow.
So here is the collateral that I want on the other side to make this happen. Dang. So just keep your ear out. We'll be all over the story as we have been for months and months and probably the last year, is you might get some resolution for this season by the end of the week, or you could still see a deal get done and then Amazon still swoop in and try to co-promote by investing in Diamond and then streaming those games.
Man, that is I think we've been all over this as a station.
Sure.
This show has been all over this story because we're trying to make sure that we deliver the best Rangers content to your ears and faces if you need to. So, Kevin, thank you for bringing that to the C Block
You're welcome.
today. I also have this. Have you seen the top 5 candidates for 2023 NFL Executive of the Year, according to NFL.com?
What number's Jerry?
See, that's exactly my first thought. Does Jerry even belong in this conversation?
I know
they are a good football team.
I know the prevailing wisdom will be no. I'm trolling just a little bit.
In no particular order, but we'll just call it number 5.
Okay.
Nick Caserio of the Houston Texans. Deserving?
Oh, my God, yes.
Look at all the free agents. Devin Singletary, Dalton Schultz, Noah Brown, Robert Woods, Andrew Beck.
And if nothing else, their ability to swing that trade so you pull down Stroud and Anderson in the last draft, obviously that looks like it could potentially be a franchise game changer.
Yeah, and I mean, Tank Dell to add to that, like I know the injury hurt this year, but that dude is a fantastic player. We might even get into more of how his injury affected some other players down the road here.
Okay.
But we will get to that in just a moment. Eric DeCosta, number 2 with the Baltimore Ravens. He went out and was like, I'm going to get Odell Beckham Jr. And everybody was like, okay, good luck with that. And for the most part, they have now established a good repertoire with each other. Beckham and Lamar Jackson. Getting that contract situation taken care of, saying you're our quarterback from here on, big deal. They added a couple of other players this offseason, Jadeveon Clowney, Ronald Darby, and they've been able to withstand the injury to Mark Andrews. I think what DeCosta's done the best is just keep his hand on the wheel, making sure we stay steady. We'll be in the conversation. If the NFL has a down year, we're going to be at the top of the NFL.
I swear, I'm seriously asking this. Do you believe that's a skill? Yes. I think that's a skill.
Yeah, not overcorrecting. Whenever you decide to overcorrect, it can be some big time, it can cause a lot of different problems.
For sure.
Because now maybe you're ignoring something that you were really good at before. Also on here, Chris Greer of the Miami Dolphins. And that is another one where he just took last year and said, I'm not going to make too many changes, but my defense has to be better and their defense definitely has been better this year.
Yeah, and obviously I'm impressed. I'm not saying like he gets the credit for this, but clearly Tua staying healthy has changed all of the perception around this season, right?
Yeah, think about this too. Yeah, oh, for sure. Like Tua being healthy is a huge deal. 2021 draft, Jalen Waddle, Jalen Phillips, and Javon Holland. Javon Holland, I believe, this year has a 98-yard interception return.
Jalen Waddle was really good in Tyreek Hill's absence this past week.
Jalen Phillips got injured in the Jets game. I think it was his Achilles, and that was a terrifying moment. But he was kind of one of those guys that had been injured even in college, and he was feeling really good. He even said while he was like in the locker room, he was like, I was hooping, man. I was playing great. Right. And then this happens. And then in addition to that, last year they hired McDaniel. They go get Bradley Chubb and Tyreek Hill. Like that's a lot of really good work that's paid off this year.
That I think you're really onto something with Bradley Chubb. That move has definitely paid off for them.
Brad Holmes of the Detroit Lions. He replaced Jamal Williams and DeAndre Swift with David Montgomery and Jamar Gibbs, and it looks like they're just fine. And everybody was freaking out. Why would you draft Jamar Gibbs? They got Sam Laporta going nuts.
Dude, we're going to talk about Sam Laporta at some point in the next couple of days. Gibbs has been really good.
Yeah, Jack Campbell.
I thought the reason why I said that is I thought they drafted Gibbs too high.
Okay.
But he's done better than I anticipated this early.
Laporta
he's been amazing.
Probably, and R. Carter can confirm this, that was probably the most significant argument in our fantasy football league this year.
Okay.
Wolchuk, can't remember exactly how this went, but I think that Will Chambers wanted Sam Laporta. Wolchuk agreed to give to take Cup and give him Sam Laporta, and Jared went nuts on everybody.
Really?
And then it never got approved. And Sam Laporta has been better than Cup. And Will Chambers is like, this is just ridiculous that this never happened. Whoa. I will also admit, I did not vote on it, so I didn't do my part to help it. But I would have voted yes anyway, because I'm just always like, yeah, whatever, I don't care. And the other person, I'll say number one.
Jerry Jones.
Howie Roseman of the Philadelphia Eagles.
What? Your quarterback is...
Why would they not put Jerry on here?
I get it. If you get the player that a lot of people thought was the number one pick in the draft in Jalen Carter, and you get him definitely not at the number one pick, I get how you get some credit for that. And clearly he's been really, really good.
Yeah, everything so far. I do wonder if it ends up this way. I really like the additions here of the Texans and the Lions. I think those are really, really good additions to this because, again, with the Texans, they had a lot of work they had to do last offseason, and they made it all happen. And the Lions just needed to add a couple things, and they look like they're in a very good position.
Well, you like all these things. Do you like Jerry not being on the list?
Maybe it's a motivating. I don't know what motivates Jerry at this point. I really don't. Like Jerry will tell you, I wake up, and maybe it's dollars, but I wake up and I want to win. But I'm not sure what the motivating factor is. I would love for it to be, hey, I didn't win that. I want to be in that conversation every year. But right now, that's just the case. And that's it for the C block.
Oh, he didn't get our audio?
He does have it. We'll do it tomorrow, though.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. We will pick up with that tomorrow. I really need to think over that question, too. That's a good question. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will power rank the NFL power rankings. Maybe do some quarterbacks, too. We'll throw it in next right here on The Fan.
Yeah, laughing too hard.
At MaverickWindows.com.
This segment on 105.3 The Fan is also brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable and accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-817-333-3333.
At the Philadelphia 13. Two tight ends on the left, back to throw, looking left, looking right, pumps, runs out to the left. Throws on the run, Lamb at the 7, and strolls in. Walks all the dogs. Touchdown, Lamb, 13 yards, first touchdown of the game.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, and we're going to power rank the NFL Power Rankings, and to do so, we have brought in Zach Wolchuk to attempt to foil Corey's mastery of this segment.
This is a smart move to bring in Wolchuk. He is a quarterback expert. I know Broadus is sitting out there, and Broadus says he doesn't like quarterback scouting. So this is smart to bring in Wolchuk here.
That is very fair.
Yeah, Brian's put all the quarterback scouting on me. And I'm like, I don't know what the hell. But I'm trying. I'm doing my best here with this draft stuff. And Brian's made it easy, taking me under his wing.
Let's see how you've done so far. Caleb Williams, Drake May, think they might get taken in the first round?
Yeah, I think Jaden Daniels actually might end up going 2 over
Drake May.
Yeah, I think people are going to like what they see out of Jaden Daniels.
What about McCarthy?
McCarthy's probably not going to be in the business for a quarterback.
No.
Or you're talking about
Mike McCarthy?
Michigan's McCarthy?
Yes.
I don't think McCarthy's going to the first round.
Okay.
But he's not a bad prospect.
Yeah.
I think he'll be a day 2 pick.
Could Mike McCarthy play quarterback in Dak's stead?
Ooh, no, I don't think so.
All right.
I think maybe a series.
Quality stuff.
Maybe
right
a
there.
series.
I will also tell you, that was a very polite ooh right there, as if you were contemplating.
I mean, it's tough to get through a press conference sometimes. I don't think he's going to be able to take some NFL snaps.
That's a fair point. All right.
Since you
That'll be coming up at 3:30, by the way.
Since you are visiting, that's a great tease for that.
That's good.
Since you are the guest in this segment, you get to decide where it takes place. Would you like ESPN Power Rankings, The Athletic, or NFL.com?
Oh, let's go with NFL.com. It is the NFL.
That is what everybody always says.
And I say this because yesterday we did look at ESPN's, and I didn't love what ESPN was doing.
Yeah, he hates ESPN.
Okay. Ooh, okay. Who is number one in all of the lands?
Who goes first here? You just asked us.
Are we
first, teaming
Corey.
up?
Zach,
We're teaming up together?
Zach gets to go first. You're enemies.
All right.
San Francisco.
That is correct.
Smart. I'm proud of you, dude.
Yes.
As your enemy, I'm happy for you.
If you would have gotten that wrong, we might have gone to the bullpen.
Okay.
All right.
Chris, you're up.
No, Corey. Corey is up.
Chris was ready, though. I'm proud
I know.
of you.
He was like, all right.
I got
hold
this.
on. Actually, hold on. Chris, tell me what your theoretical answer would be.
Well, it's got to be San Francisco, number one, right?
All right, Chris, I'm going to go ahead and take this.
Corey, you're on the board. Who is number two?
Oh, number two. There we go.
It's okay, man.
He did that for you.
He had something.
He
yes.
did that to make you feel better.
Yeah.
I did that for some giggles, yeah.
I am going to go with, and I understand why he wouldn't want to say this because he's not a huge fan of this quarterback.
Oh, fact. I mean, I don't know who you're going to pick.
The Baltimore Ravens.
You look like you think that's a stupid answer.
No, I think Baltimore's definitely number two, but I know Bobby Belt would disagree.
That is correct. The Baltimore Ravens are number two on the board. Wolchuk, we go back to you. You guys have gotten the top two, but you're also against each other.
Okay.
I feel like Mike and I are usually like working together.
Yeah,
but...
because he's on this show.
Oh, some competing.
Have you never ever
G-bag
seen the
right
fan
now.
text who will be like, I like this show and not that show? And I'm like, right. But we all work at the same station, so I support the other shows on our station.
I like all the shows.
I like all of our shows,
I'm a big fan of these
I'm a turn it on,
shows.
leave it on listener.
Yeah. There you go. Who's number three?
Number three, I disagreed with this three because I don't have them at three, but I think the Cowboys are still going to be third.
You know what happens when you think.
I am sometimes wrong.
You do a great job.
Oh!
That is correct.
Nice.
The Dallas Cowboys, number three.
So am I crazy? Because when I'm doing power rankings, this is like a right now thing for me. I'm not looking at previous history. I'm looking at right now who's playing the best. I've got Buffalo as the third best team right now.
I can see that.
Yeah, the way they played and
They're different.
They did.
They're trusting the running game. The defense is playing better.
Their quarterback wasn't that great though.
He wasn't, but he
only
didn't
threw
have to
for
be.
94 yards.
It's true.
So right now,
how good are they?
Yeah.
I do think they're still the second best team in the NFC, though.
The AFC?
Yeah.
No, I'm saying the Cowboys. I
Okay,
think are the
gotcha.
second best team in the NFC.
and I agree. And right now, I kind of think the Bills might be the second best team in the AFC.
Okay, well, you picked NFL, who has the Bills all the way down at number 8.
BS. We should have gone with ESPN or the Athletic.
Were we supposed to get to that though, Kevin?
No.
What happens now?
You know what? I just set it up for you. You're doing the even numbers. I just gave you a hint. But for now, who's number 4? Look at you looking at gift horse in the mouth.
Who's number 4?
I don't even know what a gift horse is, honestly.
Nobody does.
What is a gift horse? Like it carries around gifts?
You wrap up a horse and you give it to somebody.
That seems... I'd die because I'm deathly allergic to horses.
So if you saw that present, you'd be like, no.
So you couldn't play the violin, right?
Can't.
Because it's got the horse hairs.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. I forgot about that.
Yeah. I had to do orchestra. I'd play the cello.
Carter's playing the cello. All right. I'm going to go, since you said Buffalo's that far down.
Correct. That was a fundamental mistake.
I thought Buffalo was 4.
I will go with the team that I've been watching a lot of their Hard Knocks series.
Like this.
The Cowboys' opponent this week, the Miami Dolphins.
Ooh, the first NFL team I heard listed in that answer was the Cowboys. That is incorrect.
Oh, no, I said
is
the
the
Dolphins.
Miami Dolphins.
That's who I said.
The first team I
said
heard
the Cowboys'
listed.
opponent this week.
But what was the first NFL team you said? It's the Miami Dolphins. Incorrect. So, sorry, you lose. Congratulations, Wolchuk. You're the winner.
Nice, good job, man.
Temporarily,
Oh,
because
okay.
we will get to our next game in a moment. By the way, Eagles 5, Chiefs 6, Lions 7, Bills 8.
The Bills at 8.
Rest of the top 10, Cleveland and Jacksonville. Who do you think is the worst team in the NFL?
Washington?
They're 31 on this list.
Is it the Jets?
They have rocketed up the rankings.
Really?
26 on the list. Carolina
just
after
won.
A big win against Atlanta.
That's a
Are you
huge
kidding
victory.
me? Did not see Bryce Young running around?
Is that a big win, would we say?
No, it was ugly.
Did you see the strategy at the end of the game? Let's kneel it 3 straight times. Maybe a fourth. I can't remember. Maybe it was 4 times, and then they kicked a field goal.
That interim coach is getting the full-time job with that type of ingenuity.
Yeah, Chris Tabor.
That's a hell of a job.
Now, this will be what really decides the victor. Quarterback power rankings.
To the victor goes the Royals.
That is not how that saying goes. Who would like to go first?
Hey, he's the guest on the show.
You're the guest, Wolchuk. Who is the number 1 quarterback in all of the lands?
Do they have Brock Purdy at 1?
Is that your official answer?
Yeah, I'm going to go with that.
That is correct.
Oh, I'm not happy.
Well, you're winning, so you should be happy.
Woo! Winning!
Okay, now I am also not happy. Corey, number 2 answer to you. Who is the second quarterback in all of the lands?
Let's say Lamar Jackson, but I'm not going to.
Interesting.
Wolchuk thinks that's a mistake.
You're playing a little coy here.
I'm going to say the dude who threw for 94 yards this week, who scores more touchdowns than anybody in the league all the time, and that's why nobody is going to complain about him in the fantasy world, Josh Allen.
Now, Wolchuk, you were doing some more thinking there.
I think it's Lamar.
And as we pointed out, sometimes you think good, sometimes you think not good. Josh Allen is correct.
Wow, what an upset.
He scores touchdowns, bro.
He does score touchdowns.
He scores points. He threw some interceptions.
Not against us.
No, he did not.
All right. You were going to say Lamar Jackson at 2. Dare you say him at number 3, Wolchuk?
Yeah, I'll put Lamar at 3.
That is correct. Nobody's gotten an answer wrong yet. There's a lot of pressure on you, Corey.
This isn't tough.
If you get this answer wrong, we're flipping the format to Jesus Radio.
Dak Prescott at number 4.
That is correct.
Let's go. A little
Thank
bit of
you,
this, a little bit of
Jesus.
that.
That was an important one right there.
Did you say all Christmas music?
No, I said all Jesus talk. Hey, there's precedent. All right, let's go to number 5. Who is the 5th quarterback in the land? You guys are perfect so far. I'm proud of you.
I'm not.
Oh,
sure about this
You're
one,
gonna
boys.
Be fine. You're going to be fine. You got this.
Give me a couple options. Maybe I can help you.
I feel like Mahomes is always going to be in consideration for this. Yeah.
Do you have other options? I said give me some options.
Yeah. I think Jalen Hurts is falling down this list. I don't think he's up there in consideration anymore either.
Interesting.
Any other options?
T-Law's fallen off a cliff. Brian Baldinger would be really sad. He's not in consideration here either. Jared Goff just had a hell of a football game.
He did.
He really did.
And you're all about what's happening
Give me Jared
now.
Goff.
That was a bad decision.
I think Jared Goff put himself up in the conversation.
That was a stupid answer. That is incorrect. The correct answer is Tua. Did you not see what he just did without Tyreek Hill?
Yeah, Tua, I have argued for MVP before, but I'll be honest with you guys. I just had a massive brain fart and forgot Tua existed.
You named all these
And
quarterbacks.
Tua is the subject of my top 10 list today.
Oh, wow. Top 10 what?
Lefties of all time.
You know what?
Where is he?
You'll have to wait till
Oh,
420.
what a tease.
Theory. He didn't forget Tua. He was hoping not to expose any of that content right here and right
Makes
now
sense.
for the show.
Makes sense. I'm
That's
proud of
exactly
you.
right. You know me so well, Kevin.
Tua's number 5. Corey, if you get this, you win. Who is the number 6 quarterback on the list?
And then we never have to work the 5-hour shift.
Yes. God, let's hope not.
Unless the Rangers play like a 3 o'clock
Man,
game or a
dude,
3:30 game
that
or
is
something.
an envious position to be in during Ranger season. I'll go with Mahomes. He's not a bad quarterback. He just has bad receivers.
That is correct. Now, you guys did a great job. The rest of the top 10, Jalen Hurts 7, Matthew Stafford 8, Jared Goff 9, and the resurgent Justin Fields at number 10.
Fields at 10.
I love it.
Who is the worst quarterback?
Is Stafford really playing that well right now?
He has been.
Stafford's playing well right now.
He is? Okay.
Yeah, they're finally healthy again.
That arm last year was the big problem.
I'm rooting for Stafford at Detroit. First round of the playoffs.
Interesting.
Who's the worst I agree with you. Who's the worst quarterback in the land? By the way, Tommy DeVito, number 21 on this list.
Of course he is, because he can beat the Eagles, and that's what we're hoping on.
Zach Wilson.
Bryce Young.
Bryce Young is 30. Is Zach Wilson their starter?
Oh, no. It's
Simeon.
Trevor Simeon.
It's not that bad.
Is number 32. And
Dude, Mason Rudolph's starting,
Mason Rudolph is number 31.
Rudolph should be 32.
I feel like he's worse.
See Antonio Brown tweet out their Eskimo Bros?
What?
No.
Yeah.
He's in my brain filter. You know how you can filter things off social media? Antonio Brown is in my brain filter.
You guys want some fun?
Past it.
Just watch what he's doing there.
On the IG?
On Twitter. The X, formerly known as Twitter.
Do you think that Mason Rudolph got holiday bias, and that's why he moved up to 31 as opposed to 32?
I do.
Cosign?
Yeah, he did lead Santa's sleigh all the way. Why did you ask Wolchuk that question, though?
He can answer Christmas-based
I love
questions.
Christmas. I mean, I was borderline offended you put the animated Grinch movie over the original Grinch movie with Jim Carrey.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh!
Thank you.
That's a good point.
You know what? That's fine. We're going to even up the sides. Tag to me. The animated Grinch is definitely better than the Jim Carrey Grinch. Those are facts that you have to deal with.
No, it's not. Have you heard how difficult it was for Jim Carrey to just wear that costume every day? That was commitment.
I'm sure it was
challenging.
really difficult for him in that stage of life to be like, zippity bee bop, come
the makeup that went into
on!
that, it won a bleeping Oscar, Kevin.
Did he really?
Yes.
No, well, not for him.
Oh, okay.
They didn't say, and the best actor goes to
Jim Carrey for wearing all this
Grinch.
makeup.
I don't know. The
man,
whole set made me feel nauseous. It gave me anxiety.
And he turned bad because he had a tough time shaving.
Martha May,
Like,
low-key baddie.
that's too much for me.
Hold on, what'd you just say?
Martha May.
Yeah.
Merry Christmas, Mother May. Yeah.
Please don't ever do that again.
She is a hottie.
Well, guess what? He can do it all he wants because we got crosstalk coming up.
Crosstalk coming up next. Now, this movie conversation might explode as part of Crosstalk. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
If you're ready to make dangerous gutter cleaning a thing of the past, call Blue Nail Roofing and save 20% off seamless gutters and gutter protection.
This segment on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet is leading the way to finish the year #1 in America. They're racing hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. Shop them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
2nd and goal. Snap to Prescott. Looks left. Slant. Gallup. Touchdown. That was right now.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 Through the Fan. That was right now, not tomorrow. Is wanting to get some Cowboys positivity going. I have, maybe myself, not been super Cowboys positive since the humbling loss against the Bills. Somebody brought up a question on the fan text and Corey was really doing a good job of talking about, hey, every week is different, not just because of the opponent, but because of the fundamental game plan they'll bring to the table. Do you feel like Miami is capable of doing what Buffalo did to the Cowboys?
It will be difficult for them in the way that their offensive line is not as good as Buffalo's. They're struggling right now. They're down several starters. They're at a backup center. They're at a backup right tackle. Where what you will see with the Dolphins is the way that you will see formations that you don't normally see. You'll see tight ends, fullbacks, backs all in the backfield in like a pistol formation, and they'll run the ball out of that. You'll see a lot of movement. You'll see a lot of motion. You'll see a lot of down blocks. We talk about pin and pull. Every time I say pin and pull, people freak out because we first saw it against Arizona. You saw it at Buffalo last week a little bit, the way that they run the football. Dallas can win this game with their defensive line taking advantage of Miami's offensive line. It's that banged up right now. So to me, that's there as Dan Quinn is trying to scheme ways to stop the run, because he's light in certain areas or he doesn't have the personnel. Mike McDaniel's doing the same thing right now in Miami because his guys can't block toe-to-toe. He's got 2 quality backs, and you could throw the ball to him, but you will see motion, block on the edge. You'll see down blocks, pull blocks. You'll see all kinds of things because they can't physically just line up and just smash somebody off the ball.
Have y'all been surprised, or I have to admit, I might be amazed at the hodgepodge combinations of offensive line that they've had to put out at times.
It's crazy.
And still gotten the job done. Like, I know they smoke and mirror
They were terrified last week. It was the quickest that Tua had gotten rid of the ball all year. They were terrified with their offensive line having to block the Jets' front. And you could see it in the game.
Yeah.
And you have no Hill playing, but you got others. Waddle, they got a tight end, Smythe, that can catch the ball. The backs can catch the ball. But Tua, you could tell they wanted nothing to do with trying to pass protect in that game.
How often, and I don't know if you have a number percentage, when Tyreek Hill is in motion, does the ball land in his hands?
Oh, it's outside. It's everything to the outside. His balance in slot is almost 50-50. Where he kills you is outside right. That's where he makes the majority. The majority of his catches, the majority of his yards are outside right. So it's the motion that what kills you playing the Dolphins is their run after catch. 55% of their offense is run after catch. So to me, if they have to be concerned about Dallas's pass rush, but they also got to know, well, wait a minute, we're going to have to do some things to run the football. And I don't think their offensive line in the current state that it's in right now with the injuries they're dealing with is as good as what Dallas's is. And Dallas has got to take advantage of that if they can.
And the Bills mauled you, right? The Bills did line up and just absolutely bullied you up front, and we're getting that knockback. I mean, we saw that play with Damone Clark and Deion Dawkins taking about 10 yards down the field. So this is a little bit different. This is going to be, you got to trust your eyes, right? They're going to want to get you flowing one way and then come backside the other. So it'll be similar to when we were talking about playing the Rams and Sean McVay, and you saw what they were able to do back in 2018 when they eliminated you from the playoffs. So gap integrity, discipline, all that's going to be very important.
How are we feeling about Tyreek Hill? Because Mike McDaniel said, well, he didn't practice today.
That's a high ankle sprain, man. I mean, and you talk about his game is built all on speed.
For sure.
It's built on the explosiveness. You're asking, I mean, he probably wants to line up and play against Dallas. Everybody wants to line up and play against Dallas if they can. But that's the challenge. But you have to be very mindful of their situation. You play him in this game and all of a sudden, They've had some problems with the running back. A-Chain got, tried to come back after the game and got hurt again the next week. they have to be mindful of how they use their players in this game. If he can't go, obviously it's a huge break for the Cowboys. But I think you're going to see a very similar game plan to what they did against the Jets with offensively what they're going to try and do.
Flip that over to the other side. Can they play the same type of defense against the Cowboys?
I haven't looked at their defense yet.
Okay, you haven't gotten there
yet.
No,
we do the offense first, defense second. So tonight when I get home, I'll mix in some Dolphin tape and some college scouting tape.
Now, we had a conversation earlier. Got a little, it was very fun. Got a little heated. Do you have a favorite or least favorite Christmas movie?
You know me, I'm not a big movie guy.
I know.
I think I know Christmas movies. Come on. Christmas Vacation.
No, I really don't.
The Peanuts special?
Home Alone. Oh, yeah, actually.
The only one I've ever really seen is A Wonderful Life. Is that a Christmas movie?
Yeah, I counted it as
it comes
Christmas
on during
movie.
Thanksgiving.
I know.
I was so disappointed.
Yeah.
Because Christmas does not. You watch, what is it, a 3-hour movie? That's what it feels like.
Yeah.
And then Christmas is in the final 10 minutes.
It is a small part of it, but it is a key part. But you're right. I understand everyone who says that's not a Christmas movie.
It is, though. I mean, I always grew up
What are the ones?
being told it was.
What's the one with the Bruce Willis ones? Are those
Die Hard.
Are those Christmas movies?
Look,
yeah.
I also said Gremlins is a Christmas movie because it's set at Christmas. I think if your movie is set around Christmas, Batman Returns is another one. You want to count it as a Christmas movie? Knock yourself out.
Yeah, I'm. When anytime you ask me Christmas or movie, just say the word movie other than it's the movie The Jets versus the Dolphins. That's the movies I watch.
Okay, yeah. Now, you talked about The Grinch.
I love The Grinch. Jim Carrey's Grinch.
Is there one you hate? And you also have never seen the original Boris Karloff animated one?
The animated one, no. And we had a lot of texts like, well, the original one's animated. And you're so right. But no, I've never seen the OG original. And maybe I did as a kid, and I just don't remember.
35 minutes long. It's not that long.
But no, I never watched it. The first Grinch experience I had was when I went to the theaters with my mom, and we saw the Jim Carrey version of The Grinch.
Is there a movie that you really don't like that is a Christmas movie?
Ooh. I did have to watch.
Or what, Kevin?
Or a Hanukkah movie?
Or maybe you didn't like 8 Crazy Nights.
No, I did like 8 Crazy Nights. There's not a lot of the Hanukkah movies
Larry
out
Lochte.
There. Man, what is that one with, is it Kirk Cameron? DJ Tanner's brother?
Yeah.
That is a terrible movie. It was like a Hallmark movie. It came out. I had to watch. My sister's
Does everybody
like,
get to go
this.
to heaven except for him?
It was terrible.
That's a different.
Surviving Christmas or something like that.
Okay.
We did. So a couple of years ago, Adrian and I we said we're just going to watch all those terrible Hallmark movies because Amazon had them all, and so I was like, Christmas in Mississippi, let's watch it. Christmas on the Bayou, we're watching this one, and I realized all those scripts are the same. They are all exactly the same.
Oh, I can describe it for you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Right, here we go.
Describe it for you.
I think because I saw half of a Hallmark movie, I got the idea. It was pretty good. The one I saw was pretty good. But there's a man and a woman.
Uh-huh.
There's a good chance they're together in the big city.
Okay.
Now, she has to go back home, which is decidedly more rural area.
And he has to work.
Legally Blonde, isn't it?
He has to work.
Yes, and he has to work because he's busy.
Sweet Home Alabama.
Sweet Home Alabama. That's what I was thinking. Yeah, one of those.
That's a good movie.
Sweet Home Alabama is a mainstream Hallmark movie. Let's face it. And then
I got the wrong actress, I think, in that movie. Right?
Same actress, yeah.
You run into that one fella. He's probably working on the farm. He's helping his family out that you had
Wearing
a childhood crush or relationship with. And by God, if he's not still a salt of the earth human that you might want to spend more time with.
So
and
wholesome.
then eventually your boyfriend from the city shows back up.
He's a bad dude.
He is a bad dude.
Yeah.
He's thinking about work. He's not going to the city dance or anything like that. But yet
there you are at Winter Wonderland in the town square.
He's not there. Jim Bob Lumberjack is
Bob.
there. And you guys share a moment.
Yeah.
You don't go all the way with a kiss.
Right.
You definitely don't go all the way.
Maybe there's some mistletoe.
But there's
Probably.
there's some feelings, and eventually you pick that fella and probably decide to move down to that rustic area or become a princess or some such along those lines.
Yeah. Go back to the city.
Sound like
for a
you got
little
the
bit.
thing nailed.
You got it.
Every single one of them.
I was disappointed when I was sick that I watched half of a movie and then I fell asleep. But I was like, I feel pretty confident that she picked the country fella that was chopping. He was chopping wood when she showed up with her shirt off, and she was like, "Hello." So
She had her shirt off? What?
No,
That's what he said. I heard
the
it.
fella had his shirt off.
Oh.
This is still Hallmark.
I
We
would
gotta keep it tamped down. So what do you guys got? what do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure gold as always, Hagee. Thanks so much for asking. We got Baldy at 4, and then John Machota of The Athletic coming up at 5 o'clock.
All right. I'm looking forward to a quality edition of the G-Bag Nation. We've been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us. Tomorrow we'll be at Noah's in Frisco doing our extravaganza, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say goodnight, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
How are we feeling? How's our Cowboys optimism as it's a hump day here in the G-Bag Nation? A butt-naked Wednesday, as Lucius Alexander would say. Of course, we got LA Live coming up at 5:40. Zach Wolchuk alongside the number one source for Cowboys information, the great Brian Broaddus. We do have the headliner, Lucius Alexander, Carter Freeman, running your video on Twitch and on YouTube. It's a glorious day. We're on to Miami. We're putting Buffalo in the rear view. And I will say, Brian, when we were doing our post-game show, I put out a poll. Said, hey, Cowboys beating Miami on Sunday. Yeah. And that's the most emotional time as a Cowboy fan.
Yeah.
It was split. It was 50-50. And I wonder if it still is now, a couple days removed from the frustration of Buffalo.
Oh, I think there's folks out there that are trying to kind of figure some things out. They're worried about your run defense. They're worried if your offense can really travel on the road. They're worried about if your head coach is going to, cost you an opportunity to maybe get a turnover. There's a lot of things as a Cowboy fan you should be worried about right now, but your team is in the playoffs. It's another opportunity. Watching the Dolphins play on offense. At 2:40, I'm going to get into a lot of things that I think you could do to this team on their side of the offense. Their side. I think there's some things that this Cowboys defense can take advantage of, and I'm trusting that Dan Quinn and the staff are going to come up with a really good game plan to deal with a team that's pretty explosive on offense, but in some areas are a little troubling right now.
Certainly, and look, the reason for optimism, Cowboys don't lose back-to-back games under Mike McCarthy. They haven't done it this season. They didn't do it last season. They've gone 37 games without consecutive losses, a streak that goes back to late November of 2021, which is very impressive. I think we all do feel confident in Dan Quinn's ability to make adjustments. Now, I mean, we've talked, hey, yes, the personnel issues, they kind of are what they are. You lost your size at linebacker with the injuries to Van Der Esch and Overshown. But this is a different attack that you're going to be playing. We just talked about it during Cross. Like the offensive line of Miami, not quite the bullying mash unit that you just went up against Buffalo.
No.
They'll test you in a different way. And maybe that works out. I'm hoping, the hopium I'm using here is the Cowboys team speed might end up being a good matchup here against Miami.
I feel like, though, the way that the Dolphins are going to play you will be, in a way, I'm going to say this, I'm trying to figure out the exact way I want to say this, but I feel like that Miami, with their scheme, what they're going to try and do with their problems health-wise with their offensive line, I just don't think that they can bully you. Now, their running backs are really good. They are. They can, those guys can get it done.
Achane and Mostert?
Yes. Those guys can get it done. They absolutely can get it done. But what I'm trying to say is a lot of that, what happened in that Buffalo game, I think a lot of it had to do with scheme, but I also felt like it had a lot to do with the players up front. They did a good job of leaning on this Dallas Cowboys off defensive line. And I think that Miami, I don't think they have the ability to lean on you like Buffalo did. And I think the Cowboys can take advantage of that.
Yeah.
I think that the Cowboys, when this Miami offensive line they got several backups playing in this game. And when the Cowboys have had opportunities to play against backup, with their quality that they have on the defensive line, and they got embarrassed last week. They got absolutely embarrassed. This is the type of game that their ability, their strengths that they have, their movement can take advantage of what Miami's doing right now. Miami's going to try and pin and pull you. And Dallas has had trouble with pin and pulls, because Miami can't go toe-to-toe with you and just mash the ball at you. They didn't even try against the Jets. Everything was on the edge. Everything was the outside. Miami was terrified of the Jets' pass rush. Ball came out quick. I said it in the crosstalk.
And they'll probably use a similar game plan against the Cowboys, right? They're going to be terrified of that.
Same thing. They are worried. And Dallas's pass rush is better than what the Jets are throwing out there.
Sure.
So all of a sudden, you find ways to choke the thing with Tua's not going to move. He's not going to run. The last 2 weeks, you've played quarterbacks that have threat to run with the ball. You find ways to you take advantage of Liam, Eichenberg at center, who is dealing with a toe injury right now.
And he's not a natural center.
No,
he played tackle at Notre Dame.
He's a tackle. That's what he is. And he's playing center, and he's trying to get to the second level, and he can't get there. He can't get blocks. You take advantage of Kendall Lamb playing right tackle, because of Austin Jackson being banged up. That's the issues that Miami's trying to do with smoke and mirrors right now on the offensive line. Matter of fact, Eichenberg, he didn't even practice some last week. And they asked Mike McDaniel, well, who's going to play center? And he goes, I don't know. I don't know that right now. I can't tell you that right now. So there's a lot of question marks with this Miami Dolphin offense. And the Cowboys need to take advantage of that. Their defensive line needs to take advantage of the problems that the Dolphins are having right now with injuries.
And I know an 877-881-1053, of course, the truckwreck.com text line to join the conversation. We've talked a lot about the defense, and the defense against the run is certainly something we'll factor in here going into Miami and Detroit. But you and I broke this down in the postgame. Offensively, you got to put up points, and it seems as though, even though the Dolphins have a solid defense, they rank 5th overall in total defense, the magic number, it appears, is 20 points.
Yeah.
If you go back and you look at all of the losses Miami has, the team has scored over 20 points against them. They're 8-0 otherwise this season.
Well, here we go. I'm going to catch their defense tonight. But Xavier Howard not available. Sean Elliott not available. He was dealing with a concussion. Holland, the fine safety, dealing with a knee. They've got some guys that are banged up right now. Cam Smith is a backup corner. That's enough. I mean, they are just as banged up and hurt in that secondary. But their front, Bradley Chubb's playing really well for him.
Sure is.
From what I've seen, Christian Wilkins, another good player right there. But yeah, Miami's dealing with a lot right now, and you need to take advantage of Miami dealing with a lot. If you don't go in there and take advantage, then you deserve to lose, because you're up front. You're a better football team than their backups, and you have to go take that from them. You have to go put pressure on Tua. You have to choke the run. These are things that you're capable of doing, but instead of talking about it, you got to go do it. But here's an opportunity, big opportunity for them this week to get back into the winning ways.
Both teams have they can't beat another quality opponent going up against them.
Kind of mirrored teams.
Very much so.
Yeah.
Like the Jets have not been able to defeat any of the good teams that they've played. They've got the easiest strength of schedule from weeks 1 through 15. Now they're going to face the toughest to finish 2023. Mike McDaniel asked similar questions that McCarthy's been asked when it comes to facing that easy schedule narrative. And here's what Mike McDaniel had to say.
I instructed the players to anything other than concern yourself with the next opponent, which for us is the Dallas Cowboys, and any other narrative that has to do with good teams or playoff seeds or the next 3 games, all that stuff. I gave them the clearance to tell all members of the media to, with all due respect, F off. With all due respect. Because all we're focused on is the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah. And he's right about that.
You can't control the schedule.
No, you can't. You absolutely can't control the schedule. They're a good football team.
They are.
I'm not sitting here trying to blow smoke up everybody's rear about the Miami Dolphins, but they are banged up this time of year. And if you want to get to where you need to go, you have to go and take it from backup players. If they are compromised, you need to find ways to scheme or out physical or whatever you have to do to make sure that you walk out of Hard Rock Stadium with a victory. If they are going to be compromised in several positions, and you've been a reasonably healthy team yourself, getting positive news about Zach Martin, him playing this week. We'll see. Thought last week that Hooker was going to play, and then they had a little bit of just quite wasn't ready to play. So we'll see with Zach Martin. But they need to go and take their will from this Miami Dolphin football team. They need to go and beat them up like they got beat up the week before in Buffalo. If they're not capable of doing that, then we shouldn't be talking playoffs and all that and going to win and all. Now, you need to go find a way to win this football game. You didn't play well enough. You peed down your leg against Buffalo.
Yep.
Right this time of year, you can't be peeing down your leg. You got to find a way to go win games. I don't care if it's on the road, as Garrett would say, in the parking lot, on the moon, whatever. This time of year, you go find ways to win games. And this is a game that they need to go have, especially if Miami is going to be limited in a lot of their personnel.
And you got a gift from Seattle, where now all of a sudden, and the Eagles are struggling. They've lost 3 in a row. The 49ers at one point lost 3 in a row this year. You haven't, right? You have not been that team that's dropped multiple games consecutively. All of these contenders in the NFC, they've also had panic time among their fan base, right? Yeah, fan base is panicking right now. You can go ahead and get the good mojo going, and you have to. We talked about the desperate team theory. We know how important now it is for this team to play at home. Yeah. You've got a chance still to win the division.
You do.
And you blow that if you don't take care of your own business. No. We can look and say, Tommy DeVito, Tommy Cutlets, go beat the Eagles. Doesn't matter if you don't beat Miami.
Yeah.
You got to take care of what's in front of you right now.
I totally agree.
Dolphins 10-1 against opponents without a winning record, 0-3 against teams with a winning record. They've got a minus 16-point differential, plus 17.8. In games otherwise. So it'll be fun. We'll break all that down. 240 Krusty's Corner. We'll look at the Miami Dolphins offense, which will be a blast. I mean, they're certainly one of the more exciting offenses to watch, and it'll be a tough challenge defensively for the Cowboys. I know our buddy Carter Freeman last night was out in Frisco at the Frisco Bowl. I felt very old. I saw this, I think it was Barstool Sports tweeted it out, and I didn't realize it going into the game. But you had Chad Pennington's son starting for Marshall, and then you had Josh McCown's son, redshirt freshman Owen McCown, starting for UTSA. If I felt old, Brian, I mean, I know you've had this happen where you're scouting kids' sons.
I've scouted.
It's a weird feeling.
Scouted all their dads. What are we doing? Scouted all their dads too. Yeah, that's when you get this time of year. You always, when you go and you look at the players that you're. The funny one was right off the jump was Marvin Harrison Jr. Just right, okay, and then you remember how great his dad was at Syracuse way back in the day. And now his kids, his kid's a special player as well. But yeah, it's nice to see these. It's nice to see these guys have opportunities to play. And I'm sure that their parents. I remember, Bo Nix. I remember his dad. Playing against his dad at LSU, and yeah, I mean, heck, Drake May played against his dad at North Carolina. Mm-hmm.
Well, now Jeremiah Trotter's son's coming out. You were part of drafting him in Philly.
I drafted Jeremiah Trotter. Now, I'd kill for Jeremiah Trotter right now for the Dallas Cowboys at linebacker. Just how tough he is, though, and that inside the way. You talk about stopping the run. Oof, that guy will stop the run. But it's what we're at right now.
Yeah.
Time. What they say, Father Time undefeated right now.
Yep.
It just kind of keeps marching on. It's good to see these kids get an opportunity in college football.
Well, shout out to UTSA. They rallied from a 14-0 deficit. They beat Marshall 35-17 in the Frisco Bowl. Yeah,
really,
absolutely.
Really nice program.
They were 1 win away in their first year there in the AAC from playing SMU for the conference championship game. So really good season from the Roadrunners. And we'll look forward to more bowl games at 5:20 today. We'll do a little college football hangover. We got a lot of good quotes coming from coaches in the Big 12 previewing Texas and Washington as we're getting closer and closer to that. We look forward to that. Now we got a Mavs game night tonight. Can they snap the Clippers' 9-game win streak at the American Airlines Center? It's going to be tough. They're shorthanded yet again. It's going to be Luka trying to drag everybody. No Kyrie, no Lively, no Maxey. Josh Green we know is out. So you got a hot Clippers unit coming in. And Luka usually does play well against the Clippers.
He plays well against the Clippers. So we got John Snow at point guard tonight.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah,
he's
I had someone send me that meme, the John Snow.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, because they were talking.
Battle of the Bastards.
I told a guy. I said, listen, hey, don't agree with me because for the next 2 hours you're going to be fighting people on this platform, and then and that's the meme he the Jon Snow with the
it really
the
is.
sword.
I mean, it was a good reference you made,
Yeah.
minus the zip code deal with the Nuggets
I'm
situation.
saying Carter kind of hung me out on that one.
Well,
by
it was
the way.
funny. I mean, I think it was love. Like we were laughing with you, not at you. in
No,
that
he
situation.
hung me out there.
Carter's giving you the heart.
Yeah, and then Lucius was hanging me out too because he was kind of getting on me like, yeah, bro, you thought that was an area code?
Well,
what's up with you?
I mean,
what's up, you old man?
We were all secretly kind of laughing. No, I was not the PA guy at the Frisco Bowl last night from the 314.
Was
not me.
Was there a PA guy sounding like you last night?
Maybe. I don't know. It could have been. But it was not me. Maybe it was Carter. Maybe Carter was the PA guy last night, but it was not me. All right. It is a historic day. On this day 15 years ago, the Cowboys played their final game in Irving, Texas at the classic Texas Stadium.
Cold, rainy day. Wasn't it a cold, rainy night? Wasn't
it was.
Yeah.
It was very rainy. It was very cold.
Yeah.
I remember it. And we'll go through memory lane, shall we? What's your favorite Texas Stadium memory? And then we'll get into the G-Bag of the Day at 2:30. That's next.
Brewery, 2023 Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
According to Cameron Wolf, national NFL reporter for NFL Network, the entire Dolphins starting offensive line is not at practice today. So Micah Parsons and company, get ready. We're going to need you.
These are the times. These are the times. If you get a situation where somebody is not at their fullest or their best and you get to be competitive against them, don't feel sorry for them. Go and take it from them. You know, you're a better defensive line, a better front seven than what you showed last week against Buffalo.
Yep.
Go play like it. Go attack this. If they're playing with a bunch of backup dudes, by all means, take advantage of that. You know, you go out there and let Miami with a backup offensive line say that's the case, and they bully you like they did against Buffalo, and you don't deserve anything. You really don't. This league, like I say, you can't be losing games this time of year, especially when you're trying to get somewhere. You know, and Mike McCarthy, you, the staff, the players, you need to play a whole hell of a lot better than you played last week against Buffalo.
Let them know, B.
No, that was not good enough.
No, it was not.
That was not good enough. Offensively, it wasn't good enough, and defensively, it wasn't good enough, and coaches, it wasn't good enough. It really wasn't.
Also not spotted at practice, Tyreek Hill, Xavier Howard.
And he's dealing with that high ankle sprain.
Both running backs, Raheem Mostert and Devon Achane. Now I think
that's rest for those.
That probably
guys.
is.
Yeah.
It's a Wednesday. We don't have the official injury report out. I think we'll have a lot of Cowboys that also didn't practice today.
Yeah.
Javon Holland, their safety, did practice.
He did practice.
Elliott, they're in the final stages of the concussion protocol, and they both did practice.
Okay, I thought
they wore the red jerseys.
Holland,
so
I thought Holland was a knee, or is Howard the knee? One of them.
Holland's a knee. Yeah, and Elliott was in the concussion protocol.
Concussion guy, right?
So those two guys were back and seen in practice. 15 years ago today, Cowboys played their last game at Texas Stadium. Result not how we wanted it, of course. They lost to the Ravens. Back-to-back long touchdown runs. Now, when Willis McGahee and I think it was their fullback McClain had like 80-yard touchdown runs. I was there for that one. But what are your?
They lost the opener too, right? At the next stadium.
Yeah, the Giants.
Yes, they lost.
Yeah, sure did.
That's when Eli Manning signed the locker.
Signed the locker. Yeah.
But I loved Texas Stadium. I mean, grew up there, was spoiled. You know, my grandparents had season tickets, so I got to go to a couple of games every year. I mean, it's where I grew my love for the Cowboys, and then I paid for my own season tickets the final year there in 2008 at Texas Stadium. But what are your favorite Texas Stadium memories? 877-881-1053. I know you were there since it opened.
Yeah, I was. My family had season tickets from 72 till 92, and then my father gave the tickets up when I went to work in Green Bay. My dad's like, I'm not going to give Jerry Jones money to beat you. And it didn't matter. We were 0-7 anyway against him. So, Dad, you might as well just kept the seats. I'll tell you a fun thing I used to do when we came to town for Green Bay. I would go up and see the people that were sitting in the seats. I'd go to our seats, and I would like, before the game, I would like talk to the folks about, I was when I was a Cowboy fan.
That's
and
awesome.
And they were like, it was always cool. It never seemed like that it was people. It was never the same people. We were playing there like every year, it felt like. But it was funny. It was always different people. And I was always expecting like, I'm going to run into the same. Because like, say, for 20 some odd years, I didn't miss a game. I mean, I sat there, and through just some tremendous teams. Cowboy record with 20 straight consecutive winning seasons that, under Tom Landry. I mean, I never remember this team playing bad football. It just was every weekend you knew going to that game that you were going to win a football game. You were going to win. At that, you were like, man, Washington ain't beating us today. Rams ain't beating us today. Vikings ain't beating us today.
It's amazing.
Yeah, but it was fun, man. It was fun growing up at that stadium. The parking lot, they used to have what's called the blue lot. That's like the premier parking.
Yep.
So we'd park in the blue lot, and we'd have tailgate. My family owned a restaurant, so we'd have, I'd have just tons of barbecue. Well, we weren't cooking out there. We'd just go get the barbecue and bring it out there and set up tables. This time of year, we had a Christmas tree with no ornaments, and we just put the empty beer cans on it. So by the end of the day, the tree had completely beer can ornaments on the whole thing. So that was something. Then we would just leave the tree.
Amazing.
Yeah, but we had fun.
A lot of people texting in the high school football playoffs that were out there.
They had some legendary ones, didn't they?
Plano, South Lake, I went to in
Highland
05. Certainly, people were texting that South Lake Carroll Euless Trinity game with 40,000 plus people in the stands in 2006. The Plano game in 2007 when we lost Euless Trinity in double overtime. That was a heartbreaker. That was our year to win state there. But there
did they have a lot of those Polynesian Tongan players?
Oh yeah. Well, they would do the haka pregame. I think they still do.
Terrifying.
Absolutely. I mean, we had 3 straight years we played them.
Yeah.
By the second year, our head coach got smart. Maybe it was actually the third year, and he just left our team in the locker room.
Not to see
we didn't even. Yeah. They did the haka, and then we ran out.
Yeah.
It's like, you know what? We're not messing with this. You guys do your thing.
I remember broadcasting with Coppell football. Ted Emmerich and I were doing the games, and Teddy was telling me about it. He goes, "You ever seen Trinity play?" And I'm like, yeah, but it was so long ago. He goes, "Okay." So then they come out and they do all that. And I'm like, gosh, I wouldn't want to play against these guys. They were massive.
Big dudes,
but those
man. And they ran the football
linemen
so well.
Those offensive linemen, they're like Winnebagos. Those big buses stacked next to each other when they were lined up.
No kidding.
They were huge.
Being in person for the Marion Barber 2-yard NFL history run against New England. I think 2 of the games that stand out to me that I got to go to, they played. I was at the Monday night game where they benched Bledsoe and Romo came out in 2006. Or maybe they was I think it was 2006. And then they also the Colts came in undefeated with Peyton Manning. Cowboys beat them. I think they were 13-0. Ended them their first loss. That was awesome. And there was a great game against the Chiefs. I want to say it was one of the years with like Larry Johnson, and they were really, really good. Dan Campbell caught the game-winning touchdown in that game. That one stood out to me as a great memory. I think it was 2002 Thanksgiving. It was Emmett's last Thanksgiving game as a Cowboy. Roy Williams. It was similar to that play he had at Oklahoma against Texas.
Where he jumped over the pile.
Jumps over ended up, I think it was a touchdown play. Yeah. He ends up, we beat Washington there. That was also the first time I ever got to meet Brad Sham and Babe Laufenberg. I got to go up in the booth there and watch him call a couple of plays.
My favorite Cowboy memory there, and there's been a lot of them, but was Roger Staubach's winning touchdown pass against Washington in his last home game at Texas Stadium in 1979. That was man, because there were a lot of games where those games against Washington were just back and forth the whole, and like stopping John Riggins on third down. I mean, it's incredible moments of games that you would just remember that were like the pillars of the National Football League when it played at that stadium.
There was something special about it.
I went to a Pro Bowl there one time.
What?
They had a Pro Bowl there.
There was a Pro Bowl there?
Yeah, I want to say.
I never knew that.
Yeah, 73, I want to say. They played the Pro Bowl there, 73, 74.
It's incredible.
Yep.
Definitely a stadium that means a lot to a lot of people. I mean, tons of people talking, hey, I got to play there in high school. My son scored a peewee touchdown there in a flag football game. Yeah, the crown at the center of the stadium, no doubt. Got to watch the Cowboys lose to Adrian Peterson and the Vikings in 2007. The T.O. getting hit at midfield when he was with the 49ers. Yeah. So many legendary moments there. But let's turn things over to Lucius Alexander in the Pimp Cup for today's G-Bag of the Day.
Yes, sir. Lots of moments. Lots of great moments. Little League. Played some Little League in that joint before.
Oh, really?
Yep. I remember going to games with my mom. I definitely remember Herschel Walker playing for the Vikings.
Yes.
Yeah. That situation. What else? Okay, high school football, of course. Played 2 games, South Grand Prairie, on that joint.
SGP?
Yeah. Was flirting with my now wife.
Nice.
Yeah, but I was flirting heavy then.
They've had concerts. They've had concerts at that place too.
Michael Jackson was there.
Yeah.
Metallica 04. We got a text in about that.
Yeah.
And then there used to be this thing in the parking lot, like a little flea market every Saturday. Yeah, my mom was out there every Saturday, so was I. All right, G-Bag the Day. We do it every day on the Fan at 2:30. You see anything floating out there on social media. You see it on TV. You hear it during the game. You might hear it on another station. It better be good. It better be good. I might play it. We might play it. Lucius Alexander, Lucky Lucius P on social media. Go to Twitter, G-Bag Nation. Follow us all. Our winner right here, Cowboys Radio Network, Brad Sham, Babe Laufenberg. Home team announcer clearly going for the home team right here.
Empty gun for Josh Allen on 3rd down and 8. Snap is back. Little pressure. He runs out to his right. Oh, get him. Yeah. Sam Williams broke through and got him, and then Allen just was able to dump it off.
Get him, boss.
Are they ruling a sack or an incompletion?
Should be incompletion. Yeah, he got it out.
Yeah. But Sam Williams was sudden there, wasn't he?
He's running the spy there. So he was not rushing. Sam Williams is just going to mirror Josh Allen, and when Josh Allen breaks a pocket, Then Sam Williams goes and gets him. And that's exactly what happens.
Punch
I
it,
think
bro.
I heard myself cheering on that play.
Hey, Babe got a hell of a punch right there.
He
bro.
does.
You heard that joint
He
twice?
He did.
Yeah.
Punched him. I did the second one.
Oh, that was you doing the second
one? Yeah.
Okay. Oh, watch out for B then.
Yeah, I was Brock. I'll tell you what though, Babe kind of brings it back. Like, but we play TD Tuesday.
Yeah.
There's the color commentary guy.
I love it.
They're always and
Yes.
I'm okay with that.
And it gets
totally
more and more
okay
towards
with
the
it.
end of the season.
Yeah.
These games mean a lot.
They
They
mean
gotta
so
win it for
much.
the playoffs.
Yeah.
You can tell
Yeah.
they're not
I
holding
love that.
back.
I love
totally
that.
into
Yes,
that.
Yeah. Keep my Homer radio Homer, bro.
Yeah.
I'm listening to this for a reason. Let's see. All right, let's go to It Is What It Is podcast sports show. That is with Cameron and Mace, the rappers. Now sports analysts. They have OJ Simpson on there. I should have played this on a Toxic Tuesday. Dang. Yeah. OJ basically patted Mace on the head after a sports take. Like, oh, that's a good sports take, son. Good for you.
I mean, I know Cam agreed with me last week that there's no more talented team in the NFL than the 49ers.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I would just say when you look at the Cardinals, football is simple. You're not going to win if all you get is one touchdown and the other quarterback get 4. It's just math, science.
You have a firm grasp on the obvious, buddy.
That's what I'm supposed to do.
I don't know why he sounds like that.
It's just math.
It's just math.
It's just math. Whoever wins.
He usually though, Lucius, when you play those clips from there, he's usually getting OJ, right? Though
He is.
He's usually taking OJ out.
OJ's
right?
been waiting for a little clap.
Yeah, I think he's been waiting. I think he's been waiting for that one.
Well, I got him that time, didn't I?
You agreed with me.
Oh, Mace. I took a stab at it, didn't I?
Whoa.
This is not a news blooper right here, but check this out, fellas. And Tolos, I'm talking to you. Yeah, be careful out there. Hold up.
Good.
I'll be all soapy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's hot in there in the shower. I'm listening to this.
I'm making my own video.
What's going on here?
Yeah, most of this music I play is from my shower journey.
Who are you trying to influence here?
I'm just saying. All right. This is not a news blooper, but let's check out CBS 11 right here. Shout out to this man that posted this for us here in the DFW. Being a fan of the Jets, it's gotta be tough. Listen to this guy's journey.
This New Jersey man told police he drank too much because the New York Jets, quote, suck. Officers say 57-year-old Christopher Grayshock rear-ended another vehicle about 5:15 p.m. Sunday. Coincidentally, that was about an hour after the Jets lost 41-10 to the Buffalo Bills. Police say they found an open bottle of whiskey and suspected marijuana in his car. He was charged with a DWI and assault by auto. Matt Urish for CBS 11 News.
Matt Urish, CBS 11 News.
Gosh.
That's good.
Have you ever got to that point?
Yeah.
Where you sat down and you just drank?
I just don't drive.
I know.
Just stay away from the damn car, but it's not going to be good.
I mean, have you ever sat there, Lucius, with an open bottle and just pondered life?
It just got bad.
It's just that bad?
Yeah.
Is it really that bad?
Yeah.
Now look, after that post game we had with the 49ers last year in the playoffs.
Boy, I tell you what, you needed a bottle.
I opened the bottle. Yeah. I did.
Man, I should have started drinking a lot earlier in life.
I just never sat there with a bottle by myself.
It's not a good feeling. You start to contemplate, what am I doing here? But
Wow.
You got to suppress the feeling somehow.
Yeah.
Unless it just stays with you forever.
Jeez.
Like when the Magics and Penny Hardaway lost that championship to
Yeah.
the Houston Rockets. I'll never forget that. Ruined little Lucius this summer. And it's still with me to this day.
Really? It bothers you that much?
I should have been drinking.
wake up in a hot sweat in the middle of the night. Damn it!
Yep. Should have took Grandpa's cough medicine with me. All right, let's go to Stephen A. Smith. Somebody asked him a question about how to wipe. This was on his show, How to Wipe.
Josh Medro writes, Stephen A., what is the correct way to wipe yourself, standing or sitting? Needing to know. That is a nasty-ass question. You're a nasty, desperate-ass individual. You're a human being. What you asking me a question about how to wipe your ass for? What's wrong with you? First of all, you should be sitting, because stuff might drip on you. That's number one. Number two, it's just a nasty question to ask a grown-up person. You have no couth, no class, okay? Knowing you, you're probably on yourself. You need to get your act together for asking some dumbass question like that. Don't ever sit up there and tweet me again. A matter of fact, make sure y'all take his name down and ban him from tweeting this show, because he's an idiot, a new fool. That's just disgusting.
But he answered the question.
Exactly. He goes on a big ring. You're a disgusting human being.
Because you might
You have
get it
no
on
couth.
you. Yeah.
But sitting down. Might drip on yourself.
Yeah. Oh,
That was hilarious.
that was
Yeah,
good.
that's cool.
Man, that
cool.
was good.
That's cool.
We might circle back with Restroom Revelations at 6:20.
Ooh.
In honor of that one. What do you think, Lucius? Time
You
to
do
vote?
go back though, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you don't go
You have
forward
to.
and live.
No,
And say
what
it's
are we doing?
crazy.
Come on.
So there's no other way. What is he talking about?
That's What's he talking about?
All right, let's go ahead and vote. Is it Brad Sham's homer call, O.J. Simpson's clapback, the Jets fan drinking too much because the Jets suck, or is it Stephen A. Smith on how to wipe? Where are we going with it, Lucius?
It is what it is. Sports show.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I'll tell you, I like that one a lot. I'm going to go with Stephen A. Smith.
I think I'm going to go with Stephen A. too. He's done it. A vote 2-1. Stephen A. Smith on how to wipe your G-Bag of the Day champion. Not usually a champ here in the G-Bag Nation, but
not usually.
That was pretty clever there from Stephen A. All right, it's time for Krusty's Corner. Brian, where are we going?
Yeah, let's talk about this Miami Dolphin offense. I think there's some things the Cowboys can do to it. We'll talk about that next.
Coming up Thursday morning on Shawne and Bobby, Babe Laufenberg and Patrick Walker preview the Dolphins.
Classic Chevrolet is leading the way to finish the year #1 in America. They're racing hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. Shop them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads. Relax and enjoy the difference.
Thank you, Lucius. Shout out to the 682 being open and vulnerable. Made a complete ass of myself the night the Rangers won it all. Drank a full bottle and posted myself crying all over social media. I don't remember anything about it. Sometimes it happens. And that was in excitement. That wasn't even in sadness.
Yeah.
But we have moments like
we've celebrated things. I just didn't know if people sat there with a bottle and sadness.
That's the only time I've done it.
I
started thinking, like, am I ever going to see this team win a Super Bowl? And I still have that fear and concern.
Oh, with the Cowboys?
Yeah. But,
Yeah.
Maybe.
It's tough.
Maybe one day.
This part's tough. You never know. Might get on a little run here.
That's all you need, right? Just get hot at the right time. Speaking of that,
all right.
Always hot at the right time. It's time for King of the Crusties, Krusty's Corner. Take it away, Brian Brown.
Thank you very much there, Wooly Bully. Appreciate you. Okay, it's Miami Dolphins offense. We've kind of talked about some of the problems they've had in the offensive line. I think that's the focal point right now for me. That's the way I think you take advantage of them. But I'll talk about the other spots as well. You're going to see multiple formations. You're going to see formations from this group that you never thought you would see in a football game. You think you're probably watching 1928 football with some of the alignment that they do with their backs and their tight end and their fullback and their, they get in some really unique formations in order to run the football. And they like to take advantage of you with their movement, their motion. I mentioned the pin and pull stuff. That's something that seems to give the Cowboys a little problems. But they pin and pull because right now they just don't have the ability to go toe-to-toe with you and knock you off the ball like a lot of offensive lines do. They're terrified of that, so they're going to have to create ways to get guys in position where they can angle block, down block, get on the edge, half-man block. When I talk about half-man block, not take a guy completely down the middle, just brush block them. Just because the ball gets outside, you got quickness in these backs. Just brush block somebody, and then boom, the ball's around the corner on you right there. It does have a 49ers vibe to it with how they use all their personnel. And when I mean use all their personnel, they use all their personnel. There's guys on this team that have roles, like you talked about, the fullbacks, the tight ends, the receivers, the line, extra guys, extra offensive line. They have all kinds. If you dress for the Dolphins offensively, they are going to find a way to use you in the game plan. So you're going to see a ton of what we call pistol. If you're a fan of college football, you'll understand pistol. Yeah, pistol too. But that's going to be where the fullback, or the halfback or running back is going to be lined up directly behind the quarterback. That's a pistol formation right there. Ton of movement from it. Ton of movement from the tight ends. They try and create blocking angles for their offensive linemen. We talked about that. Pull, trap. They'll use receivers on the edge to help in the running game. In the previous game, like I said, I feel like they worried about the Jets' pass rush a lot. Ball was out of Tua's hands, the quickest it's been all season. Study those metrics. I'm not just making that up. That's the truth. They use screens and they use quick games to combat pass rush. So if they feel like that you're going to come after them, you got to get ready for the screens. You got to get ready for the tight end screens, the running back screens. They've got backs that can catch the football.
Yeah,
that is big for their offense. They had a big shot in this game against the Jets. Went to Waddle. Was a touchdown down the left side that was off play action. So they're going to try and show you a little run and then throw the ball deep off that. The receivers' alignments when you're watching the Cowboys and how they're going to line up against you, you're going to get what we call 3-by-1. That's a bunch to one side, one wide receiver to the other. You're going to get 2-by-2, 2 and 2, exactly what it is. And you're going to get 3-by-2. And that's out of their empty formation. So what they want to do is they want to try and spread you out and take advantage of it. They mainly like to put 2 to 3 receivers on one side of the field and operate from that. Their most productive group is 3-by-1.
Okay.
It's their most productive group. And that's usually when Tyreek Hill is in that part of the 3. He's one of the 3 that's in there. They've had 5 touchdowns off their 3-by-1 formational look. That's their most productive. Their quarterback is playing at a high level right now. Tua, I think, is playing at a very high level. He's been healthy throughout the season. I think that's been a big, big help for him, and they've benefited from his health. He is one of these guys that's got complete command of what's required of him. He doesn't try and do He really doesn't try and do too much. I think his best trait is his accuracy. I think that he could pick you apart with his accuracy in this way when they have to throw the football. He throws a really catchable ball. And, he can hit targets on the move. 54% of their offense is based off run after catch, rack. So, those yards that they get, man, it is impressive what they're able to and how they're able to get the ball to the receivers and let them go on the move.
So is it more downfield or is it like screen,
underneath,
short underneath? Okay, so tackling a premium.
Where he is at his absolute best. Where he's at his absolute best is at the line of scrimmage or just a little bit beyond the line of scrimmage. That's where he's absolute best at throwing the ball. There are some issues in that 10 plus to 20 plus range of him throwing the football. That's been a little bit of a weakness. He hasn't completed the passes in that area like he does underneath and then at the line of scrimmage. So if you get guys around him, you can get him to the ground. He's not going to run away from you. Need to keep an eye on this too, by the way. 6 of his interceptions this season have been outside the left hash.
Oh, okay.
So left hash, he's a left-handed quarterback. 6 interceptions left hash. That's going to be going at Bland in this game. Or if in fact they travel, but it's to his left that he's thrown the most interceptions to. So talk about the running backs here real quick with Mostert and then A-Chain, and the way that they play. There's the 2 hard-nosed guys. They're tough running guys. A-Chain is a guy that, to me, when you look at him, he's a track guy, and it's nothing stereotypical about him being a track guy. He is as tough a runner as it comes. He's explosive. He hasn't been healthy. That's the problem right now. We'll see how healthy he really is in this football game. But they really do lean on their backs to try and make plays for him in these games.
And they've been A-Chan's been a chunk player for him. Over 7 yards a carry.
No question.
Speed, but you're right. He can go in between the tackles.
Yeah, he can run. He's got some toughness to him. All right, we mentioned the offensive line. And I think the Dolphins coaching staff is doing the very best they can to mask the issues they're currently having right now. There are a lot of moving parts with this group, and Zach told you practice report. Their offensive line didn't even practice, basically. They've lost Connor Williams for the season. Robert Hunt, their guard, is dealing with a hamstring. Austin Jackson, the tackle, has an oblique problem. Liam Eichenberg has filled in for Williams. He's dealing with a toe injury. Robert Jones has been in for Hunt, and Kendall Lamb has been in for Jackson. It's clear that the coaching staff is really concerned with all the injuries and with the guys that they had to play. You watch on tape, you can tell by the way he's calling plays. So they get the ball out to his hands in a hurry. They have to be scared of Dallas in what they can do as a pass rush. So when they tried to attack the Jets straight ahead, it just didn't work as well as when they went wide with their angle blocks and stuff. So they probably feel the same way. They saw what Buffalo was able to do with the perimeter game. I have a feeling you're going to see the same thing. You have to be good on the edge. Linebackers have to play downhill. You got to fill when you have the opportunity. You can't have soft corners when you're playing these guys that way. So this is the way that Dallas likes to twist their front in passing situations. This will present a problem for the players they're currently playing with right now. Tua isn't all that mobile, and getting bodies around him will cause issues. So the Dallas Cowboys, if they can rush the passer and they can get their twist game going, it's a hard. This Miami Dolphin offensive line, the way it's currently configured, has a hard time picking up those twist stunts right there.
We don't know about Tyreek Hill yet. I was wondering while you were watching their offense and all the speed they have, because we've talked, as good as Gilly's been, Stephon Gilmore, he can't run like he used to.
No.
Could the speed be a problem against some of these receivers?
Yeah, Tyreek Hill is one of the most dynamic weapons in the NFL. We all understand that. He does put fear in the hearts of defensive backs across the league because how he eats up your cushion. He's explosive. He's got speed. He could destroy you the way he plays. I'm curious with his ankle injury, though, how much speed is he going to be having in these games? I mean, it's hard keeping up with him on the move. He's an elite player with the ball in his hands. He'll line up inside, outside. The majority of his yards come on the right side. So that would be over on, if you just play it straight up, that's the Gilmore side. He's amassed 672 yards playing on the right side. He's split 50-50 playing in slot. But the majority of his snaps where he's productive is on the outside right. is where he's and they like to put him in the bunch formations to keep him from being doubled. So it's hard to double him because of his speed. He'll just run through things. Jalen Waddle is excellent on the move as well. This guy will stop his momentum and come back for the football. He'll attack the ball with his hands. He's not phased in traffic or defenders coming at him. He's that type of player, super competitive in those 50-50 situations. So you have to be ready for both those guys. Braxton Berrios and Cedric Wilson have been kind of both playing in the slot. They both have had okay production, nothing big like their wide receivers. So this is going to be a game where you have to get after their offensive line if, in fact, that they're going with 3 backups playing in it.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Krusty's Corner every day at 2:40 tomorrow. We'll circle back. We'll look at that Dolphins defense as we get you set for Cowboys Dolphins here on 105.3 The Fan, your home of Dallas Cowboys football. Let's do some NFL news of the day. Who's George Kittle's MVP? We got injury updates on some of the quarterbacks around the league and the one-play drive. That's next.
Welcoming new listeners to our clubhouse. Security.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour number two of the G-Bag Nation is we got weird fingers going on. We had a 3, we had a 1, we had a 2, we're back to 2.
Why'd I put 4 fingers up?
I don't know, because it's fourth quarter. Fourth quarter style here. So we're about to get in the NFL news of the day on the G-Bag Nation. We do have 1 hour from now, Brian Baldinger, Baldy's Breakdowns, coming on with us to talk some football. We got the McCarthy presser at 3:30. We'll do Around the Rim, get you set for some Mavs Clippers action later tonight. Zach Wolchuk alongside Brian Broaddus, Lucius Alexander, Carter Freeman, and you are Turn It On, Leave It On listeners. How the hell are you doing? 877-881-1053. Appreciate you rocking with us. If it's your first time, welcome. We love you. Home of your World Series champion Texas Rangers and your Dallas Cowboys. Leading Pro Bowl vote getters right now. Cowboys have a couple at their position. And CeeDee Lamb is one, along with Tyreek Hill, who you're going to be playing against at wide receiver. Raheem Mostert for the Dolphins. Tua for the Dolphins. Also leading vote getters as well. Cowboys do have, of course, Micah Parsons listed on there. Deron Bland listed on there. How about Brandon Butter Aubrey as your kicker?
Tell you what, it's a good list.
And Zach Martin. Can't forget about Zach, who's going to join us tomorrow at 5.
And by the way, hearing positive things about Zach. Positive things. So hopefully he will be available for you on Sunday. We'll see. Always nervous about that nowadays, Kind of get the word that maybe guys are okay.
It'll scare you once.
It'll scare you once or twice. Yeah,
you got last week.
Yeah, because you kind of felt like that maybe Hooker was going to be in the game and he wasn't. So, but we'll see with Zach. But it sounded like things were going in the right direction.
Are we feeling better about Malik for this week? Because they're probably going to need him to deal with some of the speed.
I would say, another getting off this last week probably helped him quite a bit.
Did see this from Tom Pelissero. 2024 Pro Bowl games are going to include dodgeball, tug of war, and Madden head-to-head competitions. Micah Parsons is going to be in on the Madden head-to-head competitions.
Kind of hoping that Micah Parsons is not at the Pro Bowl, though.
It'd be nice if he was skipping that game, getting ready for a more important one in Las Vegas.
I was kind of hoping all our guys would not be involved in tug of war.
Absolutely.
I like them all except for the dodgeball.
You don't like the dodgeball?
I like the dodgeball. I like tug of war. Sounds like a football thing. Strength.
Let me ask you this, Lucius. Were you bad in dodgeball?
And dodge a wrench and dodge a ball.
I was all right.
Were you?
Yeah. I like to sound little balls when they hit somebody. Boom.
Did you play with the red rubber ball?
Yeah.
Yes.
Boom. They bounce everywhere. They're ridiculous.
That thing was a concussion waiting to happen.
Yep.
You nailed someone in the head.
You hit somebody in the head. That was, and it was like, oh, get up. Get up. It
can be a problem.
I just thought maybe, Lucius, that you don't like the dodgeball because you were having bad flashbacks.
No, not yet, man.
That you weren't.
No, not yet.
I mean, I was.
I think it's just too goofy for NFL players to be playing dodgeball, in my opinion. That's just me.
It was a little weak.
I say that respectfully.
I kind of feel like that maybe we shouldn't do any of this stuff.
Just get rid of the Pro Bowl? Or just do the 7-on-7 flag game?
No, I feel like that you should just get named to the Pro Bowl and that's it.
They don't race anymore?
No, I don't.
I don't think the race is part of what they're doing here. At least what they came out with
today. Like sprints instead of dodgeball.
Yeah, the sprints are good. Like the fastest man, strongest man.
Okay, this would be fun. How about if they kind of divided up the really fast guys and had a 4x4 relay?
Ooh, that'd be a blast. I love that idea. Yes.
How many times have we watched track and field and it comes down to the 440 relay and like the stadium is just buzzing?
That would be awesome.
Like it's Jamaica in lane 3, the U.S. in lane 2, and it's just one of those.
Okay,
that thing buzzes.
I'm in on this. They do have the precision passing. That's going to be back. 10 total targets.
Is that where they put the powder on the ball and they try and hit the dummy? Yeah.
And then kick-tack-toe sounds pretty fun. Each team's kicker is going to compete in a giant tic-tac-toe competition to showcase their skills. First kicker to complete a connecting line of 3 squares or hit 5 total targets is declared the winner. So that's probably going to be our guy Brandon Aubrey, unless of course Cowboys are in the Super Bowl, which we're all hoping for.
I just kind of feel like that I'm against all the games. I just name them the Pro Bowl.
Trusty as hell, Brian.
Humbug.
Well, really, Lucius,
where's your holiday cheer?
Yeah, come on, fam. We got to put this on TV somehow. We got to get these ratings in, buddy.
Well, but okay, what was worse, the games, the actual them playing the game, or this tug of war thing that we're doing? So
when I first fell in love with the Pro Bowl, they had games like this, though, but they weren't goofy games.
No.
They were things that you would do track and field wise. field day type of games, maybe.
There was a show called Superstars. It used to be like this is back in the 70s and the 80s, and it was a television broadcast. But like you had actual pro football players. Like there were 10 events, and you had to compete like in 8 of them. But you got points for how you competed. So you would have like hockey dude.
Okay.
Like hockey dude would be swimming against basketball dude, and so it was kind of but it used to be called Superstars. It was a kind of a TV made for bit, but it was all.
They need to run that back.
It was. They had racing.
I think that'd be better because what they're doing right now, I don't watch it. I mean, I'll watch the highlights. I think it was on where we were doing the show last year. Some of these events, they didn't even have it all at the same time. But a lot of people texting are just not interested in the Pro Bowl.
I broke down the Pro Bowl one time on a film. I watched the Pro Bowl because
was that when they were actually tackling?
J.J. Watt was playing against Tyron Smith. Oh, and I was curious of how hard because J.J. Watt has a history of going full speed all the time.
Sure.
So I was wondering how many plays would it before he would piss Tyron Smith off to where Tyron Smith would start trying to wear him out. And I think it was 2 plays. And then Tyron Smith said, all right, that's it. You're not going to embarrass me today.
Shout out to Sean Taylor. Best play in Pro Bowl history.
He just destroyed that kicker.
He certainly did. A lot of people, that's like the Pro Bowl memory for many people. I think after that is when they decided, you know what, we're not going to actually play anymore. It's ridiculous. Eagles Pro Bowl guard Landon Dickerson is undergoing thumb surgery. He's not going to go on IR. But that's a big injury for the offensive line of the Eagles.
Yeah.
We've talked to Mike McDaniel. We played that audio of him talking about telling the media, hey, just politely go F yourself when you're talking about who we've played in our easy schedule. Hard Knocks is going to be fun. I know, Lucius, you've been talking about this. It's been really entertaining.
I love it, man. They brought the feeling back. They restored the feeling.
I'm pumped. And we're going to get the Cowboys week. That'll be coming up here next week, which I'm excited for. But they showed a clip of the Jets game. Mike McDaniel in his bag just knew by the defense he was getting this was going to be a one-play drive.
I'm really visualizing a one-play drive here. I'm having a tough time not visualizing a one-play drive here. We get kick coverage. Waddle's going to have a one-play drive here. Yeah. Here it comes.
Ready, team. Dolphins begin at their own 40. Going deep. Going deep. Right there. What a perfect pass play. And the touchdown to Jalen Waddle. 60 yards and a touchdown.
Take a look at this route. Inside, nope, and he gets him. Oop. That was a big arm throw right there.
Talk to me. They're having fun there in Miami, and I'm worried a little bit about Mike McDaniel dialing up some of that mad scientist type stuff. Right?
That's weed. That's weed. Yeah. I'll tell you what's funny. I've been watching the film with them, and I always stop on the sidelines. You see the pants he wears during the games? It's
joggers.
We were talking about that a few weeks ago.
Okay, and they're cuffed, but they're like he pulls them up above his calf.
Yeah.
He pulls them up like they're baseball pants.
Yeah. They're joggers, man. They come with a little drawstring at the bottom of mine here or right here.
Oh, you got it?
Yeah, mine are pulled down, though. I can't pull mine up, but, I don't want to show up these big, sexy calves.
Okay.
You got to pay for that.
You know what I'm saying?
Mike's got non-sexy calves, and he wears his.
He's fired at McDaniel.
He's a brilliant coach.
He really is.
But he pulls his.
It's our guy.
He pulls his jogger pants up to where he's like he's highlighting his shoes.
Yeah. He is flossy with the shoes on the sideline. He is flossy.
He keeps his tags on his shoes.
Yeah.
Well, there was the story. I think it was Debo who used to play for him with San Francisco before he got the head coaching job, and he was talking with Kay Adams about how he wears shoes that are 2 sizes too big. So maybe he's returning them. That's why he keeps the tag.
I know one was like off-whites, and they come with the tag. That's kind of the vibe of it.
He said he has to. He was talking to somebody. The owner of somebody. Where was he? Might have been Woody Johnson.
Oh, with the Jets.
Like Woody Johnson has this huge Jets diamond necklace that he wears. I don't know if a player, maybe Sauce gave it or something.
Yeah,
but
that makes sense. If it's
Sauce. Mike was kind of like thinking, like, man, how do I get one of those? And then Woody asked him about his shoes. And like, why do you keep the tags? And he goes, no, you got to keep the tags on them. So I didn't know if that's a truth.
It's like when you keep the label on the hat. I don't know.
He must be in the resale game.
Yeah,
you think so?
Career after coaching.
He's got some
It's a
immaculate
terrible joke.
shoes.
I'm sorry, man.
Yeah, he's got some immaculate looking shoes.
Hey, you got to keep your options open there.
Hey, come on, bro.
And he's trying to do that.
You know what's funny though about that job he has? Like the all-time winningest coach in NFL history, coach for the Miami Dolphins. He will never be the all-time winningest coach of the Miami Dolphins.
No, it's going to be tough. You don't think he can be there for like 30 years?
That's what I'm saying.
And go ahead and try and get to Shula's record?
30 years. But the all-time, Don Shula holds that record. There's no way. Whoever ever coaches at Miami will never be the all-time winningest coach at Miami.
Brock Purdy has overtaken Dak Prescott for MVP favorite.
Oh, no.
However, George Kittle was talking with our friend Jory Epstein, who does a fantastic job with Yahoo Sports, and Jory was talking with George Kittle about who should indeed be the MVP of the NFL.
I've got to ask you, for the first time this year, I'll be voting for MVP, and by January 8th, 3 p.m. Eastern, I have to rank them. So I've got 5 votes, but only one person can be my first place MVP vote. Who should I vote for?
I'd vote for Christian. Your defense has to completely change to cover guys like Tyreek and Christian McCaffrey. Everything has to change. Your game plan can't be the same game plan because you have to account for guys who every time they touch the ball could be a 70-yard touchdown. The amount of times that Christian or Tyreek has just carried the team and put them on his back and scored touchdowns and won games. And like, it's a team sport, don't get me wrong, but like every time Christian touched the ball, our whole offense is like, all right, well, he's going to get 10 to 20 to 50 yards. And it's just when you have a guy that inspires your teammates like that to play at a high level, how is that not the most valuable player? If you want a best quarterback award, make a best quarterback award. But let's keep the MVP for the most valuable player, which, hey, you got Brock, you got Christian McCaffrey, you got Tyreek.
Tom Brady also saying he believes Christian McCaffrey should be MVP on the Let's Go podcast that he does with Jim Gray. They actually had McCaffrey on. We can get to some of that audio here in a second, but I would probably go with McCaffrey over Brock Purdy as well. We've seen Purdy when they went on that 3-game losing streak, and he doesn't have all of his weapons. He's down an offensive lineman, and the turnovers that he had, I get that's always going to go pretty much to the quarterback that has the best team, but then we need to reevaluate the MVP. That's not necessarily the most valuable player. That's just the quarterback on the best team.
Let me circle back to if, Dallas gets to play San Francisco again, you get to break down all that Christian McCaffrey tape, which is always very good. I'll tell you what, that guy at Miami, that wide receiver special.
Tyreek Hill should also be in consideration.
I'll tell you what, in my commentary, the most dynamic weapon in the NFL today. And Christian McCaffrey, dynamic weapon too. But man, you could see the fear. You see fear when you watch Hill, when he starts to move, and what happens to what happens to the defense when he starts to move. There's full-on panic on the back end of having to like, oh no, here we go. Okay, we got to make sure we get this adjustment and all that. So, Christian McCaffrey would be a very deserving one. But you look at if Tyreek Hill somehow, and maybe the injuries won't allow him to get over 2,000 yards, but man, he is a special player.
He is. No question. And 817, the Heisman's become the same. It's a joke. I mean, it is a lot of the time. They're going to go to the quarterback. Now, this year, I think they did give it to the most deserving quarterback in Jaden Daniels, even though his team wasn't in the playoff. They did get it right. But, yeah, I mean, maybe we should just make a separate award and give it to the quarterback if you want to, because it seems like no other positions have a chance to win MVP anymore.
Yeah, that's I'll say this about Daniels at LSU. That was a 9-win team, and he was the biggest reason why they won 9 games. So if you want, and usually we give it to the team that has the perfect record and is into the playoff. But man, I'm so glad, and I think it's fortunate though for him a little bit that the West Coast split votes on with the Washington quarterbacks Penix and then Nix. I think voters split.
That's a great point.
Split, and it helped. It actually helped Jaden Daniels win that award.
And I was wondering if maybe CMC would get some votes that takes it away from Brock Purdy. As of now, the odds say probably not. But CMC talking about doing the little things and how that really rallies a team. And I thought this was great from CMC that a lot of the fans, maybe we don't take the time to appreciate on with Jim Gray and Tom Brady.
And when you turn the tape on the next day, you can tell who loves you. And it's the biggest, it's the biggest example of love when somebody's doing something unselfish for you and asking for nothing in return. And that happens all over the football field all the time on these good teams. And, I've been on the good ones, I've been on bad ones, and that's the difference, and those plays, like you said, that are celebrated in the meeting room, you become an outcast if you don't do that. If you're not one of those guys that's, trying to even just following the ball in case something happens, you're ready to pick a fumble up, hustling in and out of the huddle. It's those little things that just, to me, make it fun because it's contagious.
And that's when, you watch the All-22, you get an appreciation for that stuff. Like Tyler Biadasz trailing and falling on fumbles to save drives. Michael Gallup, we've talked about his willingness as a blocker. Is he having success at wide receiver? No. The production's not there. But the receivers are getting into the blocking game. That's what makes San Francisco so good, and that's when the Cowboys have had success offensively. That's carried over to them as well.
No, you're absolutely right about that. If they were putting helmet stickers on Cowboys helmets, Michael Gallup would have more helmet stickers for blocking than he would probably receiving. He's been very unselfish on the outside. Christian McCaffrey, you watch the San Francisco 49er film, when they get a screen, every one of their stars are blocking. Whoever has the ball, the other stars are blocking for that guy. It would Juszczyk, Kittle, Samuel, they all block for each other on the out. Trent, they all get out there and block. And I'm sure that they have, when they watch the film all together, that they have there's a lot of joy of those blocks and stuff getting pointed out, how guys unselfishly do their jobs on a weekly basis for them to win games.
We'll get more NFL talk coming up a little bit later on.
Hey, we were talking about the Pro Bowl and with other events and stuff they should have. Yeah. Man on the fan text said, Fat Man relays.
Ooh, I'm in Fat Man.
Big Man relays would be on fire, bro.
Okay, I like this. How about every other in the 440 has to be a fat guy? Okay. So you're
so you got two big boys and two fast people.
Yeah, exactly.
You're maniacal, man.
Yeah, you got two big dudes, two fast dudes.
Yeah.
And you got to determine when you're going to put. And say this.
Let's do some squatting too.
How about this? How about the big dude has to be the anchor? One of the big dudes has to be the anchor.
The finish amazing.
Yes,
I am in on this, boys. We are trying to create our own Pro Bowl games. This is great. All right, let's talk some hoops around the rim. Kyrie wishing he got drafted by the Mavs, and how about the return of Ja? Let's go hooping next.
G-Bag's Brian Broaddus setting records with his Love of the Star podcast. 1.2 million and growing.
EDJRTexas.com and drive a little further to save a lot more at Southwest Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram.
This segment of the Fan is brought to you by Revolver Brewing. Yeah.
Dallas football fans, listen up. Gridiron by Revolver Brewing is available at Dallas Football Stadium now. Gridiron is 5.5% ABV and is a delicious blonde beer with lemon and lime peel. Must be 21 plus. Enjoy responsibly. Visit revolverbrewing.com to learn more.
Mike McCarthy pressure coming up here in just a few minutes, but what a night it was in the association. The return of Ja, Steph Curry getting it done, and tonight we got Clippers and Mavs. Mavs looking to snap a 9-game winning streak for the Clippers, and we got some Mavs audio for you as well. So let's go ahead and do it, shall we? Let's turn the lights off, put the kids to bed for an afternoon nap, and let's go all the way around the rim.
Let it rain! Rain dance!
A rain dance! 9 seconds remaining in his season debut for Shawne Merriman. Fighting fatigue carries the team back from a 24-point deficit. They tie it up against the Pelicans. And what's he do? Drives to the lane, just lays in a buzzer beater.
And he kept receipts.
Yes, he did.
He sure did.
Yes, he did. Woo! Absolutely beautiful. Shawne Merriman, what he did last night after the game, saying, quote, he told me, F no, you get the ball. So at that point, I pretty much just had to lock in and go deliver. And I did. He sure did. I mean, he is beautiful to watch play the game of basketball. I know a lot of people have their own feelings about the off-the-court stuff and certainly why he was suspended, and hopefully he's learned from that 25-game suspension. But it's good to have him back in the association, man.
It's fun when you watch the NBA, and there's certain guys that you'll settle in. Maybe if your team's not playing on a nightly basis, and the NBA to me is a lot of fun just because every team has, it seems like, one or two stars. Whether you watch Minnesota with Edwards and these young talented players, but those last 4 minutes of a game, last 2 minutes of a game, it's that clutch time, crunch time, whatever. These guys, it's like all of a sudden something clicks on, and they're like, okay, we're the best athletes in the world. We got the most talent, and now it turns into that battle.
It's like what Reg always says, ISO.
Yeah,
just step back and watch me work.
It's crazy. That the NBA is fun to watch, and especially when you have your star players playing at a very, very high level. Curry knocking down a shot.
And they're saying, hey, could that be the jump start to turn around the Warriors season with Steph's magical high arcing three-pointer?
We're all waiting for that one right there to happen, but. Man, Boston had been playing really well.
Best team in the league.
Best team in the league, as you would say. And for Curry, those guys to get that win, that did kind of get him, at least for one night, get him in the right direction.
Absolutely. Shout out to THJ. He is now the family leader in three-pointers as he passed his Hall of Fame father for most threes made by a Hardaway. That's pretty cool there. THJ was talking to CBS Sports. He said, quote, it just reflects back to the times when we're in the backyard with all his friends. Me as a kid in middle school, high school, we're playing horse, shooting threes off the glass, shooting trick shots all the time, me beating him a couple times. I mean it. Just goes back to all those childhood type of memories. I know Pops, who's a friend of the station, been on with KMC many times, and I mean, that's pretty cool. I mean, the legendary career that his dad had, and now Tim Hardaway Jr., who's really been brilliant for the first quarter of the Maverick season, ends up now holding that edge over his dad.
Well, we talked about it in the first couple segments of the show today, how the older you get, the more you see like dad play and now son play. And I have a feeling though with, it's only going to get better throughout, and good for him to have the memories of that.
Yeah.
It must have been fun. I know dad probably was gone a lot, but, to have a dad or a mom that was a professional athlete, and kind of follow in their footsteps and have success, that's got to be something that you cherish, because you grow up. Now, he probably grew up in a great situation where they probably didn't have a bad basketball court out back. He probably had a pretty good hoop to shoot at and a lot of advantage, probably had some pretty good gear. But to have that
with the newest balls,
like I'm saying, it wasn't like he was in French Lick, Indiana, like on the dirt.
No, but that's awesome. Can you imagine those one-on-one games?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, in the driveway. Yeah,
that is epic.
Yeah,
It really is. Iron sharpens iron, right?
There you go.
Rachel Nichols on her show Headliners had on both Kyrie and Luka. And we'd heard Kyrie, after he re-signed with the Mavs, wish that he had been drafted by Dallas, and he's really enjoying his time here. And we can't wait to get him back on the floor. It seems like he's out of the walking boot. He's been ruled out for tonight's game against the Clippers, the AAC. But Kyrie talking with Rachel Nichols about what he said there and wishing he had been drafted by the Mavericks.
You have even said that you wish you were drafted here.
I did. I just think in my heart in 2011, me getting drafted as a young person, needing a lot of mentorship, needing a lot of nurturing, I can look back on it now and reflect and have 20/20 vision on it and say, okay, I needed these things. I could have used this. But I mean, in present day, I'm just grateful that I'm here and I'm able to really identify the things that one would need to be successful at the highest level. All I care about is winning. That's what I've cared about since I've come into this league. So I knew that if I gave myself a chance to be around people that knew more than me, that were smarter than me in certain instances, and I can learn from, then I could be the best version of myself. So being here in Dallas affords that, and their long history of players and all that good stuff.
Would have been amazing to watch him and Dirk.
Yeah. Might
Holy
not have had Luka.
Maybe not. Kyrie might have been too good. I've developed such a new appreciation for Kyrie. And honestly, I mean, we'll see how this all plays out. But to this point, I was dead wrong about the. I was very pessimistic about the move when it happened because of Kyrie's history with teams. But so far, it's been fantastic here in Dallas with him.
Yeah, it's amazing when you have a support system that can help the players. And the thing with the Mavericks, though, they went through a bad time there. With the front office stuff, and then also though with their office in general. That with Mark Cuban and others, that's an awful situation. But the one thing that they've always talked about is they do take care of their players, and obviously they've put Kyrie in a really, really good spot because he's had some very troubled times in the places he's been before. So that's good for him to be able to reflect and kind of get to the right place where he needs to be, and good for the Mavs to create an environment for their players where they feel like their players can play at a high level and continue to grow.
And I think he's helped Luka mature as well. I mean, the question was, can Luka play off ball? And I think he's taken some pressure off of Luka to a sense.
I think to be honest with you guys, I feel like Luka made the determination himself. I think Luka got tired of people calling him fat, out of shape, don't care. All he cares about is offensive number. I think Luka took that very personally, and I'm glad for him because you always worry when a superstar player, who is going to be the one that walks up to him or her and tells them, you can be better than this.
Sure.
You are not doing everything in your power to be the best player you can be. And you worry about that because nobody wants to piss off the star player. Nobody wants to be that guy or gal. So I think that Luka, Kyrie, there are a lot of, is it taking off pressure? Sure. But I think there's things for Luka that he heard. Players always say, I know we block out all the noise. That's such BS. Players hear everything that we say to the point where if they could walk up to you right now and punch you in the face, they probably would because of some of the things that I've said. But I'm happy for Luka that he is playing at such a high level. And a lot of it has to do with his conditioning.
Absolutely. Yeah. And you can tell on the floor. I mean, what he's had
playing
to do now
40
without
minutes a
Kyrie,
night.
it's unreal.
Yeah.
And he's still giving effort defensively.
He still is trying, and his guys around him probably aren't the most talented, players. They're trying too, and it's been ugly sometimes. But to be where they're at right now, I think you'd have to be pretty happy.
Luka, speaking of him, he's now got a 3-week-old baby girl, #girl dads.
That'll do something to you.
Also, his fiance, whom he's known since he was 11 years old. That's crazy. The two of them basically childhood sweethearts. But that relationship, talking with Rachel Nichols and how maybe that kind of keeps him grounded a little bit.
You also got engaged in possibly the most romantic spot ever, if you look at the proposal pictures.
I'm a romantic guy.
Are you?
Guy.
No. I mean, you've known your girlfriend since you guys were kids.
Yeah.
How does that relationship help you deal with all of the pressures that are on you being an NBA player and frankly carrying the responsibility of your country all the time also?
Yeah, a lot. I met her in Croatia, in the same camping I go now. So I met her now when we were 11, I don't know, something like that.
Yeah.
So I'm really happy to have her. It's been great. And she helps me a lot, It's a lot of pressure outside. When I get to home, it's no basketball talk.
Yeah?
So, yeah, she don't like basketball.
She doesn't like basketball?
But she goes to every game.
I was going to say, she spends a lot of time at the arena.
Yeah, I mean, she likes it now, but she didn't
Yeah.
like it, which is good for me. I really like that.
Luka. Pretty cool there. And a beautiful story between the two of them, joking about being a romantic. But let's turn things over to the Star in Frisco. Brought to you by Ford, your Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. Here's Coach McCarthy.
Schematically, and I think they do a great job of playing to their skill set of their players. But yes, I mean their ability to attack the C gap and do the things that they do, explosive both in the run and the pass. But yeah, that's obviously our main focus.
Defensively, is it not giving them free release, or do you have to play off? I mean, how do you mix it up, or?
Well, I mean, you got a lot of shifts and motions and reduced splits and things like that. So it's not that simple, So I think the biggest thing is like anything, whether we're putting together an offensive run plan or a defensive, plan, or on either side of the ball, you start with stopping the run and running the ball and then work to your protections. So, and that's definitely the case here. They're very dynamic.
Mike Todd with ESPN. How much do you go back and look at the game in, I think it was 20 or 21 against Denver with Fangio and what they did against
There'll be a point. I mean, it came up in conversation. It was more for the matchups. He went to more man-to-man that day than prior to the game. So, so I mean, he's in a different place, different players. So, I mean, yeah, so there's not, I mean, I think it's like anything. It'll be in the game review, but it was not part of the cut-ups.
John Machado with The Athletic. Do you have any update on Jonathan Hankins at all?
Doing better. He'd be hard-pressed to go this week, but yeah, he's doing better.
And then what about Zach Martin and Lee Coder?
They're both in the Wednesday group, so they won't do much today.
Calvin.
You talk about the run defense. Obviously, having reviewed the film and sleeping on it, how did Mozzie look in that first start and everything?
Yeah, I think like anything, the run defense, I think there's definitely plays he can learn from, as far as pad level, but I thought he did a good job fighting to get, stay in his gap, fit in his gap. I mean, I think just like anything, it starts with, attacking the line of scrimmage, staying square, getting your gap, and then obviously the tackling was probably our biggest issue in our run defense.
Was that like a learning experience for him? Like,
It's a great experience. Well, just start with the snaps, I mean, to play that much, it was a great experience for him.
Scott.
Skylar Dixon with BAP. More specifically on Tyreek Hill, beyond the obvious of speed, what do you think makes him a good receiver?
Well, I mean, forget about the speed. I mean, he's dynamic, in what they do with him. I mean, he's able to play inside, outside, goes in the backfield. I mean, that's the things I always look for with playmakers. I mean, you can line him up anywhere, and he's just so dangerous with the ball in his hand because he can score from anywhere. And, he's as far as playing him one-on-one and all those the types of things or decisions you got to make, but he's an extremely dynamic player.
Nick.
Nick Harris, DallasCowboys.com. Being able to limit the rushing attack around Raheem Mostert and Devon Achane, what's kind of the pre-diagnosis of that so far?
What's the first part of the question?
Being able to limit the rushing attack, Raheem Mostert and Devon Achane going into this week.
Well, I mean, they're gonna run the ball. I mean, so I think like anything, you gotta, there's how you set your plan, and I think their ability to. I don't think I'm just trying to think back through the years of a team that gets the ball on the edge as much as they do. I think their ability to attack the C gap and wider is extensive. So that'll be the starting point. But both guys can really haul it.
Our video team, they're doing a project on the equipment guys that you have around the facility. Mike McCord and those guys, what do they contribute to this team on a week-to-week basis?
I mean, they're so important in everything we do. I mean, I think number one is people. They're just they're staples of our organization. I think they represent our organization exactly how you'd want them to. Very professional. Obviously, their experience speaks for themselves. I think they're both 120 years old. I think they've been there since they're. I mean, these guys have been around forever. I mean, I know Mike's 40. Bucky's grew up in it. But the thing I really like about them most is I think it's really cool when you look at their staff. They got a bunch of young guys, and they're very good mentors to those guys. I do appreciate that. But it's just like anything; they have excellent relationship with our players, and they're very good at what they do.
Michael Gelkin, Dallas Morning News. The Dolphins are the subject of Hard Knocks, but it seems like they do a pretty good job. NFL Films does of not giving too much insight in terms of their football operations. Have you guys watched it and been able to glean anything of it?
No, we just read your articles. No. So I mean, we have people watch it, obviously, but I haven't gotten anything out of it yet. So is that what you're looking for?
Sure. Yeah.
Was that it?
I think so.
For now.
All right.
Garrett. I thought you meant like exit left.
I have to do one more. Sorry. I did one more.
Oh, he's got one more. Michael does have.
Sorry. How does the Dolphins' use of motion apply stress on a defense? Is it similar to?
I think like anything, because you do so much of it. I just think like the basics. When you get in there, you start looking at offense. It's just like anything. You want to put things in families, buckets, or how you want to explain that. And as far as when there's so much of it, you really don't get to see the final formation. Whether it's a 2x2 or 3x1. So it's because it's all about challenging the rules of the defense. And that's the mission. Clearly, when you see the way they play, and I think the other part of it is challenging the vision and the discipline of the defenders, also to gain leverage points, because like I said earlier, I think they do an extremely like I said, I don't recall seeing so many C gap or wider runs in the production that they get out of the runs. So it's all those things.
Garrett Podell, CBS Sports. Mike, your offense is the number 2 scoring offense in the league. The Dolphins are number 1. How does going up against the best offense in the league, how does that change your approach, if at all, to play calling, game management, things like that, knowing how potent they are?
Well, I think the biggest thing is we got to maximize our effort, and that's against a coordinator I have a lot of respect for. He's done it for a long time, and I think if you watch their earlier games of the year, and then now I think they're playing significantly at a much higher level of defense than they were the first half of the season. So that's really where my focus is on. But and I get the statistical. That's a great question. We looked at our starts, their starts, all those things. That's all part of the Monday routine with the analytics and so forth. But yeah, a fast start would definitely be very helpful for us this week.
Yes.
Jessica Harris, PFN. Coach, can you talk about TJ Bass and the advantage he has when veteran rest days do come up, that he builds that continuity within the line?
Oh, yeah. I just think it's twofold. I think the way we've, repped the veterans this year with the Wednesday work also helps our younger players, and TJ is definitely the benefit of that. So, I mean, the fact that, Tyron and Zach have been available, each week is so that's obviously a plan that's working, but it really gives us the opportunity to develop the young players, and so it's a win-win.
Mike, on Zach, he's been on this plan here the last couple of weeks as well as what Tyron's on. Is this week harder to know if he has enough because he's dealing with the quad as opposed to other weeks?
Well, I think the process too. I mean, with Britt, and I think you guys have seen the work. I mean, that's the hurdle you have to clear to get back out there anyway. So I think it works hand in hand.
All righty. Thank you, Mike.
Mike McCarthy's presser there live at the Star in Frisco. We will recap that. Some updates on Zach Martin, Malik Hooker, and more. And then let's get into a little hodgepodge before we get Baldy at 4 next year on The Fan.
We will gladly be your side piece on your burner phone.
It's totally changed my life.
All leaving us. It just feels like a family through the radio.
Your DFW life is busy, so we have you covered with breaking sports news, analysis you won't hear anywhere else, and lots of laughs as you hang with us all day long.
It's just like hanging with the guys. It's like talking to your buddies. Don't take yourselves too seriously.
Download the free Odyssey app and listen wherever you go. That's AUDACY to turn it on and leave it on 105.3 The Fan.
Tolos, it's been a heck of a Rangers ride, and the celebration will continue at Globe Life Field for the World Series edition of the Rangers 2024 Awards Dinner presented by Coca-Cola. It's Friday evening, January 26. Awards will be given out to Corey Seager, Josh Young, Leody Taveras, Nathaniel Lowe, Dane Dunning, and Gold Gloves presented to Lowe, Jonah Hyman, and Adolis Garcia. You can be a part of this special evening by purchasing a table or an individual ticket at Rangers.com/awards dinner.
Classic Chevrolet is leading the way to finish the year #1 in America. They're racing hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. Shop them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. 5 new roads. Relax and enjoy the difference, y'all.
Thank you, LA. Just a few minutes away from Brian Baldinger joining us here in the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We got the top 10 coming up at 4:20 as well. Segment brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car, truck, and wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-817-333-3333. Man, interesting stuff there from McCarthy. I did think it was funny when he made a joke about watching Hard Knocks, but they do have people that are watching it, which was an interesting point of note. But I think what we really cared about was the injury news. And you did an excellent job of giving us the report on Zach Martin with his quad. McCarthy also giving us info on Malik Hooker.
Yeah.
They're working with the rehab group. Don't expect to do much today. In regards to Jonathan Hankins and his ankle, he's doing better, but is hard-pressed to go this week.
Yeah, that was going to be a couple of weeks right now. It's a high ankle sprain and a big man that's dealing with that. So, we'll see the positivity with Hooker and then with Martin, and hopefully those two will be available. But again, I would expect another week for Hankins, and and Mike mentioned about C-gap runs.
Mm-hmm.
That's your pin and pull. That's your stuff. That's the Miami Dolphins not wanting to take you on inside. They would much rather attack the edges and try and find a way to. And they've got very talented ball carriers, but they do not feel like that they could block you just straight up and make this work. So. Get ready for a lot of movement. Get ready for tight ends on the edge. Get ready for Cedric Wilson blocking. This is going to be about the Cowboys. How aware are you? And Tank Lawrence is one of the best when they realize that, okay, I'm about to get cracked here from a tight formation, and able to fight across blocks like that and get up the field. That's what's going to be the key, is how fast can you get across the line of scrimmage to disrupt the pullers and then also potentially bring the ball carriers down for tackles for loss.
Miami, an interesting move. We had heard Ndamukong Suh in a flirtation there with the Eagles a few weeks ago. He's still out there and available. The Dolphins actually hosted him today on a free agent visit. Former Miami Dolphin has played there before, so they're looking into maybe adding some help to their defensive line. I think it's so late in the week, he wouldn't play versus the Cowboys.
No. And I can hear Cowboy fans right now just screaming as they heard you say that.
Mm-hmm.
And, that's where the Cowboys have struggled. It's been on the edge. Now, Carolina had some inside runs, but it was more like B gap runs, B to C gap runs than it was like A gap runs. So to me, Ndamukong Suh, I get it, folks. You're thinking run defense, you're thinking big body. You need to be better on the edges. You need to be better you need to be better when it comes to Dorrance Armstrong, even Micah Parsons. Tank is a good edge run player. And matter of fact, he made a couple of plays from one side to the other to get over there. So you have to be better at the point of attack. And Ndamukong Suh is not going to now. Could he give you push? Could he control some things? People are saying, well, if you hold up blocks, these linebackers have got to play with more instinct. Clark, Bell, those guys. Yeah, Bell's not a true linebacker. But the thing that made Sean Lee great, the thing that made Dat Wynn great, the thing that made Dexter Coakley great is they played with anticipation. They played with quickness. They read. They knew when they were a tight wing formation, the ball was going to go right there. They anticipated where the run's going to be. That's where the Cowboy line. You could, if you don't have anticipation, it doesn't matter if blocks hold up in front. If they're holding guys up, you've got to be able to anticipate where the ball is going to be.
So right.
And go. That's the biggest issue right now. You got linebackers that just don't play through the gaps. How many times have we seen Sean Lee, Leighton Vander Esch, Dat Wynn?
That's where they miss LV right now.
Any one of those guys, Leroy Jordan, Chuck Howley, they played with anticipation, played downhill, went through the gaps, made tackles behind the line of scrimmage. Sean Lee knew in certain formations you were going to get a run this way. That's when you have really good linebacker play. It's not about your defensive tackle. It's holding up blocks. It's about having anticipation and awareness to go make the tackle.
Amen. Well said. Let's carry over that conversation with Brian Baldinger, of course, our partner with Odyssey, Baldy's Breakdown. So he'll join us next, coming up on The Fan.
Always a welcome sign for this clubhouse. Featuring breaking sports news, inside info, opinion. studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
About to catch up with our buddy Brian Baldinger at Baldy NFL on the Twitter, or X, formerly known as Twitter, as we go into hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation. Zach Wolchuk, Brian Broaddus, Lucius Alexander. We got Carter Freeman running your video, Gavin Dawson and Eric Chiafalo on assignment, family duty for the holidays. We will have your top 10 coming up on the other side, but right now we're joined by Odyssey NFL insider Brian Baldinger, host of the Odyssey original podcast, In the Huddle, with Jason Lockenfora and Carl Dukes, covering the entire NFL. Baldy, how are you on this hump day?
I'm doing just fine, guys. Good to be with you. Thanks.
Well, we certainly are not as great as we were in Cowboy land after that game against Buffalo. What stood out to you when you went back and watched that tape?
Well, I mean, when you run for 266 yards and, 49 times, and you can't stop the same tackle trap over and over, counter trap over and over again. I mean, they ran the same play left and right, and they just repeated it, and they couldn't stop it. And that's disturbing because, at a certain point you see a trend, you see what they're doing. Here comes Deion Dawkins, and you can't stop it. And they're basically forecasting and telling you we're going to come, and you can't stop it. That's disappointing. That's the thing that jumped out at me most.
Baldy, are the Cowboys, the way that they're currently constructed with the linebackers being, they play so much dime, and the way that Dan plays those guys in that, are they pretty much who they are, having to play run defense? I don't see any Leighton Vander Esch's or Sean Lee's come walking through that door to save this defense when it comes to the linebacker play. Is there something that you feel like that they could do differently? Just something schematically, something change that you would maybe see there or suggest that they could do?
Yeah, well, I mean, I've been saying it for weeks now that if you want to play Marquise Bell, at the dime linebacker position with Damone Clark, that's fine. But you get them out of it by running it like Buffalo did.
Right.
And so, I mean, you go to a 5-man defensive line. The Eagles did that last year when teams were running on them. You could put Micah as an off-the-ball inside linebacker and have a bigger guy there instead of Marquise Bell. And at least on first down, second down, would help that, Jonathan Hankins wasn't there. I'm not, saying it was Mauzy Smith's fault, from being in there. But, Hankins makes a difference in there. But, yeah, I mean, there's some things. You go to 5-man line, you put Micah off the ball inside. He certainly can handle that. He's got his instincts about him. Sometimes they're good. Sometimes he takes himself out of a play. But, I mean, you can get bigger inside, and that's the first thing. Or just put a bigger line up front and saying, we're not going to let you run on first down, and we're going to make you, we're going to stop it and make you throw it.
Baldy, I'm kind of going to the point that the Cowboys' offense is their best run defense. The fact that when Dallas is scoring 35, 40 points, nobody runs the ball on them. Is it that simple of a fix? And what did you see from? It looked like to me a lot of clog and cover from the Bills of making Dak have to go through a lot of blue jerseys to get the ball out there.
Well, it didn't help that they lost Zach early in the game, and he's just an elite player. There's going to be a drop off. Buffalo is no matter who they play, Miami, they're not getting the ball over their heads.
Right.
Their safeties are playing back. They might, invite you to run the ball more than you'd like to, more than a team that has thrown it as well as Dallas has. But that's basically what they're telling you. I mean, Micah Hyde, Jordan Poyer, like whoever's back there, that's sort of their philosophy. You're not going to beat us over the top. CD's not going to run a double move and go deep, and Dalton Schultz or Jake Ferguson isn't going to, destroy us down the seams. We're going to take the middle away from you. And that's kind of what they do. And that's who they are. But there's other ways to defeat them. I thought Rasul Douglas played real well. He's just a big corner.
Yeah.
Doesn't run particularly well, but he can kind of drape you pretty good. And he did that in the game and kind of limited the number of places they went with the ball.
Well, with the Cowboys linebacker situation, we get asked a lot about, okay, why don't you put Micah back at off-ball linebacker? I think Brian and I have talked about it. That's not necessarily how we'd handle it because he's so darn effective at the line of scrimmage. What do you think overall about Micah moving more to linebacker?
Well, I mean, look, he's shown the versatility. He can go back and forth.
Yeah.
I mean, if Buffalo is going to run it on first down, why wouldn't you put Micah there if they're running the ball the way they did? They ran it 49 times. Josh Allen said, look, if this was a high school science experiment, I got credit for it.
Yeah.
I just didn't help out. It was a great line, and it really was. He threw the one touchdown, in an isolation there to the back. But for the most part, I mean, if they're going to run it, and they ran it at Micah, they ran counter right at him. The Eagles have had success doing that. It's one way to limit him is to, run the ball like they did. I mean, he was a non-factor in the game. And so if that's a team's approach and they're having success with it, then I think you should have the option to make that switch.
Mm-hmm.
Because, if they're running it like they did, it's not going to help you that Mike is so effective off the edge, rushing the passer, if there's nobody to rush.
Baldy, going on to where, with Miami, a different set of challenges with them, really banged up in their offensive line, as we start to read the injury reports. I was watching them play last night a little bit against the Jets. They were terrified against the Jets that maybe the pass rush was going to be a problem. Ball getting out of Tua's hands really, really, really quick in this football game. Dallas has got to find a way, though, to put pressure. If Miami's going to play with a bunch of backup offensive linemen, that's got to be their best chance to win this football game, isn't it, as you look at it, though, and try and take advantage of that Dolphin offensive line?
Well, they lost Connor Williams, and, Connor had played great since he left Dallas. He started every game for him, and then he got hurt in the Tennessee game. He's out for the year. It's really too bad because he's been playing great football, and he's been the rock in the middle there. And so they moved Liam Eichenberg into center from guard. So they kind of weakened two positions, but they got Teron Armstead back last week, and he's a difference maker. He took on Bryce Huff and, Johnson out there. Like he handled them, especially like on the big throws down the field.
Sure.
So to Waddle. But that helps. But, really their best pass protection is Tua getting rid of the ball really quickly.
Right.
And I thought Mike McDaniel made a good decision last week to sit Tyreek Hill and to rest him up. I believe he will play. I know he didn't practice today, but I just knowing Tyreek, he wants 2,000 yards.
Yeah.
He's going to be healthier than he was at any point in that Tennessee game. And so I think, when you get both those guys out there, you got to respect it. But they're the number one rushing football team in the league, even with all the changes they've had in the offensive line. Raheem Mostert is a beast. And this Devon Achane is a really good football player. And they don't go away from the run. They get you with these motions and these shifts, and they kind of get you a little bit wonky in there, and they just keep coming at you. So they can beat you either way. I'm sure they looked at Dallas's tape last week against Buffalo and against Arizona, and I'm sure there's, a good feeling in that room that they can run the ball against Dallas, and that might be their first objective on Sunday is to shut that down.
To Brian's point about the Cowboys needing to score some points, which they failed to do against Buffalo, how good is that Miami defense?
Well, they've been playing shorthanded. They played without Xavier Howard last week.
Mm-hmm.
Javon Holland hasn't played in the last month. They lost Jalen Phillips. They lost Jerome Baker. They're pretty good backups, though. And Jalen Ramsey, he went and shadowed Garrett Wilson, and, I saw him shut him down. Now, the offensive line of the Jets was a mess, so, there wasn't a lot of opportunities. But, I can see Jalen. I don't know what Xavier's, condition is. He got beat pretty good a couple times by Tennessee. But if Xavier plays, then they play left corner, right corner. But if Xavier's out, I can see them shadowing Jalen on CeeDee Lamb, which would be a pretty good, StubHub price of admission to go watch.
Baldy, what do you make of Dallas's inability, though, to play on the road right now? Is it? and I know it's it's probably a topic of conversations you have all the time on your TV work as well. Mm-hmm. But is it as simple as, could it be communication issues? That offense, when the offense at home, it looks like you hear the here we goes and everybody's on the same page. They get on the road, I'm watching Dak violently slam his foot in the ground trying to get the ball. And I'm watching Tyron Smith and Tyler Smith try and man a twist stunt, which I haven't seen at home. Could it be as simple as communication problems? Or some communication problems?
I don't doubt that that's an issue, but that's not an excuse, though.
No.
I mean, everybody plays on the road.
No.
And everybody goes into hostile places, and like, it might be true, and I'm sure there are communication issues, but it can't happen though. Like, everybody has a silent count.
Sure.
Everybody has a way to handle those conditions. But, I mean, if that is an issue, then it's something that they haven't fixed yet. Because I don't think it's just that simple, but I do think that's part of the problem. And I just know in my days, when I couldn't hear and I had to look at the ball and keep an eyeball on the defensive lineman, like, it wasn't as much fun, but you got used to it, and you could play the game just fine, and you couldn't hear the quarterback most days in New Orleans and some places, but you kind of knew that going in. You just didn't you just concentrated a little bit harder, but. They've got to figure this out. Like, I think there's probably going to be as many Cowboy fans in that stadium as there are Dolphin fans.
Sure.
So it might actually feel like a home game in some ways. I just feel like Dallas is going to travel for this game. Not that Dolphin fans are bad. They're much better than they have been. They showed up on Monday night, did their game Monday night against Tennessee, and it was a good crowd, really good crowd. But I feel like you're going to see a lot of Cowboy fans in that stadium. Maybe that'll make them feel a little bit better.
Let's hope. Our Odyssey NFL insider Brian Baldinger with us here in the G-Bag Nation. Cowboy fans did feel a little bit better after the Monday night game with Seattle beating Philly. What's the pulse of the Eagles right now? And is there anything to Jalen Hurts' comments about commitment issues within the locker room?
It's dangling out there for everybody to chew on. It's not something that I expected to hear from Jalen. Usually he just only points the finger at himself.
Yeah.
And nobody else. But when you say there's commitment issues, he's talking, to a number of other players, and I'm sure players are wondering if he's talking about me, which isn't good. They have problems. They're a very simple offense. They're very predictable. You saw McCaffrey the other night kind of anticipating what play it was, and there is a lot of truth to their formations. They're not a pre-snap motion team and all that kind of stuff. And if they can't get the deep ball, and basically Seattle said, we're going to play Quandre Diggs and Julian Love, we're going to play him 15 yards off the ball, and A.J. Brown's not beating us over the top, and they didn't. And they seem to get frustrated when they can't do that, and they don't have success doing it. And so there's a lot on Jalen right now, but defensively they're a mess. And they basically fired the defensive coordinator. They didn't fire him, but whatever they did, they elevated another guy to the position. So they know when you give up 30 touchdown passes, second worst in the league. Like there's definitely issues with personnel, but scheme as well. It didn't seem to help at all in that final 92-yard drive by Drew Lock in Seattle.
Baldy, and I know that you're right there in the backyard of the Eagles. Did you have wind that Matt Patricia was going to be elevated to this position?
No.
Were you hearing the whispers
Nobody
at all in
did.
the weight room with you or your guys or any of that stuff? Nobody.
No. I mean, I see the guys, but nobody. I think they knew on Wednesday. It wasn't
Sure.
anything that anybody was talking about. But, it wasn't really leaked until Friday.
Right.
And so that's the first anybody really heard about it. And then, if you do it that way, you're going to get exactly what, Troy and Joe did on Monday night. You're going to get a lot of cameras on Sean Desai and a lot of cameras on Matt Patricia. And you're just going to invite a lot of speculation and all that kind of stuff. I mean, Buffalo fired Ken Dorsey.
Yeah.
And they elevated Joe Brady. Normally, that's kind of what you do when you're not happy. You look at Ron Rivera; he fired Jack Del Rio.
Yeah.
And elevated different. I don't see the benefit of trying to placate a guy that isn't doing a very good job.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's a little bizarre to me, the whole thing.
How excited are you for Ravens and 49ers on Christmas Day?
Well, I just I got to tip my hat to the schedule makers, like how they were this fortuitous and prescient to know that the two best teams in the league would meet after all the gifts have been unwrapped and the church services have been attended, and you're sick of your relatives, that we get to watch this feast. It's unbelievable. As an analyst, honestly, this is a dream because we can go inside this game on so many different levels. With the quarterback situation, the style of defenses, the style of offenses, like there's a real difference all the way through, and how both teams have gotten to 11-3, and so we get to see all these differences play out. Like I can't wait to watch that game Sunday night.
It's going to be an absolute blast. Do you have any plans for Christmas? I mean, is there any Baldy traditions that go down in your household?
Well, it's football season, and football kind of falls on Sunday and Monday, Christmas this year. So there's it's a game to do on Christmas Eve.
Mm-hmm.
But I got a bunch of family that that are going to be in attendance on Christmas Day, even though there's a lot of football being played that day.
Sure.
But they're kind of used to that, being in this family.
Was there ever the Baldy outdoor family football game?
Oh, hell
Did we
yeah.
ever have that back in the day?
We did that on Thanksgiving. We still do that.
Yeah.
Quite a bit. The guys that can actually still walk, without, maybe with a bad limp, that's still being
All-time
done.
quarterback situation kind of thing?
Well, we did all that. I lived in Minnesota for a long time, and we had our snowball games and all that. I mean, we sled rid off the roof one year after a bad snowstorm. So I mean, we were outdoors. I mean, it was just there was one TV in the basement. Dad was watching it.
Sure.
There was always a game on, but we learned to play outdoors in whatever conditions there were.
Do you have a favorite Christmas movie?
There's a bunch of them. I can't really remember. Home Alone. I mean, they're all pretty good.
All classics.
I think everything with Farrell would be good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I was thinking Die Hard for you, Baldy. Kind of an action, blow them up. Guys, rough and tumble.
Bruce Willis fan.
Yeah.
Bruce Willis grew up right here in Vineland, New Jersey, just down the road.
Yeah.
So I was a big fan of those for sure.
Baldy, you're the best, man. Thank you so much. Happy holidays. We look forward to catching up with you again next week.
Likewise, guys. I'll talk to you next week. Merry Christmas to everyone.
Yeah, Merry Christmas to you as well. That was Odyssey NFL insider Brian Baldinger. Make sure to follow In the Huddle on the Odyssey app or subscribe wherever you get your podcasts. Always fun getting to catch up with Baldy.
He is a wealth of knowledge.
He sure is, man. And I think he's just as football horny as we are when it comes to Ravens 49ers, man. That's going to be an absolute epic football game, battling for the top. Maybe could be a Super Bowl preview. Could be. Maybe the Cowboys could go ahead and put a wrench in those plans. All right, let's get into the top 10. In honor of the Cowboys playing Tua, got me thinking, who are the top 10 left-handed athletes of all time?
Ooh.
Who do you think's the best left-handed athlete ever? That's next.
They poke fun out of
cracks at kickoff, tailgates going way past postgame. You never forget the way some things taste. Tastes like Miller time. Celebrate responsibly. 2023 Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
All right, time for the top 10. Segment brought to you by Soda. That's state-of-the-art weight loss, so we love you. Thank you for my Soda body. Feeling so much better this holiday season. Although it is crazy. You know, you start getting off playing a little bit.
It's tough, man.
I mean, they make it easy
It's
somewhat
hard.
with the maintenance plan, and they're always there for you. But it's true. It's a constant battle with the weight because it comes back on so quickly.
Well, the thing about it is the discipline that you have to have. And the great thing about Soda is they're very encouraging.
They are.
They're super helpful, and I'll tell you, it got to the point where I mean this in a nice way. It's super stressful because you don't want to let yourself down.
I don't want to disappoint them.
That's what I'm saying.
Absolutely.
When you go to your weigh-ins, you want them to be. They're so proud of you when you lose weight, and then they're like, "Oh, you're down 4.8 pounds," and you get excited about that, you know. And man, there were times where I dreaded like oh, I only lost like 0.8, you know, and you're like, okay, next week I got to lose.
Yeah,
and
it adds the motivation.
It adds the motivation, but they're super helpful people, and I mean, like I said, it is tough though once they don't see you anymore.
Yeah,
you know,
now it's on you.
Now it's on
But they're
you.
always there if I need to call them. And shout out to my team out there in Plano and encourage anybody if you can.
Yeah.
And I get it. You know, finances as well. That can be tough, especially around the holiday season. But it's been life changing.
They'll get the weight off you.
And a lot of people. Before we slide into the top 10 left-handed athletes of all time, I did see this story on the morning news. Shout out to this restaurant in Arlington, Nearly Famous Burgers and Hot Dogs. It's a small, fast casual spot in Arlington.
We were in Arlington for like 2 months straight.
Yeah.
Why did we not hit this one?
We probably should have.
We were at Hurtado, which was not bad.
Hurtado's absolutely delicious. Shakerton's was fantastic as well. I think we went to the Buffalo Wild Wings in Arlington, and they were great. And you can always see, KNC at the variety of Buffalo Wild Wings locations. But since late November, this restaurant has given out about $2,500 in burgers, hot dogs, fries, and sodas to diners who can't afford to pay for them.
Oh,
It's a pay it forward deal.
Okay.
So the man who started this, there was a customer who wants to remain anonymous, and he calls their owner there and says, "Here, I'm going to give you $500, and I want you to, figure out how to feed people with it."
Yeah.
And their owner there,
idea.
Jeremy Lowe, and shout out to you, Jeremy, then has created a wall of receipts where other, customers can come in. And if they want to also buy a meal and pay it forward for somebody else that's in need that goes into the restaurant,
there you go.
The people can then come in and take one of the receipts off the wall. No questions asked. You just go up to the counter and say, I would like this meal.
What a great idea. They call that pay it forward?
Pay it forward.
I like that
and it
idea.
used to happen sometimes at Chick-fil-A where people would come through the drive-through line and they'd say, "Hey, can I pay for the car
guy
behind me?"
Yeah.
And sometimes we ended up getting a streak of like 10 straight cars that would do it. And then somebody would break it, which, I mean, I would get it. Maybe they were only getting, a sandwich. Then the order behind them is like $40 worth of food. And they're like, "Oh, I can't quite do that." So I understand. But I did want to give this place in Arlington some love because I think that's an amazing deal that they're doing, especially over the holidays.
This time of year, man, there's a lot of less fortunates out there. So if you can do anything, please do.
Absolutely.
At the end of the day, do you guys, when you worked at Chick-fil-A, do you guys throw away the food?
So they did a really good job of kind of only making the amount that we needed.
Yeah.
Like they would we'd know the busy times and slow times. But yeah, there would be times where I would get to take home quite a bit of food.
Yeah.
That does suck, man.
I just see it at the end of the day. They throw away a lot of foods and stuff like that. I'm like, man, that could be going to somebody.
The waste. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. And they do a good job now of trying to get that with the stats and the numbers, like your peak times.
Yeah, how much you need. I'll tell you something that I really think is cool is how there was a program, and I think it was in Chicago. There was a gentleman collected, shampoo bottle. When you go stay in a hotel and you only use like half that's Elle Duncan's always going to win this thing, by the way.
On, man.
But she's just winning in life anyway.
She's every time she's on this show, she's going to win.
Unreal.
Yeah. She's got great sports opinions too. The thing about it, this guy was collecting, he was going to all the hotels and the not empty, but the shampoo half used and all that. And then like they were packaging them up and for the homeless and stuff like that to be able like little care packages and stuff, anything that people were doing to try and help others, man. support those folks.
Absolutely.
Support all those folks.
It's badass. It really, really is. All right, let's slide into the top 10. In honor of Tua, who is a left-handed quarterback, I've got the top 10 left-handed athletes of all time. Do you have a lefty that just stands in your memory as, oh, man, this was my dude? Or maybe a couple. Lucius?
Since you teased it earlier, I was thinking, and I can't think of who is left and who is right, other than a few, because I like boxing. Marvin Hagler.
Oh, man.
Manny Pacquiao.
Okay.
And then I know Dion is a left-hand guy.
That's true.
Yes, sir.
And I think that's all I know.
Michael Vick, to me, was like the first one that I was like, oh, you could tell. You could like it looks weird. It always looks weird to me when you get the lefty quarterbacks.
Yeah.
Those are all awesome.
Yeah, when Spittle, our boss, when he writes something right in front of you, it looks so strange.
Wait, hold on. What?
Hey, why are you holding a pen like that,
Is he a lefty?
bro?
What's going on
Do
here?
you want me to hold that paper for you?
No,
What's
it's weird
going on?
because he's holding the big Husky pencil from when you were in like second grade. You know, well, okay, let me ask you this: the Husky pencil, you got your small hands when you're growing up, but they give you the biggest pencil known to man. What? Why?
Oh, yeah.
Why do we? Why do
and
we
then when
do
you
that?
get big, you get this little small itty bitty thing.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
and
don't know,
then
man.
and then it was like the Big Chief tablet with the lines that were real. Man, I'm dating myself, but yeah, the Husky pencil. That thing was like a telephone pole, like writing with a. You know, it was like, and you're like a little kid with this huge.
I
pencil.
can't grip this.
I can't. Why? How have you asked me to write this?
Pause.
But yeah, exactly. I knew you were going to do that. I gave you just enough room to do that.
You never can be too careful.
My favorite left-handers. The first one I ever was with was Mark Brunell.
Okay.
Was with us with the Packers. We competed against Steve Young, and then I go all the way back to in baseball. I go Sandy Koufax. With the old LA Dodgers.
Man, there's so many good lefties.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess I shouldn't have thought that there wasn't, but there definitely is a ton. I mean, Barry Bonds is an honorable mention.
Okay.
Certainly somebody texted in Conor McGregor. You know, that's a mean left that he's got. Joe Frazier was honorable mention. Bobby Orr.
Joe Frazier.
Yeah, from the NHL. Randy Johnson.
Randy
Hard
Johnson.
throwing
Yeah,
lefty.
that's a good one.
Gale Sayers.
I didn't know Gale Sayers
I
was
didn't
left-handed.
either. David Robinson.
The Admiral.
A lefty. You brought up Koufax. He's an honorable mention.
Honorable mention?
Yep. Griffey Jr.
Wow. How is he not? Is he an honorable mention?
Yeah, I mean, you'll when we get to the top 10, we got some really good ones in the
Okay.
top 10. But some of these, I'm like, I don't know how there's 10 athletes better than these guys. It's absolutely insane.
Prettier swing than Ken Griffey Jr. Rod Carew was
I don't think
left-handed.
there is anybody that's got one. You brought up Manny Pacquiao.
Yeah.
He's also just outside the top 10 there, Lucius.
Just a bit outside.
Just a bit outside. And then Lou Gehrig.
Oh,
Lou Gehrig's your final honorable
this is
mention.
the greatest day of my
Broadcasting those Dolphins microphones.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, the Dolphins are still using theirs for the radio broadcast. Number 10 is John McEnroe.
Oh.
And maybe it's just because he was breaking so many rackets.
I tell you what, man, him, Jimmy Connors, Bjorn Borg, Eli Nastasi, back in the 70s, those guys got after it on that tennis circuit. There's some epic matches played by them gentlemen.
Might have been the heyday.
Yeah.
Number 9 is Steve Young.
Hall
of Famer. You
have a good record against Steve Young.
Do you?
Yeah.
Well, I guess Packers, I think, did
Yeah,
have
we couldn't beat Troy
run.
Aikman, but we beat the heck out of Steve Young all the
Niners.
time. Yeah.
Then there's Deion Sanders.
Lucius got one there. There we go.
Prime time. Honestly, you're talking about pure athletes. I think Deion could have been number 1. I mean, I don't know what he couldn't do, really.
Okay, pure athlete, him or Bo Jackson?
Bo?
Lucius?
I saw more of Deion than I did Bo.
Bo Jackson or Deion Sanders?
I got to see Bo playing basketball.
Oh.
I just got to see. There may be video that exists, and I just haven't seen it. I got to see Bo playing basketball because Deion can play basketball.
Okay, that might. And Deion can fish too. I bet you. Bo Jackson can fish too. I bet.
Yeah.
He's from a little town in
He's from
Alabama. He can
bro. What are you
fish.
talking about?
Yeah, I
That's
don't
second
even,
nature,
I don't
fam.
even know why I went there.
You learned it at 3.
Yeah.
Hold this pole.
Yeah.
When that bobber goes down, let me know.
Yeah. Pull a big old catfish out of there.
Number 7, Ted Williams.
Oh, the Splendid Splinter.
Yes, sir. He was a lefty.
God, how did I miss that one?
Number 6 is Rafael Nadal.
Oh.
13 French Open titles.
No question.
King of Clay.
King of
Tough
Clay.
one.
King of Play-Doh.
How about this one? I didn't know, and maybe this is shame on me. I should have known this, but number 5, LeBron.
Oh.
LeBron's a lefty.
I didn't know that
I never
either.
realized it.
Yeah,
He shoots
never seen it.
right-handed, doesn't he?
Does he?
I think he does.
He's a lefty, apparently.
Wait, come on, man. He's been playing 100 years.
I guess I'm never I mean, he does have a mean drive to his left. I always thought that was just a rare talent and skill. Maybe that's his natural side.
Wow.
Number 4, is Larry Bird.
Oh, yeah.
Larry Bird did have a beautiful shot.
Yeah.
I was going to say straight.
He would shake people, then make a set shot.
Didn't Larry Bird
maybe on the ground looking up at him?
I think there was a game that Larry Bird went into the game and says he was only going to take left-handed shots. And he had like a hell of a night. Yeah.
Maybe that's why. People don't know this, but I'm kind of a badass shooting lefty.
Yeah, I can shoot left-handed too.
Number 3 is the great one, Wayne Gretzky.
There you go.
Number 2, Bill Russell.
Bill Russell was left-handed.
Bill Russell was a lefty. Unbelievable. I didn't know that either.
A lot of championships,
Not that I watched,
man.
11 championships
Yeah.
to Bill Russell's name.
Yep.
Number 1, though.
Derek Holland.
The Dutch oven. No, number 1 is Babe Ruth.
Yeah.
How do we forget Babe Ruth?
I didn't get to watch Babe's career. I've seen
This proves
highlights.
that I'm the worst broadcaster.
Babe's over here, a lefty.
I liked
batting and throwing.
I like the Dutch oven at 1 myself.
Sultan of SWAT. I do too. In our hearts.
Yeah. Let's just make him number 1.
Yeah.
It's Dutch.
Dutch is number 1 today.
Yeah.
And then also an honorable mention.
Number 101 on the charts. Number 1 in our hearts.
In our hearts.
I should have known that he cooks left-handed. And you watch him work in the grill.
Yeah, he does.
Flips some
He
burgers
does, man.
left-handed.
He sent me a video on Instagram the other day about somebody else going viral for making pizza burgers.
Oh, he was one of the first I've
It's
ever
like,
had.
bro, yours
and
were-
he went for the high-end pizza to make, and then with
He
the
did.
Wagyu burger to go along with
Lucius,
it.
he got Zalat pizzas.
Yeah, I see it. He did.
Yeah.
And then
Man's losing his mind.
bro.
He loves to experiment with a lot of things, but food especially too. Yeah.
Ideas, man.
Yeah, he's got ideas.
It's the way to go.
Yeah.
Pele, also an honorable mention, in honor of Dawson. Although, is that one of the players that Dawson said's overrated?
I think he did.
I think he said Pele was overrated.
he said something like that.
He's that
Dawson
guy.
needs to be punched.
Hey, who's
for
your
saying
favorite
it.
Ranger? Michael Young. Yeah, Michael Young's overrated.
He did. That's
what he
sure did. He sure
Are
did.
you kidding me?
Yeah.
Come on.
No, he was just okay.
No, good player, but just not a top 10 Ranger of all time. I love you, Gavin.
If you really wanted to,
you do it. All right, there's another edition of the Top 10. Thank you guys for indulging me there. Let's talk some baseball, shall we? Let's go around the bases. Latest free agent rumors, and a member of your World Series champions is on the move. Tell you who next.
Coming up Thursday morning on Shawne and Bobby.
Classic Chevrolet is leading the way to finish the year #1 in America. They're racing hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. Shop them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads, relax, and enjoy the difference.
Thank you, LA. We got John Machota of The Athletic talking Cowboys. He's been out there at the Star, and we'll get the latest on what's going on with America's team coming up at the top of the hour. And then we got the Expressway, LA Live, a little under an hour from now. It's a Butt Naked Wednesday. It's one of my favorites. That and Toxic Tuesday, obviously. A lot of good texts coming in for lefties. We forgot to mention our buddy Brian Broadus. Brian, you're a lefty. I didn't know that. Corey Majors, apparently, from the 469, a lefty, too. We got a bunch of lefties up here.
Yeah. We're in our right mind.
What is going on? What is going on?
It's got to be weird, bro. That's strange, man. Yeah. How's it feel?
It's funny when you said...
Can't grab scissors or nothing.
Yeah, it's funny when you were talking about spittle writing, I was like, I guess I write weird too.
Yeah, you do.
I do.
You do.
I do. I take notes.
And then when people somebody comes at you to shake your hand, do you have to in your head?
Let me
catch it.
I always right hand shake.
Okay.
Always right hand shake.
You've got that down.
Yeah.
And it is nuts. A lot of people were texting in like LeBron not left-handed. He's right. No, he is. He's left-handed, but he shoots right-handed.
Right.
He shoots with his right. Isn't that nuts?
I think Phil Mickelson plays golf left-handed
but
and
right
hand.
Yes.
Right-handed.
So that's why Phil wasn't on the list. Because
Yeah.
Phil is right-handed. He's not left-handed, but he does play left.
He plays golf left-handed.
Same thing with a lot of people were complaining about Messi not being on there. Messi's right-handed, but he's got a dominant left foot.
Yeah.
So, yeah, insane some of the talent that these athletes have.
We need to get us some of those Messi, those Miami, those pink jerseys, those things those guys were wearing.
They're cool.
Those are really cool.
They are. Didn't Eric give us that that's the top-selling jersey?
It is the top-selling jersey in the
Crazy,
world right
man.
now. Yeah.
Power of football, footy ball. All right, let's go around the bases here, and the Rangers have indeed lost another member of their defending World Series championship team.
Damn, who?
Martin Perez signed with the Pirates, and now we won't be asking Austin Hedges how many numbers is left on his rear end.
Oh, really?
Hedges gone. Yeah, Austin Hedges is reuniting with the Cleveland Guardians. Apparently, he was one of their top priorities to bring him back. He was with the Guardians, was a big-time leader in that clubhouse, then left last year in free agency before he got traded to the Rangers. And then
From Pittsburgh, right?
Yep. And then apparently, from the moment this offseason started, the Guardians were in contact with Hedges. At first, it didn't look like a reunion was going to happen. That's when Cleveland decided to add backstop Christian Betancourt to the roster. It wasn't until this past week that it was clear a deal would be made with Hedges and the Guardians as they ship Betancourt to Miami for cash. Hedges saying, quote, "To me, it's a homecoming. I love Cleveland. It's a 1-year, $4 million deal. And congratulations to Hedgie."
Seriously. Yeah. And he's going to kind of go down as who's our guy with the Mavs?
Brian Cardinal.
The
custodian.
Yeah. Anytime that those guys come back and they're Brian Cardinal, and he's going to get the loudest ovation, right? And when Hedgie comes back, he's going to get a loud ovation for what he, and not as a player, I don't think, but for what he did just to, to keep that team loose and let it have, allow it to have some fun. Yeah. I was kind of hoping we were going to get to interview him. You and Eric do a great job with those.
He would have been great in the
clubhouse interviews
Yeah, he
at
would have
spring
been awesome.
training. And I think those things are only going to get better.
I hope so.
But he would have been a fun one to visit with.
Yeah, let's see if we,
You'll find somebody.
Don't get ourselves banned this year.
No,
it
you
was
guys won't,
a
man.
little close last year. Me taking the call, and then Rich is like, "No, you got to go outside." Eric's sitting on the couch. Look, all of these things, maybe they played a hand in the world championship run.
I think it started the championship run with you taking the call in the clubhouse. Yeah, I'm sure it was really an important call.
It was Shawne and RJ. I did a hit with them in the morning. And so I thought it'd be cool. It's like, guys, I'm in the clubhouse right now. We're just like, no, buddy, you got to go outside.
You did it actually in the club. I thought you were joking.
Oh yeah, it was. No, I'm not joking.
No.
Yeah.
I
got reprimanded.
Rich is a nice guy though.
Rich was super nice.
Because I told that one time that Dawson and I went right. I mean, like we got locked out, and I said, "Come on, man, let's go." We went through the Ranger clubhouse. I mean, we literally went through. And just walked straight through, and there's the uniforms, there's the equipment truck, we just walked right through. I'm like, oh, you gotta act like you've been here, Dawson. Rich was following us the whole time and didn't say a word until we got outside, and I was just spouting off, literally just saying all kinds of crazy s.
And Rich is listening,
and couldn't have been nicer.
He's the best.
Guys, next time, just call me. I'll let you through. And I'm like, Oh, geez. And I mean, that was like one of my first weeks of working full time.
That's right.
With the show.
Man.
And
was that right before the pandemic hit? Or was that the year before?
It was the same day. It was the same week.
Wow.
It was the same week. That Wednesday, like we were doing radio and it was the Brewers and the Royals, and they come out to exchange lineup cards, and Major League Baseball said, "Boys, we ain't playing. We're done." And I was sitting there. We were sitting in an empty stadium for 3 days, and just kind of thinking, man, what's going to happen from this?
It's crazy.
What is going to happen? But here we are.
Man, we can't wait to get
Rich
back out
was a
there.
super nice guy.
Yeah, Rich is the best.
I mean, he could have just started just going off on me, all the crap I was saying. Like, yeah, you just got to act like you know you work. Brian, yeah. Brian,
JB, John Blake might have. He might have mouthed off on you.
Yeah.
But no, everyone at the Rangers, I love them. I mean, it's been a great
They've been
relationship.
super helpful.
Being a part of the pre and post stuff. Angie, she's the best.
Oh yeah,
as well.
she is super nice. Yeah.
Andrew McCutchen has re-signed with the Pirates.
Is this a 1-year deal? Because he's a fan favorite guy.
It is. It's a 1-year deal. I thought, his season ended with a torn Achilles.
Yeah.
I thought he was going to retire.
I thought this was a retirement signing.
But at 37, no, it's a 1-year contract with $5 million. He's going to try and play this year.
He is legendary. He's like Willie Stargell.
He is. He's one of the best
Dave
Pirates
Parker
in the history of the
and
franchise.
Manny Sanguillen and Bruce Keeson. He's one of these guys.
So I guess he didn't require surgery.
What?
So he was.
Is he on the Rodgers plan?
He was. Maybe he was in a walking boot for 6 weeks. He should be out of the boot now.
Oh, must be partial torn.
And yeah, it could have been partially torn. Okay, so here's the kicker though. He needs just one more home run to get to 300.
There you go.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
He's at 299.
Yeah.
And if he gets one more homer, he'll be the 160th member of the 300 club.
Okay.
So that makes a lot of sense.
Famous pirate Roberto.
Stan Ross. You ever seen the movie Stan Ross? I'm the boss.
No.
300 Club, Mr. 300.
Oh, Mr. Yes.
Yeah.
It's been a long time. That used to be on
Stan
HBO
Ross.
a ton, bro. Mr. 300.
Yeah.
That used to be on HBO a lot. Well, I guess now it's Max, which is so stupid. I agree with you on that, Lucius.
Kill the brand name.
So silly. And then we have the Orioles. I talked about this towards the end of the season. Their lease was up at Camden Yards. And it's like, there's no way the Orioles aren't going to play at Camden Yards, and they don't have the ability to just
pick up and leave?
Yeah. I mean, or build a new stadium that quick. But
I'd build a stadium.
You would?
That's a good baseball team.
It is. I mean, now that's probably going to be the Orioles and the Rangers, hopefully going back and forth, competing for the American League
good
pennant.
young team.
But they've got the lease extended there.
Oh.
So they'll be staying long-term. They've got a long-term agreement.
Imagine that.
Months of negotiations. Yes, we're just now 99 days away from opening day.
That family out there at the Baltimore owns the team.
Not good.
Not a good situation there. Yeah.
The Dodgers are now weighing a big offer for Yamamoto. I don't know how the team is. I mean, I guess we do know because Shohei Ohtani's giving them a massive break.
Yeah.
But they're believed to
be a $300 million player I was hearing in
baseball. It is, yeah. So they're considering a bid of $250 to $300 million for Yamamoto.
My guys in baseball were telling me that's a $300 million player right there.
Crazy.
Yeah.
The Red Sox and San Francisco Giants are still in contention for him as well. And then Corbin Burns.
Is it too late to be a Dodgers fan, by the way? Can I jump on that bandwagon?
Make him your second team. Well, and
speaking
of the Ohtani signing, like Glasnow was doing hits and interviews yesterday with the media, and he said that Shohei Ohtani helped lure him to L.A.
Of course he
said
did.
It definitely added a lot of points for me to go to the Dodgers.
Yes.
It was awesome.
Are you kidding?
He said he wants me to come on the team and hopes to hit some home runs for me and join me on the pitching staff the following year.
There you go.
What a pitch. It's like, all right, all of a sudden, we got Ohtani, and now he's out here recruiting, like literally 24 hours later. It's amazing. And then I mentioned Corbin Burns. He's unlikely to sign an extension with the Brewers. That's the dude I would love. I would absolutely love the Rangers to make a move to go get Corbin Burns. I think he's been one of the most underrated pitchers in the game for a couple of years now. Cy Young
How does he
contender.
get to the market? They're just not.
They're going to have to trade him.
This is a Brewers decision?
Yeah. Well, it's once you get to that 6 years of service time.
Oh, there you go.
So he's still not quite out there.
Yeah.
Not quite up. But, to me, geez, it'd be fun. It'd be fun. Now, Tyler Glasnow on foul territory, he was pitching the Dodgers should go and trade for him. Like you don't need everybody good, all right, Rangers? Let's make this happen. Let's go get ourselves some Corbin Burns, shall we?
Man.
I would love that. And then Lourdes Gurriel Jr. is re-signed with the D-backs.
And the movie was Mr. 3000, not Mr. 300.
I knew what you were talking about.
Yeah, shout out to all the Tolos that told me that the nice way, you know?
Look, we talk a lot.
You made a mistake!
We make mistakes.
Damn, Lucius!
I'm a walking mistake, my mother says.
Somebody told me to go take a lap.
Go get me some tree bark and bring it back.
That's weed. Just keep running, Lucius. I'll tell you when to come back, all right?
We love you.
Yeah. I'll let you know.
I'll let you know. And you're running, and you're looking at the coach, and he doesn't even look, and you just keep running. Every time you came around, you just look over, and they just keep running.
Again. Herb Brooks and
Herb
Miracle.
Brooks. Oh,
Again.
Herb.
No, just leave me the keys. I'll lock up.
Yeah.
All right, let's get to John Machota of The Athletic. Does fine work covering our Dallas Cowboys.
Good
We'll talk
job,
to
yeah.
him as we get ready for Miami. That's next on The Fan.
Through your phone. Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
About to catch up with John Machota of The Athletic as we roll into hour number 4 of the G-Bag Nation. Zach Wolchuk alongside Brian Broaddus and the man Lucius Alexander. We got LA Live coming up in 40 minutes. Carter Freeman running your video. You can check us out on Twitch and on YouTube. The General Gavin Dawson and my radio wife, Eric Chiafalo, on assignment. Family holiday duty for the pair of them. But right now, let's welcome in to the show, courtesy of the Boomer Jacks Bar and Grill Hotline, the one and only John Machota. John, how the hell are you, sir?
I'm doing well, gentlemen. How are you?
We're doing well. I do wonder, and I'm glad you're doing well now, but how miserable was it in Buffalo on Sunday?
Yeah, not my favorite city to visit. I would say I like that they go there every once in a while because it is so different. A lot like Green Bay, where you got this stadium in the middle of this, basically in this suburb. So that part is cool. But being somebody from Michigan who really doesn't want to go back to that type of weather ever again in their life, there was a little PTSD, a little bit of that when it's gray outside and it's getting dark around 3:00 in the afternoon. So I don't mind doing it for a weekend, but if I was a player, I probably wouldn't want to be drafted by the Bills.
Johnny Matches, okay, you hang out in that locker room and get a lot of stories, a lot of scoop. Were they talking about run defense or playing run defense with some clenched teeth? Was there a lot of, hey, we weren't very good and we're going to get better at this? Or is there some legitimate concern with some of the guys you're visiting with on the side?
Well, I'll tell you this. Coming off of losses, particularly lopsided ones like that, when there's an early locker room availability like there was today, I think you know how that goes. There's very few players that are in there. So I think that speaks to it a little bit.
Yep.
Yeah, there's definitely concerns about it. There's no question. I feel like this is the third time now that on the day after a game, we've had Dan Quinn stand in front of reporters and talk about how, he was disappointed in the way the team tackled. I felt like that was the case after Arizona, and that was the case certainly after the 49ers game and now this one. And it just leaves you scratching your head because you don't understand why does this happen with this team? It's one thing to go up to Buffalo, lose a close game that's very competitive. It's another to just play like that, like you played against the Niners. And this is coming off of such a big win for them over Philadelphia. And it just leaves you scratching your head where you're just like, it doesn't make sense why you can perform like this. And it also tells you that, if you're a fan and you want to believe, I'm not here to tell you not to. You should. That's what fans should do. But if you're being realistic and you see performances like that, it's hard for you to sit there and cover this team and think that January is going to be any different. You just kind of feel like you're kind of reading the same story. It's a decent story. I mean, they've made the playoffs 3 years in a row. We're not talking about, a bad football team. This is a good football team. But they show you things like they show you Sunday in Buffalo, and it makes you think, all right, well, we know that this is going to probably end in the divisional round on the road or in the NFC Championship game on the road.
John, I'm going to ask you a terrible question. And I know that we got games left, but is this now back to McCarthy's job security if this thing, I mean, it looked like it was going so well. And now is it back to Jerry, well, let's wait and see. Let's wait and see if we're going to be back, that kind of thing.
I would say that would only be a possibility as if just the bottom completely falls out and they lose 3-4 games in a row and they don't even look competitive in the playoffs. Sure. I think even if they, because the way I kind of see it is, Miami will be a tough game. It's kind of a coin flip for me. I do think they'll beat Detroit at home because they're just, as we've seen, a different team at home. And I do think they'll win at Washington at the end. And then I do think that they'll win their wild card game. After that, I mean, it's totally up in the air. And I think if that's the case again, I think that Jerry would stick with Mike for at least another season. It would have to completely fall apart to where you kind of see stuff like, let's see. Let's look around the league real quick. Changing defensive coordinators in week 15, panic moves like that.
Sure.
Coaches screaming at star players on the sidelines, like we saw in the Denver-Detroit game, stuff like that. If it just ends similarly as it has the last 2 years, I think that Jerry will look at it as, hey, this is a team that Mike has built it to where we're constantly going to the playoffs. That obviously hasn't been happening around here for a while. I think he'll look at it as another feather in Mike's cap is that they don't play back-to-back bad games. And there's not many teams that can say that in the NFL. And so because of that, and because of the fact that I don't know that there's anybody out there that Jerry would sit there today and go, we would be significantly better with that guy. Because of all of that, I don't think that Mike McCarthy's job's in jeopardy.
The Athletics' John Machota with us here in the G-Bag Nation. I mean, you bring up their different team at home. It is bizarre, the road-home splits, and you've covered this team for a long time. They've had some seasons where they've been really good on the road. Is there anything that you can pinpoint as to these struggles?
It makes no sense at all. It makes literally zero sense because the thing I keep going back to, and this is nothing against Cowboys fans. They're obviously, it's the most passionate fan base in all of sports. But it's not like when you're at AT&T Stadium, you don't get that same feeling as when you're in Seattle or New Orleans for a big game. Like, it's not that type of atmosphere. You're just like, oh, yeah, I can see how these other teams, they can't even think of coming in here. You can't even hear yourself think. It's not like that. But there is just something about how this particular team, the way it's constructed, I mean, you go back to, I really look at it from the start of 2021 till now, and the way they've built this thing, the faces being CD and Dak and Micah and those guys. And there's just something about those guys are just way more comfortable at home. I don't know if it's the routine that they go through for home games, just being comfortable playing indoors. I do think it's interesting how this, I believe, will be the first season where there will not be a single game at home where the doors or roof are open. Usually there's always at least one or two games where one or the other, if not both, are open. They've clearly done it to where they are an indoor team, so there's no elements. Obviously, that's great for your kicker. That's great for your quarterback. You know the conditions you're going to be playing in. There's no guesswork. There's no coming out, oh, is it going to rain? You know exactly what you're getting, and I think because of that, that helps them maybe play at their best that way. I don't know, but I don't think they know for sure either. I think that they would love to know that answer.
John, I'm going to throw out there, their communication at home is clearly better than it is on the road when it's offensive football and maybe even some defensive football as well.
Yeah, I can buy into that for sure. I mean, just look at how much this whole here we go.
Exactly. They go, here we go, and everything runs just, they don't get caught in the clock. They don't get, I was talking we had Brian Baldinger on. How many times we watched Dak just violently slam his foot in the ground trying to get the ball. And then all of a sudden, I haven't seen Tyron Smith and Tyler Smith miss a twist block where they tried to man it. I'm thinking that they pass that off. Was that a communication problem? Are the receivers hearing everything? Are we worried about those things? I think the communication on the road for them is not as clean as it is at AT&T Stadium. And that's just my 2 cents.
No, I think you're really onto that because I'll tell you this. This is the best way I can sum this up. So maybe this is bad on me as a reporter, but I didn't think the communication last year was as bad as they thought the communication was. So when I wrote a story about the whole here we go, I had a member of the coaching staff tell me, you have no idea how long we worked on it to come up with that. So it was clearly a thing in the offseason that they knew the communication needs to get better. Sure. And Mike McCarthy talked about it in the offseason, but he didn't. I never got the sense that it was like this huge deal. And so after hearing some of that, and then what you're saying, that makes a ton of sense. That just those little things can throw you off. Now, I don't know why that factors into the poor tackling that we've seen. Offensively, you're onto something for sure.
Well, I've learned this. If the Cowboys don't score 30 points in a game, their defense is going to face somebody running the football. Carolina tried to run the football. Carolina got beat, 30 to 13?
33 to
30 to 10 or something like that. Carolina ran the ball. And I've kind of figured out, though, if you're the best run defense they have is their offense.
Keep scoring.
Keep scoring because nobody's going to run the ball on you. I mean, Buffalo was committed because you weren't scoring. Buffalo wasn't going to let you give up big plays. They weren't going to give up big plays. They weren't going to let you make big plays on them. So all of a sudden, it became very apparent to them, we can run the ball 49 times here and still win this football game because they're not going to score.
Yeah, and the thing that fascinates me about all of that is just, well, how do you fix that? Because there are going to be games against good teams like San Francisco that want to run it. And I don't know how I don't see you fixing that in season, but even in the off season, like you're not going out spending money on any players to stop the run. You don't have money to give away. Your money is tied up in Dak and Micah
offense.
And CD.
So you don't have to play defense.
Right.
Yeah.
So because that's the thing, like they used the first round pick on Mozzie Smith, and that hasn't been the instant impact that probably they were hoping. So what are you doing? Are you going into next year and you're drafting linebackers, another defensive tackle? I don't know how they close that gap to where they are a good run defense. I don't know if it's possible. I think that it is one of those things where, let's be honest, a salary cap era, every team's got some weaknesses. As good as Miami looks, obviously they got some weaknesses of their own. Their offensive line is certainly not anything great. So I think that you just look at it as they got to find ways to win, despite the fact that, hey, we're just not going to have some of the best run defense. We have a great pass rush, and we have an offense that can score a lot of points. But we're just not going to be able to shut down teams that run the ball against us.
I think that's why they went after Shaq Leonard.
Sure.
I think they kind of saw like, oh, geez, we're about to play some teams that might run the football on us here or try to run the football on us. You know, that's the one thing Shaq Leonard was able to do was play a little run defense. They take him off the field on third down, but I kind of felt like they were like trying to get ahead of the game here. Maybe they knew that was their opportunity. They probably should have claimed him, but nobody was going to claim the salary.
Right. Well, John, I mean, to add on to that, and I know Brian asked you about McCarthy, but how much pressure for maybe the first time is Dan Quinn feeling right now?
I mean, he's probably feeling a little bit, but I just think with the totality of what he's done as their DC, I don't think that it dings his reputation very much at all. I still think he's regarded as, one of the best defensive coordinators in the game. I still think you're going to hear his name, regardless of how the season ends. In head coaching talks and things like that. I think he's done so much positive for a franchise that the defense was such a afterthought for so many years, and to turn it around the way he did also with obviously the help of Micah Parsons and some others, I don't think that it'll reflect that poorly on him. I think he's done enough good that it's so far beyond that for this to have a negative impact on his resume.
Yeah, I'm with you, and I think he's doing everything he can. I mean, it's not his fault. Leighton Vander Esch got hurt, and Overshown went out. I mean, he's trying. He's trying to put this thing together with the linebackers they have. How is the health of this team right now? I know that's probably going to be a storyline for both the Dolphins and the Cowboys heading into Sunday.
Yeah, I would say it seems very unlikely that Jonathan Hankins is going to go. I would be surprised if that happened, and honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if they keep Hankins out until the playoffs, just because of how important it will be to have him back. And if you lose him, you have no other answers out there. So I think they're going to be extra cautious with him. Malik Hooker was out there today when we got to watch practice. Now he wasn't participating, but he was at least out there. And because of how close he was last week, I think he'll end up playing. And then Zach Martin is the other one that's kind of up in the air right now. I think I would lean towards Zach playing, just knowing how Zach is. It's going to be tough to get him not to play in this game as long as he can physically perform. So I think that they're going to be in pretty good shape. And honestly, they'll probably be a little bit healthier too. There was several guys dealing with some illnesses in the Buffalo game. So I think they'll be in a little better shape there. So across the board for where they are at this point in the season, as you mentioned, obviously, no Diggs or LVE or Overshown, but they're relatively healthy with all things considered.
Dak, we were talking with you last time about the MVP conversation. Certainly feels like maybe that one has ended after the Buffalo game. I don't know your thoughts on that. And did you get a vote for MVP? I know Jory Epstein was talking with George Kittle for the first time. She's getting to vote for MVP.
Yeah, I'm not happy about that. No, I'm just kidding.
We need John Machota to vote for MVP.
John, would you rather vote for the Heisman or the MVP?
Oh, Heisman.
I knew you would. You love college football.
I love college football, and the Heisman, it just has so much prestige to me. Yeah. Like, anytime I see that trophy, it's such a big deal to me. Yeah. But with Dak, I still think Dak's in it. And the reason why is because the favorite right now is Purdy. And I just checked the odds last night. And I think, so Dak's second, and then there's somebody in between them, and then there's Christian McCaffrey. And it's almost like McCaffrey and Purdy might take votes away from each other. For Dak to win it, though, it's the same thing I've thought the entire time. They have to win the NFC East. And, of course, with Seattle winning that game, it keeps the door open for that being possible. And heck, I mean, just the changes with now Matt Patricia calling the defense, I think there's some panic going on. in Philly to where if you would ask me 4 or 5 weeks ago, I was like, yeah, they're not catching the Eagles. But now you're kind of looking around like, I wouldn't be surprised if this team loses one of those games to the Giants. So I think Dak is still in it. The Cowboys got to win the NFC East, but if they do that, he still has a chance.
You think the Eagles are in that bad of shape, right? I mean, to the point where do you think they could lose twice to the Giants?
I got some biases here, Brian, as you know, growing up in Detroit and seeing the coaching job Matt Patricia did up there.
I know.
So all of a sudden in Week 15, the thing I keep thinking about with that is just like, can you imagine how crazy it would be around here if that was happening right now? Whether it be Dan Quinn giving up the play calling or Mike giving it up to Brian Schottenheimer. I mean, this would be panic level 10. So for them to be doing some type of a move like that and then to lose even after you made that change, I just wonder. I don't know for certain. I just wonder if there's maybe guys in the locker room there like ask for a change or something. And anytime any of that stuff starts happening, there's some unraveling that goes on there. Now their schedule is pretty favorable, but I did not think that they would lose consecutive games the way that they have to end this season. I think, and then also just the way that the Cowboys played against them at AT&T Stadium, they just did not look like that Eagles team that looked, that we saw last year at this time.
John, always love getting to catch up with you, man. Enjoy the trip to Miami. Hopefully that's a fun one, and come back with a W.
Hey, John.
Oh, yeah.
John, real quick, what's college events going on Saturday you're going to go see?
There's really nothing going on. You know what's the one missing for me, Brian?
Yeah.
I need that the Cowboys to be somewhere up in the Northeast for Army Navy.
There you go.
Gotten a chance to go to Army
when
Navy.
You go to Army, when you go to Army Navy, let me know. I'll go with you. I've been to one Army Navy. When that happens, we're going to Army Navy. I'll go with you. I'm absolutely
within the next 5 years.
Absolutely,
the Cowboys schedule, we're going.
There you go.
It's a day. There you go, John Machado. Appreciate you, man. Take care. And find all of his fantastic work on the Athletic covering the Cowboys. He really is fantastic.
He is so good. Him, Todd, there's a lot of good folk that cover that team over there.
Spoiled.
Those guys work super, super hard to make sure you get that information.
It's time for the Expressway. We've got all your breaking news in the headline world. National Football League news with quarterbacks galore. We'll talk some college football as well. And then we got LA Live at 5:40. That's next.